When the 12 golden men reappear in the world, and the projections of hell engulf the cities, he wields his blade to tear apart the shackles of divine texts, awakening the long-dormant mystical arts of the myriad schools of thought through poetry and song. Yet, the truth of the system unveils itself. He is, in fact, the pivotal vessel for the calamity of divinity descending upon the mortal realm. Will he sever the threads of fate to protect the populace? Or will he wield the sword to slay gods and rewrite the destiny? This battle for the renaissance of civilization across the three realms ultimately resonates through the light of the blade, trembling the cycles of reincarnation. Chapter 1. Document Classification Top Secret. As one of the four great ancient civilizations, the history of Huaxia spans 5 millennia, replete with countless cultural treasures and innumerable myths and legends. Yet, since the Qin Emperor obliterated the 6 kingdoms, the once thriving practitioners of the arts from the Shang and Yin dynasties have retreated from the stage of history, leaving behind a myriad of enigmatic events that remain unexamined to this day. The flourishing civilizations of ancient Shu and Liangzhu appear to have vanished like fleeting illusions. What texts were burned, and which individuals were buried in the pits? Why was the construction of the 12 golden men and the Afang Palace undertaken? Did the Afang Palace truly succumb to flames? What has become of the 12 golden men? Why did the vibrant schools of thought descend into silence? Why did the first emperor insist upon the sacrificial rites at Mount Tai despite opposition? Does the art of alchemy for eternal life genuinely exist? Excerpted from the Enigma of Pre-Qin Culture. Excellent. The excavation is proceeding smoothly. We have unearthed more than 300 artifacts, including pottery, shell tools, stone implements, and bone artifacts in the first layer. We have now entered the second layer, and everyone is exhilarated and highly motivated. Many of the items here are unprecedented and unseen, particularly in the second layer. I believe it may very well unravel the mysteries of pre-Qin culture. Hiss. Dr. He, can you hear me? Dr. He. Hiss, hiss, hiss. This is bad. Dr. He's signal has been interrupted. Quickly send reinforcements. Doctor, look at that lamp. Why is it only half lit? It seems to be too. Li Qingshan, could you refrain from tapping people on the shoulder? Do you not realize how frightening that can be? Oh, what is pulling me? Let go of me. The lamp has vanished. Doctor, save me. Run. A torrential rain poured down. 3 figures stood amidst the rain. I heard that Doctor he discovered an altar within the ruins, upon which rests a stone. Might I have a glimpse? Dream on. Ha! The rain continued to fall. No stone was found. All that remains from Dr. He is this. A brass figure clutching a gourd? And it has no eyes? How peculiar! Brass was a common material in the pre-Qin era, reserved for the populace, while only bronze belonged to the nobility. Moreover, throughout history, there has been no record of a brass figure clutching a gourd. Wait, gourds have always been associated with practitioners of the arts, yet this brass figure is clad in armor. By records, practitioners ceased to serve in the military following the unification under the first emperor. Are you certain this is what Dr. He brought from the ruins? Well, not certain. I was excavating beside Dr. He, and the finds were predominantly pottery and stone tools. There was no significant quantity of bronze artifacts. I heard Dr. He's child had just turned 3 months. Useless. What they want is the stone from the altar. Yes, I shall go find it immediately. A worthless trinket, wasting our time. Smack! The rain washed over the mountains and stones. Amidst a pile of rubble, a palm-sized brass figure slowly glimmered with 2 points of red light. Those were once hollow eyes, appearing extraordinarily eerie under the deluge. But soon, the red glow vanished, returning to its previous emptiness, devoid of spirit. Half an hour later, a figure leapt down from the mountainside, landing amidst the rubble, scanning for signs, yet there were no bodies, nor any traces of struggle. Ifong, a desolate voice echoed, lightning flashing to reveal a slightly aged visage, cradling a 3-month-old infant. Document number, GHG20000367. Document title, Preaching ancient ruins. Date: March 13th. Suspected discovery of preaching ancient ruins in the southwestern province. March 14th. Site secured. March 15th. Dr. He Feng, leading 57 national archaeological experts, arrives and commences excavation, accompanied by 50 Special Forces members for protection. March 17th. Excavation proceeds smoothly, with several artifacts unearthed. March 28th. March 29th. Dr. He Feng and all 57 archaeological experts vanish without a trace. 50 Special Forces members' bodies are found, arranged neatly, with no visible wounds and no signs of a fierce battle. Keynote: the preaching ancient ruins mysteriously disappeared. April 21st. Document sealed classified as top secret. 18 years later, on a rugged mountain path, He Feng cheerfully hummed a tune while carrying a backpack, skipping amidst the grass and stones like a lively rabbit. With the college entrance examination concluded and summer vacation upon him, his spirits were high. Tonight's moonlight was remarkably bright, yet appeared somewhat purple. He Feng looked up at the high-hanging purple moon, perfectly round, akin to a celestial disk, but he couldn't recall any recent reports about such an extraordinary astronomical phenomenon labeled purple moon. Could it be that some mythical creature is about to emerge? He chuckled softly. He considered himself an atheist, firmly believing in science, regarding tales of deities and monsters as mere self-deprecating jokes. But why was there a dark spot beneath the purple moon? And it was growing larger by the moment? Whoa, crap! He Feng reacted swiftly. Seeing the dark spot about to strike his head, he immediately executed a perfect roll, narrowly avoiding it, only to crash into an ancient orange tree by the roadside. Simultaneously, a loud bang erupted behind him. Boom! The ground trembled. A meteor? He Feng immediately deduced using scientific reasoning. Yet upon rubbing his head and glancing at his earlier position, he felt that what lay before him seemed rather unscientific. For it was, in fact, a pitch-black stone coffin, 3 meters long and 2 meters high, heavy and ancient, adorned with a carving of a creature resembling a dragon and tiger, with wings sprouting from its back, claws beneath, and eyes wide open, vividly lifelike, 2 emerald gemstones embedded within, exuding an eerie aura. Under the purple moonlight, the stone coffin stood ominously on the mountain path, sending shivers down He Feng's spine. He inhaled sharply, contemplating whether to approach and touch it, perhaps even chip off a few stones to sell as antiques, or to distance himself from this unscientific locale, when suddenly a rustling sound emerged from the nearby orange grove. Moments later, 3 shadowy figures burst forth from the thicket. Swish! The 3 figures leaped remarkably high, their silhouettes stretched by the purple moonlight, finally landing gracefully before He Feng. Their gazes met. A bead of cold sweat trickled down He Feng's forehead. So the stone coffin is claimed by others? But how could these 3 individuals leap so high? Nearly 3 meters, more exaggerated than Olympic athletes. The trio stood before He Feng. The individual in the center wore a black veil, obscuring her features, yet it was evident she was a woman, her sleek black leather attire accentuating her curvaceous form. Flanking her were 2 burly men. Broad-shouldered, they glared with eyes like brass bells, each wielding an iron club as thick as an arm, each 2 meters long, bound with chains. Grave robbers? Tomb raiders? He Feng had read numerous novels, but had never heard of tomb raiders extracting a coffin as well. A multitude of thoughts surged through his mind. An ordinary person? One of the men spoke. Kill him? The other man pointed his iron club at He Feng. The woman nodded. He Feng. So this is how his fate is to be sealed? Too hasty. Run. He Feng did not hesitate. He was entirely unprepared for a confrontation, and turning on his heel, he bolted. However, scarcely 3 steps into his escape, he found himself encircled. The speed of the 3 was ghostly. He Feng. Kid, if you're to blame, then. Wait a moment. Are you filming a movie? Where's the camera? The director? Sorry, I'm not an extra. Have you mistaken me for someone else? I'm merely a student. If you truly believe I possess acting talent, shouldn't you offer me a price first? $100 a day, including meals, how about? Fang's words trailed off. For midway through his speech, his hand had already lifted, a burst of red spray launching towards the veiled woman and the two burly men's eyes. Going for a night jog. How could he be unprepared? The latest model of self-defense spray, potent chili pepper formula. Get acquainted. You little brat. The two burly men were evidently unprepared for Fang's sudden move, instantly struck, their eyes stinging painfully, causing their iron clubs to swing down towards Fang. But Fang had anticipated this. As he unleashed the self-defense spray, he simultaneously propelled himself backward with all his might, executing 3 or 4 backflips on the ground. Impressive, right? Clever, right? It is said that the harshest mountains and waters give rise to cunning folks. Fang is one of them. Moreover, he was the foremost troublemaker in Dongha village, engaging in brawls, climbing trees, stealing bird eggs, and observing widows wash. Ahem, he indulged in all manner of mischief. These few backflips posed no challenge for him. However, just as he successfully evaded the blind swings of two burly men, a silvery beam of light, illuminated by the purple moon, struck him fiercely as it skimmed along the ground. Bang! A sharp pain shot through Fang's back. His backpack tumbled to the ground, along with its contents, among which was a faint metallic clinking sound, the half-visible figure of a small bronze man peeking out from a bag. Of course, at that moment, Fang's attention was far from the backpack and the little bronze figure. His back throbbed with agony, a searing pain. He was injured. Beneath his feet, a distinct fissure extended ominously towards the masked woman. Tender green grass, cobblestones that paved the path, and even the soil were all neatly divided, the cut as smooth as if made by a blade. Fang's sweat poured down in torrents. Was this the legendary 30-meter-long blade, Aura? The premise of this world seemed awry. Had it not been for the small bronze figure in his backpack shielding him, he would surely have met the same fate as the delicate grass below. Do not be afraid, my blade is swift. The masked woman moved again, like a specter, instantly appearing before Fang, raising a short knife in her hand. Under the luminous glow of the purple moon, the chill emanating from the short knife pulsated ominously. Fang's eyes widened in disbelief. Were these individuals truly human? Superhumans, perhaps. As he gazed at the descending blade of the masked woman, the only thoughts that raced through his mind were those of freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, patriotism, dedication, integrity, and kindness. A new book has been released, tender and fresh. I humbly seek your recommendations. Chapter 2. A peculiar setting. This world has transformed. A violet moon hangs in the sky, a stone coffin lies upon the ground, and the legendary martial arts masters have resurfaced. Murder is a crime. Do you not understand? Fang is utterly perplexed as to why a once harmonious and peaceful world has suddenly morphed into a realm of martial artistry. He is the pride of his nation, a rare golden phoenix in Dongha village, destined to excel in the upcoming college entrance examination and gain admission to a specialized university. Yet, could this all be thwarted? Lost in thought, he notices a dark spot appearing overhead, growing ever closer and larger under the illumination of the violet moon, radiating an eerie red glow. Could it be that there are two stone coffins in the sky? One female, one male? Clenching his teeth, Fang refuses to resign himself to an inexplicable demise. Seizing this moment, he resolves to struggle for survival. Who says a salted fish cannot turn over and perhaps transform into a splendid delicacy? An old dog stumbles, then rolls again. Boom. The ground trembles, dust swirling as a pit half a meter deep suddenly emerges, an exaggerated sight that sends shivers down one's spine. Within the pit, a fiery crimson blaze surges upward, and from the flames, a figure over 2 meters tall gradually rises, skin as dark as coal, glimmering with a red hue, subtly intertwined with the fire. As for the masked woman, she has already darted to the right with remarkable swiftness, effortlessly evading the danger, as if she possesses a pair of eyes on her back. Thus, this world is indeed a fantastical one. Yet, in such a realm, Why introduce a black man? A black man who wields fire? As Hifong observed the scene before him, an overwhelming sensation engulfed him. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though the past 2 decades of his life had been rendered futile, and his worldview was elevated to an entirely new echelon within the span of 5 minutes. Could it truly be that age-old adage, extraordinary events must surely harbor some mystery? It was then that he discerned the peculiar sight. The individual of African descent did not flee, yet a robust man, who had been subjected to a spray of pepper spray, dashed away the moment the African stood. He lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon the African. The reality of this sudden shift in circumstances diverged sharply from the narratives depicted on television. Yet, with a modicum of contemplation, the rationale became strikingly clear. The African had brazenly initiated a confrontation. It was implausible for anyone here to shout, "Hey, big guy, which path do you tread?" Such a figure, adorned with a skin akin to a fiery stick, certainly exuded a formidable presence. Of course, it was also conceivable that the two parties had long been acquainted, sharing bonds of familiarity and loyalty. In any case, the clash ensued. The masked woman, this time, refrained from rushing into action. Her gaze, subtly focused on the nearby orange grove, and Hifong, exhibited a demure demeanor befitting a lady. The iron rod lay abandoned on the ground, a testament to true masculinity. Ahem. The burly man knelt, coughing twice. He had been struck squarely in the face by the African's fist, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Then, an uncanny spectacle unfolded. At the instant blood seeped forth, a serpentine wisp of crimson energy erupted from the blood, appearing remarkably agile. In an instant, it darted into Hifong's fallen backpack, causing the half-visible bronze figurine cradling a gourd to emit a faint glow before tranquility was restored. Had something just zipped past moments ago? He rubbed his eyes and glanced at the backpack on the ground, only to find no change in its position. Could it be an illusion? He dismissed the thought, for his primary concern was survival. Escape now? The masked woman nearby would surely not let him go. A 30-meter-long blade of air. Even if he managed to run 29 meters, he would likely still meet his demise. What to do? That imposing figure seemed formidable. It appeared he wasn't the target. Perhaps he was affiliated with some relevant authority? Or a champion of justice, perhaps? Well then, what was there to hesitate about? A murder, a tomb robbery, and a killing. Help, help. In truth, Hifong had no alternative. He could not escape the clutches of the masked woman. Embracing the principle of taking action even without certainty, he raised his voice in desperation. And then, there was silence. The anticipated heroic line, "Fear not, my dear compatriot, I shall rescue you," did not materialize. Not only did it fail to appear, but the imposing figure didn't even spare Hifong a glance. He was entirely disregarded. How embarrassing. Fortunately, Hifong was thick-skinned, having weathered the storms of society since childhood. He understood well that pride often comes at the cost of sustenance. Help! They mean to kill me. Robbery, extortion, kidnapping. Oh, noble figure. Are you perhaps one of the authorities? I am a citizen. Moreover, I have ventured to Africa. I have raced alongside the majestic lions of the savannah. And I have even ridden a zebra. In a moment of disbelief, Hifong pondered whether the person shouting was truly lacking in Chinese proficiency. Suddenly, a melodious laughter, as sweet as silver bells, pierced the air, and from the depths of the shadowy orange grove emerged 2 figures, 2 women walking side by side. One wore a long dress of blue and white, her ebony eyes cold as ice, cascading locks of hair flowing down to her waist. Her features exquisitely refined like a work of art. Hifong paused momentarily, struck by the astonishing beauty of this woman, whose allure surpassed even that of the most admired girls from the local high school. Yet, there was an air of chilling aloofness about her, reminiscent of an eternal glacier. Notably, adorning her right wrist was a strikingly antique purple prayer bead bracelet, winding elegantly from her wrist up to her arm. A visage of an ice sculpture imbued with a serene Buddhist essence. Hifong found himself captivated by her beauty, yet felt no inclination to approach her. She was simply too frigid. Turning his gaze to the left of the icy beauty, he discovered the source of the earlier laughter. In stark contrast to the first, this girl exuded an inviting warmth. Clad in a pink tracksuit paired with a bright yellow mini-skirt, her outfit bore a large, cheerful smile emblazoned across the chest. A dazzling pair of headphones encased her youthful face, radiating vitality and exuberance, appearing merely 16 or 17 years old. Yet, she sparkled vibrantly in her pink attire. Fang's eyes lit up. This delightful young girl was truly a gem, someone with whom he could forge a genuine connection. Thus, he resolved to call out once more. "Ah, dear lady, someone is attempting to take my life. I am being extorted. Help me. The world is a harsh place. Do not behave in such a manner, young man. It is rather embarrassing. If you genuinely wish for our assistance, refrain from wailing for bloodshed. Instead, you ought to exclaim Old Iron 666. The pink little girl stuck out her tongue and made a playful grimace. Chapter 3. Remarkable, my little bronze figure. Where could it be? Truly impressive. Indeed, in a world where the settings have been altered, a refreshing atmosphere must prevail. This code Old Iron 666 seems tailor-made for such life and death moments. What does it mean to keep pace with the times? The pink little girl embodies that spirit. Furthermore, she undoubtedly stands at the forefront of the era, poised at the very edge of the storm. Deciding to rectify his errors, he resolved to abandon his antiquated mindset and advance towards the new world, striving to catch up with the cadence of the times. However, before he could utter the phrase Old Iron 666, a roar erupted in his ears. The man of African descent appeared to be in a frenzy. His attack was vicious and merciless. In an instant, he lunged towards the burly man half kneeling on the ground, his right hand striking the man's chest with the force of iron. Flames surged, wild and unrestrained. With a sickening thud, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from the man's lips. One could surmise the severity of his injuries without a doubt. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal moment was that as the blood gushed forth, a colossal red serpent burst forth from it, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. It was thick and lengthy, measuring at least 3 to 4 meters, and as wide as 2 fingers. Its speed was astonishingly swift. Before, Fang had not perceived clearly. But this time, due to its considerable size, he discerned it distinctly. The enormous serpent lunged towards him in an instant, only to vanish just as swiftly. Its location was precisely where his backpack had fallen to the ground. There, a small copper figurine peeked out, half exposed. What on earth? Fang felt a slight jolt of surprise. This small copper figure was a toy gifted to him by the village elder when he was 5 years old. Its craftsmanship was rudimentary, and it bore a significant flaw, an extra gourd cradled in its arms, pitch black and detracting from its overall aesthetic. It was evident that it had no connection to anything antique or valuable. Yet, driven by curiosity, Fang had spent considerable time toying with the copper figurine, subjecting it to floods, fire, blood rituals to claim ownership, and even planting it in the ground to bear fruit, all to no avail. It was, indeed, just a toy. However, upon seeing the copper figurine again, his eyes widened in astonishment, for this half-exposed small copper figure was now utterly transformed from the one he once knew. It was akin to the classic line, "Dog, you have changed." Indeed, the small copper figure had changed, while the craftsmanship remained coarse. A series of faint lines appeared to flow across its surface. The once pitch-black gourd cradled in its arms had now transformed, with a portion turning a pristine white, glistening like flawless white jade. Proportionally, the whitened section comprised nearly 1/9 of the gourd. Meanwhile, the red serpent was now swirling within the white, jade-like gourd. Yet, this was not the most bizarre aspect. The most bizarre aspect was the eyes of the small bronze figure. Astonishingly, they opened. 2 blood-red gemstones adorned what had once been hollow sockets, shimmering with a faint crimson glow, an eerie sight that sent chills down one's spine. He felt as if those eyes were poised to consume his very soul. Sweat cascaded down like rain. A terrifying presence weighed upon him, constricting his breath. At that moment, a wisp of crimson aura emerged from the small bronze figure's white jade gourd. As if animated, it poked its head out and sniffed the air. What could it be? He parted his lips, only to see a small serpent slither out from the gourd, sinking its fangs into his fingertip. Cold, piercing. Strangely, he felt. It was not merely a snake. Rather, it was an essence of unparalleled purity. As for why he felt this way, he could not fathom. Yet, that pure energy had already penetrated his body through his fingertip, flitting about like a headless fly. From his finger to his arm, then to his chest, and finally, to his heart. Boom. The world before him transformed. He could not discern what this sensation was, but he beheld within himself intricate, mysterious patterns, identical to those on the small bronze figure. Surrounding those patterns were countless twinkling points of starlight, densely clustered like the Milky Way in the night sky. Meanwhile, the crimson serpent that had entered his being was now swimming through his meridians, with each movement causing his veins to pulse vigorously. Reflection? The bridge between heaven and earth. Inner vision? He found himself unable to articulate an explanation through the lens of any scientific knowledge. Yet, an inexplicable sensation coursed through him, suggesting that the diminutive red serpent had somehow bestowed upon him newfound strength. The pain from the wound inflicted upon his back by the masked woman had vanished, and he now felt invigorated, capable of dispatching a wild dog. Nay, perhaps even two. Most intriguingly, the serpentine creature within him seemed to navigate autonomously, as if following a predetermined path and possessing its own consciousness. Thus, this entity was fully automated? Mastery and cultivation did not rely on mere survival, but rather on this automation. How remarkable, my little bronze figurine. Had such a bizarre occurrence transpired merely an hour prior, he would have instinctively sought medical attention to examine his mental faculties. However, that was no longer the case. The moon hung high in the sky, and the dark-skinned man had departed the African savanna, forsaking the lions to embrace the flames. The 30-meter blade aura had once again graced the earthly realm, signaling a palpable shift in the fabric of reality. Yet, the origins of the red serpent remained shrouded in mystery. Hadn't the robust man just spat blood? He swiftly grasped the bronze figurine in his hand, choosing to observe a moment longer, only to witness another muscular figure, unable to contain his impatience, glaring intently before lunging forward. This man was surprisingly formidable, managing to endure for a full 10 seconds before he too was sent flying. Astonishingly, the man expelled a mouthful of blood. His eyes brightened once more, for at the very instant the man bled, he beheld the emergence of another diminutive red serpent, bursting forth from the blood and swiftly diving into the gourd of the bronze figurine. Although this particular item is not as large or thick as the previous one, it is by no means insignificant. Most importantly, the masked woman, the pink lowly, and the ice-sculpted maiden, embodying a serene demeanor, seem utterly oblivious to the presence of the red little snake, as if only he possesses the ability to perceive it. Ah! Hifong opened his mouth in astonishment. The red little snake continues to swim joyfully within the gourd of the bronze figurine, not even casting a glance in his direction. This is rather awkward. Could it be that the size is insufficient? Wait a moment. It appears there is something on the gourd. Hifong had not observed closely before, but now he vaguely discerns what seems to be some ancient measurement markings inscribed upon it. The concept of measurement has its origins deeply rooted in the history of Huaxia, with records dating back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and it was further standardized after the Qin dynasty unified the 6 states. Hifong has perused some pre-Qin historical texts, yet he cannot definitively ascertain which era these measurements belong to. However, he does possess a straightforward and somewhat rudimentary method to digitize the values directly. If the minimum energy value is established as 1, then the energy value of the blood that the robust man just expelled is approximately 30. Thus, should he wait a little longer? Hifong indeed has another option, which is to seize the opportunity to flee. Nevertheless, the current situation is markedly different from before. The masked woman is evidently preoccupied by the pink lowly and the ice-sculpted maiden, and for the time being, she is unlikely to act against him. As the saying goes, when the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman benefits. He is now the fisherman. Yet, just as he awaited his imminent triumph with unwavering confidence, 2 burly men seemed to have learned their lesson. Having sustained injuries, they no longer wished to engage the African-American in one-on-one combat. Instead, they joined forces, flanking him on either side, engaging in a struggle. Moreover, they dared not approach too closely, bouncing around him like 2 grasshoppers. As for weapons, relying solely on their fists seemed rather futile. Did they possess no other armaments aside from iron rods? A butcher's knife would suffice. What was the urgency? How long would they linger in this indecisive dance? Would they dare to unleash a thrilling confrontation? Chapter 4. The Frenzy Unleashed. It appeared that the 2 burly men had indeed been roused by his words. After exchanging a glance, they hastily reached for their waists. But what they drew forth was not a butcher's knife. Instead, they brandished 2 sleek black handguns, the ominous muzzles aimed directly at the reckless African-American. Bang! Bang! The sharp reports echoed as bullets struck their mark, one hitting the man's right arm and the other his left thigh. Fortunately, the African-American reacted swiftly. In the instant the 2 men drew their weapons, he executed a nimble roll on the ground, using his head to forge a path to escape. Why did this differ from what he had seen on television? He felt a twinge of surprise. Having always regarded firearms as the most rudimentary of weapons in the realms of martial arts and fantasy. Yet, it seemed that this world had not entirely abandoned such notions. The emergence of the handguns caused the African American to immediately drop to the ground. Indeed, as the formidable figure fell, two massive crimson serpents emerged. For it is far more excruciating to be struck by a fist that draws blood than to be shot twice, with blood gushing forth. One serpent bore an energy level of 90, while the two combined reached an impressive 180. It became evident that the strength of the individual correlates with the magnitude of the energy released. This function is nothing short of a modern-day windfall. The figure, once again, opened his mouth wide. This time, the small copper figurine did not disappoint him. A diminutive serpent swiftly floated out from the gourd and slithered into his body. He then felt the serpent within him swell to twice its size. Astonishing. He could now vanquish at least 4 local canines. Such power was extraordinary. Elated, he mused that with a bit more observation, he too might ascend to the status of a superhuman, akin to the masked woman, able to unleash a single punch that would compel hundreds of canines to kneel and surrender. At that moment, he would reign supreme, both in the heavens and on earth. Upon glancing at the small copper figurine once more, he noticed there remained a portion within the gourd, suggesting the potential for another absorption. He surmised that the minimum absorption value of the copper figurine was approximately 100 energy points, and it had only illuminated 1/9 of its entirety. With a vast portion yet to be revealed, what formidable powers might lie beneath this surface? He chuckled, deciding to stoke the flames further. "Uncle, where is your gun? Draw it forth and engage. Surely you did not come here unarmed? What about the AK-47, the one that fires in rapid succession?" The African-American appeared visibly agitated. His face flushed crimson, yet contrary to expectations of him brandishing an AK-47, he instead revealed a glimmering alloy insignia. With a simple shake, the insignia emitted a series of clicking sounds, expanding exponentially to transform into a circular shield of a full meter in diameter. Remarkable. One might marvel at such advanced technology. But in this era of scientific advancement, such an invention is hardly astonishing. It operates on principles akin to that of an unfolding fan. However, he was merely a humble rural farmer, unaccustomed to such weaponry, and the shield was evidently crafted from alloy, an item not easily possessed by the average individual. This man clearly had formidable connections. He was certainly not lacking in resources. Nevertheless, the paramount concern at this juncture was to escalate the intensity of the confrontation. Yet, while this notion was splendid in theory, reality proved to be exceedingly harsh. From the moment the man produced the alloy shield, both factions exhibited a remarkable display of timidity. The masked woman remained motionless, while the ethereal ice-like figure and the pink-haired girl also refrained from action. Following the emergence of the alloy shield, a stalemate ensued. The two burly men dared not approach the African-American, bouncing nervously with their firearms, while he, lacking any ranged weapon and under heavy fire, found it impossible to advance. The commotion continued, yet after a protracted exchange, no blood had been drawn. Time passed until the two men's ammunition dwindled, and still, no progress was made. "Do not cower, my friend," one might urge. "What purpose does it serve to hide behind that tortoise shell? Life is inherently transient. It may be as light as a feather or as weighty as a mountain." The wisdom of the ancients resonates profoundly in this truth. Do you not grasp its significance? And you too, should you not aim with greater precision? Although your eyes may be stung by the pepper spray, rendering you unable to strike the head, perhaps you might attempt to target the posterior instead, who instilled such positive energy in both factions. Yet, the moment those words escaped, the expression on the African-American's face shifted dramatically. His gaze, once fixed on the two massive figures, now bore down upon Hefong. "You insolent brat. Silence yourself, or I shall be the one to end you." The man's fury was palpable, evidently pent up and seeking an outlet. Bang! In a moment of distraction, he was struck in the rear. See, I hit the target. I told you not to fixate solely on headshots. Occasionally aiming for the backside yields dividends. And you, sir, why not hurl your shield? That move often seen on television. Throw the shield and follow swiftly thereafter. Hefong remained unfazed. After successfully hitting the African-American's backside, he serendipitously acquired a writhing red serpent, refreshingly cool to the touch, with an energy value of 90. The man's resilience was indeed impressive and remarkably enduring. Hefong nearly erupted in laughter when he suddenly perceived a flash of white light. The shield in the African-American's grasp had indeed been cast away. However, it was hurtling directly toward him. This was not the anticipated script. What of the relevant authorities? How could they possibly turn their aggression upon an innocent bystander? Hefong was taken aback. But fortunately, he had become capable enough to vanquish four mongrels. As he observed the shield hurtling towards him, he executed a backflip, narrowly evading it. However, he felt as if his foot had snagged on something. Ouch! A pained sound escaped him. Hefong was momentarily stunned. So, the straightforward black man truly followed the script he had designed? The shield was in front, and the man was behind? That kick had fortuitously struck the vulnerable area beneath the black man's waist. Suddenly, the air grew still. The black man's face flushed, turning a deep shade of purple. He genuinely had not anticipated falling victim to someone as seemingly ordinary as Hefong. Wait, don't make a move. I have something to say, my last words before. As Hefong spoke, he once again raised his hand, spraying the self-defense spray. Given the proximity and the black man's fury, his eyes bulged with rage. This time, the spray was remarkably accurate. The black man's eyes moistened, followed by a sharp, burning sensation, a concentrated pepper spray, specially formulated with wild mountain pepper, of exceptional quality. Chapter 5, A Momentous Transformation. I will kill you, the black man roared. Yet, as the self-defense spray discharged, Hefong had already made his escape, darting away with agility akin to that of a rabbit, all while leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. He certainly would not naively believe that he could best the black man at that moment. That earlier kick had merely been a stroke of luck. As for any last words, well, he could only chuckle. The young man exhibited remarkable agility, deftly outmaneuvering the imposing figure of the black man. Upon witnessing Hefong escape from the clutches of the African, the petite pink-haired girl emitted a soft gasp. The serene, ice-like woman remained silent, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the masked woman. The masked figure stood resolutely still, while the two burly men seized the opportunity to ensnare the African once again, launching a flurry of blows from either side amidst a cacophony of fists and feet. Then, Hefong beheld a small red serpent soaring toward him, exuding an exuberant energy value of 50. His spirits lifted, for he had discerned that no relevant authorities were present. Neither party was inclined towards benevolence. The masked woman raised her hand, poised to strike, and the African man showed no mercy in return. In the eyes of these individuals, Hefong felt a piercing gaze, akin to that of a high and mighty emperor looking down upon mere ants, filled with disdain. Xiaoyuha? Hefong nearly stumbled in disbelief. The audacity of the city was remarkable. Then, a chorus of giggles erupted. The young man ought to remember that Sister Yuha awaits him. Yet, there lies the fear of having a life to collect, but none to spend. The very fabric of this world had been forcibly altered. Although he had never witnessed the pink-haired girl or the serene woman in action, it was evident that they surpassed the African in power. One could only wonder how much energy their blood might possess. Additionally, the initial drop of blood. Ahem. Hefong endeavored to dismiss the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, silently vowing to uphold purity and cherish the moment. The purple moon continued to hang high in the sky, and strange occurrences seemed to unfold in rapid succession. What lay within the stone coffin? The masked woman, the dark-skinned individual, the petite pink-haired girl, the serene ice sculpture. Did their simultaneous appearance near Dongha village truly constitute mere coincidence? Why did the toy gifted by the village elder suddenly transform into a treasure? Moreover, it possessed the uncanny ability to absorb energy from blood. An overwhelming array of questions plagued him. He was certain that the diminutive copper figure had never possessed the capacity to extract energy from blood. He had witnessed blood before, and such phenomena were undeniably peculiar. The events might be linked to the purple moon, yet they might not be. The mountain path spanning 2 miles was not particularly distant. Furthermore, Hefong had grown somewhat stronger, enabling him to effortlessly absorb the entirety of the energy within the copper figure's gourd. He felt confident that he could easily handle a dozen or so local mutts. A brisk jog of less than half an hour brought him to the entrance of Dongha village, where a glance revealed an astonishing darkness enveloping the mountain village. The silence within was eerie, with only the rustling of grass stirred by the mountain breeze and the chirping of crickets breaking the stillness. Apart from that, there was virtually no sound of quarrels or conversation. Hefong's heart began to race. The village remained as it had always been, the paths familiar as ever, yet inexplicably, he was beset by a chilling sensation. It was implausible. How could everyone be asleep before 10 o'clock? Even if the others had retired for the night. Aunt Zhang at the corner store surely couldn't be asleep, could she? There is also the younger sister-in-law of the Li family. Has she ceased her clandestine liaisons? Hefang's footsteps finally came to a halt at the threshold of the Li family's abode. He pressed his ear against the window, straining to listen intently. There was no sound of breathing, nor any sign of a sigh. How could this be? A chill began to creep up Hefang's spine. Li Erden. Sanguzi. Uncle Chi. The more he called out, the colder his heart became. The violet moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the desolate village, as if it were a ghostly apparition. The villagers had all vanished. Impossible, this could not be. How could they simply disappear? In the span of 2 days, over 30 households in Dongha village had seemingly evaporated. Hefang scrutinized the houses within the village. There were no signs of struggle, not even a single broken window or door, nor the faintest trace of blood. It was as though the villagers had vanished into thin air. Old man. Hefang refused to believe this was some cruel jest, for no one would be so bored as to orchestrate such a prank involving the entire village. Without further hesitation, he dashed madly towards the residence of the village elder. His footsteps the only sound echoing through the deserted village. Cold and sinister. Soon, he arrived at the elder's doorstep, where the door stood ajar. Hefang pushed the door open and discovered the interior remained unchanged. Familiar window paper, familiar tables and chairs. Yet, the elder's presence was conspicuously absent. Old man. Old man. Hefang's legs felt somewhat feeble as he sank onto the chair by the door. He vaguely recalled that the old man cherished nothing more than to sit in that very chair, smiling as he watched him. Little rascal. Recite a Tang poem for the old man. The bright moonlight before my bed, I suspect it is frost on the ground. Little rascal. Is your bottom itching again? Don't run away, or I shall give you a thrashing. Oh, still trying to evade me? Let me tell you. Even if you hide in the widow's bathing tub, I'll drag you out. Old man, the widow has already bathed today. I see. Then remember to hide in there early tomorrow. 2 pieces, if I'm not there, you 1 tea hide. Continue to seek recommendations. Chapter 6. The underground altar impossible. The old man will surely be fine. Hefang abruptly stood from the chair. He recalled that there was a place the old man had strictly forbidden anyone from entering since childhood, including himself. It was a storage room in the back hall. There was nothing of particular value inside, just a hodgepodge of clutter and an abundance of mouse droppings. Thus, it was not surprising that entry was prohibited. Yet, he remembered that once the old man had spent an entire day inside. To remain in a room replete with mouse droppings for a whole day? Given the old man's fastidious nature, such an occurrence could only be described as bizarre. Hefang made his way to the storage room. The clutter within remained unchanged, just as it had always been. He began to methodically remove items from within. A damaged hoe, a shovel broken in 2, various farming tools, and straw, all mingled with a faint, putrid odor that no longer seemed to bother him. Patiently and swiftly, he continued to extract each item, though the sheer volume of debris was overwhelming. It took him over half an hour to clear the cluttered storage room. Once emptied, the room was shrouded in darkness, with the corners infested by clusters of black specks, devoid of anything else. Yet, Hefang did not yield. He began to knock and tap on the walls, meticulously examining every inch for hidden secrets. After more than 20 minutes of relentless searching, he had almost scrutinized every surface. Nothing. That cannot be, he thought. Surely, something must lie within these confines. Perhaps the old man, sensing danger in the village, sought refuge here. Driven by this conviction, Hefang resumed his quest outside the storage area. He inspected the windows, chairs, and tables, but found no mechanisms. Wait a moment. The old man seemed to have a daily ritual of paying homage at the ancestral shrine. Could it be? Hefang swiftly made his way to the back hall, feeling around the 3 shrines, turning them over, until his hand unexpectedly encountered a protruding object behind one of them. He did not pause to examine it closely. Meanwhile, the once barren floor of the storage room now bore a dark opening, barely large enough for a single person to squeeze through. It appeared to be an exceedingly narrow passage, its surroundings compacted by the shovel, lacking any concrete reinforcement. Upon entering, he was enveloped by an indescribable sensation. If one were compelled to describe it, he would find a term within the novel that aptly fits: a thief's hole, an aperture that permits passage for only a single individual. He crawled down the tunnel, the duration of his descent unknown, until the space before him gradually expanded, revealing a faint glimmer of light. It was a subtle illumination, yet unmistakably the flicker of a flame. What lay ahead? What secrets had the old man concealed within? With a determined resolve, he set aside his thoughts and hastened toward the source of the light. Fortunately, the tunnel bore no traps. He soon approached the glow, discovering a small cave measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in width and 2 meters in height. The excavation was rudimentary, with evidence of crude tools having shaped the surroundings. At the center of this diminutive cavern stood the source of the light, an exceedingly ancient oil lamp, reminiscent of the perpetual light seen in films. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was, in fact, an altar. Yes, an altar. It was tiered into 3 levels, the base square, the middle circular, all constructed from mounds of earth, seemingly symbolizing the heavens and the earth. Atop the altar rested a pair of hands, sculpted from stone, devoid of arms. Merely the palms with their surfaces turned skyward, cradling a stone of modest size, akin to a clenched fist. It was an unremarkable stone, oval in shape, as dark as ink, lacking any radiance. However, it rested prominently atop the altar, delicately cradled by 2 hands, reminiscent of the ancient adage, "The stars support the moon." Why would the old man create an altar in the basement of the storage room? Throughout his life, Hefong had never heard the old man recount any tales of the supernatural. Even when the old man would ramble on, often out of sheer persistence, his stories predominantly revolved around ancient history, such as the rise and fall of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, the intellectual fervor of the Warring States period, the unification of the 6 kingdoms by Qin Shi Huang, and the military campaigns of Emperor Wu of Han, among others. Furthermore, his narratives were primarily based on official records, with very few accounts from unofficial histories, let alone any mention of ghosts or superstitions. Yet now, he had discovered an altar. What could possibly explain this? Who was the old man really, and what secrets did he conceal? Standing before the altar, Hefong instinctively reached out to touch the black stone resting upon it, only to notice a note tucked beneath the eternal flame behind the altar. Hefong promptly lifted the lamp and retrieved the note, brushing off the dust that had settled upon it. The handwriting was unmistakably that of the old man, and surprisingly, it appeared to be addressed to him. "You little rascal. If you have truly managed to find this place, it indicates that you are, by nature, a country bumpkin. Do not attempt to seek me out. I am a man of significant endeavors, and you, a mere hindrance, will only hold me back. Hefong, the stone upon the altar is yours, for it originally belonged to your missing father. I have devoted 18 years to studying it, yet I have gleaned little of significance. It is unlikely that you, a mere child, will uncover any profound truths either. However, remember this, even at the cost of your life, do not forsake this stone. In closing, I impart this wisdom to you. Strive to be an ordinary person." An ordinary person? Hefong furrowed his brow slightly upon reading this. The old man's letter provided no discernible clues, yet one thing was certain. He had been aware of impending events long before. The handwriting on the paper was clearly not recent. Had the old man truly vanished to undertake some monumental task? Hefong was uncertain. The simultaneous disappearance of everyone in the village was exceedingly strange, and certainly not as simple as the old man's note suggested. The world had changed, the rules had shifted. Though he was unaware of what the future held, he was resolute in his desire not to remain ordinary. He yearned for strength. He did not wish to conform to the old man's desire for normalcy. On the contrary, he sought to grow stronger. For only by doing so could he comprehend the old man's grand intentions and ascertain the fate of the father who had abandoned him, whether he was alive or dead. Hefong carefully stored the black stone and then climbed out of the passage once more. Just as he covered the entrance, he heard a faint sound of footsteps outside. They were soft, resembling the sound of feet treading upon grass. Yet he distinctly remembered that the old man's courtyard consisted solely of dirt and stone, with no grass in sight. Chapter 7. An unscientific world strange. Today's events are exceedingly peculiar. Hefong must exercise caution. As he recalls a profound adage, in this world, aside from poetry and distant horizons, there exists the uncanny. Carefully emerging from the storeroom, he endeavored to tread silently, cautiously edging towards the doorway. Soon, he arrived at the entrance. Outside, there was no one. The expanse lay eerily vacant, devoid of any greenery. The small courtyard remained unchanged, littered with dirt and piles of stones. Then, he heard footsteps, accompanied by voices. "Radish, Radish, where's my radish?" His heart raced with surprise. He could distinctly perceive someone speaking, yet he could not see them. This bizarre spectacle sent a chill down his spine. Could it be a ghost? If someone had told him previously that this world harbored phantoms, he would have dismissed them with a sharp retort. Science. Do you understand what science is? Yet now, he found himself unable to ascertain the truth. A night of revelations had reshaped his worldview. Nonetheless, deep down, he remained skeptical about the existence of ghosts. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and resolved to step outside. Perhaps someone was merely hanging upside down on the roof, cleaning the windows. As he crossed the threshold, he was astonished to find everything transformed. The courtyard had vanished, the dirt and stones were gone, and before him stretched a lush bamboo grove, with tender green grass carpeting the ground. Beside the bamboo grove, there stood a quaint wooden cottage. Had he traversed through time? Yifeng was genuinely taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. To his astonishment, the little courtyard transformed back to its original state. The bamboo forest, the grassy expanse, the wooden cottage, all vanished. Was it an illusion? A phantom wall? Sorcery? In an instant, his mind swirled with an array of bizarre thoughts, and then he heard that voice again. Radish, radish. Where's my radish? Yifeng pondered. This is utterly unscientific. Dongha village lay enveloped in an eerie silence, chilling to the bone. The purple moon above emanating a strange glow. Coupled with the unsettling sounds from outside, it was genuinely terrifying. Wait a moment. Could it be that beyond the door lies another realm? If that were the case, might the villagers and the old man's disappearances be connected to this world outside? Though uncertain, Yifeng yearned to explore further. Thus, he stepped outside once more, cautiously placing just 1 foot beyond the threshold. The world before him shifted again, revealing the grassy field, the bamboo grove, and the wooden cottage, along with a grimy face. Brother, have you seen my radish? A ghost. Yifeng's nerves, already frayed, snapped at the sudden appearance of the face before him. Without a moment's deliberation, he instinctively delivered a swift kick. Thud. It struck the face squarely. Sweat poured down his forehead. What had he just witnessed? A young boy clad in gray fabric stood before me, his complexion darkened by the sun. What struck me most was that his attire was decidedly not of modern times. It was reminiscent of an ancient era, accentuated by a blue scarf tied around his hair. Was this not a specter? As I pondered this, a voice echoed from outside the door once more. A ghost? Where could it be? Where is my brother? Why has he vanished? Am I imagining things? Alas, I should go in search of the radishes. If I fail to find them again, my master may very well bring about my demise. Radish, radish, where are you? Yifeng felt a shiver run down his spine. However, having grown up in a mountain village, his courage surpassed that of the average person, and he quickly regained his composure. Something felt amiss. The kick he had just delivered had clearly struck something solid, not an ethereal apparition. Moreover, he had noticed that the moon outside was not violet, but rather a normal silvery hue. The situation was growing increasingly bizarre, stretching far beyond his comprehension. After a moment of careful contemplation, he resolved to take another step forward. This time, he would not hesitate to test the waters, but would boldly step inside. The boy's cries for radishes had ceased, replaced instead by a wailing sound. Following the noise, Yifeng turned to see an elderly Taoist priest, similarly clothed in ancient garb, wielding a stick and fiercely striking the young boy. Useless wretch, I provide you with sustenance and clothing, yet you cannot accomplish even the simplest of tasks. You cannot even find a few items. You are a burden. Ah! Sob. Master, spare me. I shall not harm you. Master, please cease, do not strike me again. Sob. The little boy, covered in bruises, struggled to rise from the ground, limping away in evident agony. He cast a forlorn glance behind him, stirring an inexplicable sense of guilt within Yifeng, for he had indeed kicked the boy moments ago, albeit unintentionally. Yet, now was not the time for overflowing sympathy. He needed to ascertain the nature of his surroundings. Yifeng did not pursue the boy in search of the radish, but instead approached the quaint wooden cottage with caution. Before long, he found himself beside the window. Inside, an elderly Taoist sat cross-legged in meditation. Yifeng's heart raced in his chest. Could this be a celestial being? Had he inadvertently stepped into a realm shrouded in mystery? No, this could not be. Celestial beings surely do not manifest in such a manner, malicious and cruel, and this place bore no resemblance to the fabled heavens. Suddenly, a thought struck him, a possibility. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, extending through the Warring States period and into the pre-Qin era, there existed a class of enigmatic figures known as fengshi. Typically, each fengshi was accompanied by a servant. The little boy referred to the old Taoist as master. indicating that they were not bound by the ties of a teacher-student relationship, but rather, it suggested a feudal slave society. Hefang's gaze wandered once more, and he noticed an object within the cottage, a small bronze tripod resting upon the table. Such an artifact would be housed in a modern museum. Should he not seek it out? The old Taoist suddenly spoke, yet his eyes remained shut. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, regaining his composure. The world before him must not be an illusion. Everything within it was tangible, and, remarkably, the other party could see him. This was indeed extraordinary. It was highly probable that this phenomenon was connected to the old man's disappearance and the purple moon. To validate his hypothesis, he resolved to make one final attempt. He turned and dashed into the storage room. Shortly thereafter, he held an animal trap in his hands. In the mountain village, such an item was hardly rare. He carefully secured the trap and approached the door of the small wooden house, gently placing the trap in position. Ultimately, he selected a spot very close to the village chief's entrance. He raised his hand and threw a stone. Thud! It struck the door of the small wooden house. Has he finally found it? The old Taoist seemed to hear the sound of knocking. Before long, the wooden door creaked open, followed by a sharp snap. Did it catch something? The old Taoist's agonizing scream echoed immediately after. Meanwhile, Hefang was transfixed by the enormous red snake that had just erupted from the old Taoist's feet, his eyes gleaming like the brightest stars in the night sky. So large, so plump, so round. Energy value, 200. A new day has arrived. Brothers and sisters, cast your votes. Chapter 8. Please continue your performance. Hefang was genuinely elated. He recalled that when the black man had been shot and bled profusely, he had only gained around 90 points of energy. Yet this old Taoist, merely caught in the trap, had lost but a small spoonful of blood and astonishingly gained 200. Remarkable. This old Taoist truly is a treasure. Moreover, primarily, this serves to indirectly validate his conjecture. The old Taoist is not a ghost, but a person of genuine existence. However, this raises a new question. Why do two disparate worlds converge? Is this convergence fleeting, or is it everlasting? Hesitant to dwell on these minor inquiries, Hefang resolved to set them aside for the moment. What is most crucial now is to seize this opportunity and delve deeper into the old Taoist's secrets. Surely, the Taoist possesses a wealth of treasures. Hefang began to ponder the intricacies of life. This old Taoist is immensely powerful. Confronting him directly would undoubtedly be futile. What to do? Just as these thoughts swirled in his mind, he heard the old Taoist's thunderous voice. You little beast, dare you retaliate against me? If I do not break one of your legs today, I shall not be worthy of the title Bamboo Mountain Practitioner. It was clear that the young boy had become a scapegoat. Subsequently, Hefang sensed a silence outside. According to his speculation, the old Taoist had likely gone to confront the boy. Silently, he expressed sympathy for the boy for 3 seconds. At that moment, not only could he ascend to divinity, but he could also rescue the boy from his plight, truly a twofold gain. Nevertheless, to exercise caution, he waited an additional 2 minutes before re-entering the realm of the bamboo grove. Glancing around, he confirmed there was indeed no one present. Treasures. I have come to claim my role as your master, Hefang exclaimed with excitement, dashing towards the small wooden cabin, swiftly arriving at its doorstep. As anticipated, the old Taoist was absent. Inside, the bronze cauldron still emitted a faint wisp of green smoke. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, seemingly capable of soothing the mind and calming the spirit. Without hesitation, he reached out and poured out the remnants of incense from the bronze censer, subsequently pocketing all the incense laid out on the table. He then began to rummage through his surroundings. Could it be? Reduced to such a pitiful state, was he truly engaging in such trivial pursuits? Where were the promised cultivators of the bamboo mountain? As these thoughts crossed his mind, an unsettling chill crept up his spine, reminiscent of a venomous serpent lurking behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt through the window. At that precise moment, a figure materialized before him. Indeed, contrary to his expectations, an outsider was present. The old priest squinted, his eyes glinting with a cold light. He was speechless, realizing the truth of humanity's disillusionment. This malicious old priest, devoid of integrity, had deceitfully promised to break a young boy's legs, yet had instead concealed himself in the bamboo grove outside the cabin, catching him off guard. Can you believe it? He wore a pained expression. The old priest, however, remained utterly composed, gazing at him as one would at a lamb awaiting slaughter. He began to retreat, while the old priest advanced step by step. Look, a flying sword, he exclaimed. raising his hand and turning to flee into the bamboo forest. To his astonishment, the old priest did not evade or pursue him. Instead, he leisurely rummaged through his robes, producing a small sword that gleamed like white jade. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of this scene and instantly felt as if he could almost sing a lament. This was the true flying sword, capable of severing an enemy's head from 1,000 miles away. Do not make a move. After all, I am your servant's elder brother. He hesitated, but the old Taoist disregarded him entirely, biting down on his own finger. Subsequently, with his bloodied fingertip, he made a swift gesture, touching the white jade sword. A resonant chime echoed as the sword gleamed brilliantly. Then, there was nothing more to follow. For in that very instant when the white jade sword illuminated, Feng beheld a thick and imposing red serpent darting towards him with alarming speed. Energy level, 100. The old Taoist blinked, and so did Feng, who momentarily paused. Their eyes met, and an awkward silence ensued. The old Taoist's face gradually flushed a shade of crimson, while Feng blinked in realization. It seemed he had begun to comprehend the true nature of the energy being absorbed by the small copper figure's gourd. It was the vitality contained within human blood, or in mystical terms, the spiritual power inherent in one's life essence. As blood circulates within the body, so too does the energy, spiritual power, that resides within it. This principle is rather straightforward. For instance, when a person is injured and loses a mouthful of blood, the energy, spiritual power, within their body diminishes. The more blood expelled, the weaker they become. Thus, the small copper figure's gourd siphons this vital energy. Blood is indeed the true catalyst, contrary to the fantastical tales in some immortal novels, where one can forge a flying sword for endless use. Such notions are rather far-fetched. Have you considered the law of conservation of energy? Certainly, some individuals choose to adorn their flying swords with a few spirit stones to provide energy, a practice that warrants no further commentary, as not everyone possesses such luxuries. Moreover, once depleted, these stones require replacement, which can be rather cumbersome. Blood, however, is a remarkable substance. It is convenient, swift, and most importantly, it possesses the ability to regenerate. As long as one does not completely drain it in one go, it can be considered inexhaustible. At this juncture, Feng feels as though he has unraveled many enigmas surrounding ancient practitioners. For instance, when practitioners set up altars for rituals, they often wield swords in a dance-like manner, culminating in the act of spilling blood upon the altar, accompanied by the sacrifice of 3 animals, and in some exceptional cases, even offering a living human as a tribute. The underlying purpose of these acts is to extract energy. Now, Feng realizes that prior to the white jade sword absorbing the energy from the blood, he must first siphon the energy himself. Thus, the white jade sword cannot ascend. With this understanding, his heart finds peace. From a historical perspective, practitioners are shrouded in mystery, typically prioritizing qi over physicality. To put it plainly, they resemble the magicians of the Western world, possessing magical power, yet having average physical prowess. This is evident from the moment the old priest struck the young boy. Had he truly possessed the strength to deliver a blow of 1,000 pounds, the boy would have perished countless times over. Moreover, even if one could indeed rely solely on brute strength, who would prefer blood? Feng chuckled, gesturing to the old priest with a playful hiss, simultaneously swaying his hips and beckoning with a finger, his meaning unmistakable. Please, continue your performance. Chapter 9. A flamboyant display of skill. How might a renowned sorcerer, adored by countless devotees, respond to such a humiliating affront? The old priest demonstrated through his actions. Enraged, he muttered incantations under his breath. This time, he revealed his true prowess. With a swift motion, he drew the jade sword across his palm, causing blood to spurt forth. Simultaneously, he grasped the jade sword and wiped it clean. Drenched in blood, the jade sword radiated a dazzling brilliance. Wretched fiend, prepare to meet your demise, he bellowed, raising his hand skyward. The jade sword soared into the air, emanating resplendent light as it hurtled towards its target. Then, with a thud, it fell to the ground. Their gazes locked once more, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward. The old priest's eyes widened in disbelief, resembling bulging lanterns. Meanwhile, Feng, unfazed, swiftly retrieved the fallen jade sword, wiping away the now dormant blood with his hand before tucking it away into his robe. Energy value, 300. The old priest's display had been, without a doubt, impressive. Yet, Fong believed there was still room for enhancement. A person's potential is boundless, contingent upon the guidance provided. With the right direction, the blood could indeed surge even more violently. Perhaps a severed limb or a sliced artery would suffice. Keep it up, you can do it. Fong urged himself, energetically twisting his hips 5 times, then extending 2 fingers towards the old priest, beckoning insistently. The implication was unmistakable. Unleash any treasures you possess. The old priest was incensed. Yet he truly could not comprehend why the infallible technique of the flying sword to vanquish foes had faltered. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the individual before him had once again instigated a provocation. The old Taoist's face instantly flushed to a deep shade of purple. After diligently studying for 30 years and emerging from seclusion, he had never encountered such a humiliating defeat. Not only had he failed to slay his opponent, but his flying sword had also been seized by the adversary. In a fit of anger and frustration, the old Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, Fong sensed that this seemed to be an unexpected turn of events. Indeed, it was an unforeseen incident. He had anticipated the old Taoist would produce a few more magical artifacts for a demonstration, but instead, he was gifted with a mouthful of fresh blood. Alas, Fong sighed heavily. His energy level stood at 300. Just as he reveled in the unexpected boon, the old Taoist's hands suddenly began to move, sketching incessantly before his chest. As for the blood that had been expelled, it was gathered by the old Taoist's hands and transformed into a blood talisman the size of a basin, resembling a bolt of lightning. He then witnessed the old Taoist raise his palms high and bellow, "Behold the might of my thunderous magic." Fong stood there, dumbfounded, glancing up at the resplendent moon hanging in the sky. So, that mouthful of blood had not been a result of his fury, but rather a conduit for the invocation of thunder magic? Very well, this maneuver was rather cunning. Fong was utterly taken aback. Ultimately, he spread his hands in resignation, his expression one of helplessness, while the old Taoist descended into madness. There was not a trace of reaction. How could there be none at all? At this moment, he found himself compelled to reassess the peculiar figure before him. Clad in outlandish attire, his flying sword had been sheathed, and his spells were rendered futile. His gaze lingered on the seemingly youthful individual for a full 10 seconds before arriving at a definitive conclusion. The person standing before him, who appeared young, was in fact a formidable cultivator from beyond the realms. This was exceedingly troublesome. At this juncture, he comprehended that today's events were unlikely to conclude amicably. After all, the other party had made it abundantly clear that they were here to stir trouble, and he had been the first to strike. In such a situation, seeking mercy or attempting to flee was utterly impossible, for it was an unwritten rule that governed the interactions between local cultivators and those from foreign realms. To put it simply, 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. Cultivators from different territories either refrain from battle or, once engaged, fight to the bitter end. However, he was oblivious to the old Taoist's thoughts. He awaited patiently, anticipating that the old man would unleash some artifact or spell, preferably something that would undermine the situation. Yet, he soon sensed that something was amiss, for the old Taoist began to loosen his clothing. He was taken aback. What was this unfolding drama? Was it some kind of hidden rule? But he had no inclination in that direction. The people of this world were truly peculiar. While musing on these thoughts, he observed the old Taoist retrieving a black cloth bag from his person. It was antiquated in style, adorned with intricate silver thread that embroidered a strange pattern resembling a fearsome beast with its mouth agape, exquisitely crafted. With a sharp sound, the scene unfolded. The bag was cast before him. He blinked, uncertain whether to pick it up or not. Ultimately, he decided to retrieve it. Esteemed one, as a practitioner from beyond the realms, I, a humble disciple of the Bamboo Mountain, concede defeat today with utmost respect. Thus, I bequeath all that I have attained in this lifetime to you, hoping only for a swift resolution that spares me from a lingering demise, allowing my blood to stain this Bamboo Mountain. The old Taoist spoke with profound solemnity. He was taken aback, unable to comprehend how the narrative had shifted so drastically. How had the battle transformed into such a scenario? Yet, one thing became clear to him. The old Taoist seemed intent on affirming his resolve through death. Then, he observed the old Taoist charging towards him, bare-armed and with a face etched in a blend of defiance, despair, and ferocity. Was the old Taoist's earlier performance merely a prelude to his request for an honorable death? This question was almost too easy to answer. He chuckled with delight. realizing it was time to demonstrate his decisive prowess as a true warrior. As the old Taoist approached, he took a firm stance, delivering a powerful punch. Embrace your demise with vigor. Yet, just as he anticipated the old Taoist to close his eyes and surrender, he witnessed the old man retaliating with a punch of his own. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't he seeking a peaceful end? Thus, it dawned on him that the old Taoist wished to witness his strength before meeting his end, to perish beneath his formidable skills. This cunning old man certainly possessed an intriguing spirit. As he pondered this, he felt an overwhelming force surging from the old Taoist's fist. Whoosh! His body soared to a height of 3 to 4 meters before crashing into a bamboo stalk. With a sharp crack, the bamboo splintered. Feng fell to the ground. Utterly dazed, this narrative seemed amiss. Which self-proclaimed historian had the audacity to claim that the physical prowess of cultivators was lacking? Were they to be compared to the feeble wizards of the Western world? This was hardly a display of weakness. Surely, he could contend with 10 of them at once. At last, the contract status has changed. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to General Wu Ban, the First Lord of the Alliance, for his generous reward, as well as to the supporters, including the 1,500 Qijian coins from Solitude Lonely Sorrow, the 1,000 coins from Yao Xian and Shijia, and the 500 coins from Crossing Mingjihen, Guanyin Yinhua, and Yukuan, along with Wang Zhengwei's 100 coins. Let us rally together for those recommendation votes, dear brothers and sisters. A minimum of 2 updates daily. Chapter 10, A Dark Night for Murder. After cursing under his breath, Feng suddenly realized that this was indeed an easy question. Given his status, he deemed it beneath him to engage. Without a moment's hesitation, he dusted himself off and turned to flee, all the while shouting a rallying cry. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. A chill breeze rustled through the bamboo grove, producing a soft whisper. Was that not an outsider of immense power? The old Taoist glanced at his own fists, momentarily entranced. Before his expression shifted dramatically, he had been deceived. This young man. No, my Qianquan bag. Feng was oblivious to the significance of the Qianquan bag. He only knew that whatever fell from the old Taoist should be picked up first, and regarding its purpose, he could investigate it later once he had escaped alive. The bright moon continued to hang high in the sky as he galloped alone through the bamboo forest. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have lost his way, which was rather awkward. The world before him was uncertain in its duration, and being trapped here would not bode well. Just as he was growing anxious, he noticed a flickering flame shimmering ahead, like a ghostly fire in the pitch-black bamboo grove. Without overthinking, he cautiously approached, for within the glow, he faintly discerned a dark face. It was the little boy who had been ruthlessly beaten by the wicked Taoist. Carrot, carrot. So you are here, how wonderful. The boy's voice drifted to his ears on the breeze. A wry smile crept across his lips as he felt that the boy's voice resembled that of a horror film. Despite knowing the boy was a living being, a chill ran down his spine. But were there really carrots in this bamboo forest? Who? The boy suddenly became alert, springing to his feet. Upon recognizing Feng, he paused momentarily. Oh, it's you. Brother, have you ever seen a ghost? Yes, I have, Feng replied, maintaining an unflinching demeanor. He feared the boy might inquire about his kicking incident, yet the boy seemed oblivious, directly asking if he had seen a ghost. Brother, you really have seen a ghost? Can you tell me what they look like? The boy's face radiated innocence, devoid of any skepticism. Various hues of specters abound: red, white, blue, purple, and more. By the way, have you found your radish? Feng, who is anything but square, replied, I have found it. Look, brother, the young boy exclaimed with exuberance, revealing what lay behind him. There, crouching on the ground, was a delicate little girl with big, glistening eyes, gazing intently at him. Feng was instantly captivated. Is this truly a radish? It appears to be a little girl instead, adorned in a red apron. Are you certain this is what you seek? Feng was rendered speechless. Yes, the boy replied earnestly, then suddenly grew somber. The master wants to eat her, and if he cannot, he will kill me. Feng refrained from asking further questions and scrutinized the little girl more closely. He realized she was indeed stunning, with exquisite features and skin as smooth and rosy as porcelain. If the boy's words were to be believed, could this enchanting girl truly be the legendary Ginseng doll? Brother, can you help me? I do not wish for her to be consumed by the master, the boy implored, his face a portrait of desperation. Feng felt uncertain in his heart. If this girl were truly a ginseng doll, it seemed too mythical to be real. Yet, to assert otherwise appeared equally perplexing. However, When it came to solutions, he indeed had one. How does your master intend to consume her? Hifong pondered briefly, wishing to touch the girl to ascertain whether she was a mere illusion. Yet, she seemed profoundly frightened. After a moment's reflection, he decided against it. In soup. The boy affirmed with certainty. Understood. If you genuinely wish to save her, you must heed my counsel, and remember, do not speak of today's events henceforth. Hifong nodded in agreement. Very well. The young boy, filled with resolve, led Hifong through the dark, windy night, a night suited for treachery. Guided by the boy, Hifong finally emerged from the bamboo grove and rediscovered the quaint wooden cottage. Now, this is what I call a radish. Hifong carefully stowed away the white radish and rummaged through the old village chief's abode, retrieving several packets of rat poison. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, he also procured a bottle of pesticide. With all preparations complete, the boy exclaimed, "Master, master, I found a radish." He enthusiastically rushed towards the wooden cottage. Enacting the scene, a commotion emanated from within the cottage, and soon after, the wooden door creaked open, revealing the old priest, weary and worn. "Where's the radish?" he inquired. "In," the young boy began, but before he could finish, Hifong leaped forth from the bamboo thicket. The old priest was taken aback. His gaze instantly fixated on Hifong. Unlike the old priestess' astonishment, Hifong merely raised a middle finger and coolly uttered 2 words, "Foolishness." Provoked by Hifong's taunt, the old priest lunged at him like a rabid dog, invoking a powerful spell once more. To this, Hifong could only reflect. In this world, there are still more good people than bad. With an energy level of 200, he took off running. As the old Taoist priest pursued, he did not chase for long before, with a sudden misstep, he found himself ensnared in a freshly dug pit. Unfortunately, 2 sharpened bamboo stakes awaited him within. This was a clever trap set by the young boy, who, having witnessed the old priest's physical prowess, dared not risk his own safety. If he were to lose a leg, how could he possibly escape? The pit was shallow, allowing only 1 foot to be ensnared. Yet the boy had expertly sharpened the stakes. The old priest let out a piercing scream. "Ah, my foot is impaled." At that moment, the young boy also gained 300 energy points. Splendid. The scene then morphed into a youthful idle drama, with the boy sprinting ahead while the old priest limped in pursuit. "You vile creature, I shall slay you today," he yelled, his voice filled with fury. Each time he jumped in anger, more blood spilled forth. The boy, observing the writhing red serpents, wore a smile that could bloom like a flower. Were it possible, he truly wished to continue this exhilarating chase through the bamboo forest with the old priest. Energy points accumulated. 50, 70, 100. The screen was flooded with notifications. Was there no one managing this? Gratitude to the generous patrons for their support. Chapter 11. A startling transformation. We are different. Halt. Stand before me. The old priest demanded. "You, a mere scoundrel, dare to call yourself a practitioner? Will you engage in a fair battle with me?" The old priest's foot was now stained red with blood. "I dare not." Hifong, was extraordinarily resolute, driving the old Taoist into a state of exasperation. The old man was on the verge of retching with indignation. Yet, in the face of Hifong's nimbleness, he ultimately gritted his teeth and opted for capitulation. Surrender was out of the question. How could he allow the old Taoist to concede? It was a matter of principle if one were to easily relinquish their stance. What distinction would they hold from a mere salted fish? "You old dog of a Taoist, behold this concealed weapon," Hifong exclaimed, flinging a stone into the air. The old Taoist, with 2 fingers outstretched, deftly intercepted the stone, further reinforcing his belief in the alleged feebleness of Hifong's abilities. Thus, the sequel to a youthful idle drama unfolded once more. Hifong ran while the old Taoist pursued. Under the moonlight, 2 silhouettes raced through the bamboo grove, engaged in a seemingly endless back and forth. After nearly an hour of this playful turmoil, the old Taoist finally lost his fervor. No matter how much Hifong urged him to uphold his principles, he ceased the chase and turned back toward the small wooden cabin. Hifong, too, felt fatigued, drenched in perspiration. Nevertheless, he did not relent, trailing the old Taoist from a distance. Partly out of conviction and partly due to a sense of being lost within the labyrinthine bamboo thicket, it was imperative to keep close. Outside the cabin, a young boy exhibited a conflicted expression, gazing longingly at a bowl of radish soup on the table, torn between desire and hesitation, his tongue darting out in anticipation as he swallowed his saliva. The old Taoist, upon witnessing this scene, found a release for his pent-up frustration. "You little rascal. Dare you steal a taste?" he thundered, delivering a sharp slap to the boy's face, sending him tumbling to the ground in a series of somersaults. After an hour of relentless pursuit, he found himself equally fatigued, his body enveloped in a pungent scent of blood, obscuring any other odors. Observing the ginseng soup had been prepared, he did not dwell on it for long. He lifted the bowl and gulped it down eagerly. Once finished, his gaze shifted to the iron pot beside him. Upon lifting the lid, he discovered it entirely empty, devoid of any broth. "You little beast. How could a millennium-old radish possibly?" The old Taoist's words faltered, his countenance shifting dramatically as his body began to convulse. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. "You wretched creature, how dare you?" The old man crumpled to the ground, one hand clutching his abdomen, his eyes fixed in disbelief upon the young boy. At that moment, Feng emerged from the bamboo grove. With an energy level of 300, a surge of elation coursed through him. He had indeed fallen into a trap. Now was the time for decisive action. The aura of a conqueror should manifest. Yet, before he could draw his jade sword, he witnessed a sudden turn of events. The timid boy unexpectedly sprang forward, plunging a dagger, long concealed within his sleeve, into the old Taoist's throat. The blade pierced cleanly, blood gushing forth. The old man's eyes widened in horror, unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, the boy muttered incessantly. His face stained crimson with blood, yet his eyes remained unblinking, as if intent on devouring the old man whole. Feng felt a sense of bewilderment, not solely due to the boy's sudden aggression. As the young boy incessantly chattered, he noticed the face of the old Taoist begin to wither, the bones of his body emitting a sound that was painfully reminiscent of grinding teeth. Before long, the old man collapsed onto the ground, his form utterly unrecognizable, appearing as though he had been drained completely. At that moment, the boy, satisfied, licked his lips and turned his gaze toward a distant figure, displaying an innocent and untainted smile. "Thank you, brother, for granting me my freedom." He chuckled softly. "Very well. But remember to repay even the smallest favor with the utmost gratitude." The figure, equally amused, could not help but laugh. The turn of events had been astonishingly swift, leaving him unprepared, as if he had not yet buckled his seatbelt. "From now on, if you require anything, feel free to seek me out in Bamboo Mountain. Henceforth, I shall be known as Bamboo Mountain Taoist," the boy proclaimed, waving toward a nearby spot. Soon, a young girl, hidden behind a rock, emerged, donning a red apron. With remarkable speed, she dashed to the figure's side in mere moments. "Thank you, brother, for saving my master," she exclaimed, while simultaneously reaching to touch her own body, her face betraying a hint of pain. Then, the figure beheld several ginseng roots materializing in her hand, resplendent and translucent. It dawned on him that the Bamboo Mountain Taoist boy and the little girl were indicating that in such circumstances, politeness would signify a lack of kinship. A learned individual is worth teaching. Nodding in understanding, he accepted the ginseng roots from her delicate hands. Yet, at the very moment he grasped the gnarled root, he suddenly perceived that the surrounding scenery was gradually becoming indistinct. Not only the landscape, but his own body too, seemed to blur, as if it were merging with the surrounding bamboo grove. Feng felt a jolt of surprise. He was oblivious to the unfolding narrative. However, he noticed that the luminous moon in the sky had vanished, and a faint radiance was slowly rising in the east. No, the sun was about to emerge. Observing his increasingly translucent form, he became certain that this world was not one of eternal existence, but rather one that materialized under specific conditions. Was it the purple moon? He wondered if the village elder had also undergone a similar experience. Daring not to ponder further, Feng hastened towards the elder's abode. "Brother, are you leaving?" The Bamboo Mountain Taoist licked his lips, revealing a smile as radiant as sunlight, yet the blood smeared across his face lent an unsettling quality to his expression. "Indeed, fate brings us together even across vast distances." Feng waved his hand, his feet never ceasing their movement. He could not afford to linger even for a moment and had to depart immediately. At last, one of his feet re-entered the elder's home, and simultaneously, his body regained its corporeality. Exhaling heavily, he saw a young boy and girl standing before the little cabin, waving at him. "Brother, we will definitely meet again." The Bamboo Mountain Taoist boy flashed a grin, his teeth stained with blood, radiating unrestrained joy. Yet, Feng felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. As he observed, he could faintly see the little boy's eyes, belonging to the Bamboo Mountain Taoist, gradually turning crimson. The once black and white irises now reduced to two pools of blood-like red. What manner of world is this? Chapter 12. Wormholes and Truths. Fong found himself at a loss for words to describe the tumultuous emotions swirling within him. He had believed that the sight of the ebony figure and the rosy-cheeked little girl from the previous night had elevated his worldview to unprecedented heights. However, upon escaping this realm, he realized that it was merely the tip of the iceberg. In a single night, an overwhelming number of events had transpired, each one surpassing the boundaries of his understanding. The sudden appearance of a stone sarcophagus. Where could it have come from? The orange grove? That is inconceivable. It was a privately owned orchard, and if there were truly a sarcophagus or ancient tomb within, it would have undoubtedly been discovered and preserved long ago. Moreover, what of the altar left by the village elder? Why was there an altar? Who was the little boy? Or rather, what was he? The questions multiplied infinitely. Fong's mind was in turmoil. He recognized that what he needed most was to gather his thoughts, lest he succumb to overwhelming chaos. Thus, he chose not to immediately inspect the treasures he had acquired. Instead, he secured the door and swiftly retreated to the inner chamber, settling cross-legged upon the bed. Calm down. Just take a moment to breathe. The world seems to have shifted, with an overwhelming surge of enigmatic occurrences unfolding before us. Is it truly the awakening of the earth, the resurgence of spiritual energy as foretold in legends? After some contemplation, he dismissed this notion. According to the principles of spiritual revival, the first transformations should manifest in flora and fauna, and the ether should become abundant, yet none of these phenomena have transpired, at least. Not as of now. Is it possible that two realms have converged? Or perhaps, there has been a collision of two worlds? Alternatively, could it be the long unsolved enigma of the hyperdimensional space? Could it be a wormhole? He pondered, considering the plausibility of each scenario. Wormhole. Yes, if we hypothesize based on wormholes, it may indeed elucidate the phenomenon of the descending stone coffin. It is conceivable that within the orange grove, there exists a wormhole akin to that of a bamboo forest, potentially connecting to an ancient underground tomb. With this line of reasoning, his thoughts began to expand. The emergence of the purple moon has brought forth numerous wormholes in this world, each linked to yet another unknown time and space. Although this explanation seems somewhat tenuous, it appears to be the only coherent rationale available at present. In pursuit of validation for this hypothesis, he resolved to search for online information using his mobile device. If last night's purple moon indeed spawned wormholes in this world, the internet should be in an uproar. Upon retrieving his phone, he was rendered speechless. This was not merely a state of unrest. It was as if the entire platform had erupted. The internet was inundated with a myriad of posts. Last night, I strolled along the riverbank, and as I wandered, I found myself beneath an ancient city wall, where I stumbled upon a sword in the hand of a corpse, a bronze one, no less. Can you believe it? Am I destined for fortune? Perhaps I should surrender it to the state. But what is a bronze sword compared to my next discovery? I entered a temple and received an artifact from a scholar, a flute that, when played, could bring about your demise. On a moonlit night, atop the forbidden city, hand in hand with her, we composed a melody steeped in sorrowful longing. Alas, upon awakening, it was but a fleeting dream, and I remained a virgin. I, Qin Shi Huang, demand tribute. Amidst the chaos and pollution of this world, Fong would not be foolish enough to genuinely believe the contents of these posts. Yet, he discerned a common thread within them. Last night, he was not the only one to have experienced a peculiar adventure akin to entering a wormhole. There truly exist other unknown realms. The authors of these posts may possess some knowledge, albeit they are merely testing the waters, with no one yet revealing genuinely useful information. Beyond these exploratory posts, he unearthed further details. Disappearances. Many individuals vanished last night. He noted at least 40 posts solely regarding disappearances, spanning various professions: doctors, nurses, lawyers, academic prodigies, elite soldiers, campus beauties. How could so many vanish overnight? And some have encountered fortuitous events? Fong could hardly fathom that the missing individuals might have become ensnared in an unknown world. Not everyone possesses such fortune as he does. The unknown realms are fraught with peril. Were it not for the little cabin that served as his guide, he would have been unable to accurately locate the entrance and exit. If the boy had suddenly attacked him while he was unprepared, he could very well have met his demise within. Fong ceased to ponder further. It has become evident that this world has indeed undergone transformations. with a plethora of phenomena akin to wormholes emerging, sprawling across a vast expanse, sweeping through Huaxia, and possibly affecting the entire globe. The mysterious disappearance of the village elder is undoubtedly connected to these changes. Moreover, he harbors a vague intuition that these alterations are being deliberately manipulated by someone. It is an unsettling feeling. Yet, this intuition does not arise from thin air. Rather, it is derived from the note the village elder had given him. From the contents of that note, he can ascertain that the elder had long been aware of the truth. But what is the truth? He is currently unable to discern it. With this thought, Hefeng refrained from further contemplation, for the information he possesses allows only this limited deduction, which remains solely his personal conjecture. Even his hypothesis regarding the wormholes cannot be substantiated with absolute certainty. He requires further information. However, this knowledge cannot be gleaned from mere online searches. It must originate from authoritative sources. Yet, given his current status, gaining access to such official information proves exceedingly difficult, if not entirely impossible. When it comes to identity, Hefeng inexplicably recalled the bashful pink little girl from last night. He has long grappled with a perplexing question. The presence of the Buddha-like ice sculpture, the pink little girl, the man of African descent, and the masked woman. Could their appearances and the mysterious disappearance of the village elder merely be coincidental? In a world so vast, why do these individuals converge at the wormhole of Dongha village? On the surface, this question seems unlikely to yield an answer, yet if approached from an alternative perspective, it may not be entirely impossible. Soon, Hefeng paused, as a daring idea struck him. It was somewhat audacious, but if successful, it could resolve all his current predicaments, including obtaining official information. Chapter 13. Breakthrough. The manifestation of ability. With this thought in mind, Hefeng retrieved his phone once more and swiftly dialed a universally recognized number. Before long, a woman's voice responded, "Hello, 110. Hello, I would like to report a crime. Please proceed. This case is exceedingly serious, involving the disappearance of 30 households in a village, along with murder, illegal possession of firearms, and the illicit excavation of national treasures. By the way, the national treasure in question is a stone coffin, which may very well contain the remains of some emperor." The conversation continued with the female officer. Furthermore, the perpetrators of the crime consist of 2 women and a man, the latter being an African American. One of the women has a string of purple prayer beads wrapped around her right hand, while the other is clad in pink. He is uncertain how busy the police station will be today, yet he is confident that his case should warrant immediate attention, given its significance. After all, it is a major case and should undoubtedly be prioritized. Once he has completed these reflections, he begins to organize the spoils of the night. The small bronze figurine and the black stone are remnants left behind by the village elder. Additionally, there lies a bronze tripod, a white jade sword, a black cloth bag, and 3 ginseng roots. These represent all that he has acquired in the bamboo forest realm. In truth, it is quite a substantial haul. His initial focus turns to the small bronze figurine, which after a night of exertion has accumulated approximately 3,000 units of energy, all harvested from the old Taoist priest. This marks the most significant gain of the night. Beyond this, there are the 3 snow-white, lustrous ginseng roots. A smile spreads across his face as he envisions the prospect of becoming extraordinary. In fact, he stands at a crossroads, faced with 2 divergent paths. One involves adapting to this transformation, continuously growing stronger along the path of survival of the fittest. The other, as the village elder suggested, is to seek a safe haven, marry a skilled cook, and lead an ordinary life. He has indeed contemplated the latter option, but it seems untenable. He is simply too remarkable to live a mundane existence. Moreover, there are 2 additional motivations for choosing the former path. Firstly, he must locate the village elder, and secondly, in the presence of the widow Zhang, he intends to unceremoniously strip the elder of his trousers. This is something he has long desired to accomplish but has yet to achieve. It can be considered an ideal. Nonetheless, he is resolute and steadfast. He must see this endeavor through. Furthermore, there is one crucial matter: his parents, whose fates remain uncertain. The village elder mentioned that the black stone was bequeathed to him by his father, and if he is not mistaken, the small bronze figure was likewise a gift from his father. If that is the case, the village elder must know the truth, and surely his father does as well. He yearns to discover whether his father is alive or dead, and why he abandoned him. Such determination is a sentiment only truly comprehended by orphans who have lost their parents at a young age. 18 years have passed. He has never even seen a photograph of his parents. The love that all children are afforded from birth, the affection of a father and mother, he has been deprived of. Countless nights, he gazes at the sky, repeatedly asking, "Father, Mother, do you truly despise me so much that you would cast me aside?" A haze begins to cloud Hifeng's eyes. Yet, he swiftly shakes his head. Throughout all these years, the village elder has treated him with great kindness, preventing his character from becoming twisted. On the contrary, he remains exceedingly optimistic. He does not dwell on these thoughts any longer. Having determined the path he intends to follow, there is no reason to hesitate. He must grow stronger. He absolutely must grow stronger. Thus, he shall begin as a gourmand. Hifeng opened his mouth, seized a ginseng root, and took a hearty bite. It was indeed delightfully crunchy, reminiscent of biting into a carrot. As the ginseng root entered his mouth, he felt the energy within him begin to stir, its movement accelerating rapidly. Could it truly be effective? It appears that even gourmands have their season of indulgence. Hifeng continued to eat, crunching audibly. In but a brief moment, he had completely chewed and swallowed 3 ginseng roots. Subsequently, he began to manipulate the small bronze figurine. All approximately 3,000 energy points were wholly consumed. Once he had finished, a sense of fullness enveloped him, accompanied by a slight discomfort, prompting an involuntary belch. The sound resonated, long and profound. Then, he sensed an extraordinary surge within, akin to a colossal dragon surging through his body, racing toward his mind. Suddenly, Hifeng found himself enveloped in darkness, only to be illuminated once more, revealing the intricate patterns within him, patterns identical to those adorning the small bronze figure. However, the specifics had eluded his understanding before. Now, clarity emerged. These appeared to be 12 meridians connecting various parts of his body, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Though those stars currently shone dimly, Hifeng had an inkling that they formed an expansive design. Yet, the details remained elusive. The only connection he could discern was with the Shaoyang meridian on his left hand, which was encircled by 13 stars. Could this be the legendary secret technique or method? As he pondered, he felt the energy within him rapidly converging towards those stars. Then, he witnessed one star ignite, followed by the illumination of a second. 3, 4. It was not until the 5th star that the tumultuous energy gradually subsided, its magnitude significantly reduced. Yet it continued to circulate within his body along the 12 meridians. Fully automatic, indeed. How convenient. In an instant, 5 stars were illuminated. Thus, the energy absorbed by the little bronze figure, could it be harnessed to strike the stars? Hifeng sensed a surge in his strength. As the 5 stars on the Shaoyang meridian glimmered, his left hand became imbued with an explosive force. He resolved to test it. With a light exclamation, he struck the bed with his left hand. A sharp crack echoed as if a meteor had collided with the entire bed, which collapsed with a thunderous crash. Caught off guard, Hifeng found himself sinking into the debris of shattered bed slats. Blasted! After a considerable struggle to extricate himself from the chaos, exhilaration spread across his face. So, 5 stars possessed such power? What transformations might occur with the illumination of all 13? The Shaoyang meridian? Wait, this sensation feels strangely familiar. Could it be the legendary supreme sword, the 6 meridians divine sword? Or perhaps it should be called the 12 meridians divine sword. If it indeed resembles the mystical techniques akin to the 6 meridians divine sword, then it would be truly formidable. Who dares to cross my path? A single strike from 1,000 miles away, piercing through adversaries. The mere thought sends a thrill of excitement coursing through him. However, there lies a minor dilemma. With only his left hand possessing such prowess, does that mean he shall rely solely on it henceforth? Was it not said that both hands should act in concert? Ahem. He lightly coughed twice, not dwelling too much on the matter at hand, but rather began to examine other treasures. The bronze ding was intended for incense burning and meditation, while the white jade sword was meant for cutting. All of this was unproblematic. However, the contents of the black cloth bag remained a mystery. He recalled the old Taoist mentioning that it contained his lifelong treasures. Yet he found it difficult to comprehend how such a tattered bag could hold anything of value. He casually opened the black bag, and suddenly felt as if his consciousness had engaged in some improper liaison with it, as if the two had become interconnected. What on earth? This was truly a formidable weapon. He had often heard tales of a remarkable treasure known as a spatial ring, rumored to even house an old man within. Yet, Such things seemed too fantastical and unscientific for his previous beliefs. Now, however, he was convinced, for he was holding a spatial ring, or rather, a spatial bag. Regardless of its classification, a spatial artifact was undoubtedly the ultimate tool for theft and plunder. The reason was simple. How much could two hands carry? With this item, one could easily empty an entire treasury. Wouldn't he that instill fear? He considered the black bag to be his greatest acquisition, though the contents were less bountiful than he had imagined. Inside were merely a collection of unknown ores and a small vial labeled healing potion, while there were no secrets of sword mastery or thunderous spells to be found. However, upon reflection, this was quite normal. Genuine techniques were primarily passed down orally. Who would carry a secret manual around aimlessly, as if embarking on a quest in a game? Slaying monsters to acquire fireball spells? Hefong had tidied up a bit, placing the copper figurines, black stones, and the small white jade sword into a black bag, and upon attempting to retrieve them, found everything quite convenient. With that, he found himself with little to occupy his time, seated at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of the police. The morning sun cascaded down from the horizon. Hefong sat at the threshold of the village chief's humble abode for about an hour until, to his surprise, it was not the city police who arrived, but rather the county precinct. How curious. Wasn't he promised a different level of treatment for significant cases? Hefong pondered, somewhat bewildered, but reasoning that the procedure likely required a tiered report, he complied with the officer's inquiries in a law-abiding manner. After recounting the events, he was escorted into a police vehicle. He noticed that no officers remained to investigate the scene. How strange. Wasn't he a thorough investigation promised? Hefong wished to inquire, but the officers remained tight-lipped. Subsequently, he was taken to the county station, where he underwent various recordings and was ultimately placed in a small room to wait. Uncertain of how long this would last, he could only gaze at the walls adorned with the phrase confess for leniency, resist for severity, lost in thought. Yet, he sensed an underlying incongruity with his expectations. Just as boredom began to envelop him, the door to the small room swung open. Hefong looked up to see a dazzling figure standing in the doorway. Huh, is it you? Indeed, it is I, Xia Yua, by the Daming Lake. The young man selling plain water. We meet again. Are you not surprised, perhaps even taken aback? The pink little girl sticks out her tongue, making faces at him, her smile radiant. Chapter 14, A Whimsical Encounter. Hefong was indeed astonished. He had anticipated that the pink little girl would seek him out, but he did not expect it to happen so soon, and in such a manner, at this county police station. This scenario seemed incongruous. Just yesterday, that burly man had threatened his life. This group clearly was not affiliated with the relevant authorities, so how could they roam freely in the county police station? Who would believe such a thing? Hefong felt somewhat bewildered. His plan was actually quite straightforward, to remain a close observer of the unfolding drama. Thus, he chose to report the incident, which would afford him two potential avenues to acquire official information. The first was to glean insights about the origins of this group from the police. To this end, he had even exaggerated the case to attract higher-level attention, ideally prompting a special investigation. The second possibility entailed the pink little girl and her companions seeking him out privately. While this scenario carried certain risks, danger often correlates with potential rewards. Hefong was at least 60% confident that he could find a safe refuge. Consequently, the pink little girl would have no choice but to plead with him over the phone. Big brother, please just help prove my innocence. Whatever you wish to know, I will tell you. Isn't that enough? Heh. Proving one's innocence requires a thorough examination first. You know, he who once believed himself to be in a position of advantage now finds himself bewildered by the audacity of the assailants who have brazenly appeared before him, blocking his escape. Moreover, they mock him with their derisive gestures. What kind of world is this? Is there no law left to uphold? Help! Someone please. The criminals intend to silence me. Where are the police? Where are you, officers? He contemplated fleeing through the door, yet it was obstructed. How could he possibly escape? Do not scream, young man. Even if you were to shout until your throat was raw, no one would come to your aid. This night, you belong to me. The pink-haired little girl approached him with a sinister smile. Instinctively, he glanced at her chest, noting its flatness. Clenching his left fist, he prepared to retaliate. The girl seemed to perceive his gaze, pouting her lips and puffing her chest as she declared, I may be flat, but I take pride in saving fabric for my country. He scoffed at her audacity. Did she truly believe that feigning vulnerability rendered her weak? It was time for the pink-haired girl to feel the strength of his left hand. However, Just as he was about to strike, he noticed another figure entering behind her, sending a chill coursing through him. She was a woman clad in a long dress of blue and white, breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuding an icy demeanor. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and she was adorned with a string of purple prayer beads. He recognized her. She was the ethereal ice sculpture he had encountered the previous evening. Now, as the ice-like woman stood before him, her piercing gaze fixed upon him, he truly comprehended the essence of chilling coldness. This woman was formidable, even more formidable than the masked woman from last night. Who is Luli? The village chief of Dongha village. Do you know the old village chief? Fong fell silent, for at this moment, he had grasped the truth. The name Luli was unfamiliar to him, while the village chief's name should indeed be Qin Daju. However, the ice sculpture of Buddhist nature claimed that the village chief was named Luli, which left only two possibilities. Either the ice sculpture had mistaken the identity, or the village chief had altered his name. Fong instinctively leaned towards the latter, for if the village chief was indeed one privy to the truth, then changing one's name would be entirely plausible. In an instant, he felt a chilling aura envelop him, akin to an ancient iceberg, cold enough to shatter bones. Yet, in that moment, he found himself smiling. Although it was a somewhat awkward smile, his lips trembling slightly, he was indeed smiling, even lifting one leg to sway it back and forth playfully. As the other party sought his assistance, he deduced that for the time being, he was not in peril. Hey, young man selling plain water, my sister is addressing you. What are you laughing at? Surely you aren't contemplating abandoning her. Have you taken a liking to my sister instead? The petite girl with a rosy complexion blinked innocently. However, he soon sensed something amiss. His gaze shifted towards the ice sculpture of Buddhist nature, only to find no discernible change in its expression, as tranquil as a still pond. As if it had not heard his words at all. Is it still the previous question? Yes. Understood. The Buddha-like ice sculpture nodded, refraining from further words or inquiries, and turned to exit through the door. Fong, perplexed, thought to himself, is he leaving already? I hadn't even begun to ask. It seemed absurd to him. He secretly wished to retort, what a delightful surprise. Yet, he understood that the Buddha-like ice sculpture and the pink little girl were his sole avenues for breakthrough. He was convinced that since they could utter the name of the village elder, their presence near Dongha village was no mere coincidence. The Buddha-like ice sculpture must possess knowledge of the truth, perhaps even the whereabouts of the village elder. Wait a moment, if I am not mistaken. You two are searching for the village elder, correct? Fong called out to the Buddha-like ice sculpture, who had already taken several steps away from the door. If you genuinely seek him, you ought to know that I am the most familiar with him in this world. Only I can assist you, after all. I lived with him for 18 years. 18 years, indeed? The village elder raised me single-handedly. I am privy to all his secrets. Do you not wish to know? Fong continued. He added silently to himself, for instance, how he enjoyed watching Widow Zhang bathe or listening at the walls outside Sister Li's door. These secrets, he knows all too well. You are indeed correct. However, it is regrettable that you lack the qualifications to assist me. You are merely an ordinary individual, which implies that Luli has not imparted any knowledge to you. Consequently, the secrets that reside within Luli remain beyond your comprehension, and thus, you possess nothing of value that I seek, nor do you hold any bargaining chips for our transaction. The serene Buddha-like figure remained indifferent. Fong fell into silence. This woman before him was not only as formidable as an old dog, but also possessed an intellect akin to that of the Black Mountain demon. Such a woman is heretical and deserves to be bound to a cross and burned. Have I been seen through? Fong understood that unless he presented something of interest to the serene Buddha-like figure, this transaction would inevitably culminate in failure. Let us proceed. The serene Buddha-like figure beckoned the little pink loli and took a step forward. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the door of the small room flew 2 meters away and crashed at the feet of the serene Buddha-like figure. Do you still believe I am an ordinary person? A domineering and arrogant voice boomed from the doorway. Chapter 15. The truth. The misty fairy trace. She remained silent, gazing at Fong, awaiting his next words. Fong realized that this was his final opportunity to advance their transaction. Last night, I entered a wormhole and obtained a root from a millennium-old ginseng. The little copper figurine and the black stone were his greatest secrets. However, concerning the mere act of entering the wormhole, it is indeed a valid point. 4. According to information gleaned from the internet, he has ascertained that he was not the only one to have encountered such an adventure last night. There is no need for concealment regarding this matter. Naturally, He made certain alterations, obscuring the true number of tentacles and treasures involved. Was it merely a single tentacle? What a pity, yet one should feel fortunate to have emerged alive. The Buddha-like ice sculpture remained silent for a moment before speaking. Am I now deemed worthy? 1. Yes. The Buddha-like ice sculpture nodded. Very well, my inquiry is this. How shall I navigate my existence in this transformed world? I do not refer to mere survival. Hifang nodded, and then posed a question as well. How does one continue to live? The Buddha-like ice sculpture furrowed his brow. What is it now? Are you once again inclined to dishonesty? Hifang continued. I indeed made a statement. Yet if you possess sufficient wisdom, I advise you to reconsider. Otherwise, you may find yourself with no answers at all. I shall not change. Hifang remained resolute. In truth, he now had numerous inquiries to make, such as, what are the patterns surrounding the appearance of the wormhole, or what is the truth behind the changes in this world? Ultimately, he chose this question, for it was the most pragmatic. As for the other questions, as long as he could survive, they would eventually unravel in due time. The petite pink-haired girl observed this exchange and stuck her tongue out at Hifang. You were advised to change your question, yet you refused. Does this not seem a regrettable loss? However, the summer rain lotus by the Daming Lake can certainly inform you of one thing. Wormholes cannot exist. There are simply no wormholes in this world. After the pink little lowly finished speaking, she skipped merrily towards the Buddha-like ice sculpture. Hifang's expression shifted imperceptibly. No wormholes. Was his hypothesis incorrect? His fists clenched tightly, his mind engaged in a fierce struggle. Should he change the question or not? Are you certain you do not wish to change the question? If you do so now, there remains a chance. The Buddha-like ice sculpture halted at the very moment it was about to vanish around the corner, turning its back to Hifang. Declaring not to change was one thing. You self-righteous big shots lack principles, but I must adhere to mine. If you wish to depart, then depart. Enough with the superfluous words. Hifang gritted his teeth. The body of the Buddha-like ice sculpture trembled slightly. Then, with a flick of its hand, a beam of golden light shot forth. Hifang was taken aback. The golden light was too swift, reaching him in the blink of an eye. A concealed weapon? An attempt to silence him? Disregarding all semblance of composure, he rolled to the ground. Clang! A crisp sound resonated from the wall. By instinct, Hifang's gaze darted towards the wall, and then his eyes widened in disbelief. It was, astonishingly, a golden little card. With a gentle flick, the card shot straight into the wall. Hifang finally comprehended what it meant to be a true superhuman. Moreover, a female superhuman. He had thought he had joined the ranks of the extraordinary. Yet now it appeared that a mountain still lay ahead to be conquered. Must it be so exaggerated? Could this possibly be the legendary Shaolin's 72 ultimate techniques? The method of flower and leaf manipulation? As Hifang gazed at the card completely embedded in the wall, a faint smile of bitterness emerged. Perhaps only by mastering the Shaoyang meridian and forging the 12 meridians divine sword could one hope to rival it. On May 13th, in the capital, Lingwu Xinzong, this was my answer. After the ice sculpture of Buddhist nature finished speaking, he took a step forward but paused once more. By the way, let me remind you, you just broke a door, which constitutes damage to public property, requiring tenfold compensation. At the entrance of the county police station, the ice sculpture of Buddhist nature and the pink little lowly walked out leisurely. Sister, he merely had the fortune of consuming a single ginseng root. Do you truly believe he can reach Lingwu Xinzong? The pink little lowly blinked, trailing behind the ice sculpture. If he wishes to survive, that is his only option. Of course, I understand what you mean. Those who aspire to thrive amidst the celestial fall and do not wish to remain ordinary cannot rely solely on individual strength. However, he has only consumed a single ginseng root, hasn't he? The pink little lowly nodded, her expression clouded with confusion. What of it? He simply cannot gain entry. My capabilities are limited to this. If he cannot enter, he can only live as an ordinary person. No one can alter the fate of an ordinary soul. The ice sculpture of Buddhist nature stated calmly. Sister, what I mean is, even if you wish to grant him access to Lingwu Xinzong, he should at least be given a copper card, right? With his weakness, even a copper card would afford him less than a 10% chance of success. Well, did I not just provide him with a copper card? Sister, have you once again succumbed to color blindness? What you just cast aside was undeniably the golden card bestowed upon you by our father. The pink little lowly playfully stuck out her tongue. The serene ice sculpture hesitated momentarily before finally nodding in agreement. Dear sir, I propose a trade. A copper card for a golden card. The pink little lowly exclaimed, extending the copper card towards Hifang. Fong was taken aback. Did she truly regard him as a fool? It was evident which was of greater value. One need only listen to their names to discern. Who would even consider such an exchange? A copper card could never transform into a golden card. It was an impossibility in this lifetime. Fong mimicked the pink little loli's words, reciting her lines. Dear sir, please, let us make the exchange. I assure you it is for your own good. The pink little loli seemed somewhat anxious, abandoning her playful banter with Fong. For my own good? Huh. Fong merely scoffed. Swear, let us depart. At that moment, the serene ice sculpture reappeared in the distance, calling out to the pink little loli. However, the mention of the golden card caused her to falter. If he wishes to use it, then let him. Dear sir, please, let us exchange. The pink little loli made one final plea. No exchange. Fong declared emphatically. Farewell, I shan't see you off. He waved his hand dismissively. Just then, two cheerful police officers, beaming with sunny smiles, appeared before him, holding a notebook. Hello, Fong. Based on the information provided by Miss Xia, this wooden door was indeed damaged by your kick, correct? The cost of crafting a wooden door amounts to 800, and with a tenfold penalty, it escalates to 8,000. Just now, while you were scraping the wall, you inadvertently dislodged 2 bricks, which, calculated at 200 for labor, totals 2,000 when multiplied by 10. Altogether, it sums precisely to 10,000. May I inquire whether you will be paying by card or in cash? At this moment, Fong merely wishes to ask, is it permissible to curse? Chapter 16. The candle opens the coffin in a dilapidated temple. An elderly monk and a dog are an unusual pair. Approximately 100 miles from Dongha village lies such a forsaken temple, yet it harbors neither the monk nor the dog languidly resting at the entrance. Instead, a frail old woman, her face ashen as parchment, sits with her eyes closed before the Buddha. Alongside her, there rests a stone coffin and 9 candles. The coffin, shrouded in darkness, is intricately carved with fearsome creatures resembling dragons and tigers. 8 of the candles stand at the coffin's corners, while one is lit at its very center. At the temple's entrance, 10 men wielding chains and iron rods, along with a masked woman nursing an injury on her shoulder, quietly await. The flickering flames cast a dim light. The old woman's eyes gradually flutter open, and she emits a cough, expelling a mouthful of black blood. To her astonishment, the young child from the Xia family has proven relentless, even affecting the old woman. Okay, you may enter now. After spitting out the blood, the old woman's complexion visibly improves. Yes, the masked woman, Akei, along with the 8 men, promptly steps inside. The remaining 2 men continue to vigilantly guard the entrance, one on the left and one on the right, meticulously observing their surroundings with grave expressions. Akei, you have achieved great merit this time. Ahem. All credit goes to the old woman. Had she not arrived in time, it would have been impossible for Akei to carry away this stone coffin. The masked woman shook her head. An old woman, soon to be buried, would never compete for glory with you. Very well, the credit is yours. Prepare yourself. Let us open the coffin. The old woman waved her hand. Yes. Akei nodded. Behind her, the 8 men swiftly sprang into action, each seizing a candle from the ground, positioning themselves at the 8 cardinal points around the stone coffin. Noticing the men had taken their places, Akei cautiously removed the candle from the center of the coffin. Open the coffin, the old woman commanded sharply. Heave. The faces of the 8 men tensed, and they worked together, one hand supporting the candle, while the other forcefully lifted the coffin lid. Crack. A faint sound emanated from the coffin, followed by a wave of blood-stained air that wafted forth, enveloping the 8 men within the temple in an instant. The flames of the 8 candles transformed, as if shifting from fiery light to a crimson glow. My candle. Ah! One man's candle was accidentally extinguished by the force emanating from the coffin, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted. But it was too late. The bloodlight surged towards him rapidly. The man's body began to tremble violently. Okay, quickly. The old woman, witnessing the coffin lid about to topple, shouted urgently. Okay, having anticipated her call, had already acted. One hand swiftly pushed against the position of the man, while the other kicked him away. Bang! The man collapsed to the ground, struggling incessantly, as if being consumed by some unseen force, rapidly dissolving until he was no longer recognizable. The others, witnessing this scene, changed their expressions in alarm. Steady yourselves, or we shall all perish. A Chiao urged. Understood. The 7 men finally ceased their chaotic movements, each carefully placing the coffin lid aside, while while cautiously holding a candle in one hand. At last, the crimson light vanished, and all returned to normalcy. The flickering candlelight illuminated the interior of the stone coffin, revealing a youth of dark complexion, clad in an exquisite robe, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. Is this truly the esteemed one? The 7 men gazed in disbelief at the boy lying within the coffin, for he appeared far too youthful. Moreover, the youth's features were strikingly lifelike, as though he were a living being. Indeed, it was true. The first emperor sought immortality and summoned alchemists from across the land to refine elixirs, among whom this young master was the youngest. However, it was said that due to the malevolent nature of his alchemical practices, the alchemists united in revolt, ultimately sealing him within the stone coffin after slaying 100 of their kind. Is it true that this esteemed one did not perish? A Qiao inquired with confusion. Of course not. This esteemed one is the sole immortal who has mastered the art of eternal life. Even though he has been sealed within the coffin, he merely lies in slumber, the elder replied, producing a crimson pill from her bosom. She then carefully approached the coffin and administered the pill to the youth's mouth. Gulp! A faint sound emanated from the abdomen of the youth within the coffin, and then his once tightly shut eyes gradually opened. They revealed a pair of blood-red orbs, devoid of any hint of black or white. Junior disciple Li Qingshui, accompanied by my apprentice Acqui, respectfully pays homage to the Zhushan Daoist. Salutations to the Zhushan Daoist. In the county's police station, Hifeng wept bitterly, exclaiming, 10,000? Is this akin to slaughtering a pig? As he continued to lament, asserting his victimhood and the loss of all his kin in the village, the 2 officers were finally moved. The 10-fold fine was rescinded. Yet the cost of 1,000 could not be diminished. Nevertheless, this world still harbors more good than evil. A compassionate female officer, seeing Hifeng's inconsolable distress, rallied her colleagues to contribute. They collected over 800 in total. However, with a remaining deficit of over 100, Hifeng gritted his teeth and rushed into the office of the station chief, where he wept once more. Consequently, the chief retrieved 200 from his own pocket. After settling the fine, Hifeng was left with just enough for a meal. Standing at the threshold of the police station, he wiped away the tears that had fallen from his resilient eyes and pulled out his phone to check his balance. 23,000. A smile crept across his face. May 13th. Ah, that's just next week. He calculated the days, realizing there was little time to waste, and promptly booked a train ticket from the county to Jiang City. He was indeed affluent, yet this money was the university tuition that the village elder had set aside for him, now that the elder had vanished. Every penny must be conserved. He boarded the bus, reached the county train station, and then transferred to Jiang City. He directly prepared a bowl of instant noodles at the railway station in Jiangji, purchased a ticket for the bullet train to Kyoto, and after an hour of waiting, boarded the train. Following a 5-hour journey, he finally arrived in Kyoto. However, it was already evening. Kyoto, indeed, was far more vibrant than the small county town. It was Hifeng's first time setting foot on this land, and he was filled with curiosity, observing the hurried passers-by with their slender waists and long legs. He let out a sigh of admiration, then took out his phone to search for the location of Yunwu Xianzhou. 10 minutes later, he found himself lost. Why is there no such place? Regret washed over him. He should have saved the number of that pink-haired girl. Now, arriving in Kyoto without a clue, how was he to navigate? Nevertheless, such minor obstacles would not deter him. After all, he had seen the world while living in the county, hadn't he? If he couldn't find the place through search, he would simply ask a taxi driver. There was no location a taxi driver didn't know, including various services. Hey driver, to Yunwu Xianzhou. Yunwu Xianzhou? Sure. The taxi driver responded enthusiastically, pressing the accelerator, and the car began to speed away. Hifeng immediately felt relieved. Indeed, if it was a place in Kyoto, asking the taxi driver was the right choice. He gazed out the window at the twinkling stars and lights, his spirits lifted. Oh, 5 rings, you have one more than 4. Chapter 17, going all out, let's have some fun. Half an hour later, Hifeng was dropped off at a small entrance adorned with red lanterns. As he exited the vehicle, the driver gave him a knowing glance that only a man could understand. He glanced at the object in his hand, then at the inscription on the small door, Cloud and Mist Immortal Trail. Indeed. But what was that leisure center doing there? Hey, driver. He attempted to hail a taxi, but the driver, an impatient sort, had already sped off, leaving only the taillights in view. Subsequently, he noticed a mysterious, somewhat seedy-looking man standing under the light, approaching him. Young man, first time here? Actually, I am a police officer, he declared with a solemn countenance. To the seedy man, hey, don't run away. I was just kidding. Take me up there for a look, he shouted, watching the seedy man turn and flee. He spread his hands, a picture of helplessness. The internet was so advanced these days, he wasn't naive. Even if he hadn't experienced it firsthand, he'd seen enough to know. However, thanks to his little disruption, the revelers upstairs were likely scrambling to get dressed. A day later, he was still searching. 2 days later, he persisted in his quest. During this time, he had been led to 7 leisure clubs, 2 bathhouses, and a small hotel bearing the sign Cloud Rain Immortal Trail. On the 3rd day, he stared blankly at his phone and the hotel computer. He had been searching online for 3 days, cycling through countless keywords, mysterious events, psychics, unknown dimensions. He had tried them all. In those 3 days, the aftermath of the purple moon had permeated every corner of the internet, spawning a myriad of speculations. Several internet celebrities have emerged, posting unconventional videos. One individual publicly showcased his remarkable ability to leap 3 meters high, effortlessly jumping from the ground to a tree branch without tearing his pants. Can you believe it? Once the video was released, it instantly garnered over 1 million views. Naturally, many criticized it as mere gimmickry, yet amidst this frenzy of extraordinary displays, the virality of such videos remained undeniable. The most captivating among them was a person who claimed to possess a divine eye. This individual truly had a 3rd eye located on his forehead, resembling the legendary Erling Shun, and it even emitted light. As for its practical utility, that remains a mystery. Hefong spent his days perusing various videos online, consuming the spectacle with a sense of detachment. He was convinced that the world had transformed, yet the pressing question remained: how to find the elusive cloud mist seeker? What must one do to uncover their whereabouts? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Hefong. If those who could not locate the cloud mist seeker could instead summon the seeker to find him, that would be a breakthrough. The mind is a marvelous tool. Sometimes, a shift in perspective can illuminate the path ahead. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and posted a message, seeking clues for the cloud mist seeker. Anyone with information will receive a generous reward. 500 yuan. Hefong gritted his teeth and typed in the substantial sum. Then he waited. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Just as he was preparing to wash up and sleep, finally, a notification arrived. A private message. Are you searching for the cloud mist seeker? Where are you? In Kyoto. What on earth? Are you killing pigs? Either pay up or goodbye. The other party was straightforward. Fine, 5,000 it is. But I insist on a face-to-face transaction. Hefong, gritting his teeth, resolved that once the other party brought him over, he would swiftly strike them unconscious. Good. The other party was indeed forthright, bypassing the usual ploy of asking for 100 for travel expenses. After inquiring about Hefong's address, they simply said, "Wait for me." Hefong then began to wait. After half an hour, a knock finally echoed from the door. Hefong, filled with excitement, opened the door, only to be greeted by a woman clad in a fiery red tank top and exceedingly short shorts, her face adorned with heavy makeup. It was difficult to discern her age, yet her physique was undeniably impressive, standing at 170 centimeters with long, straight legs and a trim waist accentuated by defined abs. "Hey, is this the service you requested?" The woman winked at Hefong, slightly twisting her body into a captivating pose. Hefong was momentarily taken aback. "Is this the current trend? 5,000, huh? Are you interested in a little fun? I offer a wide range of services. I guarantee you'll be on cloud 9. The woman proclaimed, listing an array of services. "No thanks." Hefong began to close the door, but she seized the opportunity to slip inside, quickly making her way to the bed and reclining provocatively, swinging her long legs enticingly. "Come on, darling, I'm very considerate. Just lie back and relax. I'll take care of everything," she declared as she prepared to disrobe. "In truth, I am a police officer." In a moment of unwavering composure, she gazed intently, revealing her true identity as a police officer. "And where is your firearm? Allow me a glimpse," she provocatively inquired, scrutinizing his weapon. "Is it sufficiently long?" The woman exhibited a brazen audacity that starkly contrasted with the lewd man she had encountered 3 days prior. "Are you truly not engaging in this?" she pressed, growing increasingly impatient after a prolonged 15 minutes. "I am resolute in my decision," he replied firmly. "Very well then. Let us settle the matter of payment." "What payment?" he questioned. 5,000, as we previously agreed, she asserted. "But I have not participated," he countered. "If you haven't, does that mean no payment is required?" She laughed heartily, her mirth echoing as she rolled about on the bed. Eventually, her gaze settled upon him with a newfound seriousness. I can forego the 5,000, but I can also take you to the ethereal realm of cloud mist. However, I have one stipulation. What is it? He inquired. My condition is quite simple. You must include me in your journey. Should you find this condition unacceptable, then our discussion is moot. With a playful flick of her long legs, she teased him. You wish to visit the cloud mist as well? He asked, taken aback. Naturally, just give me a moment. She replied, rising to enter the restroom. After an extensive wait of 10 minutes, she re-emerged, and he sensed an undeniable transformation. Indeed, she had washed away her heavy makeup, revealing a visage as exquisite as a painting, pure and unadorned, reminiscent of an angel. Coupled with her striking figure, she embodied a captivating amalgamation of both angelic beauty and devilish allure. You just mentioned 5,000. Is it truly worth indulging in? Yifeng glanced at the balance on his phone and decided to take the plunge. Chapter 18. Let us make a splash. Crack. The sharp sound resonated as the porcelain cup was crushed. However, it did not shatter into pieces. Rather, the woman in her grasp ground it, grinding it, until it transformed into a mound of pristine powder. Alas, the quality of this cup leaves much to be desired. Young man, shall we proceed? 5,000 is a sum that cannot lead to losses or deception. Yifeng, this world has indeed changed. Even the service girl possesses martial arts skills. Most importantly, this cup, it must have been deducted from his hotel deposit, right? The following day, dawn broke. The service girl was certainly not an ordinary service girl. Oh, no, she was indeed an earnest service girl. Wait, that sentiment seems somewhat misplaced. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. In any case, the girl's name was Dongfang Qin, and she was rumored to bear the nickname Dongfang Qiubai. She resided in a certain alley in Kyoto, boasting both beauty and figure, though whether she possessed wealth was beyond his knowledge. The phone rang. Yifeng glanced at the name displayed and answered the call. Young man, this is the wake-up service, complete with a complimentary breakfast valued at 500, honest and fair. Quite a bargain, wouldn't you say? Came Dongfang Qin's voice from the other end. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng agreed. Shortly thereafter, Dongfang Qin's figure appeared outside the door, just as she had the night before, clad in a tank top and ultra-short shorts. The only difference being that the tank top was now white. As breakfast was laid before him, Dongfang Qin extended one hand toward him. Sir, would you prefer cash or card? Cash, but let's settle that after we finish eating. Yifeng, without raising his head, seized a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh, there's too little meat, 100 points off. The skin is too thick, another 100 off. This soup is too bland, deduct another 100. And this pickled vegetable. Yifeng was about to continue his critiques when he suddenly realized the pickled vegetable had vanished. Wait, let me have a taste first. Dongfang Qin extended her tongue and licked the pickled vegetable vigorously before placing it back before Yifeng. Go ahead, I've tasted it. It's extremely salty. Absolutely delightful. Ultimately, Yifeng lacked the courage to confront that pickled vegetable again. With a pained expression, he reluctantly retrieved 200 from his pocket. What a loss this meal was. Unexpectedly, Dongfang Qin, this enchanting creature, had such a trick up her sleeve. After breakfast, the two descended the stairs. Now, as for transportation options, would you prefer a shared bicycle, an electric scooter, or is there a car? Yifeng interrupted Dongfang Qin. Yes, indeed. For a car ride, including the environmental fee, it totals 500 at cost price. Dongfang Qin pointed to a sleek, modern little vehicle parked nearby. After some haggling, they settled on 200. Yifeng felt a twinge of frustration. This enchanting creature seemed utterly ensnared by money, demanding it for everything. At this rate, he feared he would be thoroughly drained. Fortunately, Dongfang Qin showed no inclination to overcharge him mid-journey, as the small vehicle smoothly merged onto the ring road, heading directly toward the outskirts of Kyoto. After nearly 2 hours of winding through the terrain, I finally arrived at a location reminiscent of a resort, marked by the prominent character's Cloud Mist Manor. He did not inquire with Dongfang Qin whether this was indeed the fabled abode of the Cloud Mist, for he recognized two familiar figures, the agile man and the one with the extraordinary sight, who he had previously seen in a video. Their presence here could hardly be mere coincidence. Surrounding the two men was a throng of onlookers, including journalists and fans, creating an almost impenetrable crowd. This was somewhat different from what Yifeng had envisioned. He had presumed that even if the world had indeed changed, Such ostentation would be unlikely. Was it possible that the relevant authorities had tacitly acquiesced? He felt uncertain. Just then, he caught the sound of singing. I possess the iron head skill. The unbeatable iron head skill. You possess the diamond legs. I possess the diamond legs. Shaolin Kung Fu is truly remarkable. The words were strikingly familiar. He then noticed two monks clad in robes not far from the internet celebrities, singing while a camera was set before them. It appeared they were live streaming. Hifang was taken aback. Was there truly someone performing at the entrance of the cloud mist? Indeed, in a vast forest, one could encounter all sorts of creatures. Upon closer inspection, Hifang realized that the monks were not only singing, but were also demonstrating their martial arts, encouraging passers-by to strike bricks against their heads. Clearly, these monks were vying for a chance to gain entry into the cloud mist. Dongfang Qin observed this scene with a knowing nod. Striving for qualification? Hifang was astonished. Certainly, the desire to enter the mystical realm of the cloud and mist has surged among many. Without the requisite qualifications, entry remains elusive. Do you not ponder why the three-eyed individual and the agile man were granted access? It is solely due to their possession of the necessary credentials. Dongfang Qin elucidated. Thus, it became somewhat clearer for Hifang. Creating videos, becoming an internet sensation, and live streaming to attract greater attention, while this may appear ostentatious. It subtly aims to capture the interest of the relevant authorities. This principle resonates with Hifang's strategy of enticing Dongfang Qin with his online posts. The underlying goal remains the same, to compel others to seek him out. With this realization, he understood that it is indeed a flamboyant world. One must learn to generate momentum and promote oneself, for humility and discretion are non-existent here. By the way, where is your copper card? Show it to me. Dongfang Qin seemed to recall something, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she winked at Hifang. Copper card? I don't possess one. You lack a copper card, and yet seek the cloud and mist? Dongfang Qin was taken aback, and then became frantic. What to do now? Hifang found amusement in Dongfang Qin's flustered demeanor, choosing not to explain, exuding an air of relaxed contentment. Humph. It seems the only option is to eliminate those two monks. Dongfang Qin huffed, then exited the vehicle, striding directly towards the two monks. Eliminate the monks? Hifang glanced at the bricks strewn about the feet of the monks, a cold sweat trickling down his forehead. These were practitioners of iron head and diamond legs techniques. The more he pondered, the less feasible this plan appeared, if one were to secure qualifications. Surely targeting the three-eyed man or the agile fellow would be more logical. Why pursue these two monks? As I was lost in thought, a delicate voice suddenly pierced through the air. Everyone, step aside. Two bald rascals, heed my words. I am Dongfang Qiubai, a disciple under the esteemed Tianshan sect. Today, I have come to challenge your iron head technique and diamond legs. Who is this? This enchantress is certainly quite flamboyant. However, if even such a siren dares to be so audacious, I cannot afford to appear timid. I promptly alighted from the vehicle and casually picked up a brick from the ground. At that moment, the crowd surrounding the two monks erupted in excitement. Wow, a disciple from a prestigious sect. The performance is about to begin. True martial arts, let's see it. Hurry, record this. The onlookers were fervently enthusiastic, swiftly raising their phones to capture the moment. The two singing monks were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Dongfang Qin and then exchanging a look filled with complex emotions. This young lady from the Tianshan sect, we are not enemies. If you truly seek to earn your place, it should be through your own abilities. Why resort to? Bang! A dull thud resonated as the monk who had been speaking collapsed, blood gushing from his head. Behind him, Hifang stood bewildered, holding the brick and repeatedly glancing back and forth, unable to shake the feeling that something was amiss. What happened to the promised iron head technique? And what on earth is energy value 1? Chapter 19. The irreverent mountain villa. Hifang's initial intent was merely to provide support, using the brick to distract the monk and create an opportunity for Dongfang Qin to strike. Yet, unexpectedly, the assist turned lethal. This was indeed quite awkward. Indeed, the onlookers, engrossed in their phones, were utterly astonished. A single blow from a brick had felled Iron Head Kung? How astonishingly swift. A wave of bewilderment swept through the crowd. Even the journalists and fans, initially gathered around the three-eyed man and the light-body man, shifted their attention towards Hifang, their gazes fixated upon him. Remarkable. Who was this assailant of Iron Head Kung? Could he be an enigmatic master of the martial arts? No, that could not be. It appeared that the one on the ground was actually Golden Leg, Golden leg. Amidst the murmurs, a few astute individuals began to piece together the truth. So, it was Golden Leg who had been knocked down by a mere brick? Senior brother, are you all right? Another monk collapsed to the ground. Agony etched upon his face. He then turned to Hifong with indignation, exclaiming, "You little rascal, how dare you ambush my senior brother? You should know, I am the true Ironhead Kong. I am the true Ironhead Kong." Thud. With a dull thump, Ironhead Kong fell once more. At this moment, the crowd was genuinely astounded. How could Ironhead Kong fall again? Was there another Golden Leg? But where was Ironhead Kong? The spectators' gazes converged on the spot behind Ironhead Kong, where Dongfang Qin was radiating a youthful and sunny smile. Clearly, Dongfang Qin had seized the opportunity to sneak up from behind while Ironhead Kong was consumed by fury. But where did that hammer, the size of a basin, come from? A hammer. Goodness, was that truly a hammer? The astonishment was not limited to the onlookers. He, too, wore a look of bewilderment. Where on earth did this enchantress procure such a hammer? With a single strike, even the most resilient of heads would surely be compromised. As he pondered this perplexity, he noticed a slender wisp of red energy emerge, its value marked at 1. This narrative design lacks scientific rigor. Why does it still register as 1? It defies all logic. The resilience of the Iron Head, as proclaimed by the monk himself, should have ensured an accurate impact without deviation. As he ruminated, he caught sight of Dongfang Qin's long leg precisely poised upon a brick resting beside the monk, which had been utterly shattered underfoot. Now that made sense. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon he. If the brick was a mere illusion, then the diamond legs and iron head techniques were equally fictitious. No wonder this enchantress acted with such reckless abandon. Yet, if a straightforward brick could resolve the issue, why resort to a hammer? That single strike, trouble seemed to loom. He could sense the rising hostility among the onlookers upon the appearance of the hammer. Typically, at such moments, one would expect the emergence of peacekeeping champions. Then, he beheld the three-eyed man and the agile warrior materialize before him, both radiating an aura of righteousness, determined to eradicate the perceived wickedness of he and Dongfang Qin. Indeed, once more, it was a sneak attack, accompanied by a hammer, a sheer audacity. They must be taught a lesson. Among the crowd, numerous admirers of the agile warrior began to vocally rally their support. The three-eyed man remained relatively composed. However, he observed the hostile gazes exchanged between Hifong and Dongfang Qin, seemingly dismissive of the notion of a two-on-two confrontation. "Do you possess the qualifications?" Dongfang Qin inquired, directing her question at the agile man. "Oh, you believe I lack the qualifications?" The agile man retorted with a scoff. "My inquiry pertains to whether you are entitled to enter the Yunwu Manor," Dongfang Qin clarified, blinking her eyes. "Is this what you meant?" The agile man seemed to grasp her intent, casually producing a bronze card and waving it before her. "Very well. Should we prevail against you, that bronze card shall belong to us. What say you?" Dongfang Qin remarked, her eyes glimmering at the sight of the card. "And if I emerge victorious? You shall spend a night with me," Dongfang Qin replied without hesitation. "Oh." The agile man was momentarily taken aback, then cast a glance at Dongfang Qin before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, splendid. I shall grant your wish." Hifong, advance. Dongfang Qin swiftly retreated behind Hifong. "Why should I take the lead in this duel you arranged?" Hifong, not one to be easily fooled, mimicked Dongfang Qin's earlier action and stepped back, positioning himself directly behind her. "If we cannot defeat him, we shall be obliged to fulfill that promise." Dongfang Qin glanced back at Hifong, offering a kind reminder. "Spend the night? I have no objections. It merely depends on whether he is amenable," Hifong replied, unfazed, while scrutinizing the agile man. "Are you two playing me for a fool?" The agile man's expression shifted abruptly as he caught sight of Hifong's peculiar gaze, and he stepped forward, ready to strike. However, who could foresee that a confrontation would not ensue? For, as the agile man and the three-eyed gentleman approached, he had already observed a figure emerging from the Yunwu villa, a man clad in a black suit. "Please stand aside," the suited man commanded, and the crowd promptly parted. A murmur spread among them, speculating that the Yunwu villa was about to take action, asserting that the maintenance of world peace rested upon him, and so forth. As for the man in the suit, he merely cast a glance at the iron head and diamond leg, who lay upon the ground, before directing his attention towards the agile man. "Li Qing, are the copper tokens issued by our Yunwu villa permissible as wagers?" I am truly sorry. It was my mistake. I merely. Should there be a repeat of this offense, your qualification will be revoked. The suited man showed no inclination to hear Li Qing's explanations. Understood. Li Qing nodded promptly and retreated into the crowd. Yet his gaze towards He Fong and Dongfang Qin was imbued with resentment. The suited man, noticing Li Qing's withdrawal, finally turned his gaze upon He Fong and Dongfang Qin, and after a couple of scrutinizing glances, his brow furrowed. Wait a moment, Dongfang Qin interjected. What must we do to gain entry into the Yunwu Villa? All qualifications for entry into the Yunwu Villa were allocated yesterday. If you believe causing a disturbance at the entrance will secure you a qualification, I advise against such futile efforts. Take, for instance, these two on the ground. They have been here for 2 days, yet have achieved nothing. The suited man's tone was frosty. Then let us depart, He Fong nodded. However, I wish to. Huh, where are you taking me? As Dongfang Qin's words lingered unspoken, her hand was forcibly seized by He Fong, who led her directly towards the entrance of Yunwu Villa. A pallor tinged with a blush washed over Dongfang Qin's face, leaving her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the agile man and the three-eyed man exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of incredulity. Truly, one must not be so tenacious as to challenge fate. While determination is commendable, it seems rather foolhardy to pit an egg against a stone. The man in the suit furrowed his brow, watching He Fong and Dongfang Qin approach the entrance. Could it be that these two were oblivious to reason? Just then, another suited man appeared at the doorway, obstructing their path. Would a confrontation ensue? Did these two truly dare to force their way into Yunwu Villa? Such audacity! The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Yet, He Fong and Dongfang Qin entered. They entered. The crowd fell silent. The three-eyed man and the agile man were utterly bewildered. How could they possibly gain entry? As for the man in the suit, he discerned that He Fong seemed to possess a card as he entered, his expression stiffening in disbelief. Ultimately, he raised a middle finger in exasperation. What on earth are these two imbeciles thinking? They have a card, yet still come to the entrance to act so brazenly? Such audacity is unparalleled. He did not ponder the thoughts of the suited man and the three-eyed individual, for he was preoccupied with his own musings. Firstly, he and Dongfang Qin had been assigned to the same room. Secondly, there was something peculiar about this villa. A strange, eerie atmosphere permeated the air, distinctly devoid of the warmth associated with spas or resorts. It evoked a sensation akin to that which he experienced upon entering the bamboo forest realm. Yet, wasn't he that anomaly present only when Ziyue made her appearance? Could it be that his assumptions were misguided? Did this cloud mist villa harbor a world reminiscent of the bamboo forest? If that were the case, it would indeed be unsettling. Chapter 20. The unique hobbies of youth. Upon receiving the golden card, He Fong instinctively believed that the cloud mist fairyland would be a place of joyous learning. However, he now sensed a dissonance between his expectations and reality. Wasn't it true that the question he posed to the Buddha-like ice sculpture was about survival? Thus, in accordance with the typical narrative, the ice sculpture should have provided insights on learning and protection. Why was the atmosphere here so peculiar? He Fong refrained from inquiring of the suited man leading them, waiting until they were ushered into the room, and the man turned to leave before he cast his gaze upon Dongfang Qin, who, of course, was also looking at him. He Fong, I never realized you hailed from a prestigious lineage. Dongfang Qin's eyes sparkled, akin to discovering a luminescent treasure. So, would you care to curry favor in advance? Perhaps by offering yourself in some manner? He Fong smirked, presenting an expression that implied he was granting her an opportunity. Haha. Sure, you can indulge in whatever you desire. After all, tonight I belong to you. Dongfang Qin reclined on the sofa, her long legs swaying once more. He Fong gazed at the enchanting figure on the couch, pondering whether she would indeed resist if he were to leap upon her. Perhaps it would be best to wait until the evening. Opportunities abound as the atmosphere grows more conducive. While He Fong contemplated the various postures he might employ to subdue Dongfang Qin later that night, the internet was already ablaze with fervor. Reports of a tragic incident involving a brick and a hammer surfaced. Whispers of the Tianshan sect disciples shamelessly ambushing the authentic Shaolin monks circulated. The phrase wealth breeds contempt was echoed alongside tales of a brick and a hammer inadvertently birthing a Kun, capable of devouring Shaolin masters. The narratives were diverse and peculiar. Yet one aspect remained consistent. The protagonists of these videos were none other than He Fong and Dongfang Qin, with viewership soaring like a rocket, threatening to overshadow the likes of the light-footed man and the three-eyed individual. Shameless scoundrels, how dare they vie for attention against me? Li Qing, the light-footed man. observed the burgeoning popularity of those videos with a profound sense of displeasure, a peculiar jealousy festering within him. It is akin to a person laboriously earning $1 million, a circumstance that should evoke joy. However, upon witnessing a neighbor winning a lottery, one's delight is swiftly diminished. How is it fair that while one toils diligently, another reaps rewards through mere fortune? Li Qing's fists clenched tightly in frustration. Furthermore, a wave of discourse surged across the internet. An ambush with a brick? Is this an affront to the sanctity of the Buddhist realm? The authentic Shaolin cannot be sullied by such base individuals. A disciple from the outer sect of Buddhism boldly voiced his condemnation of these nefarious rogues, vowing to confront the disciples of the Tianshan sect in a decisive battle. In response, an individual claiming to be a legitimate disciple of the Tianshan sect declared that he had never encountered these two individuals, suggesting they were imposters. Nevertheless, the followers of the outer sect disciple appeared to be somewhat more numerous, and the outcry against the Tianshan sect continued to dominate the prevailing discourse. In Kyoto, at a certain residence, a pink-haired little girl, brimming with excitement, rushed to the Buddhist ice sculpture while clutching a beloved toy, eagerly activating the video within. "Sister, you must see this. The young man selling plain water has become a sensation." The Buddhist ice sculpture glanced momentarily before returning to their task, focused on sketching intricate designs on paper. The drawing resembled a map, yet was not entirely one. It was layered and complex. However, it was evident that the diagram contained numerous arcane markings, some resembling mechanisms, others appearing as passageways. "Sister, are you not yet finished with your drawing?" The pink little girl languidly reclined before the serene ice sculpture, stuffing her mouth with a handful of potato chips, munching away. The young man whose soul plain water has changed. He has flirted with other women. Indeed, men are ever fickle. Alas, even romantic dramas are no longer enjoyable. What joy remains in life? Must I rely solely on for sustenance in the future? How lamentable that at such a tender age, I must memorize the Tao Te Ching. The pink little girl paused, then began to roll on the ground. The young man has lost his heart. My sister no longer cares for me, and my father has been seduced by a wily vixen. Which vixen has ensnared your father? A regal woman appeared at the entrance. Heh, at least Poetry Rain is sensible, unlike that girl Schwer, who has no idea whom she speaks of, spouting nonsense that bears no resemblance to me. So, I am indeed the daughter of that wily vixen? Is there truly such a vixen? Yes, indeed. I saw her just 2 days ago. Father and that vixen were in our family car. Mother, please believe me, I speak with utmost sincerity. Auntie, do not heed her. 2 days ago, I was with her. Xia Tianhao, you wretch, come out here. Your daughter has reported you. The woman hardly heard the words of the serene ice sculpture and rushed out of the room. At last, silence reigned. Sister, do you think the young man who sells plain water has truly changed his heart? The pink little girl gazed at the serene ice sculpture, her expression filled with melancholy. Tomorrow, you shall inquire of him yourself. Oh, are we leaving tomorrow? Wonderful, more fun awaits. Young man selling plain water, wait for Sister Yuhua. Flowers cannot bloom, and even if they must return home. The night is profoundly dark. In an office at Cloud Mist Manor, there stands a spacious desk adorned with an unusual decoration. 2 palm-shaped hands, palms facing upward, crafted from gold and iron. Should Yifeng behold this ornament, he would undoubtedly recognize that the design of these hands mirrors the very ones found on the altar of the village elder's cave. Yifeng, Tianshan sect? An elderly man with a goatee gazes from behind the desk, scrutinizing the information relayed to him, his brow furrowed. Knock, knock. Come in. President, we have located the information. Read it. Yes. The man in the suit nodded, then began to recite. Yifeng, resident of Dongha Village, Linyu County, Jiang City. A senior student at Jiugao High School, with a college entrance examination score of 435. An orphan raised by the village chief, Qindeju. However, a few days ago, Yifeng reported that 32 families in Dongha Village had mysteriously vanished on the very night the purple moon appeared. Furthermore, there is another issue. What issue? This case has been suppressed. Oh, by whom? The daughter of the Xia family in Kyoto, Xia Xiyu. Is it her? Now this becomes intriguing. All right, you may leave. The elderly man with the goatee nodded, signaling the suited man to take his leave. After the man in the suit exited, he cast a glance out the window, where he beheld 2 silhouettes shrouded in moonlight, furtively engaged in some unknown activity beneath a wall. The proclivities of today's youth are indeed quite peculiar. Chapter 21. The Ghost Valley. Hefong had always envisioned his persona as benevolent, upright, pure, honest, brave, and valiant. However, he could not pinpoint when this ideal had begun to distort. Do you wish to indulge in something thrilling? This was the question posed by Dongfang Qin as nightfall enveloped them. After pondering for 5 seconds, he finally acquiesced, albeit hesitantly. Consequently, he found himself led by Dongfang Qin into the wilderness. Is it exhilarating? Dongfang Qin's eyes sparkled with mischief. It's passable, rather stimulating. Then hasten your pace. I shall do my utmost. Hefong nodded, accelerating his efforts. Yet, he occasionally felt that Dongfang Qin's peculiar tastes were rather unique. It was merely a small advertisement. Why the need for such fervent allure? Hefong affixed the small advertisement to the wall, ensuring it was properly placed with a glance to either side. Let us move to another location and do it again. Dongfang Qin scanned the surroundings before seizing Hefong and steering him around the corner to change their venue. Hefong refrained from comment. The small advertisement was, in truth, not a genuine advertisement, but rather a declaration of challenge. A letter of challenge from the agile man Li Qing to the Tianshan sect, with words unambiguously laced with insults, reveals his arrogant disposition and disdain for others. When it comes to instigating trouble, this enchantress possesses a certain expertise. However, the true intention of Hefong's appearance tonight is not solely to provoke. Rather, it is to seize the opportunity presented by the challenge to scrutinize the true nature of Yunwu Villa. Both individuals harbor ulterior motives, and by a stroke of misfortune, they converge at the same moment, creating a rather exhilarating scenario. Under the moonlit night, 2 figures stealthily navigated through Yunwu Villa for over an hour, successfully affixing dozens of printed challenge letters. Dongfang Qin, quite pleased, playfully draped her arm over Hefong's shoulder, exhaling warmth. Well done. Shall I reward you this evening? Hefong, however, remained unresponsive, for his attention was captivated by an artificial hill, not due to its design, but rather the unusually stringent security surrounding it. There were no fewer than 8 suited men stationed around the hill, and this was merely what was visible. The unseen guards could number even more. Are you really thinking of going in? You might end up pregnant. Dongfang Qin noticed Hefong's gaze and leaned closer, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Hefong felt an urge to pinch Dongfang Qin, questioning her audacity to flaunt her youthful exuberance so openly. You really wish to enter? He teased. Hiki. I might be tempted too, but beware, there's more than meets the eye down there. It's quite profound, Dongfang Qin cautioned. He had no idea why, but whenever a serious statement escaped from Dongfang Qin's lips, it invariably sparked a cascade of thoughts. Driven by curiosity, he inquired, Do you know what lies within? I've heard it is a valley, Dongfang Qin replied once more. A valley? Well, it could also be a pool of water. A pool again. It might even be an expanse of sea. He was left speechless. Is it possible to be any less credible? What I say is true. Do not doubt me. There is indeed a tomb inside, and it holds significant importance. Once I mention it, you will undoubtedly recognize it, Dongfang Qin asserted confidently. What tomb? He felt a stir of intrigue. Upon mentioning tombs, he had indeed entertained such speculation, for the aura of Yunwu Villa was unnervingly chilling. Were he not a staunch skeptic of the supernatural, he might have genuinely believed that something ghastly lurked within Yunwu Villa. Have you heard of Gigu? Dongfang Qin's eyes sparkled. Gigu? He swiftly rummaged through his historical knowledge, only to realize that his grasp on history was rather tenuous. Yet, the term Gigu evoked a sense of familiarity. What score did you achieve in the college entrance examination? Dongfang Qin scrutinized him as he remained silent, her disdain creeping in. Over 400. Impressive, isn't it? Uft, academic underachiever. I scored 637. How could a scion from a prestigious family fare so poorly? He did not wish to elaborate. He was known to be among the top 10 in his class at County Number 9 High School. Wait a moment. The Gigu you mentioned, could it possibly be the one from the Warring States period? You do possess some knowledge. Indeed, it is that Gigu. However, isn't that Gigu located in Yunming Mountain? Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? In the south, we have the Kong family estate, and in the north, Gigu. The one in Yunming Mountain is merely the existing Gigu, but the one beneath Yunwu Mountain Villa is the Gigu from the Warring States period. He did not fully comprehend this. However, this time, he refrained from asking further, for a thought struck him. The world had changed. It was no longer the world he once knew. The existing Gigu, the Gigu from the Warring States period? Although it sounded perplexing. If what Dongfang Qin said were true, then what lay beneath Yunwu Mountain Villa was indeed formidable. This was connected to a legendary figure, one of the representatives of Taoism, a renowned strategist, the progenitor of the art of political maneuvering, and the most enigmatic figure of the Warring States period, Giguzi. It is said that Giguzi possessed extraordinary abilities, mastering military strategy, formation techniques, yin-yang studies, and the art of qi min dun jia, and he lived for an extraordinarily long time. There are even rumors suggesting that Giguzi is among the historical figures most likely to have attained the status of a true immortal. Do you now understand why Yunwu Mountain Villa was established here? Dongfang Qin observed He Feng's prolonged silence before inquiring once more. When was Yunwu Mountain Villa built? He Feng suddenly retorted. 18 years ago, huh? Why do you ask that? Dongfang Qin casually inquired. Then, realizing the gravity of the question, wore a puzzled expression. 18 years ago, the time of his birth. What events transpired then? As he pondered, a sudden crimson light illuminated the interior of the artificial hill, followed by a surge of red energy bursting forth. Neither Dongfang Qin nor the suited men stationed by the hill noticed it. However, He Feng was aware that someone was beneath the hill, and that this individual was injured. Energy level, 110. Chapter 22. The wool harvesting plan commences. Is it possible that there exists an energy level of 110? This wounded individual is formidable, at least on par with the black man, perhaps even stronger. He Feng quickly formed this assessment. Yet, what astonished him most was the revelation that beneath Yunwu Mountain Villa lay an unknown realm referred to as Ghost Valley, a realm that had emerged 18 years ago. Most astonishingly, this world had persisted for 18 years without vanishing. This shattered his previous understanding. He had assumed that unknown worlds only existed when the purple moon was present, and that they would dissipate upon its disappearance. Reflecting on the words of the pink-haired little girl at that time, wormholes cannot exist, for there are no wormholes in this world. He realized he had been mistaken. What, then, is the true nature of the changes in this world? Just as he was contemplating, Dongfang Qin tugged at He Feng's sleeve. As He Feng followed Dongfang Qin's gaze, he noticed several men in suits approaching from a distance. Soon after, two figures emerged from behind the rockery, one injured and the other supporting him. The injured man's complexion was a ghastly shade of blue and purple, suggesting he might have been poisoned. Additionally, two horrific gaping wounds marred his chest, resembling punctures. What could have inflicted such injuries? Surely, it could not be a zombie. Could it? He Feng's mind raced with associations upon seeing those ghastly holes, yet he quickly dismissed them. Ghosts were impossible. Thus, it followed that zombies were equally implausible. If they were to enter, this seemed the opportune moment. They could slip in while the men were preoccupied with their rescue efforts. Dongfang Qin appeared eager at this prospect. But He Feng shook his head, sensing the difficulty of the endeavor. Though he was indeed curious about the unknown world below, he could not ignore the practical realities. What would happen if he and Dongfang Qin managed to infiltrate? How would they escape? The openings in the rockery were rather small. One must know their own limitations. He understood this principle well. At present, he was not only ill-equipped to contend with whatever lay in that unknown realm, but was also uncertain of his ability to handle these suited men. It is wise to remain low-key when one lacks strength. For the first time, He Feng felt a pressing desire to enhance his abilities. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that he was situated in a veritable treasure trove, for this was Yunwu Mountain Villa, a place where every individual was likely endowed with some form of extraordinary power. If these people were to bleed, he would be able to absorb their energy. The prospect was exhilarating. Patience was paramount for now. The primary objective was to reap the benefits. Onward. He Feng made up his mind and prepared to retreat. Not going in? Dongfang Qin asked in surprise. Well, not for now, he replied. Is it really wise to tease someone like this and then not proceed? After He Feng and Dongfang Qin departed, the figure of the old man with a goat beard finally emerged slowly from behind a stone. Beside him stood a man in a suit. President, shall we take action? No, let them be. They are young and a bit curious. That is understandable. What I fear is that their curiosity might overwhelm them. These two have performed admirably, recognizing when to withdraw. They are teachable, the old man with the goat beard remarked, shaking his head. I see. So regarding the challenge letters they posted, he continued, by the way, don't you have that information on someone named Li Qing? Attach it to those challenge letters. Include identification, photographs, and make it as realistic as possible. Understood. The man in the suit nodded, albeit with some confusion. Xiao Lu, I can't help but feel your mindset is somewhat outdated. You should spend more time online. There are plenty of social networking platforms nowadays. Try to engage with some younger women. You may find it rewarding. And remember, 2 days from now is May 13th. How exciting. After the old man spoke, he took out his phone and swiftly began typing. With a swift motion, a line of text was sent out. The next day, Yunwu Mountain Villa was no longer tranquil. The challenge letter from the agile man, Li Qing, sparked a heated discussion. And some mischief makers even photographed the letter and uploaded it online. In just one day, the internet was ablaze with activity. Li Qing's audacious remarks not only display a profound disrespect towards the Tianshan sect, but also serve as an affront to various prestigious sects, symbolizing a bold challenge from emerging forces against established traditions. Consequently, a divide has emerged online, with factions either supporting Li Qing's audacity or condemning him for his arrogance, and the presumption of a petty individual gaining momentum. Meanwhile, a disciple from the Tianshan sect, who had previously voiced his opinions online, posted an image that bore a singular proclamation: "Those who insult the Tianshan sect shall face retribution, no matter the distance." As for the two instigators, they were blissfully ensconced in their room, engrossed in a game. "Quick, quick, there's someone ahead. Let's take him down." One exclaimed. "Hey, don't charge in too recklessly. Watch your back, or you might get surrounded." "Oh, so you enjoy dumplings?" The precious moments slipped away swiftly amidst their playful banter. Unbeknownst to them, a throng of individuals was converging at the entrance of Yunwu Villa, comprising Taoist priests clad in robes, monks clutching prayer beads, and a myriad of fashionable youths, some wielding swords, others holding flutes, knives, or chains, an eclectic assembly of characters. Among them were naturally the esteemed daughter of the Xia family, Xia Xiyu, and the adorable pink-haired girl, Xia Shuer. "Sister, shall we go find that charming young man selling plain water now?" The exuberant Xia Shuer inquired as she stepped through the gates of Yunwu Villa. "But you promised to take me to see him today, humph." It is said that the soy sauce duck at Yunwu Mountain Villa is exceptionally authentic, and the sweet and sour ribs are also quite delightful, particularly the candied bananas, whose strands resemble crystal. Wonderful, wonderful. Let us hasten to indulge in this feast. Are you not going to seek out that charming young man who sells plain water? No worries, I can always look for him tomorrow. After all, he is not likely to escape my grasp. Humph. Henceforth, please refer to me as the most domineering female CEO of Kyoto. Dominating female CEO, you have dropped your chips. Oh, where did they fall? On May 13th, the weather was clear. The agile man, Li Qing, stepped out of his room with a sullen expression. He had been hiding inside all day. However, today is the 13th of May, and he must venture out. Let me discover who it is. I shall surely make him pay. Li Qing gritted his teeth and adjusted his collar, feeling an inexplicable chill creeping down his back. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Bang! With a dull thud, two individuals wielding hammers emerged from behind him, gazing down at the fallen Li Qing with beaming smiles. Energy level, 30. Quite weak, indeed. Seeking recommendations. Chapter 23. The Jade Wall of Ghost Valley. Snap a photo. Share it online. The duo continued to take pictures, and soon, the image of the unconscious Li Qing was uploaded, accompanied by the caption, "Our esteemed Tianshan sect enjoys ambushing." What can you do about it? The internet erupted with fervor. The Tianshan sect is shameless. Well done. Such arrogant scoundrels deserve a thorough beating. Two conflicting voices clashed once more, igniting a fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Hifeng and Dong Fangqin hummed a tune as they navigated through the crowd, guided by the impeccably dressed gentlemen leading the way to their designated meeting point. The throng was substantial. A glance revealed no fewer than 300 or 400 individuals, each adorned in a myriad of attire. Hifeng scrutinized those around him, his eyes gleaming with increasing excitement. These people were treasures, each touch promising dozens, if not hundreds, of energy points. Were those two ruffians not the ones who ambushed and incapacitated the Shaolin disciple a few days prior? Indeed, it seemed so. How amusing. Reality rendered them weaker than their online personas. As Hifeng observed others, they too were casting glances in his direction, for he had, by now, achieved a modicum of fame. Yet, he remained indifferent, preoccupied with the choices of poetry and distant horizons. This was a mindset rooted in optimism, one that Hifeng had nurtured since childhood, and he believed that individuals possessing greater optimism than he were a rarity in this world. Then, he noticed a foam mountain loomed ahead. Soon after, the crowd began to orderly enter the mountain's interior. Wait, wasn't there a secret place beneath that artificial hill? Hifeng turned to Dong Fangqin, who was likewise gazing at him, her eyes twinkling with a playful shyness. Fong felt a wave of unease wash over him. Had this enchantress truly deceived him the night before? However, that cannot be right. He clearly witnessed someone being carried out. And furthermore, he received an energy value of 110, which undoubtedly must be true. Mr. He, please come in. A man in a suit gestured towards the entrance of the artificial hill. With a clenched jaw, Fong ultimately decided to follow the crowd inside. The interior revealed a narrow passageway adorned with jagged rocks and the gentle sound of flowing water. In no time, they reached the exit. As Fong cast his gaze outward, a wave of exhilaration washed over him. An unknown world. This was undoubtedly an uncharted realm. Having traversed through the bamboo forest, he was particularly familiar with that sensation, and most importantly, a vast expanse lay before him. Lush grass, verdant trees, and sunshine. Towering majestically in the distance was a grand mountain. If this was not an unknown world, then what could possibly be? Wow, it truly is the Ghost Valley. Dongfang Qin exclaimed with excitement, captivated by the surrounding scenery, and she took a deep breath of the fresh air. The scholarly young lady, Dongfang, was clearly enchanted. A man in a suit standing at the exit nodded and then pointed to a nearby location. However, this is merely the periphery of Ghost Valley. The true essence lies within. Understood. So we must rely on our own strength to ascend, correct? Dongfang Qin quickly nodded. Indeed. The president and others are waiting for us up there. The man in the suit smiled slightly. Then what are we waiting for? Let us hurry, Fong. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qin grasped Fong's hand, and together they dashed forward. Before long, they arrived at the foot of a steep cliff, where two men in suits stood guard. The crowd came to a halt. Then, a voice broadcast echoed from the mountain. The cliff? Quite steep indeed. He. Upon hearing the broadcast, a group of people erupted into laughter. However, Fong found himself unable to share in their amusement. Must we ascend from here? Fong looked up and noticed that the cliff was exceptionally smooth, as a gentle cascade of water flowed down, polishing the stones to a rounded sheen. Most importantly, this cliff must be at least 20 to 30 meters high, right? What are we waiting for? Let us go. Charge ahead. Time is money. Time is life. Upon hearing this, someone immediately began to shout. A short and slender individual was the first to leap forward, soaring an impressive 3 to 4 meters high, then pressing his body against the cliff face. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. Fong had previously watched videos of rock climbers, thinking they had mastered the art of wall crawling. Yet those climbers paled in comparison to this lean figure. His speed was astonishing. He was no mere wall crawler. He resembled a nimble monkey, making significant progress in just a few leaps, pausing briefly at the point where the waterfall's flow was most vigorous, seemingly to catch his breath. Then, with a few more bounds, he reached the summit of the cliff. Grade B. The man in the suit provided his assessment. Is this all it takes to achieve a grade B? Fong's mouth fell agape. How slow? Dongfang Qin wore a look of disdain. Fong finally began to regard the cliff before him with a newfound seriousness. At a height of approximately 30 meters, Fong found his composure. With strength thrice that of an ordinary person, augmented by the brilliance of 5 illuminated stars on his left hand, he felt a glimmer of hope. Although aspirations for AB rank were now dashed, securing AC rank seemed feasible. He was determined not to linger any longer in this place. He was ready to make his move. Behold! Fong shouted as he charged towards the precipice, only to be halted in his tracks. A man in a suit stood before him, raising a hand to signal him to stop. Mr. He, this is the first challenge for copper cards. You possess a gold card. Your challenge lies over there. The suited man indicated nonchalantly to a location not far off. Gold card. The revelation struck Fong like a thunderbolt. Was this individual truly a hidden master? The gazes of those around him converged on Fong and Dongfang Qin, filled with a complex mixture of envy, jealousy, and disbelief. Dongfang Qin wore an expression of pride. You are all mere trifles, she declared, preparing to take Fong away. However, Fong found himself rooted to the spot, as if his feet were encased in lead. Following the direction of the suited man's finger, he beheld a jade wall. Indeed, it was a wall of jade, smooth and lustrous. Most astonishingly, its height surpassed that of the cliff, towering at least 3 times higher, easily exceeding 100 meters. To grasp the enormity of 100 meters, considering that a typical story of a building is roughly 3 meters, that translates to a structure over 30 stories tall. You expect me to ascend over 30 flights of stairs. Moreover, there is not even a single nail for me to rest upon. Aptly reflecting the ancient adage, A fly can only split when it reaches a high place, and a mosquito will inevitably slip upon landing. Gratitude is extended to Feng Tianshu for the generous donation of 500 Qijin coins, and to Imo Linzafeng for their contribution of 200 Qijin coins. I humbly request your support and votes. Chapter 24. The arrival of Spider-Man. Does he truly believe himself to be Superman? Can he fly? Protests, secrecy, and preferential treatment. Do you treat esteemed gold card holders in such a manner? Where is your supervisor? Where is your manager? I demand to lodge a complaint. He shouted. The president is atop the cliff. If you can ascend, by all means, proceed with your complaint. The man in the suit remained unperturbed. So can I ascend from here? No. Surely, exchanging cards is permissible? I wish to swap my gold card for a copper one. Is that request unreasonable? He sought a compromise, dismissing the value of the gold card. I regret to inform you that we are unable to accommodate this request either. For all participants of this conference, we have conducted a meticulous evaluation of their abilities. Mr. He, possessing a gold card, naturally signifies his extraordinary prowess, unless, of course, your gold card was acquired from another individual? Mr. He, if it is indeed true that you obtained your gold card through theft, we at Yunmu Mountain Manor would have to treat this matter with utmost seriousness. What a jest. How could I possibly steal a card? Mister. He waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave. This place was no longer bearable. Dongfanken, we must depart. I apologize, but Miss Dongfang cannot accompany you. The man in the suit waved his hand once more. Why? I possess a golden card. You see, a golden card, esteemed guest. He waved the card vigorously before the man in the suit. Mr. He, please do not misunderstand. My intentions are solely for your benefit. Surely, you would not wish to carry the Eastern Maiden up the stairs, would you? The man in the suit elucidated. What do you mean? According to the regulations of the conference, only those who qualify may attend. However, considering certain circumstances, the conference permits each qualified individual to bring along a personal assistant. The Eastern Maiden, therefore, is indeed your personal assistant, and she is allowed to ascend the stairs. He gestured towards another direction. Mr. He was taken aback. Then, he realized that there was indeed a staircase in that location. Moreover, several individuals were utilizing it. At this moment, Mr. He could only curse inwardly. How foolish he had been when that pink-haired little girl eagerly suggested trading her copper card for a golden one. Why hadn't he done so? Why hadn't he? Mr. He, please proceed, the man in the suit urged again. May I pose one last question? Of course. Do you have the authority to revoke my eligibility? Well, my authority extends only to revoking copper card qualifications. The captain can revoke silver card qualifications, but only the president can revoke golden card qualifications. Then I can rest easy. Is there anything else you wish to inquire, Mr. He? Nothing further, but I do have a personal remark to share with you. What is it? MMP. He then arrived beneath the towering jade wall, which soared over 30 stories high. The crowd here was sparse, hardly bustling at all. With no more than 30 individuals gathered, a stark contrast to the throngs of 400 to 500 at the copper card area, rendering this place a veritable paradise of tranquility. Naturally, he could easily spot the ethereal ice sculpture of Buddha-like Xia Xiu among the crowd, alongside the charming pink-haired little girl. Xia Shuer. Today, Xia Xiu donned a fitted blue and white ensemble, complemented by snug black trousers that accentuated her figure splendidly. Xia Shuer, on the other hand, remained clad in her signature pink attire, though she forewent her usual ears, instead sporting 2 white, glistening wrist guards. Wow, the handsome young man selling plain water. You've finally arrived. Sister Yuhua has been waiting for you for so long. Have you saved enough money? People are eagerly anticipating your proposal. Upon spotting Hefong, Xia Shueter sprang into action, her excitement palpable. Xia Xiu remained silent, yet the surrounding onlookers shifted their focus squarely onto Hefong, their curiosity about Xia Shuer's big brother evident. Among them lingered a few subtle, yet discernible, glimmers of hostility. Indeed, the little girl was a source of trouble. Hefong forced a smile, striving to appear composed and successful, while greeting those around him. Hello, esteemed friends. It was a tad awkward. Before he could gather his thoughts, Xia Shuer had already bounded over to him, a bag of chips in hand, crunching noisily. Would you like some chips, big brother? Hefong, lacking in courtesy, extended a hand towards the bag that Xia Shuer had offered, seizing a handful of potato chips and crunching them loudly. Those around him could only shake their heads in mild disapproval. Subsequently, a young man clad in a white martial arts uniform emerged from the crowd. However, his attire was distinctive, adorned with 7 white feathers upon his shoulders. This was Lin Jinyu, the only son of the current leader of the Tianshan sect, famously known as the Tianshan White Feather. Xia Shuer, recognizing Hifang's unfamiliarity, took it upon herself to introduce him. The Tianshan sect? Hifang felt somewhat speechless. Fate certainly had a peculiar sense of humor. Nevertheless, Lin Jinyu appeared disinterested in engaging with Hifang, casting him but a fleeting glance before striding directly toward the jade wall below. Then, with a burst of energy, he propelled himself upward along the vertical jade surface. Indeed, he ascended nearly 20 meters before halting, at which point a brilliant white beam emanated from his shoulder. A soft chime resonated as the beam struck the jade wall approximately 30 to 40 meters away. In that instant, Lin Jinyu detached from the jade surface. Soaring into the air as if swinging on a swing, he swung gracefully to a height of 60 to 70 meters. Moments later, another radiant white beam shot forth, accompanied by a similar chime, propelling Lin Jinyu above the jade wall. The Tianshan White Feather truly lived up to his illustrious reputation. It was said that the Tianshan sect possessed a legendary skill known as Tianshan Divine Radiance, yet it had seldom been witnessed until today. Indeed, it was remarkable. The onlookers observed the scene, nodding in agreement. Lin Jinyu, at the first checkpoint, a grade, stood beneath the jade wall. 2 men in suits made a mark on the paper, then turned their gazes to the others. Ladies and gentlemen, please commence at your earliest convenience. Commence? How does one begin? Hifang, utterly bewildered, gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape as chips fell from his lips. He could only wonder. Is this some sort of film production? A Marvel Spider-Man adventure? Once again, heartfelt thanks to Mo Lindsay Fong for the 300 Chidian coins, and to Ku Muyu for the 100 Chidian coins. I continue to seek your recommendations. Chapter 25, The Blinding. Scenery, is it truly necessary to be so exaggerated? While Hifang wore a perplexed expression, a young man clad in a deep blue casual suit approached him and Xia Shuer. If I recall correctly, you are Hifang, right? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Zi, the chief disciple of the Natural Gate. Lin Zi extended his right hand towards Hifang. What gate? Human. Oh, the one that sells barbecue? I would like an order of grilled leeks, please. Hifang's voice was loud, and then he rummaged through his pocket, producing a coin to toss into Lin Zi's hand. Lin Zi glanced at the coin with a rather stiff expression. Why was this fellow deviating from the norm? Moreover, a single coin for grilled leeks surely wasn't enough? Hurry and grill it, Hifang urged once more. You must be jesting, young brother. The Natural Gate does not sell barbecue. I merely believe that your ability to win the favor of Sister Shuer speaks volumes about your exceptional skills, and I wish to seize this opportunity to broaden my horizons. Lin Zi tightened his fist, yet a faint smile still graced his face. Open your eyes? Indeed. It is impossible to truly open one's eyes, and you shall never be able to do so in this lifetime. It would be wise to relinquish such hopes early on. Hifang shook his head with a sigh. Lin Zi, is there anything else? Hifang remarked with a dismissive curl of his lip. He was acutely aware of Lin Zi's intentions, for although Lin Zi was conversing with him, his gaze was ever so subtly directed towards Xia Shuer. It was evident that Lin Zi harbored an inclination for younger girls. Furthermore, Hifang recalled the previous menacing glances that had been cast, one of which undoubtedly belonged to Lin Zi. Thus, it was clear that he would not extend excessive courtesy. Little brother do you truly not intend to showcase your skills? Lin Zi hesitated momentarily. I shall refrain. Hifang responded candidly. Very well. Since you wish to conceal your talents, take your time. I shall wait above for you. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to speak. I shall assist you in any way I can. Lin Zi chose not to linger on the matter and prepared to ascend. However, he did not make any move to rush forward. Instead, he stood before Hifang and Xia Shuer, gradually lowering his body into a deep squat. Once fully crouched, his gaze shifted towards Xia Shuer. Sister Shuer, this technique is called demon foot to the ground. The force is concentrated at the tip of my left foot, allowing me to leap to a height exceeding 30 meters. Xia Shuer paid him no heed, not even offering a dismissive sound. Lin Zi remained undeterred, abruptly lifting his gaze upward, and with a swift thrust of his left foot's toe into the ground. A sharp crack resonated as an imprint was left on the earth beneath him. From such a distant position, Lin Zi's intention was unmistakable, to showcase his exceptional lightness skill before Xia Shuer. However, at that moment, Hifang was struck by a thought. If I can help, I will. Wait a moment, did you just say help? Hifang instinctively extended his left hand, intending to restrain Lindsay. Yet, Lindsay had already leapt into the air. Fortunately, Hefang's reflexes were quite swift. By sheer luck, he managed to grasp something. With a forceful tug, a sharp, tearing sound echoed. Hefang stared blankly at the torn remnants of his trousers in hand. Meanwhile, Lindsay soared high above, indeed as he claimed, at least 30 meters into the air. However, the sight of two pale buttocks gleaming under the sun was rather blinding. The world fell silent, with nearly 30 pairs of eyes fixated on Lindsay suspended in midair. Undoubtedly, this would become one of the most unforgettable memories of his life. With a thud, Lindsay collided against the jade wall, adhering tightly to it. Remarkably, he did not fall. Impressive. This remarkable technique, akin to that of a frog, was undoubtedly true skill. Lin Xiong's mental fortitude is truly commendable. Indeed, impressive. Whispers of admiration arose. Hefang gazed at the spot where Lindsay had vanished, letting out a heartfelt sigh. The scenery is undeniably splendid, yet it is just before dusk. Naturally, the natural school, Lindsay. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the suited man finally lowered his head and began to draw a smile on the paper before him. As for Hefang, he is basking in the brilliance of public attention. Wasn't it unintentional, young he? Nonsense. Could it be that young he would deliberately engage in such antics? Merely an accident. Purely accidental. Another wave of murmurs arose. Hefang simply smiled. During summer, in the Donghe River, the sight of white bottoms is ubiquitous. Such trivial winds and waves do not faze him. He faces them with a smile, composed and serene. Observing Hefang's silence, those around him felt a sense of ennui. One by one, they began to showcase their extraordinary skills, yet no one dared to approach him any closer, maintaining their distance out of fear that another purely accidental incident might occur. Whoosh, whoosh. Shadows ascended one after another. Hefang watched with a smile. After all, the world is not lacking in heroes. Spider-Man is no longer of significance in his mind. Climbing 100 meters high to the jade wall. Have you ever witnessed such a feat? Xia Shiyu accomplished it. Young man, when do you plan to ascend? After seeing Xia Shiyu's ascent, Xia Shui'er could no longer contain her impatience. No rush. If you're anxious, you may go first, Hefang replied with a shake of his head. Very well. Then Mei Mei will wait for you up there with her sister. Xia Shui'er nodded, then pressed a hand to her back. With a snap, a shimmering silver object flew out. Xia Shui'er caught it effortlessly. It was, astonishingly, a meticulously crafted alloy umbrella. Hefang recognized the material. It was the same alloy used to create the shield of the previous adversary, yet it pales in comparison to the exquisite umbrella in Xia Shui'er's hands. Young man, I've made my move. Summer Shui'er winked playfully, and with a gentle press on the umbrella's handle, a soft sound echoed as a beam of white light shot forth. Ding! The luminous beam struck the apex of the jade wall. Hefang, positioned nearby, discerned that it was the tip of an alloy umbrella connected to a silvery steel wire. Sister, wait for me. Summer Shui'er called out, and the steel wire retracted abruptly, propelling her upward like a celestial fairy, swiftly soaring atop the jade wall. Is this not cheating? Hefang was momentarily stunned, glancing at the man in the suit, astonished that such tactics existed. This was undoubtedly an instance of cheating with the alloy umbrella. Understood. Hefang nodded, then strode purposefully toward the jade wall. Chapter 26. The 4 symbols and 8 trigrams flying was out of the question for him, but climbing was within reach. Through a series of meticulous observations, he had unearthed a subtle secret of the jade wall. Though its surface was as smooth as a mirror, its quality was rather ordinary. A firm prod would surely create a few holes. Hefang wasted no time, rushing to the base of the jade wall, pretending to search the ground, and soon enough, he miraculously produced a bear trap. The man in the suit was left bewildered. How could there be a bear trap here? As he pondered, Hefang astonishingly revealed another. 2 bear traps. The man in the suit was left questioning his beliefs. Hefang's actions were inexplicable. After all, this device had proven its worth in the past. Adhering to the principle of neither abandoning nor giving up, he had kept it tucked away in a small black bag. With 2 animal traps successfully retrieved, he began to tinker. First, he disassembled the traps. Then he measured them against his feet before commencing the installation. The suited man watched in astonishment as Hefang skillfully transformed the traps into 4 jagged jaws affixed to his hands and feet. Was it truly possible that these traps were found on the ground? The suited man found it hard to believe. Yet if Hefang had brought them with him, where could he have concealed such items? It was indeed a marvel. Even more astonishingly, After completing this task, Hifang prepared to ascend the jade wall. With a resounding shout, he leaped, his body adhering to the surface like a gecko. However, why had he only jumped less than 2 meters high? The suited man could hardly fathom it. Yet, Hifang appeared quite satisfied. Less than 2 meters? That was considerable height, especially when one had to maintain balance and exert effort to embed the jagged edges into the surface, a feat of considerable difficulty. The first challenging step was accomplished. Hifang glanced upward and began to inch his way up, muttering incantations under his breath. His left hand and right foot needed to move in perfect harmony. Then he would switch to his right hand and left foot. The movements were deliberate. It was not speed that mattered, but steadiness. Hifang was determined not to fall midway. It could be fatal. Thus, he ascended at a painstakingly slow pace. Was he truly intent on climbing? The man in a suit stared blankly as Hifang gradually inched upwards, taking a full 10 minutes to ascend only halfway up the jade wall. Another suited man, responsible for reporting the results, grew increasingly impatient, awaiting the final report from below, which hinged solely on Hifang. Yet, despite the passage of time, no updates emerged. The communication device crackled to life. Why hasn't the result been reported yet? You can see for yourself at the jade wall. The suited man found himself at a loss for words. What was there to observe in the first stage? The 100-meter jade wall was utterly trivial for those possessing a golden card qualification. Nevertheless, he complied and approached the edge of the jade wall to glance down. This single look proved to be his undoing, as he witnessed something astonishing. Someone was climbing the wall? What on earth? Climbing. Half an hour later, Hifang successfully reached the summit, wiping the sweat from his brow and calming his racing heart. Just then, he overheard a voice emanating from the communication device held by the suited man beside him. Hifang, first stage rating, ding. Ding? Did that mean he had passed? Hifang smirked, recalling that others had received at least a B grade. Surely, there was some underhanded manipulation at play. Fine. The suited man gritted his teeth. That will suffice. He paid little heed, maintaining an optimistic and proactive mindset. The trivialities of rank and status were mere illusions. With a dismissive pat on his backside, he removed the beast traps from his limbs and tossed them before the suited man. Could you assist me in reassembling these 2 traps? The other parts are down below, and you can ascend the stairs, correct? The suited man stood rigidly before the traps. Meanwhile, Hifang turned to leave. A golden card, after all, deserved certain privileges. The scenery on the jade wall was exquisite. The breeze was cool, the grass lush, adorned with a myriad of flowers, and a seating arrangement laid out in an octagonal pattern. At each of the 4 cardinal points stood a statue: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. In front of each statue sat a cluster of individuals, effectively dividing the attendees into 4 distinct factions based on the 4 symbols and the I Ching. However, the expressions of the people in the seats seemed rather peculiar. Hifang raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, only to notice a colossal projection screen supported by 8 pillars directly above the octagonal seating arrangement. The figure projected upon it appeared to be none other than himself. Alas, it seemed he was destined to be the center of attention wherever he went. Hifang tilted his head slightly. He had deduced the reason, yet he felt no embarrassment. Mr. He, you are from the Azure Dragon Group. Please take your seat. One of the suited men prompted. Very well, Hifang nodded, glancing towards the Azure Dragon statue, where indeed, Dongfang Qin, that enchanting figure, was already seated, elegantly crossing her long legs. As Hifang approached Dongfang Qin, he expected her to say something impressive, perhaps a casual remark like "my brother, how remarkable." However, to his surprise, Dongfang Qin immediately bent down, exclaiming in a resounding voice, "Young master, greetings." The sound echoed loudly. She then supported Hifang as he reclined, elegantly propping his head upon her long legs while she rhythmically began to massage him. "Are you comfortable, young master? It's tolerable. Would you like me to mount and move a bit?" The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Was this fellow truly adept at enjoying himself? They began to speculate about the authenticity of the golden card in his possession. There was no doubt it was genuine. But could it be that he possessed exceptional skills in certain areas, albeit lacking in agility? This was not entirely implausible. Observing Hifang in such a state of relaxation, the crowd began to murmur, having spent the last half hour merely watching him on the screen. A goat-bearded elder, seated at the head of the assembly, cleared his throat a couple of times before addressing the gathering. Those who managed to ascend have successfully passed the first trial, regardless of the means employed. In any case, reaching this point is commendable. Is that truly commendable? The elder refrained from further commentary, rising slowly from his seat and surveying the audience, which fell into a hushed silence. They all understood that the main event was about to commence. In the same vein, Hefang also perked up his ears. According to his conjecture, since Yunwu Mountain Manor had chosen to hold the conference in Ghost Valley, it could not merely be a simple test of strength. The truth of this world is likely on the verge of being unveiled. Thanks to Mo Lin Zifeng for the generous reward of 500 Qidian coins, as well as to Fu Biao KGB and Xing Tianshu for their contributions of 100 Qidian coins each. A new week begins, it's Monday, and we are in need of recommendations, so please cast your votes. Chapter 27. The Enigma of the Purple Moon Unraveled. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Qin Xiao, the person in charge of this Immortal Trail Conference. After the old man with the goat beard introduced himself, he began to introduce those around him. This is Mo Daoyan, the leader of the Qincheng sect, and then the representatives from the Huashan and Amei sects. After a round of introductions, Hefang felt slightly bewildered, for, according to his assumptions, the hosting of this Immortal Trail Conference by Yunwu Mountain Manor should have some connection with relevant authorities. Yet the attendees were all leaders of various sections. This struck him as peculiar, entirely contrary to his expectations. Hold on, let me ask you something. Hefang gestured for Dongfang Qin to pause. Not going to strike? That still requires compensation. Dongfang Qin extended her hand. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Don't you find it strange? Aside from the mysteriously cloaked Qin Xiao, it seems that everyone else here is a leader of their respective sects. Does that not strike you as odd? Strange? Is it not strange? There is nothing peculiar about it. The attendees are all from esteemed families and disciples of various factions, so it is entirely natural for the leaders of these factions to be present. Dongfang Qin appeared unfazed by this. As for a certain department, some matters are beyond their expertise. Dongfang Qin smiled mysteriously. Beyond their expertise? Hefang seemed to grasp the implication. The true role of the relevant department lies in guiding the overarching mindset. As long as the ideology is sound, they will not interfere with your actions. Furthermore, in a certain sense, the leaders of the reputable sects inherently belong to a specific department. Therefore, why would there be a need to deliberately involve those who are uninformed and unrelated? Hefang began to untangle the intricacies of this relationship. The old man Qin Xiao represents ideology, overseeing the coordination, while the leaders of various sects execute this ideology in practice. That is the grandeur of a great nation. As Hefang contemplated this, the introductory remarks by the old man Qin Xiao came to a close. A considerable number of leaders had arrived: Shaolin, Wudong, Qincheng, Kunlun, as well as Xingyi sect, Baji sect, Liuhe sect. Essentially, all the notable factions were present. This was indeed a grand assembly of the martial world. After introducing the multitude of leaders, the old man Qin Xiao finally delved into the main topic. I believe that everyone here has gained some understanding of the changes in the world, but I still wish to share some information we have gathered for mutual verification. Old man Qin Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. The appearance of the purple moon heralds a transformation in our world. This is something that should be apparent to all. Everyone listened intently. Yet, when did this phenomenon of the purple moon truly begin? Allow me to disclose that it first manifested 18 years ago. Hefang's fists clenched slightly. Could it truly be that the changes began 18 years prior? But why was there no mention of it online? How was it that I remained unaware? I had never heard anyone speak of such a thing. 18 years ago, I was 13. If such an event had occurred, I ought to have known about it. Why had I never encountered any mention of it? Others began to voice their doubts as well. Please, there is no need for skepticism. My explanation is not yet complete. According to our research and investigations, the purple moon phenomenon is not a widespread occurrence, but varies in scale, explained Qin Xiao. Is that so? But why is its current manifestation so extensive? Someone queried. Indeed. The entire nation has witnessed the purple moon. What does this signify? A wave of new uncertainty surged within the crowd. The question you pose is one I cannot elucidate at this moment. What I wish to convey is that the purple moon phenomenon has not merely occurred once in history. It has manifested multiple times. Multiple times? Hefang furrowed his brow. Indeed, the appearance of the purple moon varies in duration, and what I am about to convey may offer you a fresh perspective on history. Listening intently is one of the primary purposes of his visit to the Cloud Mist Manor. Historical records indicate that during the Han Dynasty, the purple moon made its debut, following which a remarkable figure emerged. His name was Huo Tsubing. Huo Tsubing. He was taken aback. There is no need for astonishment. In fact, during the tumultuous Three Kingdoms period at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the purple moon appeared once more, and its duration exceeded that of previous occurrences. It truly was an era resplendent with luminaries Zhuge Pang Tong, Zhao Zilong, Guan Yu, Guijia, Zhou Yu. Silence enveloped the room. According to the words of the old man Qin Xiu, the emergence of the purple moon seems to herald the arrival of extraordinary individuals, a notion that is indeed rather astonishing. In times past, many present might have dismissed such claims, yet now they find themselves compelled to believe. For they have witnessed the purple moon, and many among them are beneficiaries of this phenomenon. Chairman Qin, do you imply that the appearance of the purple moon represents an opportunity, and that we are the ones who have seized this opportunity, thus deserving of special cultivation? A young man rose to speak. Did I say that? Old man Qin retorted. Young man, let us not rush. What I meant to convey is that the purple moon is a phenomenon. If one perceives it merely as an opportunity, one might be gravely mistaken. Utterly mistaken? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered. Indeed, many years ago, we too harbored similar thoughts, believing the phenomenon of the purple moon to be a divine opportunity. However, that notion was irrevocably altered 18 years ago. At this juncture, old man Qin's tone grew unexpectedly grave. 18 years ago? What transpired? Curiosity rippled through the crowd. Feng clenched his fists. Indeed, old man Qin was one of the few privy to the events of that time. If I were to reveal that the purple moon phenomenon from 18 years ago is recorded as the longest-lasting occurrence, spanning nearly half a month, what would your thoughts be? Qin continued. A collective gasp echoed. The longest duration, nearly half a month? To reappear? Why? Was it not stated that it had only occurred once 18 years prior? Logically, the intervals between each manifestation of the purple moon should be vast. Why, then, is it poised to emerge again so soon? No one could fathom the reasoning. Yet, an unspoken consensus loomed among them. When anomalies arise, there must be something amiss. Two occurrences of the purple moon, merely 18 years apart, one lasting the longest, the other spreading the furthest, and now, another manifestation is imminent. If there were no underlying issues, who could possibly believe it? Chapter 28. What of the Gatling gun emitting blue flames? I must now formally convey to everyone that the purple moon phenomenon is highly likely to herald a catastrophe, one that could potentially alter the very fabric of our world. The elder Qin Xiu spoke with a chilling tone. A catastrophe? Why must it be deemed as such? The assembly was perplexed, for according to the elder's earlier words, the emergence of the purple moon and the arrival of extraordinary beings should be seen as a boon. Furthermore, history has witnessed the occurrence of the purple moon phenomenon on multiple occasions. If it truly signified disaster, our world would have been irrevocably transformed long ago. It appears that the audience remains somewhat oblivious. The ephemeral nature of the purple moon phenomenon indeed presents an opportunity. As one might acquire rare treasures or even inheritances within its embrace, much like the individuals present here. Though perilous, it also bears the promise of reward. The elder Qin continued to expound. A profound silence enveloped the room. But what if this phenomenon were to become eternal? Or if entities from that world were able to breach our reality? The elder's voice took on a weighty resonance. Gasp! At this revelation, a collective intake of breath echoed through the assembly. Some had indeed encountered beings from that realm, and those entities were formidable beyond measure. They had merely escaped by the grace of fortune. President Qin, what you propose are mere conjectures, are they not? How could the beings from that realm possibly emerge? As far as I am aware, that world has ceased to exist, utterly vanished. A young man interjected, voicing his skepticism. Conjecture, you say? With a chuckle, the elderly Qin Xiu gestured toward the large screen above. Now, please take a look for yourselves. As his words faded, a monstrous creature materialized on the screen. It appeared to be a colossal golden eagle, yet it was distinctly different from any golden eagle one might encounter, for its size was staggering. Its wings, fully extended, measured nearly 20 meters in length, and atop its head sprouted two sharp horns reminiscent of a bull's. Its body was adorned with concentric, spiral-like patterns. What on earth is this? Such a massive eagle. An eagle with horns? Everyone was taken aback. The classic of mountains and seas records a mountain called Lu Wu, devoid of vegetation and rich in gold and stones, where the waters of Zijing emerge and flow southward into the Pang River. Within this water dwells a creature known as the Gujiao, resembling an eagle but possessing horns. Its cry akin to that of an infant, and it is known to be man-eating. Qin Xiu pointed to the screen, offering this explanation. Gujiao, does such a creature truly exist in this world? Surely, it must be a fabrication. No one dared to believe it. President Qin, do you really expect us to believe this computer-generated imagery? Questioned a young man, gritting his teeth. With a light-hearted laugh, Qin Xiu then pointed to the vacant space in the center of the bagua seating arrangement. Suddenly, a sound echoed, and the ground revealed a mechanism. A massive silver alloy cage, measuring 40 meters in size, slowly ascended from below, within which resided a living Gujiao, identical to the one displayed on the screen. An eerie silence enveloped the room. The Gujiao, a living Gujiao. Bring me a gun. Old man Qin Xiu waved at the suited man behind him. Instantly, an automatic rifle was handed over. The sound of gunfire shattered the silence. Qin Xiu unleashed a frenzied barrage at the Gujiao. As if he sought to expel every ounce of pent-up energy within him upon the creature, his face flushed with exertion. All eyes were transfixed on this wild spectacle. It was utterly brutal. It was horrifically bloody. Yet, after an entire clip had been discharged, the Gujiao merely stretched languidly, emitting a series of peculiar sounds. As if it had long grown accustomed to such antics. With a casual flick of its wing, it beckoned towards Qin Xiu, as if to say, "Come on. I crave more." At that moment, all expressions froze. Not solely due to the terrifying prowess of the Gujiao, but primarily because the intelligence it displayed was anything but that of a mere beast. Why has my phone lost signal? Indeed, my phone too has no reception. Messages cannot be sent. Voices of astonishment emerged. In truth, as the Gujiao appeared, many had seized their phones, eager to record videos and share them on social media, hoping to garner 100 likes. However, they soon realized that their social media feeds seemed to have vanished. So, it seems my earlier speech was quite effective, capturing everyone's attention for so long. Ha ha ha. Qin Xiu chuckled with delight. Yet, the crowd below could no longer find amusement. Their mobile signals had been jammed, instill in them an unprecedented sense of crisis. At this moment, they truly comprehend the gravity of the situation. Old Qin Xiu observes the expressions of the crowd below, recognizing that the atmosphere has been sufficiently charged. Yet, he is acutely aware that this world has enjoyed a prolonged period of peace. People's mindsets have shifted from survival and combat to a desire for enjoyment and stability. The individuals before him, although possessing some extraordinary abilities, would likely struggle to survive even 1/10 of the battlefield's perils. The once vibrant and exhilarating ambience has dissipated. Qin Xiu's words have struck them profoundly. They sense that the path ahead may no longer be ordinary, foretelling extraordinary transformations in this world. This represents both opportunity and peril, akin to a time of chaos. In such tumultuous times, heroes may emerge, yet lives are as expendable as weeds. One might ascend to greatness or fall into oblivion. Now, you may make your choice, to step forth and accept protection or to venture into the mists of the unknown and strive to become a formidable force. Qin Xiu has presented the options. Silence ensues. Each person exchanges glances, contemplating. After 2 minutes, a young man rises. Excellent, Qin Xiu exclaims. There is no need for psychological burdens. Whether you choose to join or to withdraw is entirely voluntary. Moreover, I can assure you, had I been in your position, I too would consider withdrawing. He chuckles heartily. However, the audience remains utterly still. What, is my joke not amusing? Qin Xiu inquires, glancing at the leaders of various factions. As long as President Qin is pleased. The leader of the Qingsheng sect spoke, a slight chuckle escaping his lips. The other sect leaders remained non-committal. Soon, one after another, individuals began to rise. 15 minutes later, nearly 50 had departed. At that moment, Feng stood up, the sole figure among them to possess a golden card, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Was he truly planning to flee? Climbing up with a golden card, did anyone genuinely expect him to display exceptional bravery? Indeed, such thoughts were echoed in the murmurs around him. The young man selling plain water, Xia Shuer, was also observing Feng, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes. However, Feng paid no heed to this. Upon rising, he made a beeline for the goose sculpture, halting only beside its metallic cage. Old Qin, your broken gun is useless. Do you have a Gatling gun? The kind that spews blue flames, rat-a-tat-tat. I swear, I will make that creature bleed a bucket today. Feng was genuinely frustrated. Old Qin had been firing for so long without drawing a single drop of blood. Was this even a game? Thanks once again to Old Ma for the generous 500 Qidian coins. Chapter 29. The Constant World, what a farce. Fong was truly anxious. No one could fathom his feelings. The Gu sculpture, a treasure indeed, was confined within a cage. What did this signify? It indicated the opportunity to act freely. A colossal treasure lay before him, yet it remained locked away. Was it not maddening? But as his words escaped his lips, the entire world fell into an eerie silence. Did he not comprehend the implications behind the words of the old man? Qinxiu? A mysterious and formidable world was on the verge of emerging. Yet this fellow was preoccupied with trivial pursuits here? It was not just the people around who were taken aback. Even the caged Gu Diao seemed perplexed. Where had this individual emerged from? Gatling? What Gatling? Lost in thought, it suddenly caught sight of a Gatling gun, one that was robust and imposing. A man in a suit hoisted the Gatling with one hand while carrying a box of ammunition in the other, then respectfully handed it over to Fong. The spectators were instantly astounded. Indeed, there was a Gatling. All eyes instinctively turned towards the elderly Qinxiu in the main seat, who wore a sly grin and nodded at Fong. Gu Jiao, do not falter. Seize the moment. Fong bellowed, disregarding all else. Grasping the weapon and unleashing it without hesitation. With a gun in hand, would he not topple you? Did he truly think he would not take on a soft target? Da-da-da. The resounding gunfire echoed through the venue, and blue flames indeed erupted. Wail, wail, wail. The Gu Jiao cried out incessantly. Yet as bullets struck its body, several feathers were genuinely dislodged. Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last, the effect was visible. A surge of crimson energy burst forth from the Gu Jiao, swiftly darting into the gourd of a small copper figure. Energy value, 400. Indeed, the Gatling proved effective. Reload. Please. After unloading a round, Fong felt an invigorating rush coursing through him. Da-da-da. The sound of gunfire echoed once more. The Gu Jiao, enraged, incessantly flapped its wings to deflect the bullets, emitting pitiful cries as it rolled helplessly within its cage, unable to escape. At that moment, the pink-haired little girl, Xia Shuer, leaped forth. The young man selling plain water, Sister Yuha, is here to assist you. Upon finishing her declaration, Xia Shuer brandished her alloy umbrella and commenced a flurry of jabs at the Gu Jiao, causing several droplets of blood to spill forth. Energy value, 150. Fong chuckled, genuinely elated, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Sister Yuha, give it your all. I have faith in you. Fong encouraged. Xia Shuer, upon hearing this, grew even more exhilarated, her alloy umbrella transforming into a 2-meter-long spear, aimed directly beneath the Gu Jiao's wings. Gu Jiao, allow me to take my turn, Xia Xiu declared, rising from her seat with a sword in hand, charging directly into the fray. If Lady Xia is joining in, then I must partake as well. I've yet to experience the thrill of confronting a Gu Jiao, and now I have the fortune to do so. Ha ha. It seems I'm fortunate to bask in the glow of Brother He's presence. What an opportunity to engage with this creature publicly. A towering monk stepped forward, his laughter radiant. The onlookers remained dumbfounded. Why had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? Was this truly a collective moment for engaging with the Gu Jiao? As they pondered, more and more individuals began to rise from their seats. The Gu Jiao was left bewildered. Am I truly that entertaining? A horde of beasts. As for Fong, he was already grinning from ear to ear, overwhelmed by the immense energy values, especially after Xia Xiu's arrival, which rendered the Gu Jiao nearly incapacitated. This girl is truly formidable. Energy values of 100, 200, 180. I crave for even more potency. This fellow is rather intriguing. Qinxiu, the old man, observed this scene with a smile, feeling inexplicably more favorable towards this individual. It seems unlikely that anyone would be leaving now. To his astonishment, Yunlu Villa managed to retain so many people this time. He had heard that Qingling Villa retained less than a third of its members. The other sect leaders nodded in agreement as they watched the spectacle unfold. President, if this continues, the Gu Jiao might very well be killed. A man in a suit remarked, glancing at the utterly exhausted Gu Jiao. Ha ha ha, it won't die. The Gu Jiao possesses remarkable recovery abilities. These individuals cannot injure its core structure. At most they might break a wing or two. However, this Gu Jiao is a product of the Research Institute, and it truly cannot be allowed to perish at the hands of this fellow. Once it reaches a certain threshold, we should instruct them to cease. Understood. The man in the suit nodded in acknowledgement. 5 minutes later, the Gatling was retracted. What a pity, Fong sighed, wishing to continue the game a while longer, but recognizing the necessity to halt when on another's territory. Nevertheless, overall, this endeavor proved to be quite profitable. accumulating several thousand in energy value. The Gujiao is indeed a treasure trove, brimming with significant potential for exploitation. Yifeng, you performed admirably this time. I can reward you with something. What would you like? Old man Qinxiu looked at Yifeng, who was reluctantly lingering in the arena, and smiled. Can I choose not to receive anything? Oh, then what do you desire? I want that. Yifeng pointed to the Gujiao. Haha, that Gujiao cannot be given to you. Old man Qinxiu shook his head. Then may I have the option to strike it daily? Yifeng settled for a compromise. Well, that is permissible. But you may only strike it for half an hour each day, and you must ensure that you do not kill it. Although old man Qinxiu found it somewhat perplexing, after a moment's thought, he concluded that allowing a daily beating posed no significant issue. It's a deal. Yifeng readily agreed. The Gujiao. Now, let us formally discuss the requirements of the Xianzong Conference. Old man Qinxiu nodded, and then pointed to a nearby location. Do you all know what lies beneath us? Is it Gigu? Could it be that this time, the Xianzong Conference is to lead us into Gigu? Clearly, for those who have arrived here, Gigu is no longer a mystery. And after Yifeng's commotion, the enthusiasm among the crowd began to swell. Unbeknownst to them, a sense of eager anticipation started to take hold. Indeed, what lies before you is Gigu. 18 years ago, during the ZUF phenomenon, not only did it bring certain entities into this world, but it also created 10 constant worlds, and the Gigu before you is one of them. Old Qinxiu chuckled and remarked, 10 constant worlds? Well, the so-called constant worlds refer to spaces that are entirely integrated into this realm. They have become a part of this world. Within them lie numerous treasures. For instance, there is a well, a vast sea, and a tomb. Would you care to take a look? The crowd fell silent. Meanwhile, Yifeng cast a peculiar glance at Dongfeng Qin beside him and tentatively inquired, could this old Qin be your father? Chapter 30. 100 times a day have you figured it out? Dongfeng Qin replied with a mysterious smile, leaning closer to Yifeng's ear. Let me confide in you. I am actually his granddaughter. What do you think? Should we consider a little side deal? A side deal? Yifeng's expression grew increasingly strange. 5,000. How about a little something to ensure your smooth passage through the Immortal Trail Conference? Dongfeng Qin exhaled a warm breath, her eyes sparkling enticingly. Yifeng was not convinced. If he truly believed her, he would be a fool. This enchantress spewed nonsense, boasting so extravagantly that even the heavens could not contain it, as if she could resurrect the dead with her words. While the two exchanged whispers, old Qinxiu interjected, by the way, I've heard there is also an immortal herb within. The very one that Emperor Shi Huang sought from Giguzi long ago. Would you like it? Immortal herb? Does such a thing truly exist? Yifeng questioned in disbelief. It cannot be. If it did, how could Giguzi have met his demise? Indeed, there exists a record of such a phenomenon, which I have personally encountered. It is said that atop the divine land, there lies an immortal herb resembling the young shoots of reed. When a person has perished, this herb can cover them, and they shall rise again. During the era of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, many who met untimely ends were found in the Great Garden, where birds would drop this herb from the sky to revive the deceased. Although the words of the old man Qinxiu may seem shrouded in ambiguity and mystique, the existence of treasures within the Ghost Valley is an undeniable truth. I wish to enter. So do I. I want to. The sound of excitement quickly surged. Qinxiu chuckled, and Yifeng shared a smile, for the old man's jest was rather perceptive. It is common knowledge that entering the Ghost Valley requires certain conditions. It is impossible to allow everyone admission. It appears that many desire to enter. Yet accommodating such a multitude on a single tour bus poses a considerable challenge. What shall we do? Qinxiu feigned contemplation. Very well. I shall now elucidate the requirements for entering the Ghost Valley. In consideration of everyone's safety, we have established some regulations. Only those who attain a silver level rating at the Immortal Footprints Conference may gain entry to the Ghost Valley. Silver level? How does one achieve silver level? Quite simple. The competition format consists of a one-on-one elimination system. We have issued a total of 600 bronze cards. Defeating one opponent qualifies you for the next round, allowing you to remain at the Cloud and Mist Mountain Villa. To elevate to a silver card, you must vanquish 2 opponents, and to ascend further, you must conquer 2 silver card holders. This will grant you the eligibility to challenge for a gold card. Is that agreeable? The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, the rules were straightforward. Upon hearing this, Yifeng mentally calculated the numbers. 600 participants, with 300 eliminated in the first round, leaving fewer than 150 after 2 rounds. and this was merely for the silver card. To attain the qualification to challenge for the gold card from the silver card holders, another 2 rounds of eliminations would ensue, likely resulting in only 20 or 30 contenders remaining. Fortunately, Hefong currently possessed a gold card and thus needed no further advancement. How splendid! Of course, there was an element of luck to consider, such as the presence of opportunists among the gold card holders and the potential of the defeated participants being formidable themselves, alongside the possibility of encountering exceptionally strong opponents. Therefore, to the defeated, we provide an opportunity for a revival match, a concept that has gained considerable popularity, right? Huh. Old Man Sheen chuckled lightly before continuing. To revive from defeat, it is naturally impossible to challenge opponents of the same level. However, you may challenge a gold card holder. Challenging a gold card? The crowd was taken aback. This arrangement seemed rather unfair. If they could not defeat peers, how could they take on a gold card holder? The revival match system appeared utterly meaningless. But fear not, for the challenge against a gold card would indeed take strength equivalence into account. Therefore, you may form a team, with a maximum of 3 members. Should you succeed, you 2 may remain. 3 against 1. The crowd began to grasp the situation, and inexplicably, all eyes turned toward Hefong. Hefong felt a bit bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be splendid? What sort of absurd rule was this? Was Old Man Sheen intentionally setting him up? A revival match? Did he think this was a talent show? I would like to remind everyone once more that if the gold card holder is defeated by 3 opponents twice, they will lose their qualification directly. To advance to the diamond card status, it is quite simple. One merely needs to defeat 2 gold card holders. The elder Qin Xiu cast a kind glance towards Hefong, offering a gentle reminder. Indeed, it is quite straightforward. One only needs to vanquish 2 opponents. Lastly, allow me to discuss the rewards. After years of exploration, I believe everyone has guessed that we possess certain resources. Though limited, these resources have been acquired at a great cost. This time, we shall present these resources, and what one may gain will depend on each individual's performance. Additionally, those who successfully ascend to diamond card status will receive a map. A map? What sort of reward is that? Many were left somewhat perplexed. However, Hefong noticed that all holders of the gold card brightened at the mere mention of the map, including Xia Shiyu and Xia Shuer. It appeared that this map was likely no ordinary map. Of course, he was not particularly concerned with the specifics of this so-called map. Rather, he was apprehensive about the possibility of being grouped with the defeated to face monstrous challenges. Let me emphasize, the most despairing situation in this world is not the lack of support while battling monsters, but rather the horrifying realization that one is the very monster. Though Hefong radiated confidence and vigor, he remained self-aware. Any sensible individual would know precisely where to find the ripe fruit to pick. Protest. This is unjust. I demand the cancellation of the resurrection match. Hefong exclaimed. Oh, is it not unfair? Well, in the spirit of fairness, justice, and transparency, since there are protests, let us cast a vote. Those in favor of a revival match, please raise your hands. Old Man Qin Xiu observed Hefong with great interest. In a flash, 600 hands were raised, including the wing of a bird confined within a cage. Hefong stood alone in the midst of it, feeling the coldness of the world and the fickleness of human hearts. Most notably, Dongfang Qin, what does your raised hand signify? Do you even possess the right to participate? A chilling breeze swept by, leaving his heart icy. Very well, it is settled then. With 600 votes in favor, no further deliberation is necessary. The outcome is unmistakable. Old Man Qin Xiu chuckled with delight. The Gujiao was equally pleased. Damn it, once I navigate through this immortal trace conference, I shall surely deal with you, you whimpering creature, 100 times a day. Hefong gestured a middle finger towards the Gujiao in its cage. Chapter 31, The Ghost Banner. Optimism and pessimism shape the perception of individuals differently. For instance, on a sweltering day when the air conditioning malfunctions, a pessimistic person would lament their misfortune, even believing that fate is conspiring against them. In contrast, an optimistic person would exclaim, "Wow, it finally broke down. Now I can get a new one, how wonderful." Hefong belonged to the latter category. By nature, he was optimistic. Thus, even though the mechanics of the revival match were not in his favor, he did not wallow in despair. He would fight if he could, and if not, he would feign death on the ground. He neither forced himself excessively, nor did he easily surrender. Moreover, and most importantly, these individuals are actively engaged, and he stands to gain considerable benefits from it. In any competition, There are bound to be accidents resulting in some injuries, right? Hefong patiently observed the multitude of names appearing on the screen, the advanced technology of the lottery, a rapid-fire response. Then, the 4 stages of Qinglong, Xuanwu, Zhuke, and Baihu commenced their simultaneous battles. The efficiency was truly astonishing. Hefong felt a flicker of anticipation. At this pace, even while sitting idly, he could amass a significant amount of energy points, couldn't he? Just as he awaited the 4 stages to engage in their grand showdown, he realized that the disparity between reality and imagination was indeed vast. Take the 2 contenders on the Qinglong stage before him. For instance, on the left stood a slender man, and on the right, a stout fellow. Logically, once they ascended the ring, they should have begun their confrontation. However, the slender and stout individuals were utterly unreasonable. Hey, Bear Dad, where are you from? Tubo, and you? Shixia. Wow, I didn't expect it. Bear Dad is actually a master from the esteemed Yipentang of Shixia. You're not bad either. I've heard that the Buddhist teachings of Tubo are quite popular. I wonder if Bear Dad has ever heard of a legendary tome called the Yi Jin Jing. Damn, Hefong felt an urge to throw his pot. Were they putting on a television drama? And what asked this about the esteemed Yipentang and Yi Jin Jing? They truly had a knack for boasting. A latest announcement echoed. If no victor emerged within 5 minutes on the stage, all would be deemed eliminated. Huh, who issued that announcement? The slender man looked around, attempting to locate the instigator. The stout fellow appeared equally perplexed. Is there truly such an unreasonable notification? An acquaintance is a form of fate. Shouldn't we at least greet each other first? Who knows? We might become comrades in the same endeavor later. The 2 individuals were searching in different directions when Hefong, having already turned his head, softly uttered, "Look, a hidden weapon." He then casually picked up a stone and hurled it at the plump fellow. Thud! The stone struck the plump one's head, causing him to see stars. A trickle of blood ran down his scalp. Energy level, 10. What? You scrawny monkey, how dare you ambush me? The plump one was momentarily stunned. But then fury took over, and without a second thought, he charged at the lean one. I didn't The lean one protested, appearing aggrieved. Yet with the plump one advancing, retreat was not an option. They clashed. Fist against fist, foot against foot, engaged in a spirited brawl. Hefong chuckled. This was just as it should be. No need for pleasantries. Let us finish the fight before any conversation. He propped his legs up, anticipating a surge of energy points. However, after a while, he realized that aside from the stone he had thrown, not a single energy point was in sight. The plump and lean ones fought fiercely. Yet blood was nowhere to be found. Where are the weapons? A kitchen knife. The one who wields a weapon first gains the upper hand. This was the first round of elimination. Victory meant becoming one with the ethereal mist, while defeat meant being sent away. Hefong anxiously shouted. Both the lean and plump fighters paused, instinctively glancing at the elder Qin Xiu in the main seat, who was engrossed in conversation with several sect leaders, not sparing them a single glance. Plump one, I'm getting serious now. The slender figure, known as the Slim Monkey, was just about to caution his companion, the plump master, to exercise caution. As they exchanged words, their weapons emerged. The Slim Monkey brandished a pair of steel claws, evidently having prepared for this confrontation in the preceding days. These claws were exceptionally sharp, leaving one to ponder how he managed to bring them aboard the aircraft. The plump master, in contrast, opted for a more robust weapon, a chain wrapped around his belt, which at first glance appeared to be merely a leather belt. Once their weapons were unveiled, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as they engaged in earnest combat. It was a chaotic flurry of grappling and biting, a sight most distressing, akin to feral dogs in a frenzy. The Slim Monkey rolled on the ground, refusing to rise, his steel claws incessantly stabbing and scratching, intent on targeting the plump master's vulnerable spots. The plump master was compelled to flee in every direction, wielding the iron chain like a whip, generating thunderous clatter as it struck the arena, yet miraculously failing to land a blow on the Slim Monkey. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Not everyone possesses the prowess of a hero like Xiaoxiyu, nor do they embody the capabilities of Spider-Man or Superman. The number of individuals truly versed in martial arts is not as plentiful as one might imagine. Typically, it results in a clash of the unskilled. However, these two have been chosen for a reason. Surely they possess some semblance of ability, as they could not merely be as average as he, albeit with a bit more strength. Such a notion seemed illogical. As this thought lingered in his mind, he witnessed the Slim Monkey's body suddenly levitate. soaring from beneath the plump master's feet to his face in an instant. The plump master, clearly startled, found himself unable to evade in time. The steel claws, one to the left and one to the right, sank into his chest, leaving two distinct marks of blood. Energy level, 20. Energy level, 30. Ah! Such a maneuver was indeed possible. In a fleeting moment, one could perceive the world as brimming with love, as the slender figure surprisingly took flight. It was no wonder that moments ago, he had been rolling on the ground, seemingly to bewilder the hefty man. And what of the hefty man? He appeared on the verge of toppling over as he watched in disbelief. Contemplating the absurdity of it all, he witnessed the hefty man's foot ascend in a sudden kick. However, the distance seemed insufficient. Then came a resounding thud. The slender figure soared upwards, spitting blood with an energy reading of 30. Could it be that he had actually landed a hit? Astonishment washed over him, but soon he discerned the underlying truth. The hefty man's foot had inexplicably doubled in size as it struck. How remarkable! This hefty man possessed the ability to transform. In that instant, a wave of hope surged within him. Despite their apparent clumsiness, these two individuals harbored extraordinary skills. Though they remained somewhat inept, they had undeniably evolved into formidable contenders among the novice ranks. He pondered deeply about life and soon realized that his own strength resided merely in his left hand, making him evenly matched against both the hefty and slender adversaries. This was indeed an awkward predicament if three hefty men were to confront him simultaneously. He would likely be reduced to a mere pulp. Yet, he found himself questioning the status of the hefty and slender figures amidst these copper-tiered cards. Lost in thought, he noticed a glimmer in the corner of his eye, followed by a thunderous explosion in the distance. Boom. An energy reading of 150. What on earth? A copper-level duel capable of unleashing such a colossal serpent? Yifeng paused for a moment, and then his gaze fell upon the arena not far away. Shrouded in a dense mist of crimson, within this sanguine haze stood a figure on the platform, illuminated as if by a radiant bulb. Most strikingly, in his hand, he brandished a flag that resembled a ghostly banner. From Yifeng's vantage point, the flag appeared to be quite large, nearly 3 meters in height. Fluttering in the chill breeze, adorned with a silver skull upon a purple background, exuding an eerie aura. The luminous figure upon the stage only heightened the sense of the uncanny. Besides this glowing individual, there lay another youth on the ground, unconscious, his limbs marred by numerous wounds. This dramatic scene instantly captivated the attention of all present. What kind of artifact is that? What is that flag? Murmured the crowd, speculating on the nature of the mysterious object. I thought I saw a flash of light, perhaps lightning, but it seemed different. Amidst the chatter, Yifeng too felt a surge of curiosity. This phenomenon appeared extraordinarily formidable. President Qin, you seem to have stumbled upon a treasure this time, remarked a sect leader. Casting a glance at the young man wielding the flagpole and smiling at the elderly Qin Xiu beside him. With a chuckle, Qin Xiu did not elaborate further. Soon after, the announcement echoed throughout the arena. The youth Wen Hong emerged victorious, officially earning the qualification for the Cloud Mist Immortal Trace, marking him as the first to break through among those with bronze cards. Furthermore, it was speculated that Wen Hong might very well attain a silver card. The flag is quite impressive, both thick and long. Dongfang Qin blinked her eyes and nudged Yifeng with her hand. Do you also possess some hidden treasures? With a playful grin, she added, come on, show me what you've got. In such a public setting, I fear you might not be able to contain your inner impulses. I am already feeling quite impulsive. Dongfang Qin continued to blink mischievously. Yifeng, however, chose to ignore her, for his mind was consumed with thoughts. To witness such a formidable artifact in the very first match, amidst nearly 600 bronze cards, was astonishing. He could not believe that only Wen Hong possessed a treasure. It seemed that these so-called novices were far more formidable than he had anticipated. Clearly, conserving energy was not an option. He must swiftly enhance his strength. After all, the process was fully automated, and it was unlikely anyone would notice. Yifeng was certain that only he could perceive the red energy. With that in mind, he felt no hesitation. He decided to indulge in a substantial intake of energy. Earlier, he had gathered several thousand energy units from that peculiar creature, and after a bit more from the martial contest. The energy within the little bronze figure's gourd had surpassed 6,000, doubling what he had acquired in the bamboo forest realm. With 6,000 energy units, he could illuminate all 13 stars, couldn't he? With a resolute thought, embracing this hopeful aspiration, he closed his eyes. In no time, the Shaoyang scripture materialized before him. Activation, fully automated. The The 6th star, ignited. The 7th star, the 8th star, until the 10th star was illuminated. The energy value was finally expended completely. He calculated that around 500 energy units were consumed to ignite the 6th star, yet by the time he reached the 10th star, a staggering 2,000 energy units had been used in one go. Indeed, the further one progresses, the more energy is required. This design is quite scientific. No need for elaboration. Only reaching the 10th star fell short of the anticipated 13 stars that were to be fully illuminated, but overall, he was still satisfied. He instinctively squeezed his right hand. The increase in strength was not substantial, yet there was noticeable progress. He estimated that with just his right hand, he could easily handle over 10 mutts without issue. As for his left hand, that was impressive. The enhancement was extraordinarily dramatic. The leap from 5 stars to 10 stars represented a qualitative transformation. Undoubtedly, should 50 mutts stand before him, he would merely need to extend his left hand, and they would all kneel and surrender, provided they did not run amok. With a sigh, he exhaled and reopened his eyes. Such a significant improvement had inflated his confidence immensely. Just as he was about to hum a cheerful tune to lift his spirits, he noticed Dongfang Qin looking at him with a disdainful expression, repeatedly waving her hand. "Fang, have you brought something unpleasant upon yourself? Honestly admit it, you must have soiled yourself out of fright from that flag, right?" Fang thought to himself, is she out of her mind? A person of my stature would never engage in such behavior in public. However, upon the reminder from Dongfang Qin, he truly became aware of a pungent odor emanating from his body, particularly from his left hand, which was coated in a layer of grimy substance. The legendary ascension of the flesh? The expulsion of impurities? He who was once disheartened now felt a surge of joy. As the 10th star ignited, seemingly transforming his left hand, this signified that he had indeed become formidable, no longer a soft target easily pliable by anyone. "Wait. I need to wash up first," he exclaimed before dashing away. "There's a restroom to the left. Do you have any paper with you?" Dongfang Qin called out with concern. Could it be that he was genuinely frightened to the point of soiling himself? A young man seated not far from Fang speculated as he observed Fang sprinting toward the restroom. It was indeed a possibility. How could someone with such poor composure have obtained a gold card? A flurry of discussions ensued. Yet, Fang paid no heed to them. Once inside the restroom, he swiftly shed his garments and commenced an enthusiastic wash, emerging moments later feeling rejuvenated. Most importantly, a refreshing shower yielded a surge in energy levels. Energy level 20. Energy level 30. Energy level 25. It was simply delightful. As Fang exited the restroom, he felt as if the sky was azure and this world, brimming with love, was indeed tailored for a person as pure as himself. Goodness, what a scoundrel! In broad daylight, how can one be without clothes? Exclaimed 3 young women who emerged from the restroom, their hands linked, casting a glance at Fang's bare torso as they scolded him. How can one wear something wet? Fang had no inclination to expose himself, yet the sheer number of people around made it impossible for him to retrieve his clothes from the small black bag. Primarily, he could not find a plausible explanation. It would be absurd to claim that he attended the fairy conference while carrying a change of clothes. Surely, Dongfang Qin, that enchanting creature, would inquire about it. He decided to endure the situation, planning to discreetly change during lunch. He thought little of it, after all. He was not a woman. What commotion could possibly arise from a man without a shirt? Lost in his reflections, a voice suddenly rang out. Losers Li Nan, Hua Xiao Nu, and Ding Hua Hua have amicably formed a team to request a revival match against the golden card holder, Fang. Instantly, countless eyes converged upon him. What a rogue! How scandalous! Is he really going to the restroom without any clothes? What on earth has he been doing in there? A chorus of gasps and exclamations erupted. Damn it! Was he to be branded a freak so swiftly? Fang had anticipated challenges would arise, but he never imagined they would come so soon. This was merely the conclusion of the first round. How many more would follow? 300 eliminated contestants that meant at least 100 teams. Damn! Even the sturdiest of bodies could be worn down to a needle's point, couldn't they? Chapter 33. Decisively counterattack. Fang found himself without the luxury of refusal. He could only acquiesce. In truth, according to the original plan devised by the elder Qin Qiu, 30 golden card holders would take turns facing 300 losers, averaging 2 or 3 matches per individual. It was merely intended as a means of stretching their limbs. Unexpectedly, Fang stood out remarkably, shimmering like a beacon amidst a sea of gold cards, impossible to conceal. Ding Hua? Surely, such a name belongs to a woman. Fong strolled onto the Qinglong arena with delicate steps, only to find 3 burly men before him. Among them was a familiar figure, the slender man who had previously floated about. Evidently, the slight man had faltered in his game, having been kicked by the heavier one, and now bore the marks of battle, a swollen face and panda eyes, looking particularly unfortunate. Where is Ding Huahua? Who is Ding Huahua? Fong was intrigued, wondering which of these hefty men bore such an outrageous name. Could it be that he had encountered the legendary cross-dressing master? I am. A man with a scruffy beard and bulbous eyes stepped forward, his feet wrapped in fresh white bandages stained with blood. You are Ding Huahua? Yes, Ding Huahua exclaimed, visibly enraged and clearly struck a nerve. No way. Your name is truly Ding Huahua? Is it from Ding Xianghua, the flower of lilac? Fong, enough. Ding Huahua roared, reaching his breaking point, his gaze fixed on the referee below the stage. Referee, I am ready. Hurry and start. I am going to smash. Bang. Before Ding Huahua could finish his sentence, a man like the wind appeared beside him. Instantly, he was sent flying. His tall frame of nearly 2 meters resembled a kite with severed strings, tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. Energy level, 30. Fong was quite satisfied and brushed off the dust from his feet. The arena fell into silence, and then chaos erupted. How shameless. An ambush. The match hadn't even begun. This is a foul. A multitude of voices raised in protest. At this moment, Ding Huahua spat out a mixture of mud and blood. His bulbous eyes seemingly ablaze with fury, his face drained of color from anger. The match hasn't started yet. The referee hasn't called for the start. There were cries for protest, vehement objections. He committed a foul and should be disqualified. Ding Huahua protested, but the suited referee paid him no heed. My apologies. I heard you shout that you were ready and assumed we had begun. Could you please come up once more so we can start anew? Fong said with an air of sincerity. Come again, the suited referee replied indifferently. Ding Huahua seethed with rage. A conspiracy. Underhanded tactics. Yet the suited referee remained resolute, refusing to call the foul. Left with no choice, Ding Huahua clenched his teeth, spat out another mouthful of mud, and leaped onto the stage. In a bid to showcase his athletic prowess and to demonstrate that the previous incident was indeed an accident, he executed a magnificent great peng spreading its wings. His arms extended gracefully in the air, exuding elegance. But before he could even land, a figure like the wind rushed towards him, and a foot came crashing towards his face. Before Ding Huahua could utter another word, he was sent flying once more, rolling several times on the ground. The scene played out again. How could he commit another foul? A crowd of onlookers was left baffled. However, after Fong had kicked Ding Huahua away, he did not pause for a moment, immediately lunging toward the floating figure of the thin man, displaying no trace of hesitation. The thin man, momentarily taken aback, attempted to evade, but it was already too late. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully propelled his body upward, astonishingly soaring 2 meters into the air. Yet, he soon realized that something had seized his foot. Oh no, he cried out, as he was yanked down from the sky, and, most importantly, he was used as a human projectile, hurtling toward another competitor. Bang! The two collided with a resounding impact, tumbling to the ground together. Simultaneously, he noticed a figure approaching him, a foot descending without mercy toward his face. Thud, 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 like a relentless rain. Energy value 20. Energy value 15. Energy value 25. Fong showed no mercy. In such moments, compassion and leniency were not his style. While he was not bloodthirsty, he was undeniably resolute in his actions. If he could strike, he would not hesitate. Of course, he truly had no other options. As a gleaming gold. If he did not act decisively and inflict some losses on these challengers, they would continue to swarm toward him like an unending tide. At that point, he would truly be ground down to nothing. Alas, the world is harsh, and human hearts are treacherous. You dare to challenge me without even grasping the rules. As Fong continued to stomp, his gaze brazenly swept across the surroundings. Indeed, upon scaling the jade wall and witnessing Wen Hong wielding a spectral banner to severely injure his opponent, he had already discerned the underlying principles of the Immortal Trail Conference. To put it bluntly, there were no rules. Victory was paramount, and as long as one refrained from taking a life, all was permissible. The initial strike by Fong was merely a test, a probe to ascertain whether the suited referee would intervene. However, the referee remained utterly silent, offering no objection whatsoever. What further discourse was necessary? 3 against 1. Was it too much to launch a surprise attack? Bang! The slender figure, having succumbed without resistance, was finally sent flying by a decisive kick, tumbling off the stage. Meanwhile, another fallen contestant struggled valiantly, gritting his teeth in an effort to rise. Yet, how could Yifeng allow him such an opportunity? With his dampened attire draped over the youth, his fists began to rain down like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Energy levels, 30. Energy levels, 35. Energy levels, 25. The entire assembly was left utterly astounded. Soon after, a chorus of condemnation erupted. Utterly shameless. To strike twice after a sneak attack. Such brazen audacity had never been witnessed before. Disqualification was imperative. This individual must be expelled. A throng clamored. Yet their outcry bore no fruit. Yifeng exercised restraint, ensuring he did not deliver a fatal blow to the contestant on the ground. Yet he would not grant him the chance to rise and retaliate. Do you submit? No. The contestant shouted. Do you concede defeat? Never. Excellent. Bang, bang, bang. Yifeng unleashed a flurry of strikes. He truly does not believe that this contender on the ground could surpass 50 local mutts. Energy levels at 25, 35, 50. The energy levels continuously flashed across the screen, and even the management could not contain the chaos surrounding them. A profound silence enveloped the area. Finally, the voice of the suited referee resonated. Li Nan, Gua Xiaonu, and Ding Hua have failed in the resurrection match and are officially eliminated. Outrageous. Utterly shameless. What kind of golden card is this? I refuse to accept it. Naturally, as the verdict was pronounced, a chorus of curses erupted. Ha ha. It turns out the young man selling plain water emerged victorious. The laughter of the pink-haired girl, Xiaoshui, rang out. Underestimating the young man is quite unwise. However, I perceive that apart from his blatant shamelessness and questionable character, his abilities seem rather mediocre, a nearby golden card holder mused. You are mistaken. Allow me to reveal a secret. Not long ago, the burly man fell victim to him and is currently recuperating in the hospital. My sister is aware of this matter as well, correct? Xia Shui's laughter was infectious. Indeed, nodded Xia Shiyu. No. This individual's close association with the Xia family surely implies there is more beneath the surface. Embellishing a faade is far less substantial than providing genuine support. A figure stealthily departed from their seat, making their way toward Yifeng's position. At this moment, Yifeng had just stepped down from the arena, seemingly indifferent to the thunderous applause surrounding him. 3 against 1 was inherently unjust, was it not? Moreover, if all went as anticipated, the subsequent challenges would likely be even more formidable. He was no fool. Why squander his strength when he could conserve it? Did he really intend to engage in a brute exchange of blows, awaiting the inevitable transformation into a battered visage? As he approached his seat, he noticed a figure standing before him, somewhat familiar, almost as if he had encountered this person before. After all, the individual's features were strikingly distinctive, a stocky build complemented by a small head and a petite nose. Were it not for the prominent mustache adorning his upper lip, one might easily mistake him for a mere child of 10. Good day, Mr. He. The diminutive man beamed upon seeing Yifeng, his smile radiating warmth. Might I borrow a moment of your time to speak? His earnest gaze flitted to the enchanting Dongfang Qin beside Yifeng, revealing a hint of hesitation. I presume this lovely lady is Mr. He's acquaintance? My apologies, I mistook her for merely a servant, he continued. But I shall speak plainly. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Isn't it a multi-billion deal? Dongfang Qin interjected lazily. Indeed. A multi-billion venture is not beyond reach. As long as Mr. He does not mind, I am more than willing to offer my services selflessly, the little man replied, his demeanor exuding seasoned confidence. Yifeng felt a flicker of surprise. Despite the man's unassuming appearance, he was clearly a kindred spirit. Speak freely. How do you envision this collaboration? Yifeng's impression of the diminutive man shifted, prompting him to engage in a more profound dialogue. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Shouting from the illustrious Tang sect of Shu. I am the second child in my family. Although I may be of a shorter stature, I am quite esteemed within our Tang sect. Ah, the Tang sect, Mr. He seems to recall. For he too possesses a golden card. We encountered each other while scaling the Jade Wall, though at that time, he was obscured by a throng of admirers, making it difficult for me to discern him clearly. Indeed, Mr. He remembers. Please, feel free to speak candidly. Continuing on, Mr. He remains noncommittal. If my intuition serves me correctly, it is certain that these individuals will ardently challenge Mr. He, and should this persist, he may find himself in a bit of a predicament. Should Mr. He consent, I can extend a helping hand. Pray tell, what assistance do you offer? Are you familiar with our Tang sect's unique hidden weapon, the rain of pear blossom needles? Mr. He blinks in surprise. Not impressed. Fear not. For I also possess the 7 colored poison threads, 9 colored flying darts, 5 poison lotus flowers, water and fire chains, and the heart-wrenching fragrance powder. Would Mr. He care to learn more? Is there a cost? Mr. He swallows hard. All of it is graciously offered to you, free of charge. Haha. Mr. He chuckles. This Tang shouting is quite agreeable, indeed. Pray, tell me how you envision our collaboration. Surely it cannot be a one-sided affair? It is quite simple. All I require is for Mr. He to show me the map once he acquires the diamond card. Oh, why not procure it yourself? Our Tang sect does not excel in open combat on the arena. Understood. Then you can be assured that I shall undoubtedly obtain the diamond card. He Fong seemed to grasp the situation. The Tang sect primarily trains in concealed weapons and poison. In a wilderness skirmish, one can act freely without fear. But in the arena, where open confrontation prevails, the opponent will certainly be on guard, rendering the situation less favorable. If Mr. He fails to acquire it, the loss will be mine. Agreed. He Fong nodded, calculating that according to the regulations of the Immortal Traces Conference, at least 10 individuals would secure the diamond card this time. Given that, having an additional person privy to the map would not significantly alter the outcome. Mr. He is a straightforward man. May I inquire what type of concealed weapon you desire? Tang shouting smiled. Present them all, and I shall make my selection. Very well, but this location is not ideal. Let us move to a more suitable spot. Tang shouting gestured towards a large tree in the distance. Indeed, this time, He Fong did not refuse. The two proceeded to the tree, finding a comfortable place to sit. Tang shouting began to retrieve various concealed weapons from his bag. Before long, a pile had accumulated on the ground. He Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent items. This rainstorm pear blossom needle is quite impressive. He Fong chuckled, tucking the needle into his pocket. Haha, I'm glad you like it. Do take more for your protection. Ideally, you should fill your pocket. I have plenty more. Tang shouting displayed an air of generosity, indicating that He Fong could choose several more items. All right, this piece is quite good. I shall take it. Oh. This one also appears rather formidable. I shall take it as well. Wow, is this the famed 9-colored dart you mentioned? It looks exquisitely crafted. I must have it. 5 minutes later, Tang shouting's face began to twitch slightly. Meanwhile, He Fong continued to sift through the items, leaving a plethora of concealed weapons scattered across the ground, and in a fleeting moment, half of them had vanished, with He Fong still diligently stuffing his pockets. You certainly have an abundance of treasures. It must have cost you a considerable sum to procure them, right? Tang shouting. By the way, I noticed you still have some items in your bag that you haven't taken out. Could you please show them to me? He Fong continued to rummage, his gaze once again fixated on Tang shouting's backpack. Mr. He, the items in my bag are reserved as backups. Is that so? Well, in that case, I shall take all of these from the ground. He Fong nodded, not wishing to press the matter further, and promptly filled his pockets with the concealed weapons scattered about. Tang shouting's expression turned pale. Mr. He, your pockets are indeed remarkably deep. Is it possible to hold so many items? Indeed, it is a family heirloom pocket. Would you like to learn more about it? I shall confide in you. This pocket possesses a mechanism. Although it appears to be an ordinary pocket, in reality, it is interconnected with all my other pockets. Quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 35. The diligent little bee. Tang shouting felt quite vexed. He could never have imagined that there existed an ancestral pocket capable of swallowing all the hidden weapons in his half-filled bag, leaving not a single item behind. However, upon contemplating the worth of the map, he dismissed further thoughts. If he could merely catch a glimpse of it, he would willingly part with not just half a bag of concealed weapons, but the entirety of it. This would not be a loss at all. Mr. He, do you have any other matters to attend to? No, I shall take my leave. Tang shouting resolved to make his exit, uncertain of whether his bag would remain intact if he lingered any longer. By the way, your inquiry has reminded me of a question of my own. What question? Aren't you concerned about injuring your hands when using concealed weapons in your Tang sect? Indeed, we do worry about that, but we have. As Tang shouting began to speak, he sensed trouble. What is it? He Fong inquired, smiling. Haha, Mr. He, you truly are knowledgeable. Here, take this pair of gloves. Tang shouting's lips twitched, and ultimately, with a pained expression, he retrieved a pair of dark silk gloves from his pocket. Oh, aren't they made of celestial silkworm silk? Fong took the gloves, examined them, and felt a tinge of disappointment. You jest, Mr. He. Our Tang sect possesses but a single pair of celestial silkworm silk gloves. A treasured heirloom passed down through generations of our sect leaders, impervious to water and fire. I do not have those. But these black gold gloves are certainly effective against toxins. Even our esteemed elders utilize this kind. I see, thank you. No need for thanks. Shall I take my leave then? Go ahead, I shall not see you off. Tang's shouting slipped away swiftly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Fong was elated. This wave of fortune was nothing short of a bountiful harvest. With these Tang men hidden weapons, he felt as though he had sprouted wings. No, he was like a tiger. He no longer needed to worry about facing multiple opponents. As long as he didn't encounter someone like Wen Hong, who possessed magical treasures, he could unleash a barrage of hidden weapons and swiftly eliminate his foes. In high spirits, upon hearing Dongfang Qin hum a tune, he instinctively belted out a high note. The mountain flowers bloom. At that moment, a fellow dodging left and right on the Qinglong platform was startled by his sudden outburst, causing him to slip and receive a punch to the face. A small red snake shot out with a wail, registering an energy value of 30. Oh, is this possible? Fong felt as if he had stumbled upon a new world and decided to take the initiative to maximize his victories. Watch your left, your left. Here it comes, he going for your left cheek. Bang! The youth on the platform received a punch to his right cheek, blood spurting forth, a value of 35. I told you to watch your left. Fong sighed in exasperation. Right? This is your right cheek. Are you blind? The youth shouted in fury. Yet, just as he was seething with rage, he was met with another punch on his left cheek. I said left, didn't I? You still don't believe me. Fong shrugged. Energy value, 30. Before long, the contest came to an end, and the youth's face was swollen like a pig's head. Fong, casting a sympathetic glance, merrily made his way toward the other platforms, where he spotted two youths bouncing around on the Baihu platform, seemingly having the time of their lives. Can they endure this? Beware of the hidden weapons. A certain individual called out from behind a young man, startling him as he was energetically bouncing in the arena. Instinctively, he rolled to the left, only to discover there were no hidden weapons at all. Just as he was about to curse, another young man leaped in front of him. Bang! A foot struck his face, and blood gushed from his nose, registering a loss of 20 energy points. The observer glanced at the little bronze figure's gourd and noted that, following his proactive assault, the rate of energy collection had begun to rise significantly, surpassing 600. Keep it up. The 11th star was within reach. This individual was not one to hang himself on a single tree. He was diligent and hardworking. After taking that shot, he decisively opted to change his location. On the Zhuke arena, the battle seemed to be nearing its conclusion. One young man, dressed in immaculate casual attire, faced off against a youth who appeared to be on the verge of collapse, barely able to hold on. Young man, do not abandon hope or surrender. Since you have come this far, how can you allow yourself to be eliminated without exhausting every last ounce of strength? Life offers no second chances. Stride forward boldly. Perseverance is the key to victory, and you are still young, yet opportunities are fleeting. The individual radiated positivity. Suddenly, the wavering youth's gaze cleared with determination. Yes, perseverance is indeed the path to victory. Clenching his teeth, the youth charged desperately toward the casually dressed young man, mumbling something indistinctly. Seeking doom. The casually dressed young man had initially believed victory was assured, only to be taken aback by the opponent's fierce resolve. With a clenched fist, he unleashed a powerful blow. Aim for the vulnerable spots. As Fong beheld the youth on the verge of being struck down, he let out another urgent shout. Bang! The youth's face was met with a forceful blow. Yet, at the same moment, one of his feet surged upward, unexpectedly connecting with the leisure-clad young man's groin. Instantly, the leisure-clad youth crumpled to the ground, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Meanwhile, the youth himself was propelled backward, crashing onto the ground. Energy level, 25. Stand up, you can do it. Fong shouted once more. With a sudden burst of determination, the youth sprang to his feet, charging once again towards the young man, chanting fervently. The leisure-clad youth was momentarily bewildered. Was this a fight to the death? Just as he pondered this, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A mist-like substance enveloped the youth's foot, and his previously staggering form seemed to be buoyed by this ethereal cloud. No, the leisure-clad youth attempted to evade, but the pain in his groin hindered his speed, leaving him unable to escape. Bang! A foot connected with his chin, sending his body soaring. and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, the youth appeared before him again, standing atop the mist, his eyes bloodshot, hands and feet raining down like a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Energy level, 40. Energy level, 45. Energy level, 35. With a thunderous crash, the leisure-clad youth fell heavily to the ground below the arena. Impressive, young man. Hifong was taken aback. When assessing the energy levels, it was evident that this young man's prowess was markedly inferior to that of the casually dressed youth. Yet, he had managed to secure a victory? Could it be that his efforts in spreading positive energy had truly borne fruit? I won. I really won. The boy was overwhelmed with joy, his gaze turning towards Hifong, and tears began to stream down his face. Thank you, Hifong, for teaching me how to be a person. Hifong, from now on, you shall be my elder brother. Wherever you go, I shall follow. There's no need for the title of elder brother. Just remember to be a good person. Hifong smiled, choosing not to linger, for upon the Xuanwu arena, he spotted a familiar figure, the internet sensation, the three-eyed man. Chapter 36. A struggle for supremacy. Hifong had always harbored a curiosity about the true purpose of the three-eyed man's third eye. Was it merely ornamental? Or could it emit dynamic light waves akin to those of Erling Shun? Observing the current transformations in the world, it appeared that most individuals had acquired some form of skill reminiscent of magical abilities or had obtained certain artifacts. Yet among them existed anomalies. And the three-eyed man was a quintessential example. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a surge of cheers erupted around him. Clearly, the three-eyed man, as one of the renowned representatives within the bronze card category, commanded a certain degree of popularity, drawing the attention of a substantial audience upon his entrance. Hifong noticed that even the elderly Qin Xiu and several sect leaders had turned their focus toward the unfolding event. As for the three-eyed man's opponent, he appeared rather ordinary. A young man, approximately 25 years of age, possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet boasted a commendable physique, albeit with slightly pronounced hips. His bronze skin was complemented by a pair of eyes that sparkled with vitality. Surrender. Conserve your strength for the resurrection match, the three-eyed man remarked, casting a glance at the youth with a tone of indifference, though an air of arrogance lingered in his demeanor. The young man, however, remained modest. Very well, approach. I shall allow you to strike first. The three-eyed man nodded, beckoning the youth with a flick of his finger. Without hesitation, the young man lunged forward with a fierce cry, his speed escalating to remarkable levels, evidently holding nothing back. From a certain angle, one could discern a vague, indistinct aura coalescing around the young man's right hand, resembling a mass of energy, yet not entirely so. With a swift motion, his left fist surged toward the three-eyed man's eyes. The latter, however, merely tilted his head and effortlessly evaded the strike. In a fluid motion, his right leg executed a sweeping kick, demonstrating a blend of offense and defense, accompanied by a distinct whooshing sound. Surprisingly, the young man exhibited no intention of dodging. As his left punch was deflected, his concealed right fist launched forward with renewed vigor. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Just as it appeared the three-eyed man would be struck, an astonishing occurrence transpired. His body shifted laterally once more, as if the sweeping kick had propelled him out of the trajectory of the right punch. With a resounding thud, the young man was sent flying, struck by the sweeping kick, tumbling across the arena several times. Meanwhile, the three-eyed man nonchalantly brushed off the dust from his shoulders, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Your eyes, can they truly? The young man collapsed to the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, my eyes possess the ability to mirror all your movements, including the lethal strike concealed within your right hand, the three-eyed man declared confidently. A gasp resonated from the crowd once more. To mirror the opponent's actions? How can one possibly contend with that? A thought crossed Hifong's mind. This ability is rather formidable. He pondered, having garnered 30 points of energy. Yet he was somewhat taken aback by the three-eyed man's prowess. Mirroring? Is it akin to the legendary Sharingan? But that hails from the island nation. Could it be that the three-eyed man is a spy dispatched from there? As Hifong contemplated, the young man's expression grew increasingly grim. Encountering the three-eyed man in the first round and hearing his words made him secretly deliberate whether to conserve some strength for the resurrection match. To concede lightly is to show disrespect towards life. If one succumbs to surrender once, a second time will surely follow, eventually forming a habit that leads to one's downfall. If your life were to dwindle to merely 3 minutes, would you still choose to surrender? leaving this world burdened by regret? Fong discerned the young man's thoughts at a glance and began to offer words of encouragement. The three-eyed man turned his gaze to Fong below the arena, while the young man wore a similarly perplexed expression. Damn it, anyone can talk the talk. But the issue remains, he cannot win. Should he continue to struggle? If he sustains severe injuries in this match, how can he compete in the resurrection match? The rules don't specify the timing for the resurrection match, do they? Fong continued. What do you mean by that? The mind is a remarkable asset. As long as your injury has not healed, you can afford to delay your engagement. If you possess a modicum of cleverness, you might even wait until a certain golden card sustains a grievous wound before challenging them. The youth paused, and then his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed. There is no time constraint. Why had he not thought of that? Because you are foolish, replied Fong with a shrug. Humph. The youth huffed and turned his head away. By the way, I possess the Tang sect's unique concealed weapon, the rainstorm pear blossom needle. Would you care to learn about it? It specifically targets the eyes, and a single shot could blind. This revelation left not only the youth momentarily stunned, but also startled the three-eyed man. The rainstorm pear blossom needle, aimed at the eyes. Fong, how dare you? The three-eyed man bellowed. What do you think? Are you interested? Fong disregarded the three-eyed man's outburst, casually producing a metal tube from his pocket and waving it in front of the youth's eyes. Is it for me? The youth queried, excitement bubbling within him. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Besides, would you dare to utilize something that is free? It is all a deception. One use costs 10,000. You cannot suffer losses or be deceived. 10,000. So expensive. The youth hesitated. But think about it. If you succeed, you will advance. And upon defeating this three-eyed man, you shall become the new national idol, marry a wealthy beauty, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Such prospects are merely days away. Surely, you are not ignorant of the truest truth of the world? What truth? Take a gamble, and a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. The young man gritted his teeth. Although 10,000 yuan was somewhat exorbitant, it was not beyond his means. Very well, 10,000 it shall be, he conceded, but I currently possess no funds. I'll owe you for now. Apologies, but this is a small business. Credit is not an option. This jade pendant is valued at 18,000. I shall offer it to you. The youth removed the jade pendant from his neck and cast it aside. I protest. This individual is disrupting the order of the competition. Aren't you judges going to intervene? The three-eyed man, witnessing the imminent success of this transaction, immediately voiced his objection. Corruption. Discrimination. His gaze shifted towards the elderly Qin Xiao and several other sect leaders seated in the main position, only to find them smiling faintly, with no one willing to speak. Infuriated, the three-eyed man watched as the youth seized the rain pear flower needles tossed by Fong. Without hesitation, he charged towards the young man. You shall perish, he shouted. In response, the youth swiftly opened the iron tube in his possession, stepping back as he aimed it at the approaching three-eyed man and unleashed a barrage. Bang! 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 The sound of 3 thunderous explosions echoed as hundreds of shimmering needles shot forth. Chapter 37. A dramatic turn of events indeed. It was a torrential downpour. Despite his preparations, the three-eyed man was taken aback by the onslaught, halting his advance and rolling on the ground. Yet, he still suffered several pricks to his arms and legs. Bang! Blood gushed forth. Energy value, 70. Energy value, 65. Fong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The concealed weapons of the Tang clan truly possess remarkable efficacy. Astonishingly, they can strike even when exposed. The primary motivation behind his engagement in this venture was to enlist the youth's assistance in assessing the true potency of the rainfall pear blossom needles. Otherwise, should he find their effectiveness lacking when he needed them, he would be utterly bewildered. However, upon witnessing the outcome, it far exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the energy levels exhibited by the three-eyed man provided a surprising twist, as they were nearly on par with that of the black individual. The youth appeared equally astonished. Could it be that this device is so formidable? Now, I eagerly await to see how you intend to defeat me. The youth, elated as if discovering a treasure, seized the iron tube and aimed it once more at the three-eyed man, pressing the mechanism fervently. Then, silence ensued. Had it misfired? The youth was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, the three-eyed man, startled, rolled away, only to realize that there seemed to be no harm done. Could it be that the rainfall pear blossom needles could only be utilized thrice? What a pity! Fong, observing this scene, could only shake his head in resignation. The youth, Curious, inquired, "Oh." Tang shouting, "Is that rainfall pear blossom needle the one you sold?" The pink-haired little girl, Xia Shuer, turned her gaze toward Tang Xiaoding, who sighed inwardly. "Indeed, Mr. He possesses quite the business acumen." Tang Xiaoding lamented silently. The rainfall pear blossom needle was sold for a mere 10,000. If only time could be reversed, he would surely declare to He Fong that its production cost was already 20,000, and it was a rare commodity with no market demand. Do you understand? The ensuing events unfolded without any suspense. The fury of the three-eyed man erupted. The young man was ultimately struck down, coughing up blood thrice, and tumbled off the arena. All the while clutching that iron cylinder, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Energy levels read 40, 35, and 45. Alas, gambling carries its risks. One must invest with caution. He Fong sighed, casting the young man a sympathetic glance before quietly departing to continue his wanderings. Time swiftly passed, and noon approached. He Fong calculated his gains, amassing nearly 2,000 energy points, estimating that with an additional 500 to 1,000, the 11th star could be illuminated. Onward, for the revolution remains incomplete, and comrades must strive diligently. The lunch was quite satisfactory. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly encountered Xia Xiu, dressed in the same attire as that morning, her hands adorned with a string of rosewood prayer beads, accompanied by the pink-haired little girl, Xia Shuer, who playfully stuck out her tongue and made faces at him. "Is there something you need?" He Fong inquired, aware that uninvited visitors seldom arrive without purpose, especially when it is Xia Xiu herself. "Did Tang Shouting provide you with any hidden weapons?" Xia Xiu asked directly. "Indeed," He Fong replied candidly, "but mere hidden weapons, without the right techniques, yield only a fraction of their potential. I possess a book titled Introduction and Mastery of Hidden Weapons. You may take it and peruse." Xia Xiu tossed him a bound book. He Fong caught it, glancing at the title. Indeed, confirming it was Introduction and Mastery of Hidden Weapons. It seemed that even the secret tomes of the martial world had adopted such modern nomenclature. He had expected something more esoteric, like thousand-handed, thousand-leaf Avalokiteshvara, a disappointing revelation. Just as he was about to engage in casual conversation, he noticed Xia Xiu had already turned to leave. "Young man, this book is of considerable value, worth at least this amount. Do ensure you do not misplace it." Xia Xiu extended 3 fingers and waved them playfully in front of Yi Fong. 300? "It's 300,000. She pouted, then dashed off after Xia Xiu. Could such a tattered book truly be worth 300,000? Yi Fong found it hard to believe and casually flipped through the pages. It was then he comprehended the book's true worth. The lines used to illustrate the characters' attack diagrams were all made of gold. Indeed, poverty had limited his imagination. "By the way, there's something I must remind you. If your opponent with the golden card happens to be Zhang Qun from Wudong or Jin Lei from Shaolin, remember to concede immediately." Xia Xiu's voice floated back to him. What Wudong and what clouds? He did have a vague recollection of Jin Lei from Shaolin, a bald monk with a tower-like physique. When they had played together, he was particularly formidable, dealing critical damage with every strike. It seemed that Monk was quite the master. Thinking about their previous game ignited a spark in his eyes. However, there appeared to be a minor issue. Old Man Sheen had only agreed to let him play for half an hour each time. Relying solely on the Gatling gun's output wouldn't suffice, would it? There is something I'd like to ask of you. If I enter the Misty Fairyland, can we team up when playing with the birds? Oh, I mean, when battling the Gujiao? He Fong asked eagerly. Certainly, Xia Xiu replied before hastily departing. And brother, Rua is also eager to team up with you for bird games. Xia Shuer stuck out her tongue and beamed with delight. The afternoon competition commenced promptly at 2 o'clock. Once again, 4 arenas were engaged in simultaneous contests. He Fong, rather than wandering aimlessly, sat in his seat, perusing the book Introduction to and Mastery of Hidden Weapons. He understood the wisdom in honing one's skills before embarking on a task. In a short while, he had amassed 500 energy points, and with the 11th star victory in sight, his spirits soared. At that moment, a voice echoed through the arena. Zhang Erling, Ji Jin, and Lu Qingning, having reached a friendly consensus, decided to initiate a resurrection match, forming a team to challenge the golden card. Had the moment finally arrived? Watch as I eliminate you without the use of hidden weapons. He Fong had long awaited this opportunity. Upon hearing the announcement, he sprang to his feet, eager to ascend the stage. However, once he reached the platform, he sensed something was amiss. The 3 individuals were regarding him with peculiar expressions. What is the matter? One of the young men queried. Aren't you challenging me? Fong waved dismissively, then struck a signature pose. The white crane spreads its wings, ready to face the challenge. Can you at least acknowledge the situation before stepping onto the stage? The young man pointed toward the large screen. Fong looked up, only to discover a familiar name displayed prominently, but it was not his own. It was Xia Shuer. These three had the audacity to challenge the pink-haired little girl. Xia Shuer. Ha ha ha. Finally, someone dares to challenge me. The pink-haired little girl, Xia Shuer, bounded from her seat, her face blooming with joy. Fong felt somewhat speechless. This was not the narrative he had anticipated. Where was the promised gleam of golden opportunity? Were these three individuals truly blind? Brothers, do not worry. I have observed closely, and it is evident that this Xia Shuer wields a formidable umbrella. When she ascended the jade wall, she used it to lift herself. As long as we proceed with caution, our chances of victory are at least 80%. The young man completely disregarded Fong, his gaze fixated on the approaching Xia Shuer, radiating confidence. Indeed, we too feel that Xia Shuer is lacking. The other two nodded in agreement. However, is it truly just her umbrella that is impressive? What if our judgment proves erroneous? What consequences might unfold? Chapter 38. The Transformation of the Lowly. The 9 escapes of the mysterious arts in the end. Fong stepped down from the arena, coincidentally passing by the pink lowly, Xia Shuer. Inadvertently, he fulfilled that romantic verse. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, in that fleeting moment we brushed past one another. I gazed at you, and you gazed at me. Then, I blinked. The stars lost their hue. Hey, watch me perform. Xia Shuer shouted. In an instant, the atmosphere dissipated. I have my eyes on you. Fong responded with a gentlemanly smile, casually glancing at Xia Shuer's chest before shaking his head. Indeed, the left hand is more trustworthy. This time, Xia Shuer did not notice Fong's gaze. She bounced onto the stage, her silver alloy umbrella resting on her shoulder, complemented by her dazzling pink attire, exuding an aura of dominance. All of you, I expect you to strike seriously, exert your utmost effort, and do not concede defeat. Do you understand? Xia Shuer proudly puffed out her chest. The three individuals exchanged glances, pondering her confidence. Was she even 18 years old? They felt assured of victory. Yet given their opponent's status as a gold card holder, they dared not underestimate her. In an instant, they spread out. Surround me? Xia Shuer cast a scornful glance at them, a smirk gracing her lips. Do you prefer dumplings or bamboo shoots? The three were momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp her words. Are you waiting for me to prepare dumplings for you? Xia Shuer urged. Although they did not fully comprehend her message, the implication was clear. She was challenging them to act first. Go. Together. Attack. The trio, undeterred, launched their assault in unison. Xia Shuer smiled, unfurling her alloy umbrella, which radiated brilliant light. Each rib of the umbrella emitted a streak of silver brilliance. Whoosh. Like silver petals unfurling. The three were clearly wary of the umbrella, and as the silver light surged toward them, they executed a series of evasive maneuvers, narrowly escaping its grasp. However, they soon realized something was amiss. The silver beams, having been shot forth, exhibited an uncanny ability to curve, transforming a missed strike into a cunning maneuver that ensnared their feet in an instant. The three individuals were taken aback, attempting to break free from the constraints of the alloy umbrella. However, it was too late. The petite girl tugged them forward, causing them to kneel in unison. Subsequently, they witnessed 3 streaks of silver light shooting towards them. Whoosh. This time, the silver light struck their shoulders directly, causing blood to spurt forth. Energy levels, 30. Energy levels, 35. Energy levels, 25. Moreover, each projectile was affixed with a triangular dart. It was indeed those very darts that had pierced their shoulders. I have already stated, surrender is not an option. Why do you kneel? Xia Shuer held the umbrella aloft, seemingly dissatisfied with their performance. Is the so-called golden card merely a facade of wielding an umbrella? Beyond the umbrella, what other skills do you possess? We refuse to yield. The 3 individuals clutched their shoulders. The alloy umbrella was perplexing. Despite their earlier precautions, the reality of facing it was overwhelming, and they were subdued in mere moments. Are you implying that if I do not use the umbrella, you will not concede? Xia Shuer smiled radiantly, her eyes sparkling with intensity. Of course, the 3 retorted with a scoff. You said it yourself. Do not regret your words. Let us see what other tricks you possess. Although the trio was somewhat astonished, the opportunity lay before them, and they could not afford to relent. Gritting their teeth, they charged forward once more. This time, they clearly set aside their reservations, unleashing their full potential, their speed soaring to extraordinary heights. Pay attention. At that moment, Dongfang Qin suddenly spoke. Look at what? Upon hearing the sound, Yifang cast a glance at the nearby Dongfang Qin, only to be startled by a feral roar emanating from the arena. The earth trembled, and the skies darkened. While this may seem somewhat exaggerated, it must be said that the roar indeed jolted Yifang, leaving his ears ringing as if on the verge of deafness. What on earth is happening? Is the little lowly transforming? His gaze instinctively shifted toward the arena, where he found 3 figures standing frozen, their faces as pale as frost. In the very center of the stage, Xia Shui'er was oddly prostrate on the ground, resembling a fierce tiger descending from the mountains, her hands gripping the arena, leaving behind 2 distinct claw marks. Yifang thought to himself, this scenario seems rather incongruous. Shouldn't a little lowly be delicate and easily toppled, transforming into a descending tiger? What kind of nonsense is this? As he pondered, he overheard a nearby discussion. Is this the Chimin Juduan of the Xia family in Kyoto? Remarkably, he had the opportunity to witness this secret art so soon. Judging by Xia Shui'er's strength, it appeared that the Chimin Juduan was already at a significant level of mastery. Unfortunately, her opponent seemed too weak, likely unable to withstand the blows. He chuckled softly to himself. Chimin Juduan, what is that? This was the first time Yifang had heard of such a remarkable skill within the martial world. Shouldn't it be something like the mighty Vidra Palm or the shadowless kick of Foshan? How did a Chimin Juduan come into play? The 9 escapes of Chimin are divided into heaven escape, earth escape, human escape, cloud escape, wind escape, tiger escape, dragon escape, ghost escape, and divine escape. Currently, the technique employed by Xia Shui'er appears to be tiger escape, which can instantaneously enhance physical strength to its utmost limit. However, it does not seem as formidable as the legends suggest. Dongfang Qin curled her lips in disdain. How do you know so much? Yifang inquired, intrigued. Because I can do it too, Dongfang Qin replied, winking. She then leaned closer, saying, let me demonstrate. Wind. Escape. Whoosh. A gust of wind was unleashed right onto Yifang's face. What an impressive wind escape. Its power is simply explosive. However, he found himself quite curious about Dongfang Qin's identity, especially since he had witnessed her crush a porcelain cup into powder. By all accounts, such a feat would imply that Dongfang Qin possesses at least the ability to advance to a silver card, yet for some inexplicable reason, she had not attained such qualifications. What kind of being is this enchantress, that she possesses such profound knowledge of the Xia family's 9 escapes? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tempest arise on the arena. Glancing over, he realized that his understanding of the pink little lowly was still rather superficial. What did he see? The pink little lowly opened her mouth and unleashed a hurricane, which seemed to have hands, pulling the 3 individuals toward her. Using her mouth? How shameless. However, while she could blow, I can suck. Dongfang Qin opened her mouth, dismissing the pink little lowly's actions with contempt. Chapter 39. The truth from 18 years ago. Yifang gazed at Dongfang Qin's lips as they moved, and a flurry of inexplicable images flooded his mind. Goodness, could she refrain from being so reckless? This enchantress was nothing short of extraordinary. Any earnest words that passed her lips invariably caught one off guard, leaving no time to fasten a safety belt. Indeed, shall we give it a try? Dongfang Qin wore a look of feigned vulnerability. Try. I shall certainly give it a thorough attempt. Are you unaware that my nickname is Electric Little Motor? Yifang clenched his teeth, resolved to confront this enchantress head-on. Huh, you, an electric little motor? There are only overworked oxen, not exhausted fields. If you truly wish to try, 7 times in one night will suffice. Dongfang Qin cast a dismissive glance at Yifang. Indeed, in terms of lewdness, he was still a notch below Dongfang Qin. He chose to ignore the enchanting figure beside him, shifting his gaze to the arena. After unleashing a whirlwind, the petite pink-haired girl, Xia Shui'er, left her 3 opponents utterly bewildered. Monster! Bro, hold on. Catch me, quickly. Bang. With a resounding thud, one of the unfortunate souls caught in the wind was pinned to the ground by Xia Shui'er, followed by an earth-shattering, soul-stirring friction. The arena had been ground into a pit. Xia Shui'er's hands resembled the claws of a tiger, striking left and right in a relentless rhythm. Energy levels surged. 30, 35, 40. Those present began to realize that if this continued, the unfortunate soul on the ground would likely be left with but half a life. The atmosphere was thick with silence, as countless eyes fixated on the stage, transfixed by Xia Shui's ferocity, each reflecting a deep-seated tremor of awe. Her formidable prowess had utterly shattered their preconceived notions. Is this the true strength of a golden card? It is astonishing. Not just 3, but even 30 would likely stand no chance against her, unless one possessed formidable artifacts like Wenhong. At this moment, they finally comprehended the meaning behind the old man Qin Xiu's words regarding potential and the mere absence of fortune. We concede, we concede. Yes, indeed, I too concede. The two figures, gazing at the pit on the stage, felt their resolve crumbling. Surrender? Xia Shui abruptly lifted her head, her gaze piercing towards the two on the stage, a smirk curling at her lips. Surrender is not an option. You vowed never to yield, and it is too late for regrets. Cloud escape. With a swift command from Xia Shui, a dense shroud of white mist enveloped the entire stage. Then, a cacophony of anguished cries erupted from within. Ah, heroine, spare me. Save me. Someone please help. I want to leave the stage. Why can't I descend? What on earth is this? Humph. It is merely a trivial misty illusion array. I can manage that as well. Dongfang Qin disdainfully lifted her chin, yet her gaze remained fixed upon the arena. A misty illusion array? Yifang observed the stage. No wonder those two could not escape. Quite pitiable. Energy levels, 30, 25, 35. The little lowly is quite impressive. In such a brief moment, she amassed nearly 300 energy points. After a quick calculation, he realized he now possessed 800 energy points. I wonder if the 11th star can be illuminated? Meanwhile, the voice of the suited referee echoed through the arena. Jiang Erlang, Ji Jin, and Lu Qingming have failed their resurrection challenge. Alas, they truly cannot withstand the blows. I had merely used an alloy umbrella to grant you mercy. Yet you insisted on testing my strength? Xia Shui's voice resonated gently from the arena. Subsequently, the mist dissipated. Xia Shui, sparkling, tossed her head and then winked at Yifang, playfully sticking out her tongue. As for the 3 individuals on the ground, they had long since collapsed, unable to rise. Young man selling plain boiled water, you promised me that once you earned enough from selling it, you would marry me, Xia Shui shouted, then cast a provocative glance at Dongfang Qin. Yifang was somewhat bewildered. This was a public space, under the bright light of day. Are Lolas now this forward? Your age is still insufficient, a minimum of 3 years, with the highest penalty being death. After Summer Snow uttered those words, Yifang felt the myriad gazes directed at him from all around. Fear, astonishment, envy, jealousy, and an icy coldness. The most frigid of all emanated from a figure seated in the distance, Lin Zi of the Natural Gate. Yifang recalled that this individual had a rather fair complexion. It was then that he noticed Dongfang Qin's head had somehow found its way to rest upon his shoulder. Young master, do you truly believe you can handle this pair? Dongfang Qin murmured, casting a wistful glance towards Summer Snow as she waved her hand. Following Summer Snow's challenge, the afternoon competition unexpectedly fell into a vacuum period, where not only did no one dare to challenge other gold cards, but even Yifang found himself spared from further conflict. Clearly, the thrill of impulse had dissipated. The defeated began to adopt a watchful stance, hoping someone would venture forth first to test the waters. Yifang was quite displeased. What was going on? After all his efforts to procure various concealed weapons, they were rendered useless. Fortunately, his energy levels continued to rise steadily. In the subsequent rounds of competition, he successfully amassed an additional 600 points. Thus, the day's contest came to a close, and Yifang had accumulated a total of 1,400 energy points. As night descended, amidst the flickering lights, a curvaceous silhouette stood in the darkness, gazing up at the sky. She then lifted her foot, traversing a cluster of trees, arriving at the entrance of an office. After announcing her presence, a soft voice echoed, "The president has instructed that if you arrive, you may enter directly." A suited man stationed at the office door promptly swung it open. "Thank you." The figure nodded slightly and stepped into the office. Inside, Old Man Qin was examining a document on his desk. Upon hearing the door open, he furrowed his brow slightly, but when he recognized the person entering, his face immediately brightened. "Oh, what wind has blown our Shiyu in today? Come, take a seat." "Hello, Grandpa Qin. This is the tea that second master asked me to bring you." Xia Shiyu nodded, following Qin Xiu's guidance to sit down, and then she pulled out a packet of tea leaves and handed it over. "Haraha, pre-rain Longjing? Perfect. I just acquired a fine set of Celadon tea utensils. This tea will surely taste exquisite. Let me brew you some." As he spoke, Qin Xiu rummaged through his desk and produced a tea set. No need for that. Grandpa Qin, I actually came to inform you of something important. Not long ago, Shui and I visited a place called Donghe Village in Linyu County, Jiang City. Oh, I know about that. I heard you managed to suppress the case of the missing persons in Donghe Village. By the way, the gold card in Hifang's possession was given to him by you, right? Yes. Xia Shiyu nodded. Your insight is indeed sharp, Shiyu. Hifang may lack in strength, but he possesses courage and quick wit. Although giving him the gold card may seem a bit of an overestimation, since it comes from you, it indicates that he must have some exceptional qualities. I have no objections regarding the matter of the gold card. Grandpa Qin, the main purpose of my visit is to inform you that the true name of the village head of Donghe Village, Qin Deju, is Luli. Crash. The Celadon tea cup fell to the floor. What did you just say? Please repeat that. Qin Xiu stood up abruptly, not even casting a glance at the porcelain cup on the ground. The village chief of Donghe Village was none other than Lu Li, who had vanished 18 years ago. Although Xia Shiyu had long suspected the profound impact this revelation would have on Qin Xiu, witnessing such an esteemed figure lose composure before her was still somewhat unexpected. Chapter 40. Crisis and Deception. Lu Li is the village chief of Donghe Village. But where is he now? Where are the others? Grandpa Qin. He had already disappeared before Shui and I arrived at Donghe Village, along with over 30 households, leaving no trace behind. Was it on the night of the purple moon's arrival? Xia Shiyu nodded affirmatively. Shiyu, tell Grandpa Qin how you are certain that the village chief of Donghe Village is Lu Li. Qin Xiu pressed, a hint of reluctance in his tone. I am certain. Xia Shiyu replied calmly. Qin Xiu did not press further. Given Xia Shiyu's status, it was impossible for her to deceive him. And he was acutely aware of the formidable influence of the Xia family in the capital. Nevertheless, hearing of this disappearance had indeed unsettled his emotions. For the name Lu Li held immense significance for him. Grandpa Qin, I must take my leave, Xia Shiyu announced as she rose. Wait a moment. If I am not mistaken, Hifang is also from Donghe Village, correct? Since Lu Li is concealing his identity in Donghe Village. Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation regarding your arrangement for Hifang at Yunwu Villa? The old man Qin Xiu also stood up. What explanation? Xia Shiyu halted. Very well, you girl. You are simply like your second uncle, infuriating beyond reason. Let me be blunt. Hifang's strength is undoubtedly insufficient for the qualifications of a golden card, yet you bestowed one upon him. Is there not some connection to Lu Li in this? The old man Qin Xiu sighed. None. Xia Shiyu shook her head. None? Then why grant him a golden card? Even if this lad possesses potential. A copper card would suffice, wouldn't he? Clearly, the old man Qin Xiu was skeptical. Do you believe me if I say I made a mistake? Gave it by mistake. The old man Qin Xiu was evidently taken aback, his face alternating between red and white. And it took him quite some time to regain his composure. How on earth could you, the esteemed young lady of the Xia family, misallocate a card? That is quite absurd. So, does Hifang? Does he know anything about Lu Li? After calming himself for a moment, the old man finally spoke again, his tone having returned to a tranquil state. He does not know. I have inquired, and it is the first time he has ever heard the name Lu Li. They share no blood relation. However, he was raised by Lu Li. Xia Shiyu shook her head once more. Raised by him? You mean to say that Hifang was brought up solely by Lu Li? The previously composed state of Qin Xiu seemed to be struck once again by an overwhelming blow. Indeed. Xia Shiyu nodded. Understood. I shall seek out your second uncle when time permits. After Xia Shiyu departed from the office, his gaze fell upon an eccentric ornament, a peculiar creation forged of gold and iron, depicting two palms facing skyward. Master, what exactly do you intend to achieve? Qin Xiu muttered, his fists tightening in frustration, before returning to his desk. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Soon, a melodious female voice resonated on the line. National Archives, how may I assist you? Hello, I am Qin Xiu. I wish to request a file, he stated. Oh, it is President Qin. Which file do you require? 17 years ago, at the time of the appearance of the purple moon, there was a suspected preaching ancient civilization space in the southwest province. I wish to ascertain which individuals went missing in that case, Qin Xiu articulated. Understood, please hold. As Qin Xiu awaited the response, a light perspiration formed in his palms. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, a possibility, albeit slim, that could potentially unveil the truth behind the disappearance of Lu Li 18 years ago. Seconds ticked away, and 2 minutes later, the voice returned. President Qin, I sincerely apologize. but your access permissions are insufficient. Qinxiu, do you have any other matters to discuss? The integrity of national property must not be compromised. His mind echoed this refrain as he clenched his fists, feeling the blood drain from his knuckles. At that moment, his phone chimed, revealing a message accompanied by a female avatar. Brother Baoyu, there's an event tonight, sending hearts. He then settled into a chair, staring blankly at the moonlight outside the window. Unbeknownst to him, his gaze drifted to a corner not far away, where an inexplicable image flashed through his mind. Two shadowy figures were clandestinely engaged in dubious activities at the wall's edge. Wait, insufficient permissions? I can inquire myself. With a sudden burst of determination, Qinxiu sprang from his chair and swiftly exited the office. President, where does Hifang reside? I will check. Ah, room 13, building 2. Room 13. Building 2? All right. You need not accompany me. I shall go alone. With a wave of his hand, Qinxiu strode purposefully into the darkness. In room 13, building 2, Hifang reclined on the sofa, perusing the essentials and mastery of hidden weapons while listening to the melodic sound of water cascading from the bathroom, so soothing. During the Xian Zone conference, their phones had been confiscated, rendering them unable to communicate with the outside world, despite being able to glean information from television news. Just as the boredom set in, the doorbell rang. Ah, someone is visiting. Hurry and get dressed. Hifang called toward the bathroom, delaying his response to the door. Not coming out, not coming out. What can you do to me? The lilting voice of Dongfang Qin echoed from within the bathroom, her silhouette swaying behind the frosted glass of the door. Damn. Hifang, with a dismissive gesture towards the bathroom, lazily rose from the sofa and ambled to the door of his room, peering through the peephole. To his surprise, it was old man Qin. What could the old fellow want at this late hour? Surely, there couldn't be any underhanded dealings at play. Yet, even if there were, it hardly seemed relevant to him. Although Qin was shameless, he understood his own limitations. Aside from his slightly handsome appearance, he had little else to boast about. Upon opening the door, he found old man Qin standing there, his gaze scrutinizing Hifang from head to toe. Other than his somewhat unremarkable looks, his physique was rather commendable. President Qin, have you come to express concern for the people's well-being? Hifang queried, observing Qin's goat-like beard. Apart from his elevated status, there was nothing particularly striking about him. As he finished speaking, he stepped back into the room. However, just then, the door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Thump. A bump formed on Qin's head. Was he trying to deceive a child? When showing concern for the populace, one ought to bring a gift, right? Hifang's voice echoed from within the room. Old man Qin, why was he deviating from the norm? Here I am, the esteemed president of Yunwu Mountain Villa, visiting your doorstep at such an hour, and you do not greet me with a smile? A gift? What gift do I have to offer? As he pondered this, another voice emerged from the room. Oh, you've dressed so quickly. Click. The door swung open once more. Who is smiling so brilliantly? He asked. President Qin, how do you intend to show your empathy towards the people? If you truly haven't brought any gifts, what about a red envelope? Surely, you must give one. No red envelope. Qinxiu's face darkened. How miserly. The esteemed President Qin, reduced to such stinginess? He displayed a look of disdain. Miserly? Who are you calling miserly? Dongfang Qin, adorned in a newly changed white gown, appeared behind Hifang, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an aura of youthful vitality. Hifang. Qinxiu. Oh, so it is President Qin. Wow. You two are discussing such topics late at night. This is quite the scoop. Indeed, it must be widely publicized. Tell me, how much do you desire in red envelope money? Qinxiu clenched his teeth. 500. That's 500 each. The two immediately chimed in, subtly exchanging knowing glances. All right. However, Hifang, can we have a moment alone to discuss? Qinxiu refrained from saying more, as he truly grasped the depth of Xia Shiyu's words in the presence of these two. He realized he had become too reclusive. Alone, Hifang appeared somewhat surprised. Go on, go on. President Qin has provided the funds, 500 each. Enjoy your conversation. Make sure to entertain President Qin well. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Qin promptly pushed Hifang out the door. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. Hifang, clad in slippers, stood still at the door, locking eyes with Qinxiu. Let us go to my office. We can brew some tea and converse. Qinxiu had initially intended to chat within Hifang's room. Yet it was now evidently impossible. President Qin sought me in the dead of night. It must be more than a mere conversation, don't you think? Hifang did not immediately follow suit. Just a chat, you say? About what? about life, about your journey of growth, stories from your life, your upbringing, and the events that have transpired around you. All these are fair game. Are you perhaps inquiring about the village elder? Yifang is not foolish. Qinxiu halted, then turned, a glimmer of keen insight flashing in his gaze, his expression shifting to one of seriousness in an instant. How much do you know about him? An aura unconsciously emanated from Qinxiu, akin to a slumbering lion suddenly awakening. I know everything. Do you wish to know as well? Yifang seemed entirely unfazed by the imposing presence of Qinxiu, a smile gracing his lips, radiant as the sun. Chapter 41, where there are poems and paintings. There are no horizons. The village elder harbors secrets. He became aware of this when Xiaxiu located him, and now, as Qinxiu wishes to discuss life and experiences, how could he not surmise the underlying motives? Yifang perceived this as an opportunity, an occasion to discern the true identity and whereabouts of the village elder. After all, he has yet to realize a grand aspiration. It seems implausible to allow the elder to simply vanish. Hehe, do you truly comprehend what you are articulating? Qinxiu suddenly chuckled. Of course, I am aware that Xiaxiu is searching for him, and you are as well. However, when it comes to who knows him best, it is undoubtedly I, who have lived by his side for 18 years. Is that not so? Yifang is not at all flustered. After years of tutelage from the village chief, he has long since learned how to handle cunning individuals. Very well then, share with me all that you know. It will be advantageous for you. Qinxiu nodded. What kind of advantage? What do you desire? Can we discuss this while playing with the bird? You mean that cursed eagle? Yifang smiled, for since the other party had a request, he was determined to extract the utmost benefit. And at this moment, that cursed eagle was his greatest delight. Are you so fixated on that bird? Qinxiu found it somewhat perplexing. He had initially thought that Yifang would ask him for money or something else. Yet, the thoughts of this individual were evidently far from ordinary, singularly focused on the pursuit of birds, which was utterly bewildering. Indeed, I wish to train my courage and audacity. After all, the world will undoubtedly present more birds or mutated dogs in the future. Training in advance can only yield benefits. Very well. Then let us proceed directly to the underground laboratory. Qinxiu cast another glance at Yifang, ultimately nodding, choosing not to continue debating the matter. I would also like to invite Xiaxiu and Xiaxue to join us. It would be far more enjoyable to play as a team. Today is not feasible. If you wish to invite them, it must be for another time. Qinxiu interrupted before Yifang could finish. Ah, I see. Well then, surely the Gatling gun has ample ammunition? Naturally. President Qin is indeed a remarkable individual. Yifang exclaimed. Qinxiu, in an underground laboratory, within a colossal alloy cage, the Gu Jiao was crouched low, eyes closed in a meditative state. Suddenly, it became aware of the door opening, and two familiar figures entered, one of whom brandished a Gatling gun. The ominous muzzle was pointed directly at it. The Gu Jiao was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Hello there, good evening. I've come to play for a bit. Hope you don't mind? Yifang grinned upon spotting the Gu Jiao in the cage, revealing a full set of 8 teeth. Play for a bit? You ought to indulge in such amusements during daylight, not at this late hour. Are you not concerned about disturbing the neighbors or the delicate flora? Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted. The Gu Jiao was instantly infuriated, incessantly flapping its wings against the alloy cage. Were it able to escape, it would surely rend this intruder into 8 pieces. Moreover, it soon realized that this assailant's aim was particularly malicious, targeting its most vulnerable spots. Rat-a-tat-tat. Blood splattered chaotically. Energy level, 200. Indeed, this bird is entertaining. Yifang chuckled. The bird's vitality was remarkable, surpassing even that of the dark-skinned individuals. He estimated that half an hour of this would equate to standing by the arena for an entire day. Such a rare opportunity. How could he not cherish it? However, it was somewhat regrettable that Xiaxiu and Xiaxue did not join. Otherwise, the three of them could engage in this delightful pastime together, yielding even more excitement. Now, do share the knowledge you possess. Qinxiu found a spot to sit, having already instructed the cessation of surveillance in the room and ensured that no one would intrude. Feel free to inquire, he invited. Yifang, equally generous, maintained focus, the Gatling gun steadily aimed at the injured wing of the Gu Jiao. The rapid sound of gunfire erupted. Da-da-da. Energy value, 200. Has Luli taught you anything? Indeed, he has. What did he teach you? When I was 5, the old man taught me how to cook. He instructed me thus. First, scoop the rice from the jar with a cup, 1.5 cups for 2 people. Too much would go uneaten. Too little would be insufficient. What else apart from cooking? There is also dish preparation. I know many recipes, such as sour and spicy shredded potatoes, braised pork ribs, and Christian carp tofu soup, all taught to me by the old man. The gunfire continued. Da-da-da. Energy value, 200. In the course of their conversation, 600 points of energy had been amassed, much to Yifang's delight. However, Qin Qiu felt a twinge of discontent. I inquired about martial arts. Has he taught you any? Qin Qiu adopted a more direct approach this time. He has. Oh? What martial arts did he impart? Climbing trees to gather bird eggs, using a slingshot. Do those count? Qin Qiu. The incessant sound of the Gatling gun persisted. Qin Qiu chose not to press further, instead waiting for this individual to conclude the half hour of play, after which he would reassess this person's worth. Half an hour later, the Gu Jiao lay within its cage. However, Yifang felt somewhat unfulfilled. Half an hour was simply too brief. He believed that with his stamina, he could easily engage in 8 hours of play each day without feeling fatigued. Was it enjoyable? Qin Qiu inquired with genuine concern. It was quite good. If only the duration were longer, it would have been even better. Yifang glanced at the empty bullet box and casually tossed aside the Gatling gun. Well, do you wish to play again in the future? Absolutely. That depends on your worth. You are an astute individual and should comprehend what information holds value for me. Simply cooking and preparing meals won't suffice. Qin Qiu lightly tapped on the chair with one hand. This implied that there would be no future opportunities for play. Yifang understood this all too well. Nevertheless, earning something, even once, felt worthwhile, and he didn't consider it a loss. It seemed that sure you had not deceived him. You truly know nothing. Upon hearing Yifang's words, Qin Qiu fell silent for a moment before finally shaking his head. Actually, I know a bit, such as the old man's hobbies and the number of holes in his underwear. These details are known to me. Tell me how you have spent these years. All right, Yifang nodded. This time, he refrained from unnecessary chatter. Recounting from the time, he could remember how the old man had raised him single-handedly, detailing their daily meals and living conditions. Time swiftly passed, and the night deepened. 2 hours later, Yifang paused. I've finished. I've shared all that I needed to. Yifang nodded. Qin Qiu remained silent, gazing earnestly at Yifang. Knowing that this time, Yifang was not deceiving him. The tale of an ordinary boy growing up in a mountain village unfolds. Allow me to share my story with Lu Li. After a prolonged silence, Qin Qiu's gaze gradually became somewhat distant. Your story with the old man? You too. Surely there is no romantic involvement? Yifang's expression was complex. Haha, you are just like the Lu Li of yesteryears. Well, let me be direct. The village chief you speak of is actually my senior brother, though we do not share the same master. Ha ha ha, you are mistaken. Lu Li harbors affections for his master, while I am enamored with the master's daughter. The revelation of one loving the master and the other loving the master's daughter is indeed quite provocative. The village chief's taste is evidently quite extravagant. Please, share your story. Yifang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 42. The Seizing of Corpses. Yifang nodded. Although he had not lived through that era, he understood the hardships it entailed. Back then, none of us imagined that Lu Li would stand out. Yet he demonstrated through his actions that even starting martial arts at the age of 15, he could still emerge as a paragon among men. In the first 5 years of Lu Li's entrance into the sect, he remained inconspicuous. However, after the 5th year, during a grand competition among the sects, he unexpectedly triumphed over all the disciples, thereby rendering the name Lu Li a frequent reference for the sect leader as an exemplary figure. He went on to represent the sect in numerous contests. It was during this time that I truly came to know him. Together we represented the sect, challenging various other factions and forging a profound friendship. Later, he confided in me that he had developed feelings for his master. At that time, Lu Li was merely 21, while his master was already 37 and had a daughter, the junior sister. At this juncture, Qin Qiu paused momentarily. No, the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Qin Qiu shook his head, asserting that if it were merely a matter of affection, perhaps the sect could find a way to conceal it. He continued to listen intently. Did she die? Yes, his master succumbed to a terminal illness, leaving behind the junior sister before reaching the age of 40. It was on that very day that Lu Li had a significant conflict with the sect. What sparked this conflict? Following his master's death, the sect prepared to inter her remains. However, Lu Li was adamant that his master was not truly dead. To prevent the sect from burying her, he chose to seize the body. Seize the body? Yifang was taken aback by this revelation. Indeed. Lu Li and several elders of his sect engaged in a fierce battle over the body of his master. It was during this clash that the sect's leader and the elders truly comprehended the extent of Lu Li's formidable power. Was the village elder truly that formidable? Yifang was equally astonished, though he had not witnessed the battle. The mere thought of it illuminated the terrifying nature of such a confrontation. One individual standing against an entire sect and managing to injure 7 elders along with 2 vice leaders. Could the village elder be so dreadfully powerful? Certainly, Lu Li employed forbidden techniques that were strictly prohibited for all disciples to learn. After a brief pause, Qin Xiu spoke again. Forbidden techniques? Yes, Lu Li had clandestinely mastered these techniques, a fact unknown to anyone prior to that battle. Had the sect leader not intervened with his authority, Lu Li might have annihilated the entire sect. The ramifications of that event were immense. An emergency meeting was convened overnight, where the elders expressed divergent opinions. Some advocated for the enforcement of sect rules, suggesting that Lu Li should be punished by severing his tendons and expelling him from the sect, while others contended that Lu Li was an exceptional talent rarely seen in a century. Yifang could comprehend this dilemma. Ultimately, the consensus reached by the sect remains a mystery. For that very night, Lu Li stormed into the Hall of Spirits, opened the coffin, and departed with his master's lifeless body in his arms. The village elder truly carried away his master's remains? Indeed, Lu Li departed, having never truly succumbed to the sect's regulations. Mastering forbidden techniques, he wielded the power to challenge the entire sect single-handedly. Furthermore, upon leaving, he audaciously established his own sect, ascending to the position of its master. What a revelation! The village elder, once a master of the sect? Upon hearing this, Yifang suddenly perceived the once sneaky old man in a new light. What are the sect's rules and rituals? All rendered irrelevant. This is the essence of true strength, establishing regulations through one's own volition. Yet, he puzzled over why the village elder sought to seize a corpse. From his understanding of the elder, such an act would certainly not be a mere whim. Moreover, in the span of 18 years, he had never witnessed the elder visiting or paying respects to any corpse. Yifang refrained from further contemplation, feeling an unsettling chill. The strangeness of the situation, coupled with the world's transformations, led him to believe that the matter was far more intricate than Qin Xiu had suggested. Indeed, Lu Li's character was quite flamboyant. He showed no concern for the sect's retribution. In this regard, I find a certain resemblance between you and him. I am quite low-key. Thank you very much, Yifang retorted. Low-key? If you consider yourself low-key, then truly, no one in this world is ostentatious. Nevertheless, it must be said that senior brother Lu Li is undeniably powerful, managing to stand firm in a tumultuous era, subtly exuding the aura of a potential master. And what followed? 18 years have passed since that time. What exactly transpired 18 years ago? I am somewhat unclear on the details. All I know is that following the emergence of the purple moon, Lu Li mysteriously vanished without a trace. The only information I possess is that Lu Li's last known location was in the southwestern province, where a significant incident took place. An incident, you ask? A case of disappearance, rumored to involve an ancient civilization predating the Qin dynasty. The nation regarded this matter with utmost seriousness, however. All those who participated in that operation subsequently disappeared. By the way, has Lu Li ever mentioned anything about your parents? At this point, Qin Xiu's gaze suddenly fixed on Yifang. My parents? Yifang was taken aback. Yes, for instance, their names or identities. Were you not raised by Lu Li? Has he never spoken to you about your origins? Thank you to Luo Chung 01 for the generous 500 Chidian coins. Please consider recommending. Chapter 43. Hundreds of earth dogs kneeling and trembling. Qin Xiu scrutinized Yifang, who likewise returned her gaze. The two remained locked in this silent exchange for a full minute. I can only tell you that my surname is He. Do you believe me? Yifang extended his hand to touch his nose, realizing that after all this build-up, the true pitfall lay here. Fortunately, he genuinely knew nothing. Qin Xiu felt somewhat speechless. After recounting such an extensive tale, nearly revealing everything, it turned out this individual was entirely oblivious? How could this be? By the way, are you not the president of the Yunwu Mountain Manor? You may inquire, perhaps access the files, and incidentally assist me in discovering the true identities of my parents. What does Yifang suggest? I stated that my authority does not extend to reviewing that case. Do you believe it? At this point, it was Yizhu who fell silent, unable to access even the identity of the old man Qin Xiu. What transpired in the southwest province 18 years ago? Well, since you are oblivious to all of this, I shall not squander any further time with you. My narrative is nearing its conclusion. It seems you have yet to share the tale of you and your junior apprentice. Did you two ultimately engage in that particular affair? Yifang blinked. My relationship with the junior apprentice is none of your concern. Qin Xiu was on the verge of speaking when he realized the implications and promptly rose from his chair. Yifang, the story I have shared with you today must remain confidential. After all, this matter pertains to the reputation of our sect. Understood. Yifang nodded. The village elder struck several of the sect's senior elders, usurped his master's remains, and declared himself the head of a new mountain. Such events are indeed not fit for public discourse. I have heard that Tang's shouting provided you with some concealed weapons. Indeed, you are aware of this matter? Naturally. I am not blind. However, relying solely on concealed weapons might only allow one to pass through the bronze card stage. To genuinely advance in this celestial gathering is virtually impossible, not to mention you. Even Tang's shouting would struggle to attain a diamond card. Therefore, will you impart to me the unparalleled martial arts? Who truly comprehends the difficulty of vanquishing 2 golden cards? This is, in fact, the very reason why Tang's shouting sought him out. Unparalleled martial arts? Huh, you certainly have no reservations. Speak, what do you wish to learn? Qin Xiu chuckled softly. Ideally, something that grants immortality. If not, then the 9 escapes of Qimen that you taught Xia Shuer would suffice. Upon recalling the enchanting little girl's ethereal techniques, Yifang felt an immense envy. Truly remarkable. The 9 escapes of Qimen? Heh, I cannot teach that. However, if you genuinely wish to learn, an opportunity does present itself. Oh, what opportunity? To marry into the family, of course. Isn't Xia Shuer smitten with you? If you wed into the Xia family, you shall enjoy a life of wealth and luxury, and naturally you would learn the 9 escapes of Qimen. Wealth cannot corrupt, nor can power subjugate. Is marrying into a family still a mark of manhood? Speaking of which, is the Xia family truly affluent? Indeed, exceedingly so, Qin Xiu affirmed. Never mind. I shall focus on nurturing the little girl for now. Personally, I lean towards mature women, the kind that exude a commanding presence, like a domineering CEO. Qin Xiu, somewhat speechless, paused and glanced at the ceiling, then resumed. Let us discuss serious matters. You were raised by Lu Li, yet you are not a member of our sect. The martial arts within the sect, Lu Li cannot impart to you, and thus I am unable to either. However, I can teach you a unique stepping technique of my own creation. A stepping technique? Yifang felt a tinge of disappointment. The legendary Lingbo Weibu, would you like to learn it? What a surprise to discover that such a formidable martial art truly exists in this world. If that is the case, it is certainly worth learning. Ha. You can't possibly believe that, can you? Enough with the jesting. The footwork I have devised is fundamentally based on the positions of the Big Dipper, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. Most importantly, this technique is particularly well suited for you. Well suited for me. Indeed, it is perfect for a novice like you, a mere outsider lacking any foundational skills. Could we perhaps replace outsider with Earth Dog? The term Earth Dog certainly has a more sophisticated and elevated ring to it. After expounding on the stars, Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Kai Yang, Yao Guang, for a solid 10 minutes, I prepared to summarize and casually asked, "Do you understand?" "Not at all," he replied, his expression one of utter confusion. "What are you talking about? I can't comprehend any of it." Qin Xiu was momentarily taken aback. The theory of the Big Dipper is foundational, having been applied countless times in Taoism. How could he possibly not understand? Had he just wasted 10 minutes articulating his thoughts? What was your score on the college entrance exam? Qin Xiu couldn't help but inquire. Over 400. I rank among the top 10 in our class. Impressive, right? He said, his face beaming with pride. Qin Xiu was once again taken aback. With a total score of 750. How could one take pride in scoring just over 400? Moreover, he seemed genuinely proud of it. Just as he was about to confront him with a shovel, he reconsidered and decided against it. After all, Yifang grew up in a mountain village and attended junior high and high school in a county town, scoring just over 400 points, which is somewhat understandable. Let me explain it to you in simpler terms. You are familiar with the arrangement of the Big Dipper, correct? Yifang blinked. A spoon. Don't you have a spoon at home? Wasn't it mentioned in elementary school texts that the Big Dipper resembles a spoon? Qin Xiu could no longer contain herself. Oh, now I see what you mean. Yes, it indeed resembles a spoon. Yifang suddenly understood. The bowl of this spoon is composed of 4 stars, namely, Tian Shu, Tian Xian, Tian Ji, and Tian Quan. Can you remember them? While speaking, Qin Xiu drew dots on the ground, marking each one. I'm not a 3-year-old. How could I possibly forget this? Yifang scoffed. All right, let's continue. The handle of the spoon consists of 3 stars. Yu Heng, Kai Yang, and Yao Guang. No issues there. No issues. Now, imagine placing the enemy in the center of the spoon's bowl. The center? Yes. Once you execute your footwork, you must visualize the enemy at the center of the bowl. And you, standing at the closest position on the handle, the Yu Heng position. This way, you can swiftly transition to the 4-star positions, which represent the 4 directions of close combat against the enemy. Do you understand? This means I need to leap from the Yu Heng position to the 4-star positions on the spoon's bowl to launch a close-range assault on the enemy, correct? Indeed. The Yu Heng position serves as your primary stance. Not only can you advance to strike from the 4 celestial star positions ahead, but you can also retreat to 2 additional star positions behind. After Qin Xiu elaborated, he pointed to the tail of the ladle. The final position, the Yaoguang star, is the optimal defensive stance. What about the Caoyang star position in the center of the ladle's handle? The Caoyang star is a concealed star position within this locale. There exist 2 stars, referred to as one bright and one dark. It is a dual star position where the bright star can attract attention while the dark star enables stealth. Stealth? How remarkable. It merely exploits a visual disparity, utilizing the human eye's blind spots to achieve a temporary invisibility state, which can also be described as a position for evasion. It sounds deceptively simple. Upon hearing this, Yifang suddenly comprehended, as if a thought echoed within him. Come forth, let me ruffle your fur. Fur. Yifang's gaze instinctively shifted to Qin Xiu's goatee, and then he chuckled, underestimating him as a mere soft target. The black man was lying in the hospital after all. Speaking of which, a figure like Qin Xiu must possess an extraordinary level of energy, right? If only one could plunge a blade into that old man's backside. One could only wonder what the outcome would be. With a fleeting thought, the energy within the little copper man's gourd was entirely absorbed. The 11th star ignited. In that instant, Yifang felt a surge of power coursing through his left hand, as if he were standing atop a mountain, observing hundreds of hounds trembling in submission below. Thanks to Mo Lindsay Fong for the generous donation of 1,000 starting point coins. Seeking recommendations. Chapter 44. The head suspended from the beam, so formidable. In the present moment, I am undeniably formidable. A powerful confidence rises within Yifang, firmly establishing himself in the prominent position of the Jade Balance Star. With a swift motion akin to the golden rooster standing alone, he prepares to strike. Whoosh! His figure darts forward towards the position behind the old man Qin Xiu, exploiting the disparity in their strengths to launch a surprise attack. Yet, just as his foot has not fully settled into that star position behind Qin Xiu, a hand appears before his eyes. Bang! Yifang is sent flying. Too slow. Not only slow, but also naively straightforward. A fool could foresee his intentions to circle behind his opponent. Qin Xiu sneers. Observe the hidden weapon. Yifang raises his hand, launching a dart with precision, while simultaneously adjusting his stance to charge once more towards Qin Xiu's back. Navi! Qin Xiu exclaims sharply. Once again, Yifang is sent flying. The same posture, yet this time, Qin Xiu effortlessly twirls a dart between his fingers with the other hand. What now? Do you have any more hidden tricks up your sleeve? I am completely unbothered. Qin Xiu glances at Yifang, who lies sprawled on the ground, offering a well-meaning reminder. This was your claim. Yifang makes another attempt, targeting the same star position. The outcome remains unchanged. A third time, Yifang is sent flying. Then a fourth, a fifth, a sixth time. Eventually, Qin Xiu loses count of how many times Yifang has been thrown out. This lad certainly exhibits a remarkable persistence. Qin Xiu felt somewhat helpless. Yifang always seemed to devise ways to maneuver behind him, a behavior that he found utterly perplexing. The position behind him was the most distant, akin to someone contemplating running before they had even learned to walk. Yifang, it is impossible for you to simply bypass me from behind. Perhaps you might consider attacking from one of the other star positions, Qin Xiu advised once more. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yet, Yifang showed no inclination to alter his strategy, persistently charging towards Qin Xiu's rear. Bang! Bang! After several consecutive attempts, Yifang was sent flying once more. His clothing was tattered, yet he still failed to graze even a hair on Qin Xiu. It seemed this fellow was quite stubborn. Qin Xiu shook his head. Initially, he believed that while Yifang's fundamentals were lacking, at least he possessed a nimble mind. Now, however, he began to doubt his own judgment. This individual appeared rather foolish. What kind of attack strategy was this? There were clearly 4-star positions available for assault. Yet Yifang remained fixated on just one. Such an approach was disappointing. While lost in thought, Yifang charged again. Without a second thought, Qin Xiu swiftly struck behind him. Bang! Yifang was sent flying once more. Sigh. It appeared this fellow was ill-suited for such peculiar footwork. Was it necessary to alter his teaching method? Perhaps imparting a bit of reckless aggression? Qin Xiu began to ponder. Yet, Yifang did not relent. He charged yet again. Qin Xiu delivered another palm strike towards his rear, only to realize something seemed amiss. Why had he missed? As he pondered in confusion, a gust of wind suddenly swept past his right ear. Damn it! This fellow is playing this trick. Qin Xiu instantly realized, recalling the ancient adage, what is false may appear real, what is real may appear false. However, he never imagined that someone could employ a feigned maneuver countless times and still successfully confound him. Nevertheless, to think that mere deception could triumph over him was somewhat naive. As Qin Xiu regained his composure, he swiftly pivoted in place, his other hand striking out in response, this blow swifter than the last. Yet, inexplicably, this strike failed to connect. Qin Xiu found himself momentarily astonished. After all, given the speed displayed by Yifang moments earlier, evasion seemed impossible. Where had the flaw lain? He chose not to dwell on it, for directly in front of him, a figure hurtled towards him with a punch, moving with remarkable speed, accompanied by a faint sound of wind. How has this fellow's speed increased? Qin Xiu narrowed his eyes and launched another strike. Yet, once again, it missed its target. Yifang had evaded once more, lowering his head, tucking in his chest, and positioning his feet strategically, darting to Qin Xiu's right side, where another punch was directed at his cheek. This time, Qin Xiu was genuinely taken aback. This is illogical. How could he improve so rapidly? Has he been concealing his true capabilities? No, it was not merely a matter of concealment. Rather, Yifang had been continuously evolving through his feigned attacks, each instance of movement becoming swifter than the last. However, due to his relentless dash towards the same position, he remained oblivious to the truth. So it was. Qin Xiu finally comprehended the situation, but it was too late. For Yifang's punch was delivered with such swiftness that he could not possibly seize the initiative to counter. He could only brace himself for the blow. Bang! Qin Xiu felt a solid punch land upon his arm. Quite formidable, indeed. This single strike bore approximately 4 times the strength of an ordinary person. Yet, such a degree of force was insufficient to shake me. Qin Xiu mused. Had he been able to move, he would have possessed at least 99 methods to retaliate immediately after deflecting the punch. But the pressing issue was, he could not move. Thus, he had no choice but to forcibly dissipate the impact. His arm trembled gently, and a surge of formidable energy erupted forth, instantly nullifying the force that had been exerted upon him. However, in that fleeting moment, he noticed a hand reaching for his face, accompanied by a streak of silver light that darted towards his eyes. That little rascal, so ruthless. Qin Xiu's body instinctively crouched low, narrowly evading the silver flash aimed at his eyes. Yet that hand followed his descent and swiftly grasped at his goatee. Oh no, my beard. Is it not hair? Yifang's left hand gripped firmly, ensuring that he would not loosen his hold, for this was indeed his true strength. Qin Xiu was momentarily taken aback, and then he heard a thunderous shout. Hang him by the beam. What beam? Qin Xiu had yet to fully comprehend the situation when he felt a sharp pain emanate from his beard, as if someone were forcefully plucking its hairs. Moreover, what was particularly distressing was that the pulling was directed upward toward the crown of his head. Tears brimmed in Qin Xiu's eyes. After all, this was facial hair he had nurtured for several years. How could it be so ruthlessly yanked away, with no recourse available to him? He could only acquiesce as Yifang's left hand tugged at his beard, causing his head to involuntarily tilt back, reminiscent of a frog crouched low, drinking from a puddle. Simultaneously, he launched his hands forward, intent on striking down the audacious individual who dared to pluck his beard. Thank you to Su Niao for the generous donation of 11,000 Qidian coins, and to K and Mu Yu for their support of 100 Qidian coins. Please, I humbly request your votes. Chapter 45. The thorn in the thigh, you little rascal. I shall not spare you. Qin Xiu shouted, only to be unexpectedly met with the release of the hand that had been grasping his goatee. Released? Such a splendid opportunity squandered by this fool. Qin Xiu was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, elation at the preservation of his goatee, yet sorrow for Yifang's missed chance. Such leniency might lead to significant repercussions in the future. As he mulled over these thoughts, a booming voice echoed from behind him. The thorn in the thigh? What? There was more to come. Wait, thigh? Qin Xiu, well-versed in the classics, understood the implications of the ancient practice of hanging one's head in the reference to the thorn in the thigh. The thigh, indeed. Without hesitation, he raised both hands to shield his upper legs. Then, he felt a sharp sting in his backside. The pain. Qin Xiu wept. For he finally recalled that the individual behind him had scored merely 400 points in the college entrance examination. It was his thigh, not his backside. Qin Xiu let out a furious roar. Yet, Hefang remained oblivious, his gaze fixated on a large serpent that had erupted from Qin Xiu's rear. It was a surge of energy that had already transformed half into a violet hue. So thick, so massive, so lengthy, at least as thick as a fist and 5 meters long. Energy value, 500. Hefang was utterly astonished. It was the largest energy manifestation he had ever witnessed, surpassing even the potency of the Gu Jiao's energy. Qin Xiu was certainly no ordinary individual. Truly, hidden talents abound. You little rascal, I shall end you. Qin Xiu could no longer contain himself, and with a swift motion, he hurled a punch towards the person behind him. However, Hefang had already fled far away. The strike missed. He retreated immediately. He was not a greedy individual. He understood the value of contentment. He chuckled, Grandpa Qin. I was just trying to give you a friendly reminder. Who would have imagined that the esteemed president of Yunwu Mountain Villa would let his guard down? Hefang swiftly concealed the jade dagger in his hand and pulled out a dart, ostentatiously polishing it within his sleeve. You couldn't possibly have evaded it? Wait a moment. What did you call me, you little rascal? Grandpa Qin, you are the junior apprentice of the village elder. Addressing you as grandfather is no loss to me. Hefang laughed with delight. The impudent rascal indeed knows how to climb the ladder. Since you have called me Elder Qin, it would be unbecoming of me to hold a grudge against this title. To be frank, I did not anticipate your previous maneuver. Thus, you have passed this round. Qin Xiu casually retrieved a vial from his pocket and applied its contents to his rear. In the realm of sect cultivation and combat, sustaining injuries is a commonplace occurrence, and thus Qin Xiu did not dwell upon it. Would you like me to assist you with that? Hefang inquired kindly. Get lost. Qin Xiu retorted angrily, but then seemed to recollect something. That said, although your perplexing techniques proved effective against me, on the actual battlefield, foes will not hold back as I did. Therefore, you ought to practice the fundamentals diligently whenever you have the chance. I was just practicing. What kind of practice involves merely thinking of maneuvering behind your opponent? That hardly qualifies as training. Wait, did you say you were practicing all along? Indeed. The position behind the enemy is the farthest from the Yuhang's main seat and the most challenging to reach. If I can master the most difficult aspect, then surely the rest will follow, Hefang stated with an air of certainty. Qin Xiu was rendered speechless. Mastering the most difficult part, and then the rest would come easily. This was a statement that fundamentally contradicted common sense, echoing his earlier thought that one cannot aspire to run before learning to walk. How naive. Yet, was it truly naive? Suddenly, Qin Xiu seemed to have an epiphany. Realizing that there exist individuals who operate entirely outside the bounds of conventional wisdom. He wished to refute this notion, but found himself utterly unable to do so. To neglect the basics and focus solely on the most challenging aspects. This statement may seem simple, yet how many individuals can truly accomplish it? It is exceedingly difficult. For when one decides to undertake such a task, it signifies that between the starting point and the finish line, there exists an utter lack of fulfillment. To forego learning to walk in favor of running means that the number of falls experienced will vastly exceed those encountered while mastering walking. However, once one has grasped the art of running, they shall traverse the ground with greater steadiness than anyone else. Thus, it becomes clear. How remarkable. No wonder this individual's speed has suddenly surged, for they commenced from the most challenging position, and when selecting other positions thereafter, how could they not excel? Hefang nodded in understanding. With a click, the door swung open. Qin Xiu stepped out first, followed closely by Hefang. The two swiftly exited the underground research facility. Beneath the moonlit sky, Hefang strode forward, his mind occupied with thoughts of the position of Yuhang relative to the distant Tianxin star. His feet perpetually leaping towards the farthest point. The following morning, the sun shone brightly. As Hefang emerged from his room, he bounced joyfully towards the entrance of the rocky hillside. However, the sight of Hefang's exuberance appeared increasingly peculiar to Dongfang Qin, who walked alongside him. What did you do last night? Asked Dongfang Qin. I don't understand. How could one engage in such antics? Doubtful, she observed Huffa bounce ahead and couldn't help but retort. You didn't actually go soap picking, did you? Huffa. Soap picking? You're the one who is picking soap. Just as he was about to respond, he spotted a group of figures approaching in the distance. Qin Xiao, along with several leaders, was entering the rocky hillside with a cadre of men in suits providing protection. Huffa blinked in surprise. Qin Xiao nodded towards him, then instinctively touched his injured rear, a hint of pain evident at the corner of his mouth. Was it not painful to be pierced by a sword in such a sensitive area? President, if it's unbearable, I could fetch you a cushion, suggested a man in a suit, observing the scene with concern. Qin Xiao nodded in agreement, not declining the offer. Dongfang Qin paused, glancing at Hifeng before shifting her gaze to Qin Xiao at the entrance of the rockery. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. Could it be? The one who dropped the soap is actually the president. At that moment, Qin Xiao, who was about to enter the rockery, slipped and fell to the ground with a thud upon hearing Dongfang Qin's words. Hifeng was momentarily stunned, for he noticed a stream of red energy soaring from beneath Qin Xiao. Energy value, 100. Is that even possible? Hifeng was utterly astonished, and inexplicably, he found Dongfang Qin, this enchanting creature, rather endearing. Just as he was about to commend her, he noticed the sudden pallor on her face. What could possibly frighten this enchanting being to such an extent? Chapter 46. 1,000 miles of spiritual connection, a heartfelt understanding from afar. Could it be that relatives have arrived? However, it does not seem right. If relatives truly arrived, there should have been a sense of foreboding, such as an energy level of 11,121. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Dongfang Qin suddenly threw herself at his feet, wrapping her arms around his thigh with her large, tear-filled eyes gazing up at him, on the verge of tears. What on earth? Is she already so desperate this early in the morning? Before he could even inquire, Dongfang Qin began to weep, sobbing heartbreakingly, and wiping her snot and tears all over him. Young master, please save me. I did everything according to your orders. What orders? Hifeng. It truly is you who is scheming behind the scenes. At that moment, a voice echoed, followed by the appearance of two figures before Hifeng. He recognized both individuals. The first to speak was Li Qing, the agile man who had been knocked unconscious by Dongfang Qin, and the other was Lin Jinyu, known as the White Feather of Tianshan. Well, with these two together, only a fool would not comprehend what had transpired. Hifeng felt a slight ache in his stomach. Now he finally understood why Dongfang Qin was crying. This enchanting creature not only knew how to drive, but was also a talented performer. It was quite awkward. Had he known, he would have wept first. Now, the scene was ruined, and this enchantress had outpaced him, leaving the blame squarely on his shoulders. Hifeng, I can overlook your impersonation of a disciple from the Tianshan school, but you must provide a reason for your treachery and the harm you have caused, Lin Jinyu stated. Is it merely a reason that you seek? Hifeng retorted. Lin Jinyu, this approach is incorrect, isn't it? Do you think a single excuse will suffice? Hifeng, you caused me to suffer defeat in the first round. This matter is far from over. Li Qing's expression was fierce. Having been knocked unconscious, he nearly lost his qualification altogether, were it not for Lin Jinyu's intervention. Nonetheless, he was still relegated to the ranks of the defeated. If he wished to remain at Yunwu Villa, he would have to seize the opportunity through the resurrection match. Not over? Hifeng inquired once more. Of course it's not over. Li Qing gritted his teeth. Then it's quite simple. You are adept in lightness skill, are you not? Use your agility to challenge me. Hifeng shrugged and then turned to Lin Jinyu, saying, the impersonation of the Tianshan sect and the framing was indeed my doing. However, I must clarify, I was unaware that the Tianshan sect truly existed in this world. Do you believe me? Lin Jinyu, let us go? Hifeng offered no further explanation, casually ruffling Dongfang Qin's hair. Instantly, Dongfang Qin regained her vitality, clinging tightly to Hifeng's arm with her head resting on his shoulder. Young master, you're amazing. Of course I am. Hifeng didn't spare Lin Jinyu and Li Qing another glance, striding directly into the entrance of the cunning valley of the Foam Mountain. This left Lin Jinyu and Li Qing standing in place, gritting their teeth. Unaware of the Tianshan sect, Lin Jinyu tightened his fist. The next day, the Xian Zone proceeded as usual. However, after a day of contests, the first round of trials was nearing its conclusion, and beyond this point lay the challenge for silver card qualifications. Certainly, the conclusion of a round inevitably leaves behind a multitude of vanquished souls. Unfortunately, Li Qing, the agile one, finds himself among this legion of failures. albeit he has successfully summoned 2 capable allies. After all, Li Qing enjoys considerable popularity within the online realm. Brotherly. They all suggest it would be wiser to wait until after the golden card duel before opting for the resurrection match. Is it not somewhat imprudent to challenge now? Expressed a tall youth, a hint of concern in his tone. Do you doubt me? Li Qing arched an eyebrow. Huh, how could one possibly doubt Brotherly? The tall youth chuckled. Very well, let us commence. Once we ascend the platform, you two need not act immediately. Simply remain on the sidelines. I can handle this alone. Li Qing waved his hand dismissively. Brotherly is formidable, remarked another, a stout fellow, who remained silent. Go on, my friend. Approach the referee and make the necessary requests. Li Qing directed his gaze towards the stout individual. Please, call me immovable king of the underworld, Zhang Tieta. The stout man sprang to his feet, his eyes wide open, yet somehow devoid of any visible expression. Why choose a Western moniker, my friend? The tall youth inquired, puzzled. Because I wish to. The stout man snorted, and then, with a hasty shuffle, made his way to the referee, murmuring something under his breath. Soon enough, the arena was filled with the sound of an announcement. Following amicable negotiations, Li Qing and Qin Xiaodian shall jointly challenge the golden card holder, He Fong. Why are there only 2? Was it not 3? The crowd, upon hearing the announcement, was momentarily taken aback. Li Qing and the tall youth were momentarily stunned, both gazing at the portly figure beside the referee. What on earth are you up to? The tall youth inquired. I have already stated, call me immovable king of hell. Zhang Tieta. The portly man tilted his head back, wearing a look of disdain, and then scurried off towards He Fong. Just as He Fong was about to take a bite of a bun, he glanced at the approaching figure and waved him over. Dong Fangqin immediately handed over a bottle of milk and then cast a sidelong glance at the portly man. Do you have business with our young master? Indeed, I do. Mr. He, Miss Dongfang, I come bearing news. This Li Qing possesses a weapon from the Tianshan sect, 2 gloves that are said to be extraordinarily powerful. The portly man wore a sincere expression, omitting any mention of his nickname. Immovable king of hell, Zhang Tieta. Gloves? He Fong turned to Dongfang Qin. The portly man patiently awaited their response. All right, understood. Consider it a contribution on your part, He Fong acknowledged, nodding at the portly man. Thank you, Mr. He. The portly man beamed with joy before hastily departing. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Qing and the tall youth stood in bewilderment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Damn. This fatty is playing dirty. The tall youth finally registered the situation. That fatso not only fled midway but also had the audacity to snitch. What about the trust between people? Li Qing was equally astonished. What should we do now, Brotherly? Or perhaps, stop babbling. With these gloves in hand, I can assure you I'll make He Fong unrecognizable to even his own father. Li Qing interrupted the tall young man, rising abruptly and striding towards the arena. The tall youth hesitated for a moment, but ultimately followed suit. The attention of the crowd swiftly converged upon the Qinglong arena, as the revival match was undeniably more captivating than a typical bronze card competition. At the main seat, old Qin Xiu caressed his posterior, glancing at He Fong, who was slowly rising from his seat, before directing his gaze towards the leader of the Qingcheng sect beside him. Old Imo, how about we place a wager on this match? A wager, you say? Ha, sounds intriguing. What shall we bet on? Replied Imo Daoin, the leader of the Qingcheng sect. With a chuckle, I've heard you possess a dual cultivation technique that allows for profound connections between men and women, even from afar, no disrobing required. Is that true? Upon hearing Imo Daoyin's agreement, Qin Xiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you to the generous patrons. 1,000 starting coins from Shao Kong, 800 from Xing Tianshu, 600 from Tianshan Bin Wuming, and 500 from NIPPS. I continue to seek your recommendations. Chapter 47, The Celestial Secret Map. These are mere illusions. I have heard whispers that you possess a crimson jade cup, crafted from a 1,000-year-old bloodstone. Drinking tea from that cup invigorates one as if they were imbued with the essence of a phoenix. But who can truly say if it is genuine? Imo Daoyin responded with a subtle smile. Very well, let us wager with the crimson jade cup. I bet He Fong will prevail. What's wrong, old Imo? Are you afraid to take the bet? If you are afraid, just say it. I, Qin Xiu, have a reputation to uphold. I am certainly not a fickle character. You do not intend to go back on your word, do you? Old Qin, are you attempting to provoke me with your words? Alas, I shall not be deceived. It is evident that you seek to exploit my dual cultivation technique. Imo Daoyin waved his hand dismissively. He chuckled. Are you not the least bit curious as to how He Fong obtained the gold card? Qin Xiu shifted the conversation. Oh, was it not given by that girl? Sure you? Heh. You should be aware of Sure Yu's approach. She would not casually bestow a gold card upon anyone. Oldemo, your thinking remains rather narrow. Is there perhaps another layer to this? Do you recall the incident from 20 years ago when you were pinned to the ground by someone? 20 years, pinned to the ground? Are you suggesting that He Fong's acquisition of the gold card is connected to that individual? Mo Dalian furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling some painful memories. I have said nothing. You may speculate as you wish. Old Qin smiled mysteriously, choosing to say no more. Very well, I accept your wager. However, if I truly lose, you must reveal the entire truth to me. Mo Dalian clenched his teeth and declared, that is not feasible. You know I am bound by a confidentiality agreement. In my position, I am not at liberty to disclose such matters. However, I can arrange for you to speak with He Fong. Old Qin replied, his expression troubled. Speak. Old Qin, do you take me for a fool? If I converse with him, will he simply divulge the information to me? If one were to engage in trivial conversation, it is certainly unlikely to yield any valuable information. Let me ponder. Isn't there a technique within your Qingqing sect known as the Heavenly Secrets Map? Perhaps you could exchange it with him. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiu swiftly offered this suggestion. Mo Daoin was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. You old rascal Qin, are you attempting to swindle my Heavenly Secrets Map while harboring intentions for my dual cultivation technique? He chuckled. What do you mean by swindle? Does anyone in your Qingqing sect truly possess the capability to master this Heavenly Secrets Map? Qin Xiu, with an expression of disdain, retorted. How can you be so certain that no one in our Qingqing sect can master it? I am well aware that your Heavenly Secrets Map is merely a fragment. It claims to present 9 techniques, yet only the upper 3 remain, while the middle and lower 3 have been lost to time. Merely possessing the upper 3 techniques does not enable one to master this martial art. It seems you, old Qin, are quite knowledgeable. However, your assertion is not entirely accurate. The ancestral teachings accompanying the Heavenly Secrets Map state that mastering the upper 3 techniques grants one an understanding of the middle and lower 3 as well. Thus, it cannot be dismissed as just a fragment. Admittedly, no one has succeeded in mastering it over the years, but what use does such a secret text hold for him? Precisely because it is of no use, I would offer it to him. This boy is utterly clueless and lacks any foundational skills. Should you give him the Heavenly Secrets Map, he will be unable to learn it, and you will have extracted valuable information from him. Truly a win-win situation. Qin Xiu donned an expression that suggested he was considering the boy's best interests. Upon your reasoning, it does indeed hold some merit. Mo Dalian hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Qin Xiu again. But don't you wish to assist him? Assist him? Old Mo, are you joking? Whether this lad can even enter my Yunwu Mountain Manor remains uncertain. How could I possibly help him? Moreover, if I truly wish to aid him, would I not impart my own martial arts to him? My techniques are no less formidable than those of your Qingqing sect. In fact, this is a favor to you. Have you genuinely forgotten the events of 2 decades ago? The old man Qin Xiu spoke with sincere intent. Mo Dalian fell silent once more, and after a prolonged pause, he finally gritted his teeth. Fine, let it be as you say. I still cannot believe this lad will master my Tongtian secret map. Old Mo, you are a sensible man. I would never deceive you, right? This lad could never possibly grasp the Tongtian secret map. Once he finishes this bout, I will arrange for you two to meet. Rest assured, old man, I am exceptionally reliable in my dealings. However, you haven't brought the Tongtian secret map with you, have you? To speak candidly, the Tongtian secret map only has the last 3 techniques illustrated in 3 diagrams. I have perused them no less than 100 times and could sketch them effortlessly. You need not worry about that. Mo Dalian patted his chest. I see. Then I shall rest easy. Qin Xiu nodded with a smile, and at last, his gaze shifted toward the Qinglong arena. Meanwhile, on the Qinglong arena, He Fong, Li Qin, and a tall youth had already taken the stage. Begin. With the referee in a suit announcing the start, the tall youth swiftly retreated 3 large steps, fully embodying the essence of teamwork. Brotherly. It's all up to you now, give it your all. A tall youth cheered loudly, asserting, just watch from the sidelines. I can handle him alone. Li Qing's expression darkened, yet he could not voice his thoughts, embodying the saying, when you choose a fight, you must see it through, even on your knees. In contrast, He Fong appeared remarkably at ease. One-on-one. How remarkably confident. Come on, utilize your lightness skill. I shall stand here and let you strike. If I move an inch, consider it my defeat. Yifang beckoned to Li Qing with a casual gesture. Let me strike. This provoked Li Qing's ire. After all, he was a person with hundreds of thousands of followers. How could he allow Yifang to insult him in such a manner? Moreover, the three-eyed man, also a celebrity, had already secured victory in the first round. Prepare to meet your end. Li Qing charged forth without hesitation. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, beware of hidden weapons. Hidden weapons? Li Qing felt a shiver run down his spine. He had received prior warnings about Yifang's possession of Tongmen's unique concealed weapons, which startled him. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a roll on the ground, regretting almost falling into a trap. The actions of this fellow were clearly an attempt to provoke him, aiming to draw him into a closer confrontation. Fortunately, his reaction was swift. Pray tell, why do you commence sweeping the ground upon our first encounter? Yifang observed the rolling Li Qing and raised his empty hands with an expression of exasperation. Li Qing's face was dark enough to drip water, while those surrounding this scene wore equally speechless expressions. Originally, they held great hopes for Li Qing, but now it seems that the disparity in intellect between the two is stark, almost overwhelming. It appears that waiting until after the Golden Card Showdown to select for the resurrection match is indeed the prudent course. A murmur of agreement ripples through the crowd. Li Qing's fists clenched tighter. Yifang, you are truly courting death. Li Qing bellowed, launching himself into the air. This time, he opted not for a direct confrontation, but instead chose to leverage his strength, diving from above. Yet, at the very moment he leapt, he discovered that Yifang's previously empty hands had mysteriously acquired two cylindrical objects. Two needles of violent rain, as one might say. Yifang beamed with a radiant smile and, without hesitation, activated the mechanism directed at the airborne Li Qing. Boom, boom. 6 resounding explosions erupted simultaneously. Chapter 48. Mother and child meteor shower stars scattered across the sky like a tempest, swirling upwards. Li Qing's expression shifted dramatically as he began to wave his gloved hands frantically before him, while his feet executed rapid kicks in the air. Clang, clang. Remarkably, every starry projectile aimed at his face and torso was deflected by his gloves, and with deft evasions, he managed to dodge several more. However, despite his efforts, he still suffered a few punctures on his calves. Boom. Blood splattered. Energy value, 50. Energy value, 40. As Yifang observed several crimson energies darting forth, it was impossible for him not to feel a sense of discontent. Li Qing's composure had evidently shattered as he leapt into the air. Did he not realize he would become a living target? With a thud, Li Qing was struck in the foot and immediately collapsed to the ground. In a flurry, he yanked the plum blossom needle from his foot, his eyes filled with resentment as they turned towards Yifang. This needle, it's poisonous, Yifang cautioned. What? Li Qing gasped, instinctively glancing down, only to discover that the wound on his foot bore no signs of poisoning. Is it not toxic? As he pondered this, a sudden pain shot through his shoulder. The tremendous force propelled his body to roll onto the ground. Ah! He cried out in agony, and upon examining his shoulder, he noticed a ghostly blue needle lodged within. This time, the blood that flowed was not as vividly red. You deceived me? He finally grasped the truth. The plum blossom needle was indeed harmless, but this new needle was most certainly toxic. I did not deceive you, and I even warned you that this needle is poisonous. Why didn't you evade it? Yifang feigned innocence. Ah, I shall take your life. Kill. That would be a crime. Do you wish to break the law? Calm down, my friend. Do not act impulsively. Suppress your rising anger and fill your heart with joy. Ah! Li Qing, in a frenzy, charged towards Yifang, his feet seemingly gliding as though they were treading on air. Oh, is this the misty steps? Yifang was slightly taken aback. With a swift motion of his hands, his body spun in place, and 2 streaks of light darted forth. One pursued the other like a celestial chase. Li Qing made a sudden misstep, narrowly evading one beam of light, only to have the second beam collide with the first. The impact sent the 2 streaks of light flying in opposite directions. Bang! A dart struck Li Qing squarely on his rear, blood splattering forth. Energy level, 55. Such a scene elicited astonishment from those around. It became evident to all that Yifang's maneuver was no mere toss of a dart. It was a sophisticated technique involving concealed weapons, specifically the mother and son meteor. How could Mr. He execute such a skill? Among the spectators, Tang shouting gazed at the injured Li Qing, equally astonished, utilizing the dart from behind to collide with the one in front. thus altering its trajectory. This technique was something even dedicated disciples of the Tang clan would struggle to master without years of rigorous training. Yet, Hefong had grasped it in a mere day? How terrifying. A prodigy indeed. Wow. Does this young man possess such extraordinary talent that he could master the mother and son meteor technique in just one day? Xia Shui seemed equally shaken. Indeed. Xia Shiyu was at a loss for words, fully aware of Hefeng's capabilities. This spectacle left her unsure of how to explain it. Haha. Mother and son meteor? This fellow continues to surprise us. Qin Xiu nodded with a smile. Though somewhat perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it. You old fool, Qin. You are indeed setting me up. Do not speak of words that lack meaning. Was it not agreed that the golden card was to be obtained through connections? How could one master such a covert technique as the mother and son meteor? The agile Li Qing now finds himself on the brink of despair. Intelligence reports indicated that Hefeng's abilities were rather mediocre, merely possessing Tongmen's unique hidden weaponry. How, then, does he exhibit such proficiency in covert techniques? This is utterly divergent from his preconceived notions of Hefeng. Alas, it is regrettable. Despite warnings to temper his rage, disbelief prevailed. In truth, any individual with a modicum of intellect could surmise that, as a golden card holder, my prowess could not be confined to what you perceive. Let me enlighten you. I have long since attained the realm of harmony between heaven and man. With your caliber, I could vanquish 10 with but a single hand. Hefeng gazed at Li Qing, his complexion unwavering, his heart steady. As for the mother and son meteor, this maneuver may pose a challenge to others. Yet for one whose left hand is strong and right hand weak, it is a mere trifling matter. It is perfectly suited. One need only position the left hand dart behind and the right hand dart in front, thereby naturally executing the technique, provided both darts travel in a straight line. Harmony between heaven and man. It sounds formidable, does it not? The individuals present, upon hearing Hefeng's declaration, immediately began to murmur amongst themselves. Naturally, none were inclined to believe it. Li Qing too found it implausible, yet Hefeng's words stirred a tempest within him, as he could no longer ascertain whether Hefeng truly concealed his strength. Come, if you doubt, then dare to challenge once more. I have declared my stillness. Do you possess the courage to hasten? Hefeng beckoned Li Qing once more with a casual flick of his finger. Hefeng, allow me to showcase my true prowess. Li Qing clenched his jaw, crossed his hands before his chest, and then, with a sudden burst of energy, launched forth 2 black claws connected by chains from his gloves. Initially, he had intended to unleash this attack in close quarters, but unable to approach, he resorted to casting the claws ahead in hopes of closing the distance. Clang! With a swift motion, Hefeng raised his hand, redirecting the trajectory of the black claws with 2 streaks of light. However, Li Qing seized this moment to leap before Hefeng, spreading his arms wide, revealing 2 steel spikes with barbed hooks concealed within the palms of his gloves. Coupled with the speed of his feet, this maneuver was as swift as a startled swan. Hefeng's arms would undoubtedly be rendered useless. This was Li Qing's objective, as well as the directive given to him by Lin Jinyu of the Tianshan sect. Incapacitate, Hefeng. Are they barbed? Hefeng noticed the menacing objects in Li Qing's palms, causing his brow to furrow slightly. It was clear the opponent aimed to incapacitate him. Be careful behind you. Young man. At that moment, a loud shout rang out, the voice belonging to Xia Shui. From her vantage point, she had a clearer view than Hefeng. As Li Qing made his move, a tall youth, who had remained silent in the background, also sprang into action. This was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Uncertain of Li Qing's intentions, he instinctively used the gap in Hefeng's line of sight, obscured by Li Qing's body, to advance decisively, concealing a short knife in his hand. Yet, for reasons unknown, as he felt he was nearing his destination, a chilling sensation suddenly crept upon him from behind. Can you truly believe that I remain motionless? A haunting voice reverberated behind the tall youth, followed by a firm grip seizing his wrist, where he had concealed a dagger. He attempted to break free, only to discover the futility of his efforts. The grip was immensely powerful, akin to the jaws of 100 feral dogs clamping down on his hand, compelling him to thrust forward. With a sickening puncture, blood gushed forth. Ah! Li Qing let out a piercing scream. Energy value, 66. Chapter 49. An eye for an eye. The tall youth was taken aback. Had he truly inflicted harm upon Li Qing? How could this be? He distinctly recalled Hefeng being directly in front of Li Qing. How could he have suddenly appeared behind him? The confusion was overwhelming, yet it mattered little now. For after controlling his arm to deliver the strike, Hefeng did not linger. With a fluidity reminiscent of a specter, he maneuvered to Li Qing's left side. In that moment, Li Qing quivered from the stab delivered from behind, a searing agony that was unbearable for one unaccustomed to martial arts. Moreover, the poison he had been afflicted with began to take effect, rendering his limbs sluggish and somewhat numb. The toxin used in the arena was not fatal, yet it was sufficient to paralyze his nerves. Li Qing gazed at the ethereal shadow, instinctively yearning to flee. No, he jolted awake, yet it was already too late. The grip that ensnared his hand was far too powerful, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Thrust. Energy level, 66. And this was merely the beginning. The same action repeated. Thrust. Energy level, 66. Ah, my leg. Li Qing could no longer endure. His head drooped forward and his legs crumpled beneath him, collapsing to the ground. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably. The arena was awash in crimson. The tall youth stood in stunned silence. The spectators observing from the stands were equally dumbfounded. It transpired in an instant, far too swiftly, from Li Qing's charge to the moment he was stabbed from behind by the tall youth, culminating in his hands striking his own knees. Everything unfolded with breathtaking speed. The result was nothing short of harrowing. Fang Yu, you are a devil. Li Qing's body trembled uncontrollably. For the first time, he truly comprehended the resolve of the youth before him. No, the real devil resides within your own heart. If you intend to cripple my hands with those hands of yours, you must also be prepared for the possibility of having your own feet rendered useless, mustn't you? Fang observed Li Qing, who lay on the ground, with a composed expression. There were grievances between them, such as when Li Qing attempted to assert dominance over him and Dongfang Qin at the entrance of Yunwu Villa, only to be countered by Dongfang Qin's ambush. In this situation, there was no clear right or wrong. Thus, let it be settled in a duel. The victor remains. While the vanquished departs, there is nothing more to discuss. However, Li Qing harbored the intention to engage in a contest on the arena, aiming to render his opponent's hands useless. In such a case, there was no alternative. If the tiger sought to inflict harm, the human could not possibly show mercy. Fang, known for his decisive nature in handling such matters, declared, I concede. Do not take my life. At this moment, the tall youth appeared to awaken to his predicament, the short knife clattering to the ground as he fled frantically from the arena. The referee could now announce the outcome. Fang chose not to pursue the tall youth, for the opponent had already conceded and leapt down. The victor was determined. At this juncture, to chase after him and inflict a wound would serve little purpose. Thus, his gaze shifted towards the suited referee below the stage. Fang is the victor. The suited referee nodded. As the adjudicator, he had witnessed the events clearly, recognizing that Li Qing had been injured by his own gloves, leaving no one to blame. Moreover, he discerned that Fang had seemingly employed a unique technique reminiscent of Qin Shou's original footwork, based on the Big Dipper's 7-star steps. What more was there to discuss? The allure of a super VIP status was undeniable. This world is inherently pragmatic, faced with the impending crisis. The choice between a gold card and a failed copper card was evident to even the most naive. A collective gasp resonated from the surrounding spectators. This contest proved to be even more brutal than they had anticipated, imparting a stark realization that the road ahead would not be smooth. They were no longer sheltered blossoms. To flourish, they must quicken their pace. The young man has indeed triumphed. Li Qing truly brought this upon himself, attempting to harm my champion, only to suffer the consequences instead. Humph. In a moment of excitement, Xia Shuer let out a cold snort. Xia Xiu nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. Yet her gaze lingered on Fang for a brief moment. Was that movement technique taught to him by Grandpa Qin? On the main stage, Old Qin chuckled with great delight. Old Mo, you have lost. His eyes shifted towards Mo Daoyan, the leader of the Qingqing sect, while the injured Li Qing would naturally be attended to by the suited man. Indeed, I concede wholeheartedly. This Fang, though of average strength, possesses an unwavering spirit and decisive action. What truly impresses me is his restraint. The mere absence of bloodlust in him is worthy of significant cultivation. Mo Daoyan nodded in agreement, but refrained from mentioning the matter of the yin-yang dual cultivation technique. What about my yin-yang dual cultivation technique? By the way, you mentioned arranging a conversation between me and this young man. Should we do it now or wait until noon? Mo Daoyan appeared to have an epiphany. You're not trying to weasel out of this, are you? I am the fish, and you are the butcher. I don't mind if you choose to publicize that I have reneged on giving you a copy of the yin-yang dual cultivation technique. Let us see who gets investigated. Mo Daoyan wore a nonchalant expression, as if unbothered by the consequences. How could you, an old Taoist, be so shameless? What are you talking about? As the esteemed leader of Qingsheng, would I truly renege on a copy of the Yin-Yang dual cultivation technique? I'm merely jesting with you. In a few days, I'll have someone deliver it to you. I didn't bring it with me. Really? Trust me, I am utterly reliable. Well then, I shall take my leave for a while. Mo Daoyan nodded, stood up, and turned to depart. In the arena, Li Qing, the adept of lightness skill, found himself deprived of his legs. Can he still be referred to as a master of lightness? That figure, too, was observing him, their gaze shimmering with a mysterious light. Tianshan Baiyu, Lin Jinyu. Yifang was acutely aware that without Lin Jinyu's instigation from behind the scenes, Li Qing would never have conceived the notion of incapacitating him in the arena. Thus, he must repay this debt of gratitude. Chapter 50. The Three Foxes Without Water. At this juncture in the competition, the first round had essentially concluded. What followed was the second round. The Azure Dragon, the White Tiger, the Vermilion Bird, and the Black Tortoise for arenas conducting their matches simultaneously. With the number of participants significantly halved, it was anticipated that the silver card would be decided today. Reflecting on the experience gained, he had triumphed over Li Qing and the tall youth, yet the risks had been considerable. Had it not been for the teachings of the old man Qin regarding the 7-star step, victory would not have been so easily attained. It was becoming increasingly evident to Yifang how crucial martial arts techniques were. He was not lacking in strength, as the little bronze figure ensured his power would rise swiftly. However, without a commendable martial art, even the mightiest strength could lead to failure. Where could he procure such a technique? As these thoughts occupied his mind, he noticed a gentleman in a suit approaching him. Mr. He, the president requests your presence. Qin, the old man. Yifang was somewhat taken aback. He had only seen him the previous night. What could he want now? Was he perhaps reprimanding him for being too forceful? Please follow me, the suited man stated, turning to lead the way. Yifang, without overthinking, rose to follow. For as long as he remained in the vicinity of the Ghost Valley, he could essentially harness the energy generated within the arena, akin to receiving a salary, simply by being present. The man in the suit did not venture far. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at a wooden cabin, flanked by several other suited men as guards. President, Mr. He has arrived, the suited man announced, rapping lightly on the door. Let him in, came the voice of the old man, Qin Xiu, from within. Please enter, he added. The suited man pushed open the wooden door, and Yifang stepped inside. Inside the cabin sat two individuals, the elderly Qin Xiu and a figure Yifang recognized as the leader of the Qingqing sect, seemingly named Mo Daoyan, attired in a dark blue Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal air. The interior of the cabin was rather austere, featuring merely a table, a few lamps, and two scrolls adorning the walls, devoid of any modern amenities such as air conditioning. Quite disappointing. Come, Yifang, allow me to introduce you. Greetings, Master Mo. Yifang interjected, bypassing any formal introduction, for one ought to show respect to the martial arts elders. Ha ha, indeed. Not many of the rising stars are as cultured and courteous as you, Yifang. Please, take a seat. Mo Daoyan chuckled, gesturing towards the chair before him. This fellow is cultured and courteous? Qin Xiu thought, his gaze bemused. Nonetheless, Yifang's initiative to greet them pleasantly surprised him. At the very least, the lad was astute. How could a junior like me dare to sit on equal footing with two esteemed elders? Yifang continued to feign humility. Ha ha, it matters not, do sit. Mo Daoyan insisted once again, indicating the chair. This time, Yifang did not hesitate and promptly settled into the seat. Would you care for some tea? Mo Daoyan inquired, presenting a cup to Yifang, who was just then feeling parched. Yifang grasped the cup, yet refrained from gulping it down in haste. Instead, he took a delicate sip, allowing the tea to swirl upon his tongue before finally savoring a deeper draught. Excellent tea. This revelation astonished both Mo Daoyan and Qin Xiu. They had anticipated Yifang would hastily consume the entire serving, thereby squandering such a fine brew, but instead, he appeared to be savoring it with utmost seriousness. It is indeed rare to encounter a young individual possessing an appreciation for tea these days. This is exquisite pre-rain Longjing. Come, have another cup to relish. Mo Daoyan expressed his satisfaction. Thank you, Master Mo, Yifang replied with a smile, finishing another cup. Understanding tea? He was hardly an aficionado. Having never tasted it himself, he could only feign sophistication, engaging in the pretense of appreciation and boasting about it. Such was the simplicity of it. Now, let us address the matter at hand. The old Taoist has requested President Qin to summon you, as he seeks information about an old acquaintance named Lu Li. I wonder if you have heard of him? Mo Dalian nodded, transitioning to the crux of the discussion. Lu Li? He Fong turned his gaze towards Qin Xiu. Speak freely, we are not strangers here. Share everything you know with Master Mo. Qin Xiu winked at He Fong. Oh, Master Mo is inquiring about the village elder. I am indeed familiar with that name. Lu Li raised me for 18 years, so how could I not know it? He Fong immediately grasped the implication. You were raised by Lu Li. Mo Dalian was taken aback, for Qin Xiu had not disclosed this information to him. Indeed, He Fong nodded affirmatively. Do you know where he is now? Mo Dalian's expression clearly conveyed excitement. Well, it's hard to say. He Fong hesitated. All right, just tell me what you know. Mo Dalian felt a tinge of disappointment, but did not relent. What I know? That's quite a bit. I am well aware of the village chief's affairs. Upon hearing this, He Fong perked up immediately, while old Qin Xiu twitched at the corner of his mouth. Last night, he had been swayed by such rhetoric. You know everything about Lu Li? Mo Dalian was once again astonished. Of course, Lu Li raised me for 18 years. How could I not know? He Fong replied with a calm smile. Very well, then tell me what he has done over the years. Mo Dalian wished to continue, but he noticed that He Fong had turned his head away, creating an awkward situation. The well-mannered youth had suddenly lost his decorum. Ahem, old Qin Xiu coughed twice. All right. I won't ask you questions for nothing. Just share what you know, and I will bestow upon you the secret map to the heavens. Mo Dalian offered a condition. A technique? He Fong's eyes brightened. This is truly a case of wanting something and having it materialize. But what exactly is this secret map to the heavens? I've never heard of it, He Fong pondered. This is indeed a valuable treasure. Old Qin Xiu quickly interjected. How valuable? He Fong countered. Ha ha ha, esteemed elder. I assure you, although the secret map of heaven is but a fragmented manuscript, it is nonetheless a supreme technique handed down from my ancestors of Qingqing. Should you be fortunate enough to master it, I believe its power would rival, if not surpass, the 9 escapes of the Summer Clan. Fragmented manuscript? How can one be dissatisfied? After much persuasion, I finally convinced Mo Dalian to bring forth the secret map of heaven for exchange. Yet this individual dares to express discontent? Very well, since it is Mo's esteemed inquiry, I shall reluctantly comply. Now, could you kindly hand over the technique? How could I be unaware of Qin Xiu's intention? I immediately extended my hand towards Mo Dalian. He nodded slightly and retrieved 3 freshly drawn maps from his robe. However, instead of placing them in my hand, he merely set one down on the table. What? Mo the Elder, are you having second thoughts? Qin Xiu gazed at the folded maps on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It is not a matter of second thoughts. The significance of this technique is paramount. Young friend he, if you truly desire it, you must demonstrate some sincerity. Mo Dalian shook his head. Sincerity? If the information you provide truly convinces me of its worth, I would willingly present this technique with both hands. However, if not, Mo Dalian chose to withhold further words. Qin Xiu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Mo Dalian would play this card. How could He Fong be unaware of the knowledge I possess? Worthy? Worthy of what nonsense? If I were to convey valuable information, yet Master Mo refuses to grant me the techniques, what then? He Fong naturally discerned this, realizing that Mo Dalian was clearly one who would not act without assurance. He Fong, do you not trust me? He chuckled, while He Fong responded with laughter. Similarly, old man Qin joined in the mirth. Chapter 51. A flurry of activity as swift as a hound. The 3 of them laughed, yet their thoughts diverged significantly. Old man Qin's laughter was the loudest, while Mo Dalian, as the leader of a sect, adhered to his cautious nature. After all, a sect leader who cannot read the room is indeed unworthy of the title. They shared a laugh for nearly 2 minutes, but still, no one spoke. And the atmosphere grew rather awkward. Heh, He Fong chuckled, rising to his feet and turning to leave. Where are you going, He Fong? Qin's heart raced at once. In the presence of that cunning old fox, Mo Dalian, employing tactics of feigned retreat, would likely reveal his intent. Heh, old man Qin, let us take our leave, Mo Dalian remarked, observing He Fong exiting without attempting to call him back. Instead, he casually adjusted the heavenly secrets map that lay before him. Is this how you intend to depart? Do you not wish to inquire about Lu Li? Qin's expression darkened. Having finally persuaded Mo Dalian, he felt a pang of reluctance. If the old Taoist's guess is accurate, although He Fong was raised by Lu Li, it is most likely that Lu Li, with his temperament, would not divulge any information to him, Mo Dalian asserted. Unlike when he left, he now held a sheet of white paper and a pen in his hand. Yifang, what have you been up to? Inquired the elderly Qin Xiu, slightly irate. I'm taking this paper and pen to jot down everything I know. Wouldn't it be the most prudent to exchange it all together? Yifang shook the paper in his hand, smiling, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. A fair exchange, isn't it? It seemed reasonable, however. The old Taoist had already changed his mind. After Mo Dalian spoke, he prepared to put away the secret map to heaven. Oh. Then there's nothing we can do. I had hoped to share some intriguing tidbits about the village chief to entertain you, senior. Such as the tale of the village chief and his master. Yifang shrugged helplessly. You know about Lu Li and his master? Mo Dalian's hand froze instantly. This matter had been exceedingly secretive in the past. Even though it stirred some commotion, very few knew the truth. Moreover, the most crucial point was that this incident was an old tale from decades ago. Those still aware of it could be counted on one hand. Qin Xiu fell silent. Strangely enough, Yifang did know about it, for he had revealed it to this fellow just the night before. Yet, the crux of the issue was that this fellow had sworn up and down not to disclose it, only to leak the information in an instant. Is there no longer a shred of trust between people? This little rascal truly has a knack for it. Qin Xiu had to admit that if he weren't privy to the truth, he might indeed have been deceived by this fellow. Of course, he was well aware of the old man's affairs. They were hardly a secret. Especially the incident years ago when the old man had caused quite a commotion in the sect, injuring several elders. Sigh, never mind. Since Master Mo seems disinterested in knowing, I suppose we'll leave it at that for today. After all, it is merely an incomplete technique. And were it not for President Qin's favor. Enough said, I must prepare for the competition. Yifang was about to take his leave when Mo Dalian immediately interrupted him. Wait. Very well, as you suggested, write down what you know, and we shall exchange information. Mo Dalian finally conceded. He was aware of these secrets and could trust that Yifang might possess some insights regarding Lu Li. Even if they were few, there would surely be something of value among them. Agreed. However, Mo's earlier demeanor caused Yifang a flicker of concern. What if what he wrote did not meet Master Mo's expectations, and he suddenly reneged on the agreement? As a junior, he dared not argue with Master Mo, nor could he match him in strength. Perhaps it would be best to retreat. Rest assured, I swear I will record everything I know. Yifang, you are a forthright individual. I shall not press a junior further. Here, take the heavenly secret map for now. I shall await you outside, Mo Dalian said, swiftly placing the heavenly secret map into Yifang's hands. Master Mo, it is unwise to proceed. What if the content I produce? Yifang, while hesitating, clutched the secret map to heaven tightly in his hands. Enough of the chatter. If I tell you to take it, then take it. Upon uttering these words, Mo Dalian strode out of the room. Thank you, Master Mo. Yifang immediately broke into a smile. Haha, this is splendid, truly splendid. Old Mo is so magnanimous. Old Qin Xiu also chuckled, promptly following Mo Dalian out, and before departing, he playfully winked at Yifang. Yifang maintained an air of composure. The other party had presented him with a manual of techniques. If he failed to grasp this opportunity, how would he uphold his reputation as the most cunning individual of Dongha village? Time was ample, and there was no need for haste. Energy level, 40. Energy level, 45. Energy level. Glancing at the small copper figurine nestled within the little black pouch, he noted that the luminous white jade gourd now contained over 1,500 energy points. If his calculations were correct, another 2,500 points would suffice to illuminate the 12th star. The path of the strong continues to advance boldly. Yifang found himself eagerly anticipating the transformations that would accompany the illumination of the 13th star. Without further contemplation, he resumed writing. In less than half an hour, he completed a flowing composition of 800 words. Yifang felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he prepared to stand and submit his work, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, although old Taoist Mo claimed he would have no regrets, could this composition truly be submitted? Surely even the deities would be left in utter disbelief. No, I must first memorize the secret map to heaven. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, this audacious move will not leave me at a complete loss. Although Yifang is still a novice, his driving skills are remarkably steady. Casually, he opens the secret map to heaven and soon discovers that it is indeed a severely incomplete version. So incomplete, it is almost laughable. Chapter 52. 1,000 miles in a day, just how incomplete is it? Yifang finds himself at a loss for words to adequately express his frustration. The term heaven-reaching suggests a direct path to the 9 heavens. In principle, this concept holds merit, yet the 9 layers of heaven are missing the lower 3 and the middle 3, leaving only the upper 3. Well, Hefeng tries to endure this inconsistency. He rationalizes that it is merely a 2/3 deficiency in content. There remains a third, which he considers fortunate. However, what on earth are the techniques contained within these upper 3 layers? For instance, the first technique of the upper 3 is a descending palm strike. Remarkably akin to the legendary palm of milk, it elaborately describes the meridians involved in channeling energy and the manner of execution upon descent. Finally, there is a note stating, upon mastering this palm technique, one's vital energy surges, accompanied by the sound of thunder at the moment of descent. A single strike can unleash a force that can topple mountains and directly strike an opponent's crown. It sounds undeniably formidable. Yet the crux of the matter lies in the manner of its execution. Hefeng has always believed that a truly complete technique should consist of a series of connected moves, such as targeting an opponent's vulnerable spots. Is it truly a matter of recklessly targeting the groin? Certainly not. After all, anyone possessing a modicum of intelligence would cherish, respect, and protect that area. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the initial step must be to expose the opponent's vulnerabilities to create an opening, much like how Hefeng faced off against a formidable adversary. Starting with a spray of pepper, and only after incapacitating his opponent did he execute a backflip kick. Of course, there are alternative methods, such as using 2 fingers to jab at the opponent's eyes, compelling them to lower their guard while they defend themselves, subsequently increasing the likelihood of success. However, this heavenly secret map presents a different approach. It demands that one strike directly at the opponent's crown, and according to the instructions, one must remain airborne for no less than 5 seconds to effectively harness one's full potential. It is nothing short of a fatal blow. Yet, the conundrum remains, how on earth does one achieve flight? 5 seconds may sound brief, yet in the context of freefall, it becomes a daunting eternity. Moreover, this duration pertains to those who have mastered the technique. In other words, a novice like Hefeng, lacking a minimum of 10 seconds of suspended time, is utterly incapable of accomplishing this feat. Hefeng found himself at a loss for words. Upon examining the subsequent illustrations, they were largely similar in nature, each exuding an overwhelming aura of power, embodying aggressive techniques that would easily vanquish any divine intervention. Yet, they seemed utterly futile. Well then, the technique is established. But the question arises, how does one practice such a move? Is it truly necessary to leap from a tall building? To see if the descent is accompanied by thunderous echoes, and whether one can deliver a single strike that can move mountains. Speaking of towering edifices, Hefeng suddenly thought of an exquisite location, Yubi. This place is indeed lofty, standing at a remarkable height of 100 meters, equivalent to over 30 stories. If one were to leap from such a height, they could linger in the air for at least 7 or 8 seconds without difficulty. Yet, the question remains, if one were to fall headfirst, could they possibly survive? It appears less like a training exercise and more akin to an act of desperation. Wait a moment. Would it be feasible to attach a rope to one's feet? Hefeng's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he recalled a particular activity, bungee jumping. By securing an elastic cord to his ankles, it seemed he could jump freely, although the risk of the rope snapping and resulting in dire consequences still loomed. The odds of survival would undoubtedly be significantly higher than a direct plunge. Ha ha ha. It truly seems plausible. With this thought, Hefeng burst into laughter, diligently noting down the sequence of movements while silently resolving to chop down a tree and construct a rudimentary bungee platform atop Yubi to practice. As for the other 2 techniques, he had yet to devise a method for their practice, so he decided to postpone them for the time being. Naturally, he would still commit them to memory. The technique that descends from the heavens is named Changhong Luoyan, which Hefeng found utterly pedestrian. Thus, he resolved to rename it Yiri Qianli. As for the other 2 techniques, he also rebranded them. One was dubbed Xinyo Wangyue, and the other Dui Mian de Mei Making Guolai. They are simple and straightforward, but most importantly, they are easy to remember. After approximately 15 minutes of meticulous examination of the heavenly secret map, he still felt a twinge of unease, fearing he might not remember everything. Consequently, he retrieved paper and pen to jot down the vital points and the energy flow routes from the 3 methods. With this, he felt more assured. He hummed a little tune as he carefully stored the annotated paper, ultimately folding his painstakingly written 800-word essay into a diminutive paper airplane. Indeed, his craftsmanship remained impeccable, and he decided not to charge for his labor. Satisfied with his handiwork, he strolled out the door. Not far outside, the elderly Qin Xiu and Imo Daoan sat on chairs, their expressions betraying a hint of impatience. Upon spotting Yifang's emergence, Imo Daoan immediately rose. Is it done? Yes. It is completed, Yifang affirmed with a nod. Good. Then show it to me, Imo Daoan beckoned. Master Imo, here it is. Yifang winked at Qin Xiu before stepping before Imo Daoyan and presenting the folded paper airplane. Oh, why a paper airplane? Imo Daoyan was momentarily speechless, but refrained from commenting further as he cautiously began to unfold the airplane. Oh dear, I've had too much tea. I must find a restroom. Yifang clutched his stomach, momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, Qin Xiu was even quicker to make his exit. With no time to lose, Yifang dashed after him. President, wait for me. Why the delay? If this continues, someone might lose their life. Qin Xiu remained unfazed. I need to ask you for something. He knew he couldn't fell a tree barehanded. His current strength was insufficient, and he would require tools for the task. What do you need? A chainsaw. A chainsaw? What do you need that for? Has the director of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre come looking for you? Qin Xiu finally paused, bewildered. Indeed. Have you seen through my intentions? Just lend me a chainsaw for a moment. There's none of that in Yunwu Mountain Villa. What about an axe? Surely. You have an axe for chopping trees? You plan to chop a tree? Yes. I wish to fell a tree to construct a makeshift bungee jumping platform atop the jade wall. I reckon it might attract quite a bit of business. Yifang smiled radiantly. Bungee jumping? You certainly have diverse interests. Qin Xiu, you cunning old fox. Stop right there. Where do you think you're going? The voice of Imo Daoyan suddenly echoed from afar, reverberating through the skies. Run. No need to flee. If it comes to worst, I can simply return the heavenly secret map to him. Yifang waved his hand, exuding confidence. Return it? Do you really think Imo Daoyan cares about that heavenly secret map? What he desires now is my life. Did you not want an axe? If you can hold him off for 10 seconds, I'll procure an axe for you. If not, you can just use your hands. After saying this, Qin Xiu made a hasty retreat. Wow, this world truly has immortals. A new week has arrived. And this marks the final week of Shun Huan on the new book rankings. I sincerely hope that my brothers and sisters will cast their votes to ensure a splendid conclusion for Shun Huan's new book period. Chapter 53. What kind of monster? What kind of creature requires an axe? However, he is not foolish. Not even considering a 10-second delay, he has no intention of lingering for even a moment, turning on his heel and fleeing. Yet he does not follow Qin Xiu, instead running in the opposite direction. Ah you. Alas, Imo Laodao. Let us have another discussion. Let us sit down and talk properly. Qin Xiu wished to continue speaking, but was blocked by Imo Daoyan. What nonsense. Meet your demise. Boom. The earth shook violently. Yifang observed a wave of crimson-purple energy soaring towards him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Energy value, 300. Indeed, it is not worth it for an axe. But how can one chop down a tree without an axe? Never mind, I shall push through. Yifang is not one to easily concede. Having made up his mind, it merely requires a bit more time. He still possesses a white jade small sword, and with the formidable strength of his left hand, he is certain he can snap the tree. 1 hour later, upon the jade wall, Yifang's makeshift bungee platform is nearly complete. He has also recruited a suited gentleman to procure a long rope, and this ensemble of equipment is almost adequately prepared. The only shortcoming being the absence of any safety measures. However, bungee jumping itself can hardly be deemed entirely safe. He pays little heed to this fact. With his current strength, falling from a height of 15 meters would likely leave him unharmed. The presence of some cushioning at the moment the rope snaps instills in him a modicum of confidence. Following this, the moment to leap has arrived. Approaching the bungee platform constructed from trees, Yifang spreads his arms wide, gazing toward the horizon. Not far from the jade wall, 2 figures conceal themselves behind a rock. Observing this scene, Old Imo, is this how you practice your heavenly secret map? If my intuition serves me correctly, he seems intent on mastering the long rainbow, falling wild goose. As for the method, it cannot be deemed particularly effective, yet I suspect he will soon abandon it. Oh, why is that? Qin Xiu inquired, puzzled. Indeed, this approach is one way to train, but when one is airborne, both the mind and body often become more rigid than usual. As one nears the ground, thoughts can turn blank, making it exceedingly difficult to react within mere seconds. In fact, some of my fellow disciples from the Qingcheng sect have attempted this method, yet they surrendered within 2 days. Abandoned within 2 days? Yes, there are numerous challenges involved. For instance, after leaping, one must ascend again. Ensuring safety consumes too much time. Moreover, while the first jump may be easy, the second becomes considerably more daunting. Understood. Qinxiu nodded. This is akin to riding a roller coaster. During your first attempt, you may muster enough courage to ascend, but when asked to ride again, few are willing to do so. Mastering this technique of long rainbow, falling wild goose. It cannot be achieved in just 1 or 2 tries. It requires thousands, perhaps tens of thousands. Who can withstand such a toll? As the two conversed, they witnessed Hefeng take the plunge. This fellow truly jumped. Qin Xiu's eyes widened, for leaping from such a rudimentary bungee platform certainly demonstrated commendable courage. Mo Daoyan merely smiled lightly. In midair above the jade wall, Hefeng felt an exhilarating sensation akin to transcending into bliss as he leaped, an indescribable delight. Until, with a resounding thud, the rope tightened. All right, let's do it again. Hefeng swiftly unraveled the rope from his feet, then flipped and dropped to the ground, quickly scaling the nearby ladder to ascend the jade wall once more. As he approached the bungee platform again, he realized that during his previous jump, he had not entirely mastered his body control, yet for reasons unknown, he sensed a remarkable smoothness in the flow of energy within him. Indeed, it was the little bronze figure. That vibrant red energy, aside from expanding considerably when illuminating stars, retained a portion that autonomously coursed through the 12 meridians within him. Previously, he had not grasped the purpose of this flowing red energy, but now, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. As visions of the heavenly secret map materialized in his mind, the red energy began to transform, following the pathways depicted within the map. Moreover, it seemed to flow unimpeded. The 12 meridians, the markings on the little bronze figure? Could it be that when the little bronze figure first infused energy into him, it had indirectly unblocked all his meridians? This notion was quite astonishing. All meridians open? Was that not even more formidable than unblocking the Ren and Du meridians? Hefeng was suddenly engulfed by a profound curiosity about the small bronze figure, pondering its mysterious origins and the terrifying powers it seemed to possess. According to the village elder, the figure was merely a toy left behind by his father. But could this truly be a mere toy? A toy that could extract energy from blood and autonomously operate techniques? Most intriguingly, the white jade gourd atop the bronze figure was only 1/9 illuminated. What capabilities would it possess if fully aglow? He refrained from dwelling further on these thoughts, as he sensed that the secrets surrounding the bronze figure might elude even the village elder's understanding. For now, however, he needed to focus on one immediate task, to leap once more. With a sudden, vigorous bound, Hefeng soared upward, resisting the urge to plummet directly downwards. Instead, he aimed to prolong his time in the air. With his mind attuned to his breath, he harnessed the energy within him, concentrating it in his palm. With a decisive strike, he unleashed a formidable force. As he perceived the ground rushing toward him, he let out a thunderous roar, channeling all his energy into his palm and thrusting it forward. Boom! The ground erupted with a resounding explosion as a stone, roughly the size of a fist, was shattered into 2 pieces by his strike. This technique, which traverses vast distances in a heartbeat, truly possesses remarkable might. Hanging suspended in midair, Hefeng gazed down at the split stone, a look of delight adorning his face. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Xiu and Mo Daoyan stood transfixed, their eyes glued to the fractured stone, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Old Mo, I recall you mentioning earlier that when a person is suspended in midair, both the body and mind can succumb to a state of blankness and rigidity. It is improbable to master such a technique without countless attempts, is it not? Therefore, do you consider this individual to be a prodigy? Qin Xiu's gaze gradually shifted towards Mo Daoyan. What kind of prodigy? Mo Daoyan opened his mouth. In the midst of their conversation, Hefeng had once again positioned himself on the makeshift bungee platform. This time, however, his mood was markedly different, imbued with confidence. He could sense that the automatic energy within him was exceptionally effective. Merely by directing his thoughts, the energy would flow in accordance with his intentions. Resolute, he decided to concentrate the energy even further, focusing it entirely to a single point. With this thought in mind, Hefeng leaped once more. As he soared through the air, the energy within him surged with unprecedented speed. With a decisive strike, he concentrated all the energy into one singular point. Boom! A stone on the ground exploded into fragments. Ha ha ha, the mastery of my skills is complete. Hefeng laughed boisterously. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Xiu and Mo Daoyan were both rendered utterly speechless. To unleash such power with a mere strike from a distance. Even they would not dare to test the limits of their own bodies. Has this prodigy truly achieved such mastery? Qin Xiu looked towards Mo Daoyan. Old Mo, do you believe this prodigy can master the other two techniques as well? I do not know. Mo Daoyan shook his head. If Qin Xiu had posed this question to him 15 minutes ago, he could have confidently asserted, impossible. But now, could he still utter such a claim? The figure before him was truly extraordinary. Fong remained oblivious to the fact that he was being observed. All he was aware of was that this technique, capable of astounding feats, could shatter a stone with a mere palm strike, even from a distance, which filled him with immense joy. Thus, he resolved to adopt a different approach. If energy could be expelled from his palm, might it also be released from the soles of his feet? He decided to give it a try. In no time, he leaped from the makeshift bungee platform once more, but this time, he was not oriented headfirst. Rather, he descended feet first. Not far away, Qin Xiu and Mo Daoyan watched in bewilderment as Fong jumped down without hesitation, momentarily at a loss for words. His posture seems rather off. Oh no. Before Qin Xiu could finish his thought, a tremendous sound erupted beside him. Boom. A stone was obliterated by Fong's foot, struck from afar. Qin Xiu gazed at Mo Daoyan, who in turn looked at Qin Xiu. What does it mean to be at a loss for words? This was the very embodiment of that sentiment. For both Qin Xiu and Mo Daoyan were utterly at a loss as to how to articulate their astonishment. The sheer absurdity of this prodigy defied reason. As they stood in silent disbelief, they observed Fong unfastening the ropes binding him. However, this time, he did not ascend the stairs again. Instead, he stood quietly beneath the jade wall, watching intently. What on earth does this prodigy intend to do now? Qin Xiu muttered to himself. I am at a loss. Mo Daoyan is now completely bewildered, as if the decades of arduous cultivation have been in vain. To think one can shatter stones with one's foot? Does he truly believe himself to be a jet plane? What Mo Daoyan remains unaware of is that Fong genuinely harbors this thought. After experimenting with crushing stones underfoot, he realized that all 12 meridians within him had been thoroughly unblocked. Thus, even with his feet, he could unleash a strike. Logically, this meant he could learn lightness skills. If he could harness that concentrated energy to leap, he should at least match Lin Zi's leap of 20 to 30 meters from the natural school. Shall I give it a try? Fong, inspired by the thought, unleashed all the energy within him and leaped upwards with great force, only to find himself soaring into the air, at least 20 meters high. Wow, I can fly too. However, it seems I forgot to attach a safety line. Oh no. Fong flailed in the air, attempting to grab onto the jade wall. Yet the wall was far too slippery, and ultimately, he plummeted down. Splash. He nearly lost his composure upon landing. Yet, Fong paid little mind to this. He felt as though a gateway to the pinnacle of martial arts had swung open before him. With his meridians fully unblocked, he had transformed into a genuine superhero. He could fly. Surely, his running speed would also accelerate. Perhaps he could even glide over water. The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became, and thus, he began to sprint with fervor, energy surging from his feet, disappearing in an instant, leaving behind two elderly men staring in astonishment at a distance. Having mastered the most arduous skills, does it imply that the rest will come effortlessly? A phrase from the previous evening, spoken by Fong, inexplicably flashed through Qin Xiu's mind. Old Qin, shall we discuss a matter? Mo Daoyan's head suddenly leaned towards Qin Xiu. What is it? Weren't you just saying that you no longer desired the yin-yang dual cultivation method? You could still have it, provided you take Fong as my disciple. What do you think? Hiki, you wish to exchange a mere yin-yang dual cultivation method for a precious disciple? Old Mo, your calculations are quite astute. But let me assure you, do not even entertain the thought. The yin-yang dual cultivation method, a connection of 1,000 miles. A communion of hearts over 10,000 leagues. Are you truly uninterested? 2 days later, Fong awoke early, intending to continue his practice as he had over the past 2 days. However, before he could decide whether to focus on hand techniques or footwork, a man in a suit knocked on his door. Mr. He, the bronze and silver rounds of the Immortal Trace Conference have concluded, and the gold level competitions are about to commence. The president has instructed that you must be present today. All right, thank you. You're welcome. The man in the suit turned and departed. It seemed that the moment to shine had finally arrived. Fong watched the suited man leave before shutting the door. Over the past 2 days, he believed he had honed his skills to perfection, cultivating an unwavering confidence. Moreover, he had amassed a considerable amount of energy, successfully illuminating the 12th star and accumulating an additional 4,000 energy points, calculating the distance to illuminate the final star of the Shaoyang meridian. It seems that approximately 2,000 more points will suffice. If all goes according to plan, today should bring resolution. Yet, the question lingers. What extraordinary skill will manifest upon illuminating all 13 stars? Could it truly be the legendary 12 Meridians divine sword? A thrill courses through my veins at the thought of unleashing a finger sword, piercing my opponent with a gasp of defeat. The sensation is undeniably exhilarating. Finger sword. I must seize an opportunity to test it on that enchanting Oriental Qin. Imagine her cries of astonishment. Hey, Yifeng, come for breakfast. I've licked all the meat soup buns, and they taste delightful. In the midst of my musings, I hear Oriental Qin's voice. Damn, Yifeng is filled with indignation. Is that mischievous sprite deliberately banking on my hesitance to consume her licked buns? Today, I shall eat them in defiance. A man must exude confidence and charisma. Yifeng swiftly approaches the table. As Oriental Qin sees him approaching, she bites into a meat soup bun and gestures toward the remaining steamed buns, saying, "Go ahead, Before she can finish her thought, Yifeng takes a decisive bite from the very bun she is holding. Juices burst forth, splattering Oriental Qin's face. Indeed, the flavor is exquisite. Yifeng chews appreciatively, offering a casual thumbs up. Yifeng, you've changed. Oriental Qin blinks in surprise, then begins to lick the broth off her face while remarking, "Oh really? How have I changed? You used to only eat Wangzai steamed buns. And now you've taken to buns." 55th chapter. The unfortunate one beyond rescue by deities. The mysterious disappearance of Yifeng for 2 days has once again propelled his popularity into the spotlight. After all, the sudden vanishing of a figure under public scrutiny is bound to incite a plethora of speculation. Thus, when Yifeng entered the venue of the Ghost Valley Immortal Gathering, a buzz of discussion quickly ensued around him. I heard that this fellow has been missing for 2 days, supposedly practicing some sort of technique. Don't be ridiculous. Mastering a technique takes at least a decade or more. What could he possibly achieve in just 2 days? Does he think himself a prodigy? Ha. I bet he was just hiding away, afraid of being challenged. As the whispers grew louder and more unrestrained, an abrupt silence fell over the crowd, particularly among those who had been gossiping, their faces darkening with discontent. They were eager to see what, if anything, he could accomplish in such a brief span of time. Yifeng chose to disregard their chatter. After finishing breakfast, Dongfang Qin briefed him on the results of yesterday's competition. The one possessing the ghost flag, Wenhong, had secured the silver card qualification, and to everyone's astonishment, his first opponent was the three-eyed man. This clash of titans instantly sparked a tidal wave of heated discussions. Originally, many speculated that this battle could result in mutual destruction. After all, while Wenhong wielded the formidable ghost flag, the true extent of its power remained shrouded in mystery, leaving the audience in suspense. In the preceding contest, the three-eyed man consistently triumphed with an overwhelming display of prowess, augmented by an eye capable of discerning his opponent's movements. The outcome seemed uncertain, yet the result was astonishing. The immensely popular three-eyed man, upon encountering Wenhong, swiftly transformed into a mere companion, unable to withstand even 3 exchanges before tumbling from the stage, gravely injured and unconscious. Consequently, Wenhong emerged as the indisputable leader in the silver card rankings. Furthermore, speculation arose regarding Wenhong's capabilities. Some suggested that with his strength, he might even succeed in challenging for the diamond card, prompting many to meticulously curate a list of potential challengers for him. The first contender was Yifeng. Defeating him would grant the coveted gold card qualification, a decision unanimously endorsed. However, the subsequent 2 challenges sparked considerable debate. Some argued that Tang Xiaoding from the Tang sect, skilled only in concealed weapons, could be easily surpassed, while others believed that the alchemist from the Medicine King sect was worth a try. Additionally, representatives from the Liuhe sect, Bajaman, and Kongtong sect were also honored with nominations. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after securing the opportunity to challenge, Wenhong opted to forfeit entirely. Not only did he refrain from challenging for the diamond card, but he also declined the attainable gold card. Yifeng recalled how, when Dongfang Qin mentioned this, her eyes sparkled with relief at having narrowly escaped, continually praising Yifeng's extraordinary luck. As for Wenhong, Yifeng's gaze instinctively drifted to a corner where Wenhong sat quietly, surrounded by an aura that deterred anyone from approaching. The reason for this was unclear. He vaguely sensed something peculiar about Wen Hong, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Nevertheless, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The competitions for the bronze and silver cards had concluded, and over 30 individuals qualified to challenge for the gold card had successfully emerged. Apart from Wen Hong, who chose to forfeit, the others had sustained varying degrees of injuries. With more than 10 currently resting in the medical room, it seemed unlikely that anyone would challenge for the gold card anytime soon. At that moment, the elder Qin Xiu stood up. Today marked the 5th day of the Celestial Conference, and with the contest for the bronze and silver cards complete, the focus now shifted to the eagerly anticipated gold card competition. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted. All right, let us begin the draw. Qin Xiu, without further ado, gestured for the proceedings to commence. He Fong was momentarily taken aback. Was it really so casual? He had expected that, given Qin Xiu's character, he would at least speak for half an hour. Yet this time, it seemed to start immediately. What a surprise, He Fong mumbled to himself. And then he saw names appearing on the large screen, which began to scroll before finally coming to a halt. His name was among them. However, the identity of his opponent left him somewhat speechless. It was the pink little lowly Xia Shuer, facing Xia Shuer in the first match. His luck was extraordinarily good. Considering Xia Shuer's prowess, she could very well defeat him. In the previous match, Xia Shuer faced 3 opponents single-handedly. Yet she only employed 3 techniques from the Chiminjiu Dan. One cannot help but wonder how formidable she would be if she unleashed all her abilities. A murmur of discussion ensued. Meanwhile, the elder Qin Xiu at the main seat was equally taken aback. He had crossed paths with Xia Shuer. It seems that luck plays a significant role. Although he is indeed extraordinary, the Chiminjiu Dan of the Xia family appears to be exceedingly challenging. Mo Daoin observed the name on the screen, feeling somewhat speechless. Wasn't President Qin quite optimistic about Yifeng? Why does he seem to lack confidence in him now? Not far away, the leader of the Konggong sect curiously inquired. Hiki. Qin Xiu chuckled softly. If Yifeng were to face some of the weaker contenders among the golden card holders, such as Tang Shouting from the Tang sect or a member of the Yaowang sect, he might genuinely believe that Yifeng had a chance. However, against Xia Shuer, it is indeed difficult to say. Yifeng, you are up against that para. Dongfang Qin observed Yifeng in silence, leaning closer with a smile that radiated warmth. Yifeng remained silent. What could he possibly say? All he wanted was to curse. Damn that computer draw. Why did it have to select him? Why not draw someone else, like directly picking Xia Shiyu, so he could get utterly defeated? Speaking of Xia Shiyu, he wondered who her opponent might be. Instinctively, he glanced at the large screen again, only to see a familiar name, Tang Shouting. Oh, this fellow is even more unfortunate. Yifeng suddenly chuckled, his gaze drifting toward a figure in the distance, Tang Shouting, who was equally fixated on him. When their eyes met, Yifeng noticed the glimmer of tears at the corners of Tang Shouting's eyes. He was genuinely crying. After enduring countless hardships to travel from Sichuan to Kyoto for the Immortal Footsteps Conference, he found himself facing off against Xia Shiyu in the very first round. It seemed even divine intervention could not save him. Chapter 56. The Harmony of Buddhism and Taoism, sending off the bell in the end. There exists a peculiar kind of happiness, one that stems from the realization that your misfortune surpasses my own. Yifeng reveled in this peculiar joy, and he soon realized that Tang Shouting was not the only one shedding tears. Several others appeared to be in a similar state. For instance, Deng Luan from the Liuhe sect faced off against Zhang Qiyun from Wudong. It was said that Zhang Qiyun was hailed as the foremost among the youth. Furthermore, there was a brother from the Haomin who fortuitously drew the formidable Jin Lei from Shaolin. One could only wonder if that towering monk would be crushed under the weight of his own fate. Yifeng recalled a statement made by Xia Shiyu, who had told him that if one drew Zhang Qiyun or Jin Lei, it would be nearly tantamount to conceding the match. Thus, he felt fortunate in comparison to these others. At the very least, he wouldn't be utterly humiliated. Lost in thought, he heard the announcement. The first match would pit Xia Shiyu against Tang Shouting. His luck was indeed extraordinary, landing such a daunting first match. Yifeng laughed joyously, but soon his smile faltered slightly as he realized that he was to compete in the second match. Oh, the second match was going to be against a charming young man. Upon seeing the ranking for the arena, Xia Shueter sprang up, beginning her warm-up routine, twisting left and right. Meanwhile, Tang Shouting gazed at the standing Xia Shiyu, his eyes brimming with tears. The two swiftly made their way to the base of the stage. Xia Shiyu appeared composed, yet Tang Shouting seemed lost in thought. his gaze flitting here and there, ultimately resting upon Yifang. Mr. He, remember, my happiness rests entirely upon you. Shouting shall take the first step. Tang Shouting felt a profound sense of melancholy, and with a determined resolve, he ascended the stage. So brief, and yet you won't let it go? Dongfang Qin winked. Yifang remained silent, as Xia Shiyu had also taken to the stage. Adorned in a blue and white top paired with fitted athletic pants that accentuated her delicate figure. On her right wrist, she still wore a string of purple Buddhist beads. In terms of facial features, Xia Shiyu was undoubtedly the most exquisite Yifang had ever encountered, perfect as if she were a work of art, showing no signs of alteration. As for Dongfang Qin, her features were comparatively softer, radiating an angelic brightness, complemented by her long legs and striking physique, creating a fascinating blend of angelic grace and devilish allure. However, these two were extremes personified, one as tranquil as a solitary lotus on a snowy mountain, the other as lively as a courtesan in a brothel, making it exceedingly difficult to approach them. Begin, announced the suited male referee from below the stage. Wait, Xia Shiyu. I have something to say. Tang Shouting immediately stepped back 2 paces, extending both hands towards Xia Shiyu, signaling her to refrain from approaching. Just one sentence. Xia Shiyu replied calmly. All right, just one. I, Tang Shouting, am self-aware enough to recognize that I am no match for you. However, I cannot allow the reputation of the Tang sect of Shu to be tarnished. I have heard that you are the only prodigy capable of embodying the strengths of both Buddhism and Taoism. I wish to witness this for myself, and I hope you will not use any other techniques to defeat me. Very well, Xia Shiyu nodded. Thank you then. Even if I lose, I shall lose to the supreme techniques of Buddhism and Taoism. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. Tang Shouting attempted to continue, but Xia Shiyu had already made her move. The purple Buddhist beads wound around her right hand fell into her palm, and in that instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura surged from her, palpable as if cloaked in a shroud of mist. Moreover, a resonant sound of chanting echoed throughout the arena, distinctly audible. Tang Shouting instantly panicked. His hands swiftly plunged into his waist. Then with a flick, 2 streaks of light shot out, one to the left and one to the right, forming an intersecting line towards Xia Shiyu. Buzz. At that moment, the mist enveloping Xia Shiyu began to transform, rapidly swirling into a massive Buddhist bell made of fog. Ding! Ding! With 2 soft chimes, the streaks of light fell to the ground. Had the clouds and mist of Taoism intertwined with the golden bell of Buddhism? This was indeed rather inconceivable, for since ancient times, Buddhism has been Buddhism, and Taoism has been Taoism. The teachings of Tao encompass the principles of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the concepts of heaven and earth. In contrast, Buddhism emphasizes universal salvation, clarity, and compassion. Each has its own beliefs and reverence, and there exists no inherent conflict between the two. However, the practices of both traditions have little in common. It would be advantageous to integrate the strengths of both. Yet might this approach result in displeasure from both sides? The leader of the Kongtong sect furrowed his brow. If it were anyone else attempting to merge the paths of Buddhism and Tao, they would undoubtedly encounter numerous challenges. However, this girl, Shiyu, would not. Qin Xiu chuckled and shook his head. Why are you so certain, President Qin? Inquired Master Hua. Have you forgotten that Shiyu hails from the Xia family of Kyoto? The mention of the Xia family caused Master Hua's eyes to narrow and his grip to tighten slightly. Are you suggesting that the ancient legend regarding the Xia family is indeed true? The purpose of inviting the leaders of various sects to the Immortal Footsteps Conference at Yunwu Mountain Villa was, in fact, to allow them to witness the rising talents from different factions firsthand. Qin Xiu remained noncommittal. Hearing your words, I am indeed eager to observe, but alas, the Tang sect of Sichuan is not adept at open combat. This competition may conclude too swiftly to reveal the true merits of these Buddhist and Taoist arts. Master Hua of the Kongtong sect nodded in agreement, then shook his head. The fusion of Buddhism and Taoism is inherently complex. Shiyu has merely paved the way. Yet the distance this path can extend will likely require the assistance of all the masters present. Indeed, that is only natural. A resounding boom echoed, signaling the decisive outcome of the contest on the stage. Yifang observed with clarity. Throughout the encounter, Xia Shiyu consistently clutched a single prayer bead, never transitioning to another. That particular string of beads, upon cursory inspection, likely contained over 100. According to Buddhist doctrine, it should consist of 108 beads. The first match concluded with Xia Shiyu's victory, as the suited male referee rendered his judgment. Subsequently, two other suited men rushed forward, carefully lifting Tang, shouting onto a stretcher before swiftly departing. Hifeng gazed at the unconscious Tang shouting on the stretcher, feeling a deep sense of sympathy. This battle concluded rather abruptly. One could even assert that it ended after Tang's shouting had thrown two concealed weapons. For once the weapons were intercepted by a bell formed of ethereal mist, they were enveloped in a rolling motion that ensnared Tang, shouting within. Beyond that point, there was little left to narrate. Only the fading echoes of Tang shouting within the bell remained, culminating in his being struck away by Xia Shiyu's palm, as if he were a kite caught in the wind. The act of sending the bell to its final resting place indeed held profound significance. Hifeng sighed, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Was this misty, cloud-like technique perhaps a manifestation of the cloud escape from the 9 secrets of the mysterious gates? If so, might I too fall under the enchantment of the petite pink-haired girl's bell? As Hifeng pondered his predicament, the voice from the broadcast resonated. The second match, Hifeng versus Xia Shuer. Following this announcement, a surge of fervent cheers erupted. Go, Xia Shuer. Vigorously strike down this shameless wretch. Beat him senseless. Come on, I am unlike these others. I have faith in you to endure. 5 minutes. Dongfang Qin consoled. Can you believe I can last half an hour? Hifeng scoffed, then strode confidently to the edge of the arena, executing a swift somersault to ascend. Meanwhile, Xia Shuer danced with glee, and in a flash, she soared onto the stage. The disparity of strength was unmistakable. A thunderous roar erupted once more. Xia Shuer, Xia Shuer. Each call echoed the collective anticipation of the crowd. Hifeng, somewhat bemused, pondered the immense popularity of the petite pink-haired girl. What has become of people these days? Is being a little girl so incredibly appealing? Young man, in this contest, Shuer will give her all, Xia Shuer proclaimed, puffing out her chest and blinking her bright, expressive eyes at Hifeng. All right, Hifeng replied with a smile. Then Shuer is coming. Xia Shuer raised her tiny fist. Bring it on. Witness my Chimen Jiudan. I'm watching closely. This is the tiger escape. Dear young man, pay attention. It merges the energy within the body with the limbs, thus unlocking the utmost potential of the flesh. After declaring this, Xia Shuer bent low to the ground. Roar. A resounding tiger's roar echoed, leaving 2 deep claw marks on the arena floor. Hifeng instinctively glanced at the crouching Xia Shuer, finding nothing visibly extraordinary, yet he nodded with professional integrity. Impressive. Do you find it impressive too, young man? Then Shuer is coming to attack. Xia Shuer tilted her little head, blinking her eyes and smiling with great delight. Come on, Hifeng beckoned. In an instant, a figure dashed forward with remarkable speed. Hifeng could even hear the sound of the wind being torn apart. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the 7-star steps, sidestepping just in time. Xia Shuer's body nearly grazed his as she soared past. Seizing the moment, Hifeng took a decisive action, striking out with his palm. Yet, as he did, his hand was firmly grasped. After leaping over him, Xia Shuer lunged forward, landing right in front of him. So you have indeed mastered Grandpa Qin's 7-star steps? She exclaimed, one hand clutching Hifeng's right hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, your speed is commendable. Though perhaps you are underestimating me, Hifeng replied, nodding gently without rushing to break free. Underestimating? Yes. I have learned a new technique that allows me to concentrate energy in the palm of my hand and release it explosively. So, when you grasped my hand, I could have struck directly at your chest. Now, I shall employ my true skills. If you are frightened, you may close your eyes, Hifeng chuckled lightly. Xia Shuer's expression shifted slightly. Her previously radiant smile became somewhat rigid. She glanced at her own hand gripping his and then at her chest, mere inches from his palm. Suddenly, she burst into laughter again. Ha! You truly are impressive. That is indeed wait. Hifeng intended to say more when he felt his right hand being abruptly pulled forward. Xia Shuer gazed at Hifeng, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Hifeng, in turn, looked at Xia Shuer. Despite the flatness of the situation, he still felt a flicker of something, just as he was lost in thought. He heard Xia Shuer emit a piercing scream, her body rolling across the ground until she reached the edge of the arena. You actually attacked such a place, she cried out as she rolled to the edge of the platform. Hifeng was bewildered. What attack? He thought, perplexed. He had done nothing at all. Not only had he refrained from any wrongdoing, but he had also given her a warning. Yet, She had instinctively pressed her hand down towards that location. Was it truly his fault? He wished to clarify the misunderstanding. But the onlookers had already risen to their feet in outrage. Ah, how despicable! To employ such a tactic, they exclaimed. Return our innocent and kind-hearted Xiaoshuer. The crowd, fueled by a sense of justice, began to denounce Yifang, as they had witnessed Xiaoshuer showing mercy to him, only for Yifang to seize the opportunity to strike at her. How outrageous! How shameless! Yifang felt utterly confused. In broad daylight. Even if he wished to explain, it seemed futile. Just then, he noticed Xiaoshuer sprawled on the arena, weeping like a heartbroken soul. Young man, what you are doing? How will Schwer ever get married in the future? Ah, Schwer's fate is so unfortunate, being treated this way by you. It must be said that Xiaoshuer's acting is remarkably astonishing, utterly devoid of pretense, with 2 streams of tears cascading down like droplets of water. Poor little sister. How despicable this Yifang is. A beast. Even worse than a beast. This scene immediately incited a wave of sympathy and outrage. Is he acting? Yifang appears somewhat bewildered. Is he being forced into this situation? Yet he has done nothing at all. Young man, why don't you help her up? Do you truly have the heart to let Schwer lie there on the stage? She might catch a chill, oh young man. Xiaoshuer continues to roll around on the platform. Get up by yourself. Yifang is not easily fooled. Indeed, the young man is ready to abandon her. Sob, sob, sob. Xiaoshuer weeps like a pear blossom after rain. What? Is this truly a competition? Yifang glanced at Qin Xiu seated in the main position. Qin Xiu was also watching him, repeatedly winking, the implication unmistakably clear. Young man, go on, hurry up. Go to hell. Yifang finds himself at a loss on how to proceed. However, watching Xiaoshuer continue to roll around is not a viable solution. After some contemplation, he decides to give her a gentle kick to send her off the stage. Off the stage? He does not believe Xiaoshuer can keep rolling after that. Young man, help me. Xiaoshuer extends her small hand. All right, I shall assist you. Yifang nods and steps towards Xiaoshuer, 1 step at a time. However, just as he approached within 3 steps of Xiaoshuer, he suddenly noticed a glimmer of radiant light flicker at the corner of her eye. Wait a moment. Something is amiss. He instinctively recoiled. Yet, it was too late. Xiaoshuer had already lunged forward, seizing the base of his thigh. Thud. The 2 of them tumbled onto the arena floor, with Yifang pinned beneath Xiaoshuer. In that instant, he heard her delicate lips clearly utter 2 words. Earth escape. Chapter 58. Young master, please don't do this earth escape. So, was the rolling on the ground earlier the earth escape technique? Or was this move of tackling what constituted earth escape? Before Yifang could fully comprehend, he felt a sudden shift in Xiaoshuer's weight. The once light, gentle, and easily toppled little girl had transformed into a heavy weight, pressing down upon him like a small mountain. Goodness, is earth escape synonymous with increased weight? He finally grasped the situation, yet any attempt to resist became increasingly difficult, as Xiaoshuer began to roll about on top of him. While tumbling, she cried out, Young master, let me go. Young master, don't do this, please release me. At this point, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. Could there possibly be a more shameless technique than this? To think that one could hold the little girl so tightly, while one may display a lack of shame. Must it truly reach such depths? Release Xiaoshuer. Yifang, if you do not let go, I shall call the police. Call the police, you say? If Yifang were able to rise, he would certainly deliver a resounding slap to teach her that such a call is utterly futile. What to do? Shall I be crushed by this little girl? In this position, Yifang found himself unable to sit up directly. The only option available was to roll, much like Xiaoshuer. Thus, his left hand swiftly grasped her arm, and with a determined roll, he managed to pin her beneath him. Ah, no. I am being subdued by the big brother. Subdued. Xiaoshuer cried out in terror, her tiny fists flailing wildly, striking Yifang without respite. Yet, Yifang felt no pain. No pain? This pink little girl has quite the flair for theatrics. With a swift motion, Yifang stood up, having turned the tables and entirely escaped the awkward predicament of being pinned down. However, Xiaoshuer seemed not yet satisfied, continuing to shout, I am being subdued. I am being subdued. 2 lines of exasperation formed on Yifang's forehead. Has she lost her senses? Still playing? Just as he was about to remind Xiaoshuer, he noticed her rolling about once more, and this time, she rolled closer to the edge of the stage. With a sudden thud, Xiaoshuer tumbled off the stage. The onlookers were momentarily stunned into silence. Yifang's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? Have you been thrown off the stage? Young man, I have endured enough of your bullying, Summer Schwerer cried as she rushed towards her seat. It turned out, she could no longer bear the humiliation. This Hefeng was truly a beast. The onlookers quickly realized the situation. While the seated Qin Xiao and several sect leaders exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. After all, while others might not discern the nuances, they could certainly perceive something amiss. The youth of today certainly knew how to play the game. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Xiao acknowledged the unfolding drama. As the events progressed, it became evident that Hefeng had successfully claimed victory in the first round. However, this contest left an indelible mark upon the trajectory of his life. Upon returning to his seat, Dongfang Qin wore a rather peculiar expression, gazing at Hefeng as though he had suffered some unimaginable grievance. Why do you prefer the new over the old? What nonsense is this? When have I ever favored the new? Hefeng cast a bemused glance at Dongfang Qin. So, I am the new? And your decision to abandon that pair of A's to be with me is merely a shift in taste, as if you've developed a penchant for buns, correct? The third round of the contest featured Lin Zi from the Natural Sect facing off against Ma Danqing from the Medicine King Sect. Hefeng recognized Lin Zi. At the very least, he recalled her remarkably fair complexion. In contrast, Ma Danqing was a slender young man with a dark complexion. This battle, too, did not linger long. As Lin Zi swiftly secured victory, Ma Danqing was forcefully kicked off the stage, spitting a mouthful of blood. Hefeng once again successfully accumulated 70 energy points. This incident propelled Lin Zi's popularity to new heights. As the fourth match commenced, it sparked yet another wave of fervent discussion. Zhang Qiyun of Wudong faced off against Deng Luan of Liaoheman. Although this was a contest devoid of suspense, the moment Zhang Qiyun's name echoed through the loudspeakers, a cacophony of frenzied screams ensued. Wow, my Qiyun is about to appear. Zhang Qiyun, Zhang Qiyun. The voices were predominantly female. It was evident that Zhang Qiyun was quite the heartthrob. Hefeng, however, did not harbor a significant impression of Zhang Qiyun until he ascended the stage, at which point he realized that his prior lack of recognition was not merely forgetfulness, but rather a complete unfamiliarity. He was certain that Zhang Qiyun had not participated in the selection at Yubi. Hefeng had always considered himself a VIP player. But it was only at this moment that he comprehended that Zhang Qiyun was the true mastermind behind the scenes. How could he have bypassed the initial ascent at Yubi? This was truly a hidden agenda. Are you envious that he could skip the climb at Yubi? Do not be, for his plight is far worse. The voice of Dongfang Qin resonated at the right moment. Worse than mine. Hefeng was somewhat perplexed. His gaze shifted to Zhang Qiyun on the stage. Clad in a black and white Taoist robe, a headband securing his hair, his brows sharp as swords, and his eyes twinkling like stars. Hefeng mused that in terms of handsomeness, Zhang Qiyun was undoubtedly his equal. However, Zhang Qiyun's face was exceedingly fair, almost excessively so, resembling a visage devoid of any blood color. Strangely, this pallor was not indicative of frailty. Rather, it emanated a natural whiteness, reminiscent of someone who had never basked in the sun. What piqued Hefeng's curiosity was why Dongfang Qin would assert that this young man, deemed the foremost of his generation, was in a more tragic predicament than himself. Look at his face. Is it not quite pale? Dongfang Qin inquired once more. Indeed, it is rather pale. That is actually a condition, though I'm not privy to its precise name. However, I have heard that Zhang Qiyun cannot endure prolonged exposure to sunlight and is not expected to live beyond the age of 25. Dongfang Qin asserted with conviction. Cannot endure sunlight and won't live past 25? Is that so? Furthermore, I have heard another piece of information. What is it? He is not of this world. The 59th chapter, the final competition begins. Not of this world. Are you implying that Zhang Qiyun hails from another realm? Hefeng was genuinely taken aback. Yes. It is said that 18 years ago, he was brought from that world by the revered Zhang of Wudong, and at the time, he was merely an infant. Upon finishing, Dongfang Qin adopted an expression that seemed to invite praise. An infant, 18 years ago. Hefeng furrowed his brow slightly. He was uncertain whether this matter was connected to his own origins. Yet one question lingered in his mind. Why did the esteemed Zhang of Wudong choose to bring Zhang Qiyun out from that world? Was Zhang Qiyun's family murdered in that world? It is a possibility, albeit one that seems rather tenuous. After all, figures like Zhang Zhenren from the Wudong sect should possess a profound understanding of the natural laws governing the universe and would not intervene excessively unless absolutely necessary. Moreover, It is crucial to note that Zhang Qiyun is afflicted with a peculiar ailment that restricts him to a lifespan of less than 25 years. The conjunction of these two elements suggests that it is unlikely to be mere coincidence. Thus, the true reason behind this remains unclear. Is it a fleeting act of kindness? Or is there another underlying motive? Yifang has yet to decipher this mystery. Meanwhile, the competition between Zhang Qiyun and Deng Luan in the arena has officially commenced. The Liuhe sect, inheriting from Shaolin, is a martial art characterized by its robust and powerful techniques, showcasing expansive movements and embodying the concept of the six harmonies. Consequently, Deng Luan launched an aggressive advance from the outset. However, what was unexpected was that Zhang Qiyun's offensive came even faster than Deng Luan's as he stepped forward, ensnaring Deng Luan's arm with his right hand, drawing him closer, followed by a decisive shoulder strike. Bang! Deng Luan was sent flying. This exemplifies the principle of overcoming rigidity with flexibility, yet it also possesses an inherent dominance. Is it not true that Tai Chi emphasizes defense before offense? Can it be employed in such a manner? Yifang expressed a hint of surprise. You possess considerable knowledge, do you not? Of course, she replied. But you should consider my esteemed identity. What identity? Well, ahem, you wouldn't comprehend it even if I told you. Dongfang Qin quickly grasped the situation, cleared her throat, and fell silent. After one failed strike, Yifang refrained from further inquiries and continued to observe the competition in the arena. After being knocked away by Zhang Qiyun, Deng Luan became noticeably more cautious, opting to maintain distance rather than engage in close combat. He chose to maneuver around Zhang Qiyun, weaving back and forth. Yifang, observing this scene, realized that Deng Luan had already lost. However, the outcome of the match had never been in doubt. What truly piqued his interest was the extent of Zhang Qiyun's strength. Was he stronger than Xia Shiyu? As he pondered this, he noticed a current of energy rising beneath Zhang Qiyun's feet, splitting into two streams, one clear and one murky. The clear stream shimmered in white, while the murky one darkened to black. These two streams gradually became distinct, and in a moment, a vivid yin-yang bagua diagram manifested beneath Zhang Qiyun. The diagram was not large. It merely formed at Zhang Qiyun's feet, entirely composed of the two contrasting energy flows. Simultaneously, Zhang Qiyun made his move, striking the air with his palm. The yin-yang diagram trembled, and the two energy streams emitted a thunderous roar. Boom! Deng Luan instinctively raised his hands to shield his chest. Yet, inexplicably, despite appearing to have blocked the attack, he was still sent flying by the force of the palm. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Qiyun floated gracefully into the air, seizing Deng Luan with one hand. With a swift motion, he spun and hurled Deng Luan off the stage. A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. Though everyone acknowledged Zhang Qiyun's formidable prowess, the ease with which he secured victory was astonishing. It felt as though he had expended no effort at all. Shortly thereafter, applause erupted around them. Zhang Qiyun! Zhang Qiyun! The cheers were accompanied by the excited screams of countless women. Yifang turned his gaze towards Dongfang Qin. Impressive, you are aware of this too? Let me take a guess. Ah, I have it. You must be a little acolyte who has escaped from the Wudong sect. Am I right? Yifang wore a look of admiration. What little acolyte? I am. Once again, Dongfang Qin closed her mouth at a crucial moment and leaned in closer, saying, Indeed, I can decipher this yin-yang bagua diagram as well. Would you like to learn? Yifang chuckled softly. A second attempt failed. Yet, he did not lose hope and continued to await his opportunity. The subsequent rounds of competition proceeded at a relatively brisk pace. The formidable Jin Lei of Shaolin triumphed over his opponent with sheer brute strength, while Lin Jinyu of Tianshan Baiyu also emerged victorious. By the end of the morning, the first round concluded. However, Yifang felt somewhat disgruntled. His energy value had diminished. Indeed, it had. Initially, he believed that competing with a gold card would yield an energy value far exceeding that of the copper and silver cards. Yet the reality was that these gold card contenders had resorted to playing it safe. With the exception of Lin Shiyu's match against Tang Xiaoding, he had only garnered 160 energy points from Lin Jinyu's match. The rest were negligible. Calculating this, his total energy points for the entire morning barely exceeded 500. How to proceed? It seemed his teammates were not particularly supportive, leaving him to rely solely on himself. Yifang began to anticipate the second round of competition in the afternoon, hoping to encounter a weak opponent so he could decisively overpower them. Time flew swiftly, and before he knew it, it was afternoon. Following the morning's matches, only 15 out of the original 30 gold cards remained. Meanwhile, Those discontented losers began to form teams and issue challenges, with the unfortunate Tang Xiaoding becoming the second victim after suffering injuries. However, following 2 rounds of competition, this surge of hostility was quelled. The arena became a battleground, stained with blood, as poisons and hidden weapons were employed. This Tang Xiaoding truly possessed an endearing charm. As Yifang observed the rapidly rising energy levels, his impression of Tang Xiaoding grew even fonder. Then, the final draw for the last round of the golden card competition was officially displayed on the screen. Yifang's opponent was none other than the man with an exceptionally pale posterior, Lin Zi from the Natural Sect. How delightful it was that fate had led him to confront such a shameless individual. Lin Zi's voice boomed throughout the arena, exuding an air of unrestrained arrogance. The excitement was palpable as it was evident that Lin Zi was in high spirits. Naturally, Yifang was equally pleased to find himself facing such a foolish adversary in the final match. Defeating Lin Zi would grant him the qualification for the diamond card, thus enabling him to acquire the so-called mysterious map. Mr. He, give it your all. When Tang Xiaoding descended from the arena, he made a point to approach Yifang, presenting him with a collection of hidden weapons. These are for you, Mr. He. Thank you. Yifang replied graciously, accepting the offerings without hesitation. The competition then commenced. Due to the scheduling of the second match in the morning, he was assigned to compete in the final bout of the afternoon. While the first to grace the stage was Jin Lei from Shaolin, a man as formidable as iron. In a swift display of prowess, his opponent was quickly dispatched, crying out in dismay as he fell from the platform. Thus, Jin Lei became the first to secure a diamond card qualification. The subsequent matches unfolded with equal rapidity, as Xia Xiyu and Zhang Qiyun both claimed their diamond cards in succession. Meanwhile, a delicate maiden from the Amei sect, known as Inkuching, drew a fortunate lot and opted for an alternative competition format, facing 3 silver card losers in a combined challenge. Against all odds, she triumphed in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Consequently, 4 of the 8 diamond card qualifications had been established. The next 3 victors soon emerged: Lin Jinyu from Tianshan Baiyu, Yu Xuan from Qingqing sect, and Tung Chongshan from the Xingyi school. With 8 diamond cards now reduced to a solitary remaining spot, Qin Xiu gazed wistfully at Mo Daoyan, lamenting the fate of his disciple who, regrettably, had drawn the misfortune of facing Xiu, resulting in a defeat. Such is the will of fate, he mused. Mo Daoyan shook his head in response. However, do not be too disheartened, for you still have an unconventional disciple. Perhaps he may yet deliver a delightful surprise. Qin Xiu chuckled softly. While surprises may be rare, do you not wish for his victory? Nonetheless, I still maintain that 2 days is a rather brief span. This competition is likely to be a grueling encounter. Mo Daoyan's gaze shifted towards the arena. That is not a certainty, Qin Xiu replied with a smile. The impending clash between Yifang and Lin Zi would determine the final contender for the coveted diamond card. In the eyes of most, this contest appeared to lack suspense. However, Qin Xiu and Mo Daoyan understood that this competition could very well become the most surprising dark horse of the Immortal Trail Conference. On the arena, Lin Zi exuded an air of confidence and excitement, while Yifang exuded caution, even displaying signs of fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably and his complexion pale. Observing this scene, Lin Zi's disdain grew ever more pronounced, for in his mind, Yifang was merely a person who had to crawl even to reach a jade wall. His advancement to this stage was nothing more than a stroke of luck. He held unwavering confidence in this bout. Go, Lin Zi. Deliver a resounding defeat to this shameless individual. Avenge Xia Shuer. The cheers rose and fell like waves. Lin Zi's smile deepened. He relished the sensation of being the favored one, even if it meant easily defeating his opponent. Yet, at that moment, he noticed Yifang persistently beckoning him. Come. Brother Lin, step over here for a moment. Let us discuss something. Yifang continued. What is it? I have no desire to come to you. If you wish to talk, you should come here yourself. Lin Zi retorted with disdain. Very well, then I shall come to you. Yifang nodded and, trembling, made his way toward Lin Zi. Clenching his fists, Lin Zi had observed Yifang's previous matches and was well aware of his little tricks, which were merely attempts to find an opportunity for a sneak attack. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned. In this manner, he could better prove before Xia Shuer that he surpassed Yifang by far more than a mere fraction. Yifang approached, halting 3 paces in front of Lin Zi. 3 paces. For Lin Zi, it was ample time to react. Thus, he refrained from striking immediately, instead waiting to discern Yifang's intentions. What is it? Speak. Lindsay remarked with a cold smirk. In fact, my family owns a mine. Yifang whispered, covering his mouth. A mine? What do you mean? A gold mine. Yifang winked. A gold mine. Lindsay was momentarily taken aback, then finally grasped the implication. Ha! Yifang, you aren't contemplating bribing me, are you? That's utterly laughable. You truly dare to launch a sneak attack. Lindsay's subsequent words were left unspoken, for Yifang had already made his move. His hands flew in a flurry, unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons, stormy rain needles and multicolored darts, as if they were of no consequence, aimed directly at Lindsay's face. How could he conceal so many concealed weapons? Lindsay was clearly astonished. He had anticipated a sneak attack from Yifang, yet he had not expected a veritable onslaught of them. There was no time for contemplation. He swiftly retreated 2 steps, then sidestepped 3 more, his movements fluid and graceful. However, he still suffered a hit to his leg, blood spurting forth. Energy level, 90. Yifang felt this exchange was not in vain. Meanwhile, beads of sweat formed on Lindsay's forehead, and he inwardly marveled at his foresight. Had he been unprepared, that blow could have been truly devastating. As he pondered, he suddenly noticed Yifang had once again appeared before him, like a shadow trailing closely behind, refusing to be shaken off. Such speed. Although Lindsay felt somewhat astonished. This time he did not retreat. Instead, he launched a fist directly toward Yifang. Yifang responded in kind, meeting the blow with his own fist. The 2 fists collided, Lindsay's right fist against Yifang's left. A dull thud echoed. Lindsay was propelled backward by an inexplicable force, taking 2 steps back, which caused his expression to shift dramatically. He truly did not anticipate that Yifang's strength would surpass his own. It turned out that Lindsay's power was merely equivalent to that of 100 mutts. Yifang chuckled, having initially worried that his strength might be insufficient. It now seemed entirely superfluous. With 12 stars successfully illuminated, his left hand could undoubtedly vanquish 120 mutts. In terms of sheer strength, he held the advantage. Thus, what was there to fear? He would crush him. Yifang lunged toward Lindsay with fervor. Meanwhile, Lindsay's countenance darkened considerably. As the esteemed first disciple of the natural sect, being overpowered by Yifang was an eventuality he had never envisioned. Not just him. The onlookers, who had anticipated Lindsay's impressive display, were equally astonished. Did I see that correctly? Yifang actually forced Lindsay back with a single punch. Am I imagining things? No one dared to believe it. Ha! I truly possess a gold mine at home. Would you reconsider? There is still time. As Yifang charged forward, he did not forget to unleash a flurry of hidden weapons. Swish, swish, swish. A rain of needles and darts filled the air. Damn, how could this individual be so formidable? His speed and strength are no less than mine, and to make matters worse, I am currently injured in my leg. Lindsay's mind raced as he quickly devised a plan. Fortunately, this adversary lacks any martial arts proficiency, otherwise, I might truly be in peril this time. Chapter 61, Witch Bamboo Mountain. The practice of the natural sect does not emphasize brute force, but rather the cultivation of qi. To put it plainly, the primary focus is on refining one's inner energy, advocating for fluid and natural movements that are soft, agile, and executed in one seamless motion. The demonic foot to the ground technique Lindsay employed while ascending the jade wall was, in fact, a leap propelled by his qi. Thus, when a flurry of projectiles surged towards him, he chose not to evade with speed but instead resolved to leap from his position. Whoosh! Despite his injury, he soared to a height of at least 10 meters. However, just as he launched himself into the air, he noticed Yifang had likewise leaped up. Whoosh! He soared at least 15 meters into the air, higher than Lindsay. Lindsay was momentarily stunned. What in the world? Wasn't this fellow incapable of lightness techniques? How could he leap higher than I? As he pondered this, he caught sight of Yifang winking at him mid-air. Have you ever heard of a descending leg technique? What leg technique? Lindsay gasped, and before he could react, it was already too late. Yifang had come crashing down. Boom. Both of his legs came down squarely on Lindsay's head. In an instant, Lindsay felt as though his skull had been struck by a locomotive, the sheer force rendering him utterly incapable of coherent thought. Lindsay was forcefully slammed onto the arena floor, stars dancing before his eyes, his entire body feeling as though it had been shattered, rendering him immobile. With a gasp, he coughed up fresh blood. Energy level, 100. Yifang, on the other hand, found a twisted satisfaction in delivering such a blow. Yet, the surrounding crowd fell into a hushed silence, disbelief etched on their faces. How could Lindsay have been brought down by a single kick from Yifang? Most astonishingly, Fong had leaped higher than Lin Zi himself. Was this merely an illusion? Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, jolting the spectators back to reality. It was the sound of Fong's foot landing on Lin Zi's injured left leg. Blood gushed forth once more. Energy level, 80. Huh? Why had the energy decreased? Confounded. Fong stomped again. A pained scream escaped Lin Zi's lips. Energy level, 90. A smile spread across Fong's face. Finally, things were returning to normal. He proceeded with his actions, one foot pressing down on Lin Zi's wounded leg, while his hand held Lin Zi's head in place. Do you concede? What? Refusing to yield. Are we? Very well. I shall press down harder. Fong stomped again. Lin Zi emitted another agonized cry. Energy level, 90. Don't say I haven't given you a chance. Will you submit or not? What? What did you say? Still unwilling to concede? All right, then I must press down once more. Fong sighed in resignation. Energy level, 90. Will you yield? Or will you persist? Very well. Energy level, 80. Why has it decreased again? Perhaps I should try a different leg. Contemplating for a moment. Fong then produced a dart and plunged it into Lin Zi's right leg. The energy value stood at 90. Fong calculated that he had extracted nearly 700 points of energy from Lin Zi, and with the previously meager 500 points, he was still about 800 energy points away from illuminating the final star. Keep pushing, Lin Zi, you can do it. Fong patiently inquired again, Lin Zi. Despite your current state, you still refuse to concede? Just admit defeat already. What? You still want to surrender? Very well. Lin Zi roared in agony, his face contorted in pain. Referee, did you hear that? It's not that I am unwilling to let him go. He simply refuses to admit defeat, and I am left with no recourse. Fong shook his head at the suit-clad referee. The suited referee responded with a series of incoherent sounds. Meanwhile, the crowd beneath the arena was utterly stunned. It was indeed a tragic sight. The arena was stained crimson. Yet, they were perplexed as to why Lin Zi steadfastly refused to concede. He clearly lacked the strength to resist. Was there any merit in enduring this? Ultimately, only Lin Zi knew the truth. When Fong pressed one hand against his head, that strange force pinned his mouth firmly against the arena floor, leaving him with no voice but the desperate cries of Energy value 90. Energy value 90. Energy value 90. At last, it was sufficient. Fong nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the nearly unconscious Lin Zi, and then delivered a decisive kick that sent Lin Zi tumbling off the stage. Thud. Lin Zi fell to the ground, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, until the voice of the suited referee broke the stillness. Who shall emerge victorious? Wow, the young man selling plain water is truly remarkable. Xia Shuer's voice rang out first, her small face flushed with excitement, nearly rushing to the stage to offer a kiss. Mr. He is extraordinary. Tang Shouting was the second to awaken to the moment. Meanwhile, at the main table, Qin Xiu and Mo Dao exchanged knowing smiles. Subsequently, Qin Xiu stood up and announced loudly, Fong has successfully qualified for the diamond card. How did he manage to obtain a diamond card? This is unbelievable. The surrounding crowd fell into silence, taken aback. Nevertheless, regardless of the spectators' thoughts, the truth remains indisputable. Following this, there were some formal speeches, and upon their conclusion, Qin Xiu's expression grew serious once more. All right, everyone, please quiet down. I hereby officially announce that the 8 individuals who have qualified for the diamond card will become the 8 captains of Yunwu Xianzhou. Captains? Fong was somewhat surprised, wondering how such a reward could exist. In 2 days, the 8 captains would each lead their teams into the Ghost Valley, and each captain could select 2 individuals from the gold cards to serve as vice captains. Additionally, the captain holds the authority to allocate resources. At this point, Qin Xiu paused. Fong quickly understood. So that is how it is. The captain has priority in resource allocation. Now, to ensure the balance of each team, I, along with several leaders, have unanimously decided that the weakest captain will select their vice captains first. Does anyone have any objections? No. Then, Fong. You may select your 2 vice captains first, Qin Xiu said, winking at Fong. Why should I be the first to choose? Am I the weakest? Who dares to challenge this? What? You are unwilling to go first? Very well, I shall let others. Wait, let me choose first. I am indeed the weakest. Fong is no fool. Such an opportunity to select first is an advantage. Thus, without hesitation, he directed his gaze towards Xia Shuer. I choose Xia Shuer. As anticipated, he selected that pair of A. Upon hearing Hefang's declaration, Dongfang Qin scoffed, saying, "You claim to enjoy buns, yet you cannot let go of the little mantu." As for Xia Shuer, she glanced at Xia Shiyu, feeling a mix of hesitation and excitement. Did the young man choose me? It is delightful. But what about my sister? Hee, truth be told, I did not intentionally lose. At that moment, the young man indeed showed me mercy, since he was lenient. I must not be ungrateful, right? As the saying goes, mutual affection should be cherished day and night. Xia Shiyu remained silent thereafter. Next, Hefang chose Tang Xiaoding. This fulfilled his promise to Tang Xiaoding, elevating him to the position of vice captain, and naturally, he could now show Tang Xiaoding the map in his possession. Of course, selecting Tang Xiaoding was a well-considered decision. On the surface, Tang Xiaoding may not possess the strongest abilities among the gold rank, yet, in the realm of the unknown, his contributions are significant. The Tang sect excels not only in hidden weapons, but also in poisons and mechanisms. In the enigmatic Valley of Ghosts, having someone knowledgeable in poisons and traps by one side undoubtedly acts as an additional safeguard. Moreover, it is primarily evident that Tang Xiaoding is comparatively more trustworthy than others. Hefang certainly does not wish to be betrayed. The selection of the deputy captain was swiftly concluded. The token is exquisitely crafted, a triangular piece made of alloy, no larger than half a palm. It bears the intricate engraving of Yunwu Mountain Villa, accompanied by 4 robust characters, Yunwu Xianzhou. Additionally, it features an embedded emblem of identity. The pink little girl Xia Shuer has a gold coin the size of a fingernail embedded upon hers, while Hefang's token is adorned with a small diamond, indicative of his rank. As for the mysterious map, its material remains unknown. It is exceptionally pliable, exuding an ancient texture. However, Hefang is aware that this is certainly not the original, for there are a total of 8 copies. Hefang casually opened it and was immediately captivated by one particular mark. This bamboo mountain. Why does it seem so familiar? Chapter 62. The 13th star illuminated strangely. A vivid image appeared in his mind. In a bamboo grove, a little boy smiled at him alongside a little girl, their eyes crimson as blood. "Brother, we will meet again." A cold sweat trickled down Hefang's forehead. Could this bamboo mountain possibly be that bamboo mountain? If so, this map could indeed be rather ominous. He refrained from dwelling on it further and glanced at the other markings. Soon, he discovered that there were indeed markings of the Ghost Valley, significantly larger than those of the Bamboo Mountain. The location corresponded precisely to that of the Cloud Mist Mountain. In addition to the Ghost Valley, there were also 11 other prominent markings. Could it be that these significant markers referred to the 12 eternal spaces? He recalled that Qin Xiu had once mentioned that there were a total of 12 eternal spaces in the world, with the Ghost Valley being merely one of them. As for the meanings of the others, he could not decipher them for the time being. However, he was not overly concerned. With Xia Shuer by his side, what map could he fail to comprehend? He resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire with Xia Shuer. After all, he was now a person of some standing. And would the vice captain dare to disregard the captain's words? The Immortal Trace Conference had officially concluded, and there were no further challenges he needed to participate in. As he had now advanced to the diamond card, the night felt somewhat chilly. In his room, he began to illuminate the final star of the Shaoyang Meridian. His heart stirred, and a surge of red energy began to flood into the 13th star of the Shaoyang Meridian. This time, it felt distinctly different from previous experiences. After a considerable while, the 13th star gradually began to shine. In an instant, he felt a phantasmagoric vision emerge in his mind, as if something had materialized out of thin air, causing him an inexplicable sense of panic. After all, this was his first experience in cultivation, and he was uncertain of what might transpire. He steadied himself, calming his heart like still water. As he continued to soothe his inner turmoil, he heard Dongfang Qin cheerfully singing a bathing song in the bathroom. His spirits lifted. Damn! He raised his middle finger in response. At that very moment, he discovered a peculiar object quietly floating within the realm of his introspection. What could it be? Could it be the legendary 12 Meridians divine sword? No. It was a mask, yet only the upper half of a face. It gleamed resplendently, as if crafted from pure gold. Most strikingly, the mask boasted exaggeratedly large ears, standing upright in an unsettling manner, exuding an eerie aura. He felt a twinge of surprise, for this object was undeniably bizarre, emanating a chilling essence. Lacking any expertise in archaeology, he nevertheless had a vague recollection of having encountered such a mask before. Yes, it bore a resemblance to the bronze masks unearthed from the Sanxingdui site. He recalled visiting the Singdui Historical Museum, where he had seen masks of similar design, not only in bronze, but also in gold. The two shared a striking similarity, yet the distinction lay in the eyes of the mask. The bronze version had protruding eyes, akin to lanterns, whereas the mask within his body possessed hollow eyes, resembling two black voids, as if they were intent on devouring everything in existence. How could this be? His brow furrowed in deep contemplation. The emergence of a mask reminiscent of those from Singdui was utterly perplexing. Moreover, he remained oblivious to the purpose of this mask. Instinctively, he reached out with his hand, eager to touch and discern its nature. Then, he felt as if he had truly grasped a mask, remarkably rigid and chilling to the bone, evoking the sensation of touching metal. He reached out once more, and the frigid metallic sensation returned. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly yanked the mask. In that instant, he was stunned. What? This object can be removed? He was utterly astonished. If others were to witness this, they would likely accuse him of pilfering an antique from a museum. However, the craftsmanship of the mask was undeniably exquisite. He ran his fingers over its surface, which was adorned with intricate carvings, giving the impression of a granular texture that was present, yet not abrasive. It even possessed a peculiar smoothness. After contemplating for a moment, he resolved to don the mask upon his face for a trial. To gain a clearer view, he procured a mirror and positioned it before him. Surely, it couldn't be that once worn, it could not be removed. Taking a deep breath, he carefully pressed the golden mask against his face. In an instant, he felt as if the entire world had transformed. He could perceive a certain flow of energy suspended in the air, and most significantly, the energy and blood within his body surged with unprecedented speed. In the mirror, his entire visage appeared eerily cold. His eyes were hollow, and aside from his mouth being exposed, he resembled a ghoul, exuding an extraordinarily strange aura. Most importantly, as he donned the mask, a pattern emerged at its left ear, formed by 13 star-like points. Snap! Yifeng clenched his left fist, producing a faint sound akin to an air explosion. How formidable! The power had at least quadrupled. Even 1,000 mutts standing before him would be effortlessly dispatched. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of dominion, an aura of undeniable majesty. Yet, he soon discerned something amiss. The energy within his body seemed to be rapidly depleting, as if it were being consumed by the intricate patterns on the mask. He hastily removed the mask, exhaling heavily, feeling as though his very essence had been drained. Why was this happening? On the surface, this peculiar mask appeared capable of unleashing all the latent energy within his body in a brief span. However, the expenditure was equally immense. With his current capabilities, he could only wear it for a mere 4 to 5 minutes before succumbing to exhaustion. But why, after illuminating the Shaoyang meridian, did this bizarre mask manifest? The little bronze figure. The 12 meridians mirrored the little bronze figure, suggesting that this strange mask was somehow linked to unraveling the secrets of the bronze figure. Yifeng began to ponder, diligently scouring his mind for any recollections or descriptions related to the golden mask, a mask that could enhance strength, adorned with some enigmatic patterns. An ancient sacrificial artifact, perhaps? Thus, could the little bronze figure also be a form of sacrificial offering? He had heard that during ancient rituals, individuals often don grotesque masks while dancing, yet he quickly dismissed this thought. He had never encountered tales of anyone wearing a golden mask during sacrifices, especially one with such exaggerated ears. The Singdui? A bronze mask. The resemblance between the two forms is striking. Could there be a connection? Chapter 63. Slaying Ants Without Means. Yifeng pondered for a considerable time, yet remained uncertain. However, he felt an instinctive connection between the luminous patterns on the golden mask and some arcane spell. Various historical texts from the Huaxia region recount tales of mysterious incantations. For instance, some individuals would inscribe certain symbols upon their bodies in hopes of acquiring strength. This practice was particularly prevalent during the era of tribal civilizations. The designs varied greatly, continuing through the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties, though their occurrence diminished significantly following the Qin and Han dynasties. Yifeng possessed some knowledge of the history from the Qin and Han periods. Initially, during the unification of the 6 states by the Qin dynasty, many practitioners of the arts existed, with some even serving the first emperor. Yet, for reasons unknown, these individuals abruptly vanished from the annals of history. The small bronze figure, a spell? Could this small bronze figure be a relic from the ancient practitioners? Yifeng found this possibility highly plausible, yet he was left to wonder why these ancient practitioners would create such a figure and what secrets it might conceal. knowledge he had yet to acquire. While lost in thought, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Yifang, why aren't you coming out to spy? Surely, you are not feeling shy all alone inside, came the voice of Dongfang Qin from outside. Oh, has he truly vanished? Is he feeling bashful? Let me take a look. The door swung open, revealing Dongfang Qin, clad in a pristine white dress, peering in, her damp hair cascading down, exuding a faint warmth. Ah! Yifang let out a startled cry and swiftly hurled a box of open sour milk from the table. Thud. It struck Dongfang Qin squarely on the head, causing droplets to trickle down her hair. Dongfang Qin paused momentarily before licking her lips. Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, for treating kidney deficiency, sugar-free. Moreover, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me? Yifang exclaimed, flipping over and standing up. He approached the door, where a man in a suit and sunglasses awaited. Mr. He, the president requests your presence. Oh, all right. Although Yifang found it rather peculiar that the suited man wore sunglasses at night, he swiftly gathered himself and stepped outside. The man in sunglasses led the way. But instead of guiding Yifang towards Qin Xiu's office, he took a convoluted path to a secluded area. The further Yifang walked, the more uneasy he felt. Where is old Qin supposed to meet me? He inquired. Mr. He, just walk 50 meters ahead, the man in sunglasses replied, stopping and gesturing for Yifang to proceed alone. Who are you? Yifang hesitated, refusing to advance. Why does Mr. He ask such a question? Thud. Yifang swiftly kicked the man in the face and turned to flee. However, after barely 5 steps, he discovered 2 figures lurking in the shadows, one of whom had white bindings wrapped around his legs. Lin Zi? Yifang furrowed his brow, recognizing the 2 figures. One was Lin Zi from the Natural Gate, and the other was Tian Shan Baiyu, Lin Zhenyu. The 2 individuals appeared simultaneously, and in such a manner that Yifang could roughly surmise the reason for their presence. However, this was Yunwu Villa, where a saying goes, one does not judge the monk's face, but the Buddha's. Their brazen approach in seeking trouble caught him somewhat off guard. Yifang, a native of Dongha village, had been raised by the village chief after his parents mysteriously vanished during his childhood. Regrettably, not long ago, the entire village of Dongha had disappeared without a trace. Lin Zhenyu spoke first. Are you investigating me? Yifang's brow furrowed deeper. If we had not uncovered your background, we would not have chosen to act within Yunwu Villa. A smirk played at the corners of Lin Zhenyu's lips, revealing a hint of mockery. Oh, surely you do not intend to commit murder here in Yunwu Villa? Yifang stepped back cautiously. The man in sunglasses and a suit, who had previously been kicked down, now stood up, flanking Lin Zhenyu and Lin Zi, effectively sealing off his escape routes. It seems you truly do not comprehend this world. Lin Zhenyu looked up at the sky. Do you know how a normal person perceives an ant? Yifang remained silent, listening intently. An ant can be crushed at will. With just a slight press of the finger, poof, it is gone. Lin Zhenyu continued. Oh, so you intend to crush me? Yifang's eyes narrowed slowly. I, Lin Zhenyu, the sole heir of the Tianshan sect, and captain of the 6th team of Yunwu Xianzhong, merely seek to avenge a subordinate. Is that too much to ask? Of course not. But are you certain you understand the consequences of your actions? Ah, how naive and foolish you are, like an insignificant ant. Do you truly believe that you will leave here alive today? You intend to kill me merely to vent your frustrations? This is precisely why I assert that you lack comprehension of this world. Is that not reason enough? My disdain for you is akin to the desire to crush an ant. In fact, I have a far more refined method in mind, striking once we enter the Ghost Valley. However, upon reflection, I deemed it unnecessary to concoct a plan for dealing with an ant, and felt it was not worth the wait of an additional day. Do you grasp my meaning? Ah, you understand. No, you do not comprehend. How could you? It is akin to the nouveau riche who will never fathom the essence of true aristocracy. Have you finished your meaningless prattle? You appear eager to continue. Are you anxious? Do not rush, for an ant must exhibit patience. Allow me to finish. In fact, when I instructed Ilung to bring you here, I made certain arrangements to deliberately evade surveillance along the way. Thus, should you perish here, no one will ever know. Do you not feel honored? Admittedly, this may stir some complications, but in the face of the impending grand scheme, such troubles will soon be forgotten, for many will perish in the future. And a mere ant like you will be forgotten within a month. You, insignificant ant. Without hesitation, I strike. As Lin Zhenyu stated, there are indeed matters beyond his understanding. Must one kill simply because of personal distaste? This has completely transcended the realm of ordinary human cognition. However, there is one thing he seems to comprehend. A dog that bites truly does not bark. When Lin Jinyu incited Li Qing to incapacitate his hands in the arena, he had already dealt him a death blow. Yet, Yifang never anticipated that Lin Jinyu would employ such a method to eliminate him. After all, if he had exercised even a modicum of caution, he should have acted upon entering the Ghost Valley. This illustrates that indeed, as Lin Jinyu stated, it was not that he could not conceive of it, but rather that he held Yifang in utter disdain, viewing him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Yifang launched an attack, flinging a concealed weapon, and moved in tandem. Yet, at the very moment he struck, a beam of white light shot forth from Lin Jinyu's shoulder, swift as a startled swan. Whoosh! The white light traced an unusual arc through the night before ensnaring Yifang's right hand. Simultaneously, Lin Jinyu, like a specter, evaded all the hidden weapons and appeared before Yifang with an eerie grace. Hidden weapons? Huh. Such trifles hold no power before me. For once ensnared by my white feather, you are as good as dead. Thud. Yifang received a powerful blow to his abdomen. Crack. Yifang felt his right hand completely lose control. Chapter 64. The Golden Ghost Mask. You, a mere insect, dare to steal my thunder? You aspire to enter the Ghost Valley? Such delusions are laughable. Do you truly fail to grasp the distinction between the high and low echelons of this world? Even if I were to slay you, no one would seek vengeance on your behalf. Remember, only those of noble lineage like us are the true sovereigns of this world. Perish, you wretched bastard without parents. Boom. Yifang's body tumbled to the side. Yet this time, Yifang's left fist surged forth fiercely, colliding with Lin Jinyu's approaching punch. Bang! A dull thud resonated. Lin Jinyu stood proudly in place, while Yifang was thrust back 3 steps by an overwhelming force. Ha ha ha, resisting, are we? I am nothing like this worthless fool. Lin Jinyu pointed at Lindsay behind him, laughing maniacally. Lin Jinyu, you. Lindsay's expression changed drastically. What? Did I misspeak? Lin Jinyu's gaze turned icy. Remember, if you aspire to become the leader of the natural sect, only I can assist you. You. Wouldn't he dare oppose me? Would you? I wouldn't. Lindsay gritted his teeth. Then why do you hesitate? I have no desire to stain my hands with this insect's blood. Come, join a lung and eliminate him. Lin Jinyu beckoned Lin Z with his hand. Understood. Lindsay nodded. Meanwhile, the man in sunglasses and suit approached as well. Both of their gazes fell upon Yifang, filled with indifference. Mr. He, I regret to inform you, I am a member of the Tianshan sect. After the man in sunglasses spoke, he drew a gleaming dagger from his coat. Lin Z similarly brandished a weapon, a short blade. He stood still, his right hand hanging at his side, perplexed by Lin Jinyu's relentless desire to bring about his demise. In terms of animosity, he felt a greater animus towards the agile man in Lin Z than towards Lin Jinyu himself. Yet, Lin Jinyu had continuously sought to harm him. First covertly manipulating the agile man Li Qing, and then orchestrating such a lethal trap. It was utterly unreasonable. It appeared that many matters do not necessitate rational explanation. A child, upon discovering an anthill on the ground, might simply crush it underfoot without a second thought. It brings him joy, and that is the sole motivation. Yifang is a rational individual. Or rather, any person who possesses even a modicum of respect for life would struggle to comprehend Lin Jinyu's almost pathological capriciousness. Simply because of a personal grievance, merely because his spotlight was stolen, or because there would be no repercussions for taking a life. Could one justify murder? This sentiment is akin to witnessing a filthy beggar on the street. Some may show compassion by offering bread, while others may mockingly spit or hurl a stone. Is this normal? It is exceedingly so. The rationale is straightforward. Those who throw stones understand that a beggar poses no threat to them. In Lin Jinyu's mind, Yifang represents such a figure, utterly helpless, devoid of family. To kill Yifang would not only bring Lin Jinyu a sense of satisfaction, but also secure Lin Z's allegiance without any ensuing trouble. So, why not proceed with the act of murder? But the question remains, is reality truly as Lin Jinyu envisions it? Yifang's left hand gradually lifted, revealing a golden mask resting upon it, its bizarre shape and eyes akin to a black hole exuding an eerie aura. This mask was now affixed to his face, casting a sinister gloom. Both Lin Z and the man in sunglasses and a suit appeared momentarily taken aback by the sudden emergence of the golden mask upon Yifang's visage, their steps instinctively halting. The mask imparted an unsettling sensation, as if before them stood not a mere mortal, but a devil donned in disguise. In the next instant, Yifang sprang into action. There was no time for hesitation, nor any alternative. Lin Jinyu was formidable, far surpassing Lin Zi in strength. With a resounding impact, Lin Zi was sent soaring, crashing heavily to the ground. Energy level, 90. How swift. How could this be? The man in sunglasses could utter no more, for Yifang's fist had already collided with his face. Bang! The body of the man in sunglasses tumbled several times through the air. Energy level, 100. Two worthless beings, along with a pretentious little insect. Boom. Lin Jinyu's form was sent hurtling backward. Yet, Yifang, like a phantom, swiftly followed, seizing Lin Jinyu midair, lifting him with force, and smashing him back down to the ground. Thud! Lin Jinyu spat a mouthful of blood. Energy level, 120. How could you be so powerful? What manner of mask is this? Lin Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had exchanged blows with Yifang and found his strength lacking. Yet that last strike had undoubtedly surpassed his own by several folds. You are not worthy to know. The eyes of Yifang fixated on Lin Jinyu, their depths devoid of any luster, as if poised to devour the very essence of his soul. Yifang, I have changed my mind. If you hand me that mask, I shall spare your life. Lin Jinyu gazed at the mask on Yifang's face, fear absent from his demeanor, replaced instead by a palpable excitement. Yifang chuckled. What is it that amuses you? Do you, an insignificant insect, dare threaten me? Our statuses are not comparable. I am the sole heir of the Tianshan sect's leader. Should you take my life, you would incite the combined wrath of the 8 great sects. Not even the Yunwu manor could shield you from their vengeance. Yifang, I urge you to confront reality. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? Yifang seemed to grasp the truth. Some individuals, unafraid of death, were merely misled by an abundance of protection in their youth, leading them to mistakenly believe themselves invulnerable. Nonsense. You certainly would not dare to kill me. I offer you a chance for survival. Give me that mask, and in return, sever one of your hands. Depart from the Yunwu manor, and I shall spare your wretched life. Sever one of my hands. Yifang's foot came down with a forceful stomp. Crack! Lin Jinyu's left palm was crushed beneath the weight. His anguished cries echoed through the night sky. Concurrently, the previously darkened Yunwu manor illuminated with several large lights, and the once silent world began to stir, the sound of approaching footsteps resonating from afar. Clearly, Lin Jinyu's outcry had triggered the manor's alertness. Chapter 65. Yifang's first encounter. Yifang's brow furrowed tightly. He has never taken a life. If given a choice, he would prefer to abstain from such actions forever. Yet, can he truly spare Lin Jinyu, standing before him? How can he explain this to Qin Xiu? He has pondered this, but apart from himself, Lin Jinyu, and Lin Zi, there is also a staff member from Yunwu Mountain Villa present. Under these circumstances, is he genuinely capable of persuading Qin Xiu to deal with Lin Jinyu? Even if he could convince him, what action could Qin Xiu possibly take? Lin Jinyu is the sole heir of the Tianshan sect's leader. Unless the charges against him for murder are unequivocally established, he cannot be sentenced to death. As of now, Lin Jinyu has not taken his life. At most, he could be accused of intentional injury, and there remains a chance that this would merely be categorized as a brawl. Consequently, both parties might face mutual penalties. To eradicate the roots of the problem is essential. Allowing such a hidden danger to linger as he approaches the Valley of Ghosts is unacceptable. Yifang's gaze turned icy, and in his hand appeared a small sword of white jade. Indeed, I possess even more treasures. With a swift motion, the white jade sword severed Lin Jinyu's throat. Blood gushed forth like a spring. Lin Jinyu's eyes widened in disbelief, one hand clutching his throat, blood bubbling from his mouth. Unable to comprehend that Yifang would dare to kill him, Yifang was now beyond calculating the value of energy. It was his first act of murder. The psychological burden weighed heavily upon him. Yet, his gaze shifted toward the injured Lin Zi and the man in sunglasses in a suit named Du Ailang. You have killed Lin Jinyu. Lin Zi was in a state of bewilderment at that moment. He came to understand the unsettling truth that even a murderer could fall victim to another's hand. He yearned to flee, but swiftly, a shadow loomed before him. A blinding light erupted, and Lin Zi found himself kneeling on the ground, blood gushing from his throat. Simultaneously, Yifang charged towards the semi-conscious man in sunglasses and suit, driving a jade-like small sword into the man's heart. The blade pierced with a sickening thrust, crimson blood staining the golden mask. The night was cold and desolate. Moonlight cascaded down, casting elongated shadows on the ground, an eerie scene marked by the grotesque mask and the bloodied earth, chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. The sound of approaching footsteps grew ever closer, and Fong could even discern murmurs and conversations. Without hesitation, he darted into a nearby thicket, his mind racing. Had he truly taken a life? And 3 at that. His complexion turned pale, yet he dared not linger, propelling himself forward with utmost urgency. He must not be exposed. Absolutely not. He had to endure until he reached the ghost valley. Aligning his body against the base of trees and the corners of walls, he evaded the watchful eyes of surveillance, seeking refuge in the darkest shadows. Finally, after 15 agonizing minutes, he arrived at the door of his room. He removed his mask and swiped the room card to unlock the door. However, he found himself frozen in place. Dongfang Qin, the enchanting figure, was wide awake. Standing right at the threshold, a mouthful of instant noodles in her mouth. With a splutter, the broth-laden noodles sprayed across his face. Dongfang Qin gazed at Fong, who in turn stared back at her. They remained locked in a bewildered gaze for a full minute. At long last, Dongfang Qin took action, swiftly shutting the door and drawing all the curtains tight. Before doing so, she paused to listen intently for a brief moment. Then, she approached Fong. Fong, have you taken a life? Fong, with so much blood on you, it is undeniable that you have committed murder, is it not? The commotion outside is quite loud. All the lights are ablaze, and there are sirens blaring. I just saw a multitude of people rushing towards a certain direction. You are responsible for this, aren't you? Dongfang Qin blinked her eyes. Yet, Fong remained silent, for he could find no justification to explain his actions. If Dongfang Qin had not been at the door, he could have washed away the evidence of blood on his hands. The blood itself served as irrefutable proof, and he could not refute it. Moreover, the deaths of Lin Jinyu and the others would soon be made public. As long as Dongfang Qin was not a fool, she could easily deduce that this atrocity was perpetrated by Fong. This is your first time killing someone, isn't it? Dongfang Qin continued to inquire. Typically, the first act of murder brings a certain pressure, but one grows accustomed to it eventually. By the way, who did you kill? Do tell, for we shall soon discover the truth. Lin Jinyu, Fong finally spoke. It was him. That fellow was quite detestable. Yet he was the sole heir of the Tianshan sect's leader. It is said he was spoiled since childhood, and, coupled with his innate talent, he acted with impunity within the sect. And Lin Zi, Fong added once more. Oh, you killed 2? Remarkable. You managed to take down 2 individuals. Oriental Qin expressed a hint of surprise, then gradually spoke. Lin Zi pales in comparison to Lin Jinyu. Both in talent and strength, he is significantly inferior. Not to mention his rather ordinary background. I also eliminated a man in a suit named Along. At this point, Oriental Qin fell silent. Her gaze fixed intently on Fong, scanning him from head to toe. If you intend to betray me, could you perhaps wait until I have made my escape before you do? Fong contemplated for a moment before finally voicing his thoughts. Fong, remove your clothing. What? I said, strip down completely, leaving not a single piece behind. Quickly, if you wish to avoid death. A rare seriousness appeared on Oriental Qin's face, and without further ado, she lunged forward to begin unfastening his garments. Or should I head to the bathroom first? There is no time. Hurry and take everything off. Then you may wash up. Oriental Qin was relentless, her actions quite forceful. In a matter of moments, Fong found himself entirely unclothed. Not even a shred left to cover himself. Despite his usual thick skin, he felt a flush creep across his cheeks. Just as he was about to dash towards the bathroom, he noticed Oriental Qin gathering his discarded clothes into a pile. Then, she began to search her own person, eventually retrieving a small, ebony vial. This took Fong by surprise. What scheme was this enchanting woman concocting? As he pondered, he watched as Oriental Qin opened the vial and poured out a few drops of a ghostly blue liquid, which quickly fell onto his garments. Then, a startling scene unfolded before him. The clothes remained unscathed. However, the bloodstains on the clothing dissolved at a visibly rapid pace, completely washed away in a brief moment. Moreover, the air was devoid of any metallic scent. Instead, a faint and delicate fragrance lingered. Fong paused for a moment, then swiftly darted into the bathroom. Simultaneously, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 66. The true era has arrived. Fong was well aware of the implications of this event and hastened to cleanse the blood from his body. While Dongfang Qin hummed a gentle tune and casually opened the door, 2 men in suits stood outside. Is Mr. He in? Yes, he's inside taking a shower. Would you care to have a look? Dongfang Qin replied, a radiant smile illuminating her youthful face. There has been a minor incident at the villa this evening. and we would like to enter the room if it's convenient, one of the suited men said, exchanging glances with his companion. Certainly, please come in. Dongfang Qin gestured for them to enter. The two men stepped into the room and quickly noticed the discarded clothes on the floor. Without further inquiry, they picked up the garments. Oh, my apologies. We were just engaging in some intimate activities, and we haven't had the chance to tidy up, Dongfang Qin stated without any intention of obstruction. Hiki, we can understand that. The two men chuckled lightly, bringing the clothes to their noses for a sniff before gently placing them back down. At that moment, Hifang pushed open the bathroom door, draped in a white towel. Gentlemen, is there something amiss? No, Mr. He, please take your time. There may be some events occurring at the villa this evening. If there is nothing urgent, it would be best for you to refrain from taking a stroll. Oh, I was just about to go for a walk. The two suited men exchanged glances, both appearing somewhat troubled. Very well, since you both insist there are matters at hand, I shall remain in my room. Hifang pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding not to press the two further. In that case, we shall take our leave. The suited men nodded, each taking a turn around the room before departing together. The door closed. Dongfang Qin casually reclined on the sofa, her long legs draped over the coffee table. She then winked at Hifang. Come, sit beside me. Why? Hifang contemplated but eventually settled next to her. Dongfang Qin gently placed her hand on Hifang's shoulder, guiding his head down until it rested on her long legs. How does it feel to take a life for the first time? I don't know. Hifang truly felt uncertain. A complex swirl of emotions washed over him. He felt compelled to kill, yet afterward, an indescribable feeling of unease lingered in his heart. Well, it's normal not to know. However, the world is gradually changing. The path ahead will no longer be peaceful. The journey of any strong individual is strewn with the bones of the fallen, differing only in quantity. Is this your way of comforting me? It is rare for Hifang to hear Dongfang Qin utter such words. Yet, for some inexplicable reason in this moment, Dongfang Qin evokes a sense of warmth within him. I certainly shall not comfort you. Your path is yours to tread. However, one could argue that we have developed a certain fondness over time, although, as of now, we have yet to experience the passage of days together. Nevertheless, I am not a superficial individual. The absence of shared days does not imply a lack of spiritual enjoyment, wouldn't you agree? Hifang finds himself at a loss for words. A fairy is a fairy, and even a statement laden with righteousness, when spoken, often leaves one feeling bewildered. Therefore, you need not bear any psychological burden. Whatever storms may arise, I shall shield you from them. After a restful slumber, the sun will shine brightly once more tomorrow. After a restful slumber? Hifang's gaze is fixed upon the ceiling, and he continues to stare, feeling inexplicably weary as his eyelids grow heavy. Hifang, allow me to tell you a story. A story? Well, once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple, home to an old monk and a large yellow dog, the kind of earthy yellow that one might expect. Hifang is unaware of when he drifted off to sleep. All he knows is that his slumber was not plagued by restlessness. On the contrary, it was remarkably serene, akin to lying on a sun-drenched beach, with sunlight warming his body and waves caressing his form. Time passes unmeasured. He begins to awaken, realizing he is lying in bed, with a warm body nestled in his arms, sharing his slumber. Dongfang Qin? Hifang was somewhat surprised. In truth, he was acutely aware of the nature of his relationship with Dongfang Qin, which was merely one of mutual exploitation. From their initial tentative encounters to cohabiting in the same room, they exchanged banter and shared playful jests, yet maintained a semblance of respect and an appropriate distance between them. However, it seemed that at this moment, the chasm between them had begun to narrow. In the future, he was uncertain about what would transpire with Dongfang Qin. But at least for now, she entrusted her back to him, and he too could offer his back to her. Very well, Hifang nodded. Then payment is in order. What payment? 5,000 for the night, as we agreed upon. You wouldn't expect to stay for free, would you? Dongfang Qin blinked innocently, wearing an expression that suggested he understood. Yet, Hifang truly did not comprehend. He was pure, upright, radiant, kind-hearted, simple, noble, clean, naive, and lively. Much like a lotus flower glistening with morning dew. In Qin Xiu's office, President, we have made a discovery. What discovery? Qin Xiu exclaimed, rising abruptly from his chair upon seeing the suited man enter. A surveillance camera captured something. However, the lighting was exceedingly dim, and it appeared the individual deliberately evaded the camera's view, rendering their clothing indistinct. Yet, there was something notable about their face. What was it? President, please take a look. Moments later, Qin Xiu furrowed his brow. A golden mask. At that moment, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and a man clad in a pristine white suit entered, his expression exceedingly grim. I have heard there has been a discovery. Yes, the perpetrator wore a golden mask. Master Lin, please take a look. Qin Xiu nodded slightly and proceeded to present the recorded video to the man. The man activated the video, his gaze sharp and penetrating. After a brief moment, he set the video down, yet the small screen of the computer had already shattered. Evidently a result of the man's inability to contain his emotions while viewing it. The culprit is undoubtedly still within the confines of Yunwu Villa. Seal off the estate. Halt the Xinzong conference and initiate an immediate investigation. We must scour every nook and cranny to uncover this golden mask. The man declared. The Ghost Valley is set to open tomorrow. The Xinzong conference cannot be interrupted. That is my son, my only son, the future heir of the Tianshan sect. Qin Xiu, do you comprehend? I was 35 when I finally had this son, and now, an incident has occurred at your Yunwu Villa. How can you even suggest that the conference should continue? The man's face suddenly contorted with intense agitation. Master Lin, we share in the sorrow over the misfortune that has befallen Jinyu, but do you truly wish to alert the enemy? What do you mean? The adversary is still unaware that we have discovered the golden mask. If the culprit is indeed among those participating in the Xinzong conference, then once they enter the Ghost Valley, the inherent dangers will inevitably reveal their flaws. I will arrange for all personnel to wear miniature surveillance devices. When the perpetrator appears, we shall apprehend them. What if he escapes? The Ghost Valley has only one entrance. He cannot flee. Moreover, Master Lin, let us not forget the significance of this immortal footsteps conference. Qin Xiu continued. The man remained silent, yet his fists were clenched tightly. Master Lin, having known you for many years, you can rest assured that the Tianshan sect is one of the 8 great sects, and they take Lin Jinyu's matter very seriously. I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Very well, Qin Xiu, I, Lin Yuan, shall place my trust in you this once. I have but one request. Once the perpetrator is captured, let the Tianshan sect handle the matter. Agreed. The following day marked the day of entry into the Ghost Valley. Soon, a man in a suit knocked and entered. President, everything has been arranged. We have divided into 7 teams, each accompanied by a staff member for protection, all equipped with miniature cameras. All right, you may proceed suddenly. The ground trembled violently. It seemed to take on a purplish hue. Qin Xiu's expression stiffened, instinctively directing his gaze skyward. Above him hung an eerie purple sun. A purple sun? How could such a phenomenon occur? Qin Xiu's countenance shifted drastically. This was an event never recorded in history. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the office phone began to ring. Thank you to Mo Lin Z Phone for the 1,000-point reward. Seeking recommendations on Monday. Chapter 67. The disappearance of the 12 golden figures. Qin Xiu quickly answered the phone. Old Qin, do you see anything outside? An urgent voice emerged from within. No. I am not referring to the violet sun. Do you not have the bronze figure there? Bronze figure? What bronze? Boom. Simultaneously, 2 men in suits rushed in, their faces ashen and their hands trembling uncontrollably. President, it's terrible. A bronze head has suddenly emerged at the entrance of Gigu. Bronze head. Quickly follow me. Qin Xiu had no time for further contemplation. The situation had exceeded his expectations, leaving him utterly unprepared. The violet sun. The bronze head. No, it's the bronze figure. Qin Xiu recalled the information relayed over the phone. The occurrence of these 2 events simultaneously was undoubtedly extraordinary. He moved swiftly, nearly breaking into a run. Yet, even with mental preparation, he was still shaken upon arriving at the entrance of the Gigu Grotto, confronted by a terrifying sight. The entrance had collapsed, and from its original position, a colossal bronze head was rising, seemingly ascending continuously, now towering above chest height. What is this? A group of suited men stood in stunned silence. The scene before them was utterly bizarre. The massive bronze figure had burst forth from the stone, its surface marred with the passage of time, adorned with moss and dust, exuding an air of mystery. It was immense. Merely the head alone stood as tall as a small mountain. One could easily surmise that the bronze figure buried beneath must exceed 100 zhang, over 300 meters. Moreover, this is merely an estimation. The true height remains unknown to all. Qin Xiu furrowed his brow deeply, perplexed by the emergence of such a phenomenon at the Ghost Valley. It appeared that this anomaly was not confined to the Ghost Valley alone. Other locations also harbored colossal ancient bronze figures. Such immense bronze statues. Could they be the fabled 12 golden men that vanished from history? As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Xiu's expression darkened considerably. His gaze shifted once more to the purple sun in the sky, its hue so strange and eerie that it instilled a sense of dread. Furthermore, it seemed as though some crystalline substance was flowing upon the purple sun, shimmering like light yet constantly shifting, rendering the sun akin to a vast, watchful eye. No, this was incorrect. The source of the anomaly was not the purple moon or the purple sun, but rather, the purple qi. Surrounding the sun was a mass of purple energy. At long last, Qin Xiu discerned the truth. The radiant aura before the sun was not genuine light, but rather an ethereal flow, a stream of violet energy. In this moment, Qin Xiu began to grasp something profound. The purple moon that appeared throughout history was likely also a manifestation of purple energy, merely blending into the nocturnal surroundings and thus remaining unnoticed. Of course, this was still conjecture. Yet, should this hypothesis be substantiated, it would imply that the direction of his inquiries and research over the past 18 years had been fundamentally flawed. If the direction is erroneous, can the outcome still be correct? President, the entrance to the Ghost Valley is sealed by the ancient bronze figures. What shall we do about the people inside? A suited man remarked, contemplating the horrifying implications of the bronze figures continuously emerging. Now, within the confines of the Ghost Valley, there exist 7 teams, each led by a captain, accompanied by 2 vice-captains, a staff member, and over 20 elite participants who have qualified for silver cards. In total, nearly 200 individuals find themselves ensnared within this enigmatic realm. Commence excavation at once. Even if it means digging anew, we must establish an alternate passage. Qin Xiu, having come to a realization, promptly issued the command. These 200 souls are not merely individuals. They represent true excellence and the hope for the future. And they must not be forsaken. The entrance to the Ghost Valley has been sealed. Why precisely at the threshold? Qin Xiu found himself unable to ponder further. If these occurrences are not mere coincidences, then other locations may very well be facing dire predicaments akin to his own. 12 eternal spaces. 12 abruptly manifested bronze figures. Is this truly serendipity? Or could it be that the 12 eternal spaces are, in fact, the very source of the violet energy? While the 12 bronze figures serve as the suppressors of this energy's origins, Qin Xiu's back was drenched in perspiration, for the more he contemplated, the more he perceived the terrifying implications. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in the possibility that if his hypotheses hold true, the current Ghost Valley may no longer resemble the one of yore. The violet energy has manifested in daylight, signifying that the true transformation has officially commenced. What entities now inhabit the Ghost Valley? None can foresee. Hurry, dig swiftly. Indeed, a dozen men in suits swiftly approached the bronze figures, seeking the original entrance as they prepared to commence their excavation efforts. Qin Xiu's body trembled slightly with trepidation. Yifeng, Xia Xiu, Zhang Qiyun, Jinlei. All these beacons of hope for the future are confined within Gigu. Their loss could potentially create a significant void, a chasm of talent. Quickly, call for an excavator. President, there is no signal. It seems that the bronze figure emanates a peculiar radiation, disrupting all signals and hindering our communication with the outside world. What are we waiting for? Hurry outside. Yes. The 5 suited men, upon receiving the command, swiftly dashed towards the estate, their speed remarkable, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yet, at that moment, a scream suddenly pierced the air. Ah, my hand. One of the suited men, searching for an entrance near the bronze figure, collapsed on the ground, his hand shimmering with an unusual glow. Do not touch him. Ah, my hand too. The screams echoed once more, prompting the suited men to retreat hastily. The man who had cried out lay sprawled on the ground, his hand ensnared by the same strange radiance, rendering it immobile. President, their hands appear to be transforming into stone. The faces of the other suited men shifted dramatically at the sight. Stone? How could it be stone? Sweat poured down Qin Xiu's forehead as he realized that it wasn't just the hands of the 2 men that were changing. Their bodies were undergoing a similar transformation. They were turning to stone, and at an alarming rate. Ah, President, save me. Ah, in but a fleeting moment, the 2 suited gentlemen transformed into lifeless stone statues. Such a surreal scene rendered disbelief in the onlookers. Chapter 68. A sudden shift in the Ghost Valley. Within the Ghost Valley, a dense fog enveloped the surroundings, resembling ethereal white ribbons suspended in the air. Fong and his companions, under the guidance of the suited men, traversed the shrouded mists that obscured the valley above, stepping into the true confines of the Ghost Valley. Contrary to the idyllic paradise one might envision, the valley revealed no flora or fauna. Instead, a massive, battered mountain loomed before them, riddled with countless caverns. After years of exploration, they had successfully identified 8 entrances leading directly into the Ghost Valley from these caves. Each cavern opened into a distinct region of the valley, and while the traps within had largely been neutralized, caution was still advised. It was imperative to avoid reckless contact with the cave walls and to remain closely aligned with their respective leaders as they prepared to split into teams. Understood. Nearly 200 individuals filed in one after another. Fong, accompanied by a suited man, also entered one of the caverns. Inside, darkness prevailed, rendering visibility nil. Fong donned a safety helmet equipped with a rudimentary flashlight, designed for prolonged use, capable of lasting at least 2 hours. A group of over 20 individuals illuminated the cave's walls with a multitude of flashlight beams, transforming the cavernous space into a scene reminiscent of broad daylight. Wow, look! It appears there are carvings on the walls of the cave. Are there truly carvings? They seem to depict some characters and symbols. Could they possibly be legendary martial arts techniques? Dream on. You haven't even entered the true realm of the Ghost Valley yet, and you already seek unparalleled skills? I suspect they might be some sort of admonition or the like. The group moved forward joyously, pausing intermittently to admire their surroundings. Xia Shuer trailed closely behind Fong, her eyes darting around in a quintessential display of curiosity. Big brother, does that carving not resemble a ghostly face? Xia Shuer pointed excitedly at a relief sculpture above her head. A ghostly face? It does bear a resemblance, Fong acknowledged with a nod. Mr. He, we should reach the Ghost Valley in about half an hour, remarked the gentleman in a suit. Very well, I appreciate your guidance, Fong replied, nodding once more. The suited man then advanced a few paces ahead to lead the way. The temperature within the cave was rather cool, even damp, and notably, the space was not spacious. Only 2 individuals could walk side by side, with a low ceiling that demanded attention to avoid any protruding stones. Nevertheless, despite such conditions, the group maintained an elevated spirit, strolling and pausing, as if they were exploring ancient architectural wonders. After nearly 20 minutes of exploration, they continued onward. The cave began to narrow, allowing passage for only a single individual, and inexplicably, it seemed to grow darker with each step. What was once a brightly lit cavern now appeared shrouded in shadows. Fong speculated that the widening gap between the 20-odd members of their group was to blame, and he paid it little mind as he pressed onward. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his left shoulder. A visage of green skin and sharp fangs, with eyes as crimson as fresh blood, startled him. What the hell? Fong exclaimed, ready to retaliate with a kick, but as he lifted his leg, he noticed the pink sportswear beneath the green face. Haha. Did I scare you, big brother? Came the melodious laughter of Xia Shuer. Aren't you afraid I might kick you? Fong felt somewhat speechless. This little pink girl certainly knew how to have fun. She had even donned a ghost mask to frighten him. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, otherwise, his kick would have sent her tumbling. I'm not scared at all. You wouldn't dare kick me. Xia Shuer puffed out her chest, brimming with confidence. Fong chose not to respond, preparing to move forward once more. Yet at that moment, he noticed the suited men leading the way had halted abruptly. His face etched with a look of profound confusion. Mr. He, something's amiss. What is it? Fong approached him. I've entered the Ghost Valley through this cave at least 20 times, yet I do not recall any statue being present at this location. The suited man pointed ahead. A statue? Fong followed the man's gaze. In that location, there truly exists a statue, approximately the height of a person, with its feet firmly planted on the ground, and its head touching the ceiling of the cave. It is adorned in an ancient Taoist robe and bears a long sword upon its back, resembling a Taoist priest. However, the stone used to carve this figure is distinctly different from the surrounding cave's rocky texture. It is entirely jet black, seemingly imbued with a faint, ethereal glow. A peculiar scent wafts through the air. Xia Shuer leaned in closer. Yes, there is indeed a hint of fragrance, reminiscent of a floral aroma. Yet it does not resemble any toxic essence like mesmerizing incense. Tang Shouting also squeezed beside Fong, her petite stature allowing her to push her head in. Since Shouting asserts it is not poisonous, it likely isn't. Besides, this scent is rather pleasant, making me feel slightly hungry. The second young lady is truly innocent by nature. Tang shouting immediately lavished praise. The two whispered behind Yifeng. Yet, the man in the suit began to wear a grim expression, vigorously shaking the communicator in his grasp, which emitted a cacophony of noises. Hiss. Mr. He. It seems something is amiss. We are unable to contact anyone else. After several attempts, the man in the suit finally spoke again. Is the signal poor? Yifeng, admittedly, was not well versed in such matters. No, our communicators are specially manufactured, equipped with their own signal terminals. A poor signal is not feasible unless there is some form of interference. Has there been any previous instances of signal disruption? None. Then what shall we do? I suggest we first step outside and report this matter regarding the Black Taoist statue to the president before making any decisions. The man in the suit contemplated before speaking again. Very well, Yifeng nodded in agreement. Miss, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's report this for now. Perhaps tomorrow we will be granted another chance to enter. Tang shouting promptly reassured. All right, I shall heed your advice, Xiaoshuer nodded. The group turned around and began to walk back. After approximately 20 minutes, the man in the suit came to a halt once more, yet this time, his expression was not one of confusion, but of sheer terror. Is it this statue again? After 20 minutes, we should have reached the exit. Yet the Black Taoist statue is situated within the cave. Could there possibly be two statues? Xiaoshuer speculated. No, that is implausible. It must be the same statue. I made a distinct mark beneath it. Look, my mark is right here. The man in the suit pointed to 3 stacked stones beneath the statue. Xiaoshuer fell silent, blinking as her expression turned noticeably grave. Could it be a labyrinth? Or perhaps an illusion? Yifeng, who often indulged in novels, found himself at a loss this time. Just then, a piercing scream erupted from behind. What is happening? Please refrain from screaming if nothing is wrong. It's utterly terrifying. I think I saw a shadow flying right past my face, a young man exclaimed, his face contorted in fear. I also perceived it. It seemed to possess a human visage, a face, a ghost. Do not speak nonsense. Where in this world could one find such apparitions? Yet, you see, what is that over there? The youth trembled as he pointed towards a location behind him, his complexion turning ashen. In the direction he indicated, a luminous orb of bluish-green radiance flickered. Within this ethereal light, a human face was faintly discernible. Chapter 69. Will-o'-the-wisps and sculptures. Ah? There is a ghost! The crowd exclaimed in unison. This scene was undeniably bizarre. A human face emerged from the sudden bluish-green glow, coupled with the unexpected appearance of a black-clad Taoist sculpture, leaving everyone utterly startled. Bang! A gunshot reverberated through the air. The bluish-green light vanished without a trace. The shooter was a man in a suit, his action resolute and decisive. I must uncover what kind of demon or specter this is. After firing, the suited man strode purposefully towards the spot where the bluish-green light had dissipated. A few brave souls followed suit, approaching to investigate. However, it soon became evident to those who ventured forth that at the sight of the vanished bluish-green glow, there was nothing. The flames had appeared as if conjured from thin air, only to vanish just as mysteriously. A shiver of unease crept over the crowd. Those who could enter the Ghost Valley had all traversed unknown realms, yet few could articulate the true nature of what lay within. Could it be a ghost? In the gathering, the majority adhered to scientific beliefs, dismissing the notion of supernatural entities. However, the recent apparition of that greenish glow and the visage of a face defied any rational explanation. At that moment, another voice pierced through the tension. Where is Zhang Cuishan? Why has he vanished? Who is missing? It's Zhang Cuishan. I distinctly recall him being right behind me. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Upon hearing this, the crowd began to search frantically, yet Zhang Cuishan's presence eluded them entirely. Could it be that the specter consumed him? Stop this nonsense. Yet, the young man trembled as he spoke, the face within that glow. It truly resembled Zhang Cuishan. I am not lying. Everyone, remain calm and do not lose composure, urged the man in the suit. I have ventured into the Ghost Valley numerous times and have never encountered any apparitions. There cannot be ghosts in this world. He sought to quell the rising anxiety among the crowd. However, inexplicably, his words only drained the color from their faces further. Behind you. Behind you. This revelation caused the man in the suit to pale as well. Nevertheless, as a staff member of Yunwu Mountain Manor, his experience and composure were evidently beyond that of the inexperienced. Upon witnessing the greenish flames, he instinctively raised his firearm and aimed at the visage within the flames. Firing once more. Bang! This time, the flames were struck directly, emitting an eerie, screeching sound. Then, the turquoise flames splattered outward, dividing into 4 or 5 clusters. One of these flames inadvertently dripped onto the face of the man in the suit. Instinctively, he swatted at it with his hand, yet the flame did not extinguish. Instead, it adhered to the palm of his left hand. 2 clusters of turquoise flames clung to him like glue. Quick, run. At that moment, the man's calm demeanor finally shattered, and he shouted loudly. However, as he cried out, his body began to wither at a terrifying pace. There was no blood, nor did he transform into a being of flames. Yet his form diminished, ultimately collapsing into a chilling pile of bones. With a crack, the skeleton scattered across the ground, disintegrating into white powder. Such a scene left not only the silver card personnel in shock, but even He Fong, Xia Shuer, and Tang Xiaoding were utterly astonished. The man in the suit was dead? He Fong felt a chill run down his spine. Everything had transpired too swiftly. At that moment, the turquoise flames coalesced once more, forming 2 distinct clusters, each containing a grotesque human visage. It was truly the face of Zhang Zuishan and the deceased staff member. Everyone gazed at the 2 faces within the turquoise flames, their scalps tingling with dread. The flames floated through the air, gradually drifting towards the black Taoist statue, eventually seeping into its mouth. The turquoise flames vanished. Yet, a sensation akin to countless ants crawling across their scalps enveloped all present. He Fong, too, stood in stunned silence. He stood closest to the statue of the black Taoist, and due to this proximity, he could faintly discern the corners of the statue's mouth curving upward, as if it were smiling at him. Ah, there truly are ghosts. The souls of Zhang Zuishan and his companions have been devoured by them. That black Taoist, is he still smiling? I can see him smiling. I do not wish to perish. Run. Flee. Not only He Fong witnessed the sinister grin of the black Taoist statue. Others perceived it as well, and in an instant, chaos ensued. A portion of the group began to flee. The once orderly line of over 20 individuals was now utterly disordered. However, the cave was too narrow to accommodate more than one person at a time, and this turmoil resulted in a complete blockage. He Fong, observing this scene, felt a pang of despair. This has completely obstructed his escape. How can he flee now? Awaiting death. Everyone, remain calm and do not move. I am the captain. Heed my words and stand still. He Fong shouted, striving to fulfill his role as leader. Only if everyone remained stationary could he make his escape. Listen to the captain. Everyone must listen to the captain. Whoever moves again, I shall strike. At long last, a courageous individual stepped forward to assist He Fong in restoring order. Yet, this only managed to quiet a fraction of the crowd. Approximately 10 individuals stayed put, while the remaining members, over 10 in number, took off in a frenzy toward the rear, impervious to any calls to halt. It is merely a statue, after all. Let us destroy it. At this moment, Xia Shuer also regained her composure, gripping He Fong's arm tightly as she spoke. Yes, let us destroy it. The second young lady was right. We have collectively destroyed this sculpture. Come on, let us do this together. Upon hearing Xia Shuer's words, the remaining 10 individuals immediately sprang into action. Clearly, in their minds, Xia Shuer was far more credible than He Fong. Since it was Xia Shuer's decision, it must be well informed. I think we should refrain from destruction. The sculpture can remain here. Wouldn't it be better if we simply walked around it? He Fong expressed his suggestion. No, it must be destroyed. Doesn't this sculpture play with fire? I will burn it. The remaining individuals paid no heed to him. Soon, 2 people rushed forward, one wielding a weapon while the other produced a makeshift Molotov cocktail from an unknown source. Thanks to the generous support from Tian Jiao and Feng Chi Fei. Chapter 70. The enchantress He Fong realized that he could not stop the unfolding chaos. However, what surprised him was that the individual brandishing the weapon, who had been shouting to dismantle the black-robed Taoist sculpture, did not strike it when he reached its vicinity. Instead, he swiftly circumvented it. Circumvented it? How can he possibly do that? He Fong was momentarily bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Before he could ponder further, the other individual hurled the Molotov cocktail at the black-robed Taoist sculpture, followed by an eerie screeching sound. Whoosh! Boom! A series of emerald flames erupted in quick succession. The originally black Taoist sculpture, upon being struck by a Molotov cocktail, astonishingly transformed into a figure of vibrant green flames, with a viscous substance dripping from its form. Countless faces emerged upon the black sculpture, exuding an eerie and chilling aura. The flames atop the burning bottle appeared to be incessantly assimilated, or rather consumed. It was a ghost king, indeed, a specter that devoured countless souls. My heavens, a phantom from the realm of a Chinese ghost story. For heaven's sake, flee. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, those who remained could no longer endure, frantically retreating without a thought for their direction. Simultaneously, a deluge of green flames surged from the black Taoist sculpture, pursuing the fleeing crowd like swarms of malevolent spirits. Among them, a wave surged toward Fong and others. Step back, young sir. As the green flames approached, Xia Shueger sprang into action, unfurling the alloy umbrella behind her to shield herself and Fong from the impending doom. Bang! The ghostly flames collided with the umbrella, emitting a series of eerie screeches. Various darts were hurled forth, striking at the flames, which responded with piercing cries that echoed like the wails of tormented souls. Fong's face turned pale with dread. What on earth is this? Could it truly be the legendary ghostly flames that consume human souls? Just then, cries of anguish erupted from behind them. The youth who had thrown the Molotov cocktail was now ensnared by several clusters of emerald flames, transforming into a mere pile of bones in an instant. He was not alone. 2 others trailing behind were also emitting agonizing cries. Vast swathes of greenish flames engulfed the corridor. Fong felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Mr. He, no. Captain, look. The black Taoist statue has shrunk. Tang Xiaoding, owing to his short stature, was able to glimpse through the umbrella. Shrunk? Fong stepped back and soon discerned that the black Taoist statue had indeed diminished significantly, resembling a skeletal structure rather than a sculpture, still gripping a sword, yet devoid of flesh and blood as if it had vanished entirely. We must charge forward. Fong gritted his teeth, resolved. Their retreat was blocked, and their only path to survival lay ahead, beyond the black Taoist statue. All right, I will provide cover. Xia Shueger nodded, swinging her alloy umbrella forward to disperse the cluster of ghostly flames. Fong could not afford to ponder further, as a gap appeared amidst the flames. He steeled himself and dashed forward. Charge! Fong and Tang shouting sprinted ahead. The 3 successfully passed the black Taoist statue, but Fong remained vigilant. As he glanced back at the statue, it truly appeared to be a skeleton, dark as ink, its material unknown. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. After the ghostly flames were scattered, they reformed and lunged forward with renewed ferocity. You 2 go ahead. Xia Shueger called out. It is unacceptable. I am a man. How could I allow a woman to take the rear? Tang shouting, do you not agree? Fong, do not let Summer Snow speak any further. He grasped her hand and dashed away. Tang Xiaoding was left behind, his complexion draining of color as he gazed at the rapidly approaching specter behind him, sweat cascading from his forehead like a torrential downpour. Wait for me, Captain. I cannot be left behind. I have no umbrella. Here, take my umbrella. Summer Snow tossed her alloy umbrella into the air. Tang Xiaoding's expression stiffened momentarily, yet he swiftly caught the umbrella, swinging it back to disperse the ominous flame that pursued them, then surged forward with renewed vigor. The 3 of them had scarcely run 100 paces when they discovered a shadow looming ahead on the path. Was that another statue? Fong was drenched in perspiration. This was truly a predicament, with no escape in sight and being besieged from both sides. Brother, let us circumvent it. Summer Snow had also noticed the shadow ahead. Just as Fong prepared to agree, he saw the figure waving at him, incessantly gesturing toward a spot on the right. What? Fong was taken aback. Directing the beam of his makeshift flashlight toward the figure, the light illuminated its face, revealing that it was indeed a person, a fellow who had previously charged at them wielding a weapon. Fong felt an urge to curse. The fear of encountering someone so startling could be lethal. He could not fathom why this individual had not fled after their initial encounter, but instead chose to wait for them here. It was nothing short of miraculous. There's a hole. The shadow observed as Fong and others approached, immediately shouting, a hole. Fong directed the flashlight on his head toward the location indicated by the shadow, and indeed, there was a hole large enough for a person to crawl through. But why choose to crawl through a hole when there was a spacious cave ahead? Fong was momentarily at a loss. Hurry, crawl in, or it will be too late. The shadow offered no explanation and continued directing the flow of movement. Fong had no other options. The ghostly flames behind him were pursuing too closely, and the shadow had blocked the passage, leaving only the right hole for him to enter. Come on, let's get in quickly. Xia Shueger seemed untroubled. All right. Fong hesitated no longer, for Tang Xiaoding had already followed, with a swirling mass of greenish-blue ghost fire behind him. With a swift motion, he and Xia Shui'er crawled into the hole. Shortly after, he saw Tang Xiaoding enter as well. Then, he heard a loud crash. The entrance of the hole collapsed completely. Chapter 71. The second layer of the white jade gourd A bomb. This was undoubtedly a small bomb. Although its power was not particularly great, the sound was somewhat familiar. Who brought a bomb? Could it be that fellow at the cave entrance earlier? Meanwhile, he also heard a voice of relief. Fortunately, this young lady is quite nimble. Otherwise, those insects would have flown in. It is a woman's voice. Yifang, having run in haste, was consumed by panic and survival instincts, thus failing to discern the gender of the voice. However, in this moment, he recognized it. Dongfang Qin. It is that enchanting Dongfang Qin. Tang Xiaoding also came to this realization, glancing at the shadow that had crawled into the cave behind them, and tentatively inquired, "Is it Miss Dongfang?" What a redundant question. Who else could be so astute but me? Dongfang Qin's voice rang out once more, confirming Yifang's suspicion. That raucous individual truly is Dongfang Qin. No wonder she was acting so strangely, running even faster than he did. Yet, the unfolding narrative seems askew. According to the rules of the Immortal Gathering, Dongfang Qin's role is merely that of Yifang's assistant. At most, she is permitted to observe from the periphery. Without the right to enter the Ghost Valley, how did she manage to get inside? As Yifang grappled with these thoughts, Dongfang Qin had already shoved Tang Xiaoding against the cave wall. Then, she squeezed her way through the narrow passage until she stood directly before Yifang. Her snow-white face dusted with grime. Yet, the visage before him was unmistakably not Dongfang Qin. "Your face?" Yifang questioned, bewildered. "Oh, it's a human skin mask, a disguise. This morning, as I was leaving, I happened upon a fellow who had strayed, and I conveniently knocked him unconscious." Dongfang Qin explained while peeling off the mask from her face. "So, you sneaked your way in?" Beads of sweat formed on Yifang's forehead. "Let us not use the term sneak in. It sounds rather unflattering. Choose a different word." Dongfang Qin seemed somewhat displeased. "The Eastern maiden, concerned for our safety, has come to our aid." Tang Xiaoding exhibits remarkable cleverness, and her words are indeed pleasing to the ear, as commented by Dongfang Qin. A shy smile grazed Tang Xiaoding's lips, yet she was deemed too unsightly and diminutive by Dongfang Qin, who shook her head disapprovingly. Ignoring Tang Xiaoding further, Dongfang Qin pressed her body forward, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth, inviting everyone to express their gratitude for her life-saving assistance. Without you, we would have managed to escape regardless." Shui'er could no longer contain her dissatisfaction. Although Shui'er seemed somewhat unconvinced, she refrained from arguing. Her brows furrowed as if deep in contemplation. Yifang appeared to grasp the situation. It seemed that this enchanting Dongfang Qin had discerned the issue concerning the cave passage. Yet one could not help but wonder how she knew the location of this cave when it was their first foray into the Ghost Valley. What about Ruhi? Moreover, what was the creature that Dongfang Qin had mentioned earlier? "I've realized. We have entered the wrong cave passage," Shui'er suddenly exclaimed. "What other possibility could there be?" She retorted defiantly. "The layout of the Ghost Valley has been altered." Dongfang Qin narrowed her eyes, pondering this revelation. "The layout has been altered?" Both Shui'er and Tang Xiaoding expressed their astonishment. "Are you suggesting that the second round of the purple moon has manifested?" However, when we entered, the sky had not yet fully brightened. "Even if the purple moon were to appear, it should not be at this moment," Yifang echoed, equally perplexed. "I am uncertain about this matter, but it seems that the Ghost Valley has transformed significantly from its former self. The insects we encountered a moment ago serve as compelling evidence of this change." "Insects? Are you referring to the ghost fire?" "Indeed. The scientific name for these creatures is the yelate parasite, also known as the ghost fire mosquito, capable of draining a person's flesh and blood in a remarkably brief span of time." It suddenly struck me. Upon hearing this, Tang Xiaoding's eyes sparkled. "I believe I have encountered descriptions of such insects in the ancient library within the gate. However, the references were scarce, merely noting that when the wings of the ghost fire mosquito flutter, they create a visage of a human face, appearing and disappearing like a mirage. Yet, the text indicated that these creatures should have become extinct during the Han Dynasty. Tang Xiaoding's insight is commendable. Therein lies the crux of the issue. If a supposedly extinct species has resurfaced, it presents two possibilities. Either it emerged alongside the Ghost Valley 18 years ago during the descent of the purple moon, or the dynamics of the Ghost Valley have undergone a second transformation. However, that cannot be the case now. The staff is unfamiliar with the ghost fire mosquito, thus eliminating the first possibility altogether. Fong grasped the implications of this revelation as well. Clever indeed. Dongfang Qin smiled, then turned her gaze towards Xia Shui. So, Miss Xia, do you concede now? Humph. Xia Shui averted her face. Miss Dongfang is truly astute, and I, Tang Xiaoding, am left in utter admiration. Apart from her assessment of my appearance, I cannot find any other fault. Ugly rejection, begone. Tang Xiaoding felt a pang of sorrow. At this moment, Fong began to ponder. Many fundamental questions now seemed to have answers. These ghostly fireflies should be attached to that black skeletal frame, thus creating an impression of a dark sorcerer when viewed from a distance. As for the faces of Zhang Zuishan and the staff, it is likely that their expressions were largely influenced by fear, as extreme terror can easily distort one's perception into visual hallucinations. With these questions resolved, new ones emerge once more. The layout of the Ghost Valley has transformed. However, the entrance has been destroyed, and outside, the ghostly fireflies are on guard. Retreat is certainly not an option. Therefore, the only course left is to advance. Yet, if they choose to move forward, who can predict whether true demons and monsters will arise within? What should they do? Fong hesitated. If given a choice, he would prefer to be knocked unconscious by Dongfang Qin, for at least then he could remain safely reclined on the hotel bed. It is said that within the true Ghost Valley lies a well, a sea, and even a tomb. Not to mention the secret arts of Ghost Valley and the herb of immortality. If we could obtain them, would we not ascend to the realm of the divine? Dongfang Qin exclaimed, seemingly to herself, filled with excitement. Divine beings? Does such a realm truly exist? Tang Xiaoding expressed a longing gaze. Whether divine beings exist, I cannot say. But if we speak of those closest to divinity, Guguzi must certainly be among them, Dongfang Qin asserted. So, you wish to become a divine being? Fong inquired. Do you not wish to? Dongfang Qin retorted. I do wish to, but what? I have heard that becoming an immortal often leads to profound solitude. At that point, with no rivals left in the world, one stands alone atop the mountain, accompanied only by their sword. How utterly lonely. Fong displays an expression of difficult deliberation. Captain, you truly think far ahead. Tang Xiaoding appears speechless. Dear sir, if you genuinely fear loneliness, we could all become immortals together. With 4 of us, we could play mahjong atop the mountain. Xia Shui expresses her anticipation. Let us play do di zhu instead. Tang Xiaoding is too unattractive. Dongfang Qin states earnestly. All right, it's decided. We shall become immortals together. Fong nods in agreement. Just then, Dongfang Qin's expression shifts dramatically, and she raises a finger to her lips. Shoo! It seems there is a sound ahead. The sound? Fong and the others immediately fall silent. Soon, a series of low sounds can be heard from ahead. D D D, D D D, D D D. 3 short, 3 long. 3 short. It follows a very rhythmic pattern. Fong's heart tightens slightly. After the incident with the ghostly fire mosquito, he can no longer fully conceal his strength and prepares to draw the white jade sword for protection. However, as his thoughts sink into the black pouch, he notices that the white jade gourd held by the little copper figure seems to have illuminated on the second layer. Chapter 72. Beehive, Stone Coffin, Pure Ghost Fire. The once partially lit white jade gourd has become even more translucent, and within the second layer of the gourd, there appears to be something else. A flickering emerald ghostly flame danced in the air. Wang felt his gaze fixated upon it, sensing that this wisp of spectral fire was indeed a ghostly mosquito, yet it bore a disconcerting distinction from the one encountered previously. There existed a paradox of heightened malevolence intertwined with an unsettling purity. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The pressing question was how this ghostly mosquito had found its way into the jade gourd of the small copper figure. Could it have slipped inside while fleeing moments ago? Yet, that seemed implausible. The small copper figure was clearly ensconced within a black pouch. How could the ghostly mosquito possibly enter? Wang found himself momentarily perplexed. The situation was undeniably bizarre, steeped in enigma. What, indeed, was the origin of this small copper figure? He had posed this question to himself on numerous occasions, sensing that it held profound significance, potentially linked to the Ghost Valley and the celestial anomalies. Yet, the precise nature of that connection eluded him. It's a distress signal, 3 short flashes, 3 long, followed by 3 short again. Xia Shui interjected. Indeed, Miss Dongfang is correct. It resembles Morse code. Clearly, someone is in peril and seeking assistance, Tang Xiaoding realized. Let us proceed to investigate. Tang Xiaoding, you shall lead the way, urged Dongfang Qin, her courage evident. Why must I pave the path? Is it merely because you deem me unattractive? Tang Xiaoding replied, a frown adorning his face. Do you truly think I am the sort to judge based on appearance? The reason for your leading role is your diminutive stature. In times of danger, only you can navigate this narrow passage. Besides, is it not your Tang sect that excels in concealed weaponry and mechanisms? What if there are traps within this passage? You possess the most experience among us. Dongfang Qin patted Tang Xiaoding on the shoulder, encouraging him. Have some confidence. The organization believes in you. The young woman's words were quite pragmatic. When it comes to hidden weapons and traps, if the Tang sect of Sichuan claims second place, who would dare to assert the first? Encouraged, Tang Xiaoding's expression brightened considerably. Boasting. The Mo family is superior to you. Xia Shui'er interjected. Tang Xiaoding's spirits sank once more. Miss too. That statement is only half true. The Mo family's mechanism techniques are indeed formidable, but when it comes to hidden weapons, our Tang sect excels. Is there really a Mo family? Fang inquired, somewhat astonished. The 100 schools of thought during the Warring States period significantly influenced the development of Chinese civilization. However, after Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, the philosophies of these schools suddenly faded. Even today, while their names are still mentioned, much of their teachings have vanished, with many even becoming lost to time. Of course there is. Upon hearing Fang, Xia Shui'er felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Captain, are you not aware that the second daughter of the Xia family is actually... Must you speak out of turn? I will discuss this with the young gentleman myself. Xia Shui'er interrupted Tang Xiaoding, then stuck her tongue out at Fang. In truth, our Xia family from the capital is the Taoist lineage among the 100 schools, and my sister and I are the inheritors of Taoism. Isn't that impressive? Humph. So what if you are a Taoist heir? What is so remarkable about that? Dongfang Qin scoffed. How remarkable? And who might you be? Xia Shui'er declared with an air of pride. Why should I reveal that to you? Are you too afraid to speak? It's not that I am afraid. I simply choose not to, came the retort. As the two engaged in their spirited exchange, Fang felt a tempest brewing within him. The reality of the world was indeed far removed from his expectations. The little girl was a disciple of Taoism. Moreover, the existence of the Mo family was astonishing. How extravagant! Wasn't there also Confucianism, legalism, the miscellaneous school, military strategy, yin-yang philosophy, and the school of diplomacy, and so forth? The school of diplomacy. Guigu. Fang's gaze abruptly shifted to Dongfang Qin. He was uncertain whether his conjecture was accurate, yet an inexplicable sensation enveloped him. From the moment he met Dongfang Qin, to her accompanying him into Yunwu Mountain Manor, and then inexplicably becoming entangled with Guigu. Could all of this truly be attributed solely to her playful curiosity? The existence of the 100 schools of thought was gradually expanding Fang's perspective, as if an unsolvable enigma was slowly surfacing. The village chief's mention of significant matters. 12 eternal spaces. The sudden shift in Guigu's dynamics. These seemingly chaotic elements appeared to be converging. Beep, beep, beep. The low sound echoed once more, repeating the pattern of 3 short beeps, followed by 3 long ones, and then 3 shorts again. Both Dongfang Qin and Xia Shui'er fell silent, their expressions serious as they began to listen intently. It seems to be just ahead, not far off. Xia Shui'er asserted with certainty. Let us hasten to rescue the person. I shall forge ahead and clear the path for everyone, exclaimed Tang Xiaoding, who immediately set forth, skillfully maneuvering through the cave walls to take the lead. Fang intended to stay at the rear, yet Dongfang Qin was unwilling, asserting that the last one could run the fastest. Fang found himself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. Thus, the 4 of them commenced their ascent in a formation as dictated by Tang Xiaoding, heading towards the source of the sound. The visibility and space within the cave were exceedingly limited, creating a rather cramped atmosphere. Fang crawled behind Xia Shui'er, the only sight before him being the gentle sway of her petite form. However, due to the dim lighting, his view was rather obscured. The 4 continued their crawl, and after approximately 10 minutes, the sound began to grow clearer, close and resonant, akin to a rhythmic echo touching the very soul. Suddenly, Tang Xiaoding's voice broke through. It appears there is no path ahead. No, wait, it is an exit. Fang found himself perplexed by the sudden shifts between blockages and openings, compelled to follow suit. It was then he noticed Xia Shui'er abruptly pivoting to the right. At last, he discerned what lay ahead. An object resembling a stone tablet obstructed the cave's passage, yet it also presented an opening to the right. This peculiar configuration struck him as rather odd. However, lacking any understanding of concepts such as yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, or feng shui, he could not decipher its significance. Nevertheless, upon reaching the exit, an ominous and unsettling sensation washed over him. Before him loomed a suspended cave entrance. Beneath lies a dark expanse, glimmering faintly like scales, resembling a still pond. However, it is devoid of any flowing water, a stagnant pool. Above the cave entrance, countless similar openings abound, densely clustered, resembling a colossal beehive. The absence of water's gentle murmur fills the air with a damp chill. Notably, at these myriad entrances, several stone coffins are placed. Some openings harbor them, while others do not. The quantity is considerable, amounting to no less than 100 coffins. The peculiar sound emanates from one of the coffins situated within a lower aperture. Drip, drip, drip. The unsettling rhythm resonates. Hefang's heart sank. This scene compelled him to contemplate a certain entity. Zombies. Hefang, you are blocking my way, Dongfang Qin exclaimed, forcefully nudging him out of the opening. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoding and Xia Shuer stood at the cave's mouth, their expressions a tapestry of complexity as they gazed down at the coffins. Could it be zombies? Xia Shuer tightened her grip on Hefang once more. Zombies? Where are the zombies? Dongfang Qin squeezed herself out of the cave, her gaze instinctively drawn to the coffins below. Wow, there really are zombies. No, they are not zombies. Look over there. Hefang, having been pushed out, found his sight aligning perfectly with the area behind the coffin. There, a sword lay in wait. It was neither a rusted iron sword nor an ancient bronze blade. It was a long sword forged from fine steel, now shattered into 2 segments, with one fragment of the hilt protruding slightly, emanating a faint glow in the darkness. That sword appeared to belong to Sister and Kaching of the Amaze sect. Tang Xiaoding, positioned at the outermost edge of the cave entrance, recognized it immediately. And Kaching's sword? Could it be that the one emitting a distress signal from within the sarcophagus isn't Kaching? But how did she end up inside the sarcophagus? Xia Shuer voiced her inner confusion. Of course, this was also a question that Hefang, Tang Xiaoding, and Dongfang Qin shared. A living person inexplicably found themselves inside a sarcophagus. It was undeniably perplexing. Moreover, the most pressing concern was that there was not merely one sarcophagus present. If Kaching was beneath, what could be concealed within the others? Chapter 73. Opening the sarcophagus, Hefang felt an inexplicable sense of unease. It was not that he was reluctant to rescue someone immediately, but rather that the circumstances seemed excessively coincidental. The sarcophagus was emitting an SOS distress signal in Morse code, accompanied by a broken sword lying beside it. In such a scenario, it is likely that most individuals would hastily attempt to open the sarcophagus to rescue the person inside. Never mind how Sister and ended up there. Let us descend and investigate. With that, Tang Xiaoding began to climb down the mountainside. Hefang did not intervene. On the contrary, he followed closely behind Tang Xiaoding. Dongfang Qin and Xia Shuer quickly joined them as well. 4 individuals stood before the stone sarcophagus. Tang Xiaoding picked up the broken sword from the ground, reaffirming that it belonged to Kaching of the Amaze sect. There was no doubt about it. What are we waiting for? We must hasten to rescue her, exclaimed Xia Shuer. Hold on a moment, Hefang interjected. If there is a distress signal emanating from within the sarcophagus, then it stands to reason that it can also hear our words. Correct? Indeed, Xia Shuer nodded, quickly grasping the situation. She leaned closer to the stone coffin and called out, "And Kaching, this is Xia Shuer. Can you hear me?" Beep, 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 beep. The sounds from within the sarcophagus persisted. Xia Shuer's brow furrowed slightly, and she continued, "And Kaching, if you can hear my voice, please cease sending distress signals. Just knock 3 times, and then stop. Beep, 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 beep." It's a trap, Xia Shuer swiftly realized. Had it not been for Hefang's warning, they might have opened the coffin to rescue her by now. Who could have set such a trap? Within Shiji's sword present, it was evident that something had befallen her. Tang Xiaoding frowned and suddenly gestured for silence. Listen, do you hear that sound over there? Following Tang Xiaoding's indication, Hefang and the others discerned another stone sarcophagus not far away, which also emitted sounds, albeit different from that of the one before them. Beep, beep, beep. 3 urgent sounds echoed, then fell silent. That sarcophagus must contain Shiji. Tang Xiaoding realized immediately. Quickly, let us proceed. The 4 individuals swiftly resumed their ascent along the stone wall, and before long, They arrived before the stone sarcophagus that had emitted 3 urgent sounds. However, to ensure their safety, Xia decided to inquire once more, "And Kuching, are you truly inside? If so, please respond with a beep. Beep beep." "It is indeed in Kuching," Tang shouting exclaimed. "Quick, open the coffin. I have the tools. Just a moment, I brought them." He rummaged through his backpack and produced a claw secured with a rope. "Let us proceed with caution, even if it isn't Kuching within. We cannot guarantee that there are no traps inside," Yifang reasoned, considering that the presence of one trap likely indicated the existence of another. "Understood," Tang shouting nodded. Subsequently attaching the claw to the sarcophagus, he then gestured for everyone to step back before bracing Xia alloy umbrella. With all preparations complete, Tang shouting exerted force and pulled back. With a crack, the lid of the sarcophagus shifted, revealing a small opening. At that moment, countless ethereal blue needles shot forth from the exposed section, densely packed like a torrential rain, piercing into the walls, while some were deflected by the alloy umbrella. Indeed, the captain's foresight proved invaluable. The sarcophagus contained traps. "Let us see if it isn't Kuching." "All right, I shall take a look," Tang shouting nodded, carefully avoiding the poisonous needles on the ground and above the entrance as he approached the sarcophagus. Peering into the opening, he gasped loudly, "It is not senior sister Yin. It is junior sister Yin, from the Wing Chun sect." Yin Ling from the Wing Chun sect? In a distant memory, there exists a petite yet remarkably muscular maiden. During the initial encounter, Yin Ling was defeated by the Qingqing sect, and that very adversary met an unfortunate defeat at the hands of Xia Shiyu. Consequently, Yin Ling was chosen by Amaze and Kuching to serve as the vice captain. However, the presence of Yin Ling within the stone coffin raises questions. Where hasn't Kuching vanished to? As these thoughts lingered, Tang shouting had already liberated Yin Ling from her stony confinement. Emerging from the coffin, Yin Ling was tightly bound with steel wire, her mouth sealed with tape, her complexion pale, and her body trembled incessantly. Her eyes appeared hollow, caught in a state of half-daze, half-awareness. Yet, there were no signs of blood upon her. It seemed she had merely been frightened into such a condition. "Junior sister Yin, how did you end up in that coffin?" Tang shouting cautiously tore away the tape from Yin Ling's mouth, gently slicing through the steel wires with a knife. "Ghost! Ghost! There's a ghost!" Yin Ling jolted awake, her expression fraught with panic. "What ghost? What did you see?" "Skeletons, countless skeletons and bodies." "Ah!" Yin Ling's psyche had clearly suffered a severe shock, her state deteriorating rapidly. "What about senior sister Yin? Where is your captain?" "The captain? She has been captured." "Ah, the captain has been taken away." Who captured the captain?" "One. Wen Hong. It was Wen Hong. He is a devil. He slaughtered everyone. It was he who killed them all and took the captain away." "Wen Hong." Upon hearing this, Yifang and the other 3 exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. It was actually Wen Hong, the young man wielding the ghostly banner. Yifang had always found Wen Hong somewhat peculiar, but he could not fathom why Wen Hong would target Kuching and the others, nor why he would meticulously set so many traps. No, it cannot be just Wen Hong alone. He could not achieve all of this by himself. As he pondered, he noticed a strange change in Yin Ling's countenance. Her previously pale face suddenly took on a dark hue, as if something were surging forth from within her body. "Yin Shimmy, what is wrong?" "Yin Shimmy." Tang shouting seemed to sense it too. "Ah!" Yin Ling abruptly shoved Tang, shouting away. At that moment, Yifang witnessed an uncanny scene unfold. Scales of a deep, dark hue began to emerge from Yin Ling's body, starting from her face and spreading across her form, growing incessantly. By the end, her fingernails had transformed entirely into claws, and her eyes had turned a striking golden yellow, akin to the gaze of 2 venomous serpents. "This is bad. Yin Ling is not herself." Shouting, "Run!" Xia immediately retreated. "What?" Tang shouting was equally startled. But as he attempted to back away, it was already too late. One of Yin Ling's claws was already reaching for his face. At that moment, Yifang could think of nothing else. Seeing Tang shouting on the brink of demise, he propelled himself forward with a swift motion, delivering a powerful strike to Yin Ling's chest. The touch was icy and piercing, a day's journey in a single leap. With a resounding crash, Yin Ling's body was slammed against the stone coffin. Yet, her strength appeared to have surged remarkably, rendering her form incredibly resilient, to the extent that she left a crack in the stone coffin. At that moment, the previously resonating beeping sounds emanating from the coffins abruptly ceased. Then came a series of chilling, nerve-wracking noises. Crack, crack. Chapter 74. The Exit, the True Ghost Valley. Yifang's complexion changed as he discerned that the sharp sounds were produced by claws scraping against the stone coffins. And it was evident that more than one coffin was making such a noise. This was alarming. There were still monsters lurking within the other coffins. Just as Yifang entertained this thought, the lid of one coffin was suddenly pushed aside. With a thunderous roar, the second, third, and fourth coffins followed suit. In an instant, over 20 coffins were flung open, revealing creatures that bore a striking resemblance to Yinling, all adorned with greenish-blue scales. Their claws and leaping abilities were extraordinarily exaggerated. Upon bursting forth from the coffins, they darted towards Yifang and the others with astonishing speed, scuttling along the stone wall. The members of Nkaching's team had all transformed into monsters. As Tang Shouting observed the garments on the creatures, he quickly deduced their identities. Yifang recognized this as well, but he was baffled by the transformation of humans into monsters, a phenomenon that exceeded his comprehension. However, he had no time for contemplation. For Yinling, having been forcefully repelled by him, was once again staggering and preparing to lunge at him. Yifang found himself at a loss. Seizing the moment before Yinling could regain her footing, I lunged forward, toppling her to the ground. I realized then that this was Miao Gu. Dongfang Qin spoke up at that instant. Miao Gu. Tang Shouting exclaimed in shock. What kind of goo is that? Hurry and help. Yifang was on the verge of collapse as Yinling's strength surged tremendously. If he hadn't used one foot to firmly brace against her abdomen, he would have been unable to contain her. Brother, I shall assist you, Xia Shui'er exclaimed, immediately rushing over and delivering a single palm strike to Yinling's head. Bang! Yinling's head tilted, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Yifang finally managed to extricate himself. Tang Shouting swiftly took action as well, launching a series of hidden weapons towards the advancing monsters. Bang, bang, bang. The creatures swatted at the projectiles with their claws. Jump into the water. Tang Shouting could hardly believe it. Yes, if I am not mistaken, these caves are all dead ends. And Nkaching and Wenhong must have emerged from within them. But now Wenhong is nowhere to be found. Thus, I surmise that the pool below might very well be the exit. Dongfang Qin asserted confidently. All right, I trust you. Miss Dongfang, Tang Shouting exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he swiftly launched another hidden weapon, striking one of the monster's eyes. Upon being hit, the creature loosened its grip, plummeting from the stone wall. Suddenly, from the previously tranquil pool, a massive shadow surged forth, its jaws agape, swallowing the falling monster whole. Ripples spread across the surface of the water. As Tang Shouting was about to leap, he was suddenly taken aback. Yifang was equally startled. However, the darkness below obscured his view of what lay within the pool. He could not discern what exactly resided there. Yet, it was undeniable that whatever lurked in that water was a true monstrosity, and a colossal one at that. Is this really the exit? Yifang glanced at Dongfang Qin. Jump now. The creature in the pool has just eaten. It won't be hungry again so soon. Take this chance and dive in. Dongfang Qin began to radiate positivity. Tang Shouting, trust her and jump. Yifang urged. Can I change my mind now? Truthfully, I have a tendency to be suspicious. I'm not one to easily place my trust. Bang! Before Tang Shouting could finish his sentence, Dongfang Qin kicked him squarely in the rear. Ah! A scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air. Then, Tang Shouting plunged headfirst into the pool. Splash! Water erupted all around. Yifang and the others watched from above. After Tang Shouting fell into the pool, he floundered momentarily before diving deep beneath the surface. Huh, he wasn't eaten? Jump quickly. If you don't, it will be too late. Oh, and Yifang, remember to bring Yinling. After finishing her sentence, Dongfang Qin leaped forward, executing a graceful twist in midair. Hey there, let us jump too, Xia Shui'er declared, following suit. Yifang truly hesitated to leap. Yet, he found himself alone at the cave's entrance, with only the unconscious Yinling beside him, and the monstrous creature advancing menacingly. Oriental Qin, if I were to perish, I would haunt you in the afterlife. Yifang gritted his teeth, hoisting the unconscious Yinling onto his shoulder before leaping into the abyss. Splash! Upon entering the water, he felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss. A verdant glow enveloped his vision, yet he was compelled to force his eyes open. Tang Shouting, Xia Shui'er, and Oriental Qin were swimming deeper into the pool. Not far from them lurked a colossal shadow. It resembled a crocodile, yet its size was at least tenfold that of any creature one might encounter in a zoo. Its ebony scales glimmered coldly in the dim light. Yifang's eyes widened in terror. He could no longer afford to be concerned about anything else. One hand gripping Yinling, he desperately paddled with the other, propelling himself towards the depths alongside Oriental Qin and the others. At that moment, the monstrous creature opened its eyes once more, its emerald gaze fixated upon him. Who on earth claimed that consuming one would quench its appetite? As Feng watched the beast draw closer, he furiously kicked his legs in a frantic effort to escape. Fortunately, his swimming skills were not lacking. Despite the chilling waters, he maintained a commendable speed. However, in comparison to the creature pursuing him, he felt utterly inadequate. It was closing in, closer and closer. The beast's jaws gaped wide, and a small whirlpool formed in the water, tugging at Feng, as if to drag him into the maw of the monster. A pang of despair gripped Feng's heart. All he could do was hurl a few concealed weapons into the water. Alas, in such an environment, the projectiles held little power, failing to even scratch the creature's armored scales. He subconsciously prepared to don a mask for a confrontation, but before he could do so, a beam of white light shot forth from the depths of the water pool. In an instant, it wrapped around his hand, and then an immense force yanked him forward, forcibly pulling him from the creature's maw. He recognized this as the alloy umbrella belonging to Xia Shuer and instinctively followed the pull downstream. Before long, he spotted a glimmer of light, accompanied by a shadowy figure swaying in its vicinity. As he broke the surface of the water, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if the entire world had turned upside down. He remembered swimming beneath the water, yet above him now stretched an expanse of sky. Below his feet lay a well, its icy water chilling to the bone. "Little brother, we made it out. This is the true Ghost Valley," Xia Shuer exclaimed as she swiftly pulled him up from the well, water dripping from his body. It was a snug fit, yet devoid of any significant contours. He cast a glance at Dongfang Qin, where the contours were markedly more pronounced. However, Tang's shouting was unfortunate. Having been pinned to the ground by Dongfang Qin, who quickly rummaged through her backpack to change clothes, he felt a bit speechless. He recalled that when Dongfang Qin had shared a room with him, there had been far fewer pretensions. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt a peculiar comfort at that moment. He refrained from looking back at Dongfang Qin and instead turned his gaze to the surroundings. Is this truly Ghost Valley? As he surveyed everything around him, he felt a genuine sense of wonder. The true Ghost Valley was entirely different from what he had imagined. Chapter 75. The Path of the Immortal. There are neither jagged and bizarre rocks nor the fragrant blossoms wafting through the valleys. Likewise, there are no idyllic wooden cottages, fertile fields, or ephemeral wisps of smoke rising from hearths. What remains are only ebony pillars standing tall upon the vast expanse of land, each column connected by a network of stone-paved ditches. If one were to encapsulate this scene in a single term, it would be chessboard. The entire Ghost Valley resembles a colossal chessboard, with these stone pillars serving as pieces, while the ditches represent the intersecting lines of the game. Observing this sight, Feng inexplicably thought of the phrase, "Life is but a game of chess." We may have arrived at the chess palace of Ghost Valley. Dongfang Qin had already changed her attire and approached Feng, gesturing towards a nearby hill. That should be the Ghost Valley Mountain, where Giguzi secluded himself. "How do you know?" Feng inquired, astonished. "Of course, you are unaware that my nickname is the invincible, omniscient beauty of youth, aren't you?" Dongfang Qin replied proudly, tilting her head slightly. "Do you know the way there?" "I do not." At that moment, Feng casually raised his middle finger. Meanwhile, Xia Shuer had crouched down, her fingers probing the unconscious Yinling, pressing gently before shaking her head softly. What resides within Yinling is likely the three-corpse goo from the Miao Gu. Dongfang Qin glanced at Yinling and spoke again. "Three-corpse goo? I have heard of this sorcery, which appears to be crafted from the venom of blue, red, and white serpents. Once the sorcery is cast upon an individual, it lies dormant for a moment before erupting with ferocity, draining the host's essence and injecting venom, leading to convulsions, the development of toxic sores, and ultimately death. However, I have not encountered any mention of it transforming one into a monster," remarked Tang, shouting as he rose. "What afflicts Yinling is a variant of the three-corpse goo, and it seems the perpetrator does not wish for her demise just yet. They have counteracted the goo poison, rendering Yinling herself the very essence of the goo," continued Dongfang Qin. "Are you suggesting that Yinling has now become the three-corpse goo?" Tang, shouting, exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Dongfang Qin nodded in affirmation. "Is there a remedy for this goo?" "Yes, as long as we can expel the goo poison from her body. However, the current circumstances render a cure impossible." for the sole method of expelling the goo poison is through blood transfusion. Blood transfusion? Understood. What shall we do now? We must first transport her to Giga Mountain. If we manage to escape, we can then entrust her to Yunwu Villa for further assistance. Dongfang Qin's gaze drifted into the distance. Tang Shouting nodded, refraining from voicing any doubts about their escape. Such thoughts would not only be futile, but also disheartening. To survive, one must be imbued with unwavering confidence, firmly believing in their eventual escape. Then let us proceed towards Giga Mountain. By the way, pertaining to the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, I presume your Xia family possesses a set? Dongfang Qin turned her gaze towards the nearby Xia Shuer. Yes, let me take a look. Xia Shuer nodded, her gaze meticulously scanning the surroundings, gliding over the stone pillars and the channels beneath them. After a brief moment, her brow furrowed, and she settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, her hands ceaselessly sketching something upon the earth. Hifang cast a casual glance, noting the complex symbols, Kuan, Li, Kan, a collection of arcane and inscrutable elements that eluded his understanding. He soon turned his attention away. After approximately 20 minutes, Xia Shuer finally rose from the ground. Follow me, she commanded, stepping forward, taking 3 strides ahead, then shifting 2 steps to the right, advancing once more, veering left, and then right again. Hifang and the others trailed closely behind her. They continued this way for about 10 minutes, the atmosphere remaining tranquil, with Giga Mountain drawing ever nearer. It appeared to be quite simple. Hifang exhaled, feeling considerably at ease. Naturally, with the second young lady of the Xia family present, what formation could possibly withstand them? Tang Shouting, carrying Yin Ling on his back, chuckled lightly. Actually, I can do it too. Dongfang Qin lifted her chin. Oh really? Then why don't you give it a try? I'm not going to. Did you not claim you could? Indeed, I can, yet I choose not to. Dongfang Qin replied with an air of nonchalance, her composure unwavering. Hifang was left speechless. Humph. Xia Shuer said no more, leading the way once again. After another 5 minutes, the 4 of them finally succeeded in stepping out of the chessboard. Hifang felt a sense of helplessness. The ethereal being known as Dongfang Qin appears to harbor an innate animosity towards the Xia family, consistently drawing comparisons and displaying an unwillingness to concede defeat. The exact reason for this sentiment remains unclear to him. However, this is not the moment for such inquiries, for they have arrived at Giga Mountain. A winding path ascends directly to the summit. Just as Hifang was about to commence his ascent, he noticed a surge of crimson energy rushing towards him, exuding a palpable intensity of 100. A conflict is underway. Hifang swiftly deduced the situation, prompting him and his companions to pursue the source. Soon, they beheld several lifeless bodies strewn along the mountain path, not far ahead. 2 stone-carved beasts loomed ominously on either side of the trail, their feet resting upon the fallen figures, identifiable as members of the party that had ventured into Gigu. It seemed to be the contingent from the Xingyi school, led by Tung Chongshan. Evidently, they had encountered Wenhong as well. Xia Shuer quickly discerned the identities of the deceased. Second miss, do take a look at the mark on this one, exclaimed Tang Xiaoding, his demeanor fraught with urgency as he pointed to the forehead of a stone beast. There, a striking blood-red square shape was inscribed, drawing immediate attention. At the center of this square lay an enigmatic character reminiscent of ancient script, exuding an ethereal quality. This character, it resembles the word Xian. Xia Shuer articulated after a careful examination of the symbol within the square. Xian? What could this symbol signify? Tang Shouting inquired. Perplexed. It denotes Fang Xiando. The gaze of the Eastern Qin was likewise fixed upon that mark, yet her expression appeared markedly different from the previous calm demeanor. On the contrary, it was rather unnatural.